hijab is the simplest covering. This is essentially a length of cloth used to cover the head and neck, much like the ghungat among Hindu women, who often use the end of the sari to cover the head. A niqab is a starker covering. It veils the face and covers the head and neck, but leaves the eyes exposed. The burqa is the most intense covering. It includes a full body cloak, a veil for the face and a covering for the head, as well as screen covering the eyes. A chadar is a large piece of cloth that is used as a combination shawl covering head and face. These are only some variations. Others include the shaila, a long scarf that is used to cover the head and face, and the abaya, which is a long robe-like dress that's usually worn over the clothing. While it is common to see such clothing in black, the color is not fixed. For instance, in Afghanistan, burqas are often made in a shade of blue. The exact cut and style also vary, keeping in mind local customs and climate.
Now it is the Kerala human sacrifice development that sent shockwaves. It's gruesome, it's unbelievable, but it's true. In this shocking incident, 2 women in Kerala first were reported missing. Then they were found murdered and buried in Tiruvalla town. What then followed as details has just sent shockwaves. So they were abducted, then allegedly beheaded, butchered, their bodies were chopped off, a knife was inserted in their private parts. Then it gets even worse. They were allegedly cooked and eaten. Cops say there's one Mohammed Shafi, who's the key accused in the case, is a sexual pervert, a psychopath with a criminal history dating back a decade. Cops even disclosed the injuries he inflicted in the private parts of the 2 victims was similar to what he had done to a 75-year-old woman he was accused of raping in 2020.
ഞങ്ങൾ സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന കാലത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒന്നിച്ച് പഠിച്ച അപ്പുറത്തെ ക്ലാസ്സുകളിൽ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ്. പിന്നെ ചെറുപ്പം മുതൽ ഇവിടെ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാം അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും വീടുകളും അങ്ങോട്ട് ചെറുപ്പക്കാലത്ത് അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും കയറി പോവുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു. അച്ഛനും അമ്മയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര സന്തോഷത്ത് സുഹൃത്തുക്കളായിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ. അച്ഛൻ തിരുമുകാരനായിരുന്നു. ആ അച്ഛൻ മരിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം ഈ മോൻ ഈ ജോലി എടുത്തിട്ടെടുത്ത് തിരുമിൻ്റെ ജോലി. പിന്നെ ഇപ്പം ഈ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇങ്ങനൊരു കൊലപാതകം നടത്താനുള്ള കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് ഒരുത്തർക്കും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ.
വളരെ ദുരൂഹമായ പല കാര്യങ്ങളുമാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ നരബലി നടത്തിയതിന് പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ആളുകൾക്ക് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സാമൂഹ്യവും രാഷ്ട്രീയവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള ബന്ധങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു CPM പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ണിയായി ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല, മതഭീകരവാദ ശക്തികളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം രാജ്യത്തും ലോകത്തിന്റെ പല ഭാഗങ്ങളിലും നടന്നതുപോലെ പ്രാകൃതമായിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ ഇത്തരം സംഭവങ്ങളിൽ അവിടെയൊക്കെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് സമാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലേക്കാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്തവരും ഇത് നടത്തിയവരും അവരുടെ എല്ലാം പശ്ചാത്തലം വിശദമായിട്ട് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്തു വരുന്ന വാർത്തകൾ, ലഭ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള വാർത്തകൾ ഞെട്ടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്.
The case of human sacrifice of 2 women emerging from Kerala has shocked not only the conscience of Kerala but that of the entire country. The main accused seem to be linked to the ruling dispensation of Kerala and also has the involvement of a radicalized element. But unfortunately, the Kerala government does very little to secure the safety of women, and such incidents take place because the goons of the ruling party and dispensation have a free run in Kerala, as has been evident from the past events as well.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Una and Chamba in election-bound Himachal Pradesh today. Prime Minister Modi will be launching a number of infrastructure projects in the state. Prime Minister will lay the first foundation stone. It's a multi-crore bulk drug park and IIT in Una district. He will be unveiling 2 hydropower projects in Chamba. He will then launch the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana 3 in Himachal. He will also be flagging off the Vande Bharat Express, another phase of it, from Una to New Delhi. This will be the 4th Vande Bharat train to be introduced. The train will run 6 days in a week, stops at Ambala, Chandigarh, Anandpur Sahib and Una.
हमारे यहाँ बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट, एक तो हमारा PMGSY फेज 3 का फाउंडेशन स्टोन है, जो आने वाले समय में 3,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सड़कें उसके माध्यम से बनेंगी। और दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट जो है हमारा 48 मेगावाट का चांजू का है, और तीसरा प्रोजेक्ट हमारा चांजू देवथल का है, वो 30 मेगावाट का है। ये दोनों प्रोजेक्ट, पावर प्रोजेक्ट, हाइडल प्रोजेक्ट हमारे, ये इनका शिलान्यास होगा और इन दोनों प्रोजेक्ट में लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए खर्च होगा।
Mallikarjun Kharge is the most likely the one to become the Congress party president. But there's a controversy that came recently while he was taking some questions on the candidate as for 2024 also. When asked who would be the Prime Minister's face, Mallikarjun Kharge responded, and I quote him here, "Bakreed mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge." Here's a report about what exactly happened.
Our people say always in Hyderabad, बकरी ईद में बचेंगे तो मुहर्रम में नाचेंगे.
This one comment has landed Congress president contender Mallikarjun Kharge in the line of fire. When asked about who will lead the Congress in 2024 polls, Kharge tried to wriggle out with a clever idiom.
Who will be the face in 2024? Rahul Gandhi is still your Congress face? He will be the face?
Alright, let us see after this election. This is an election of Sangathan.
No, but he is the face of the party or not?
No.
In Bharat Jodo, he is the face.
That party will decide when, after the Sangathan elections are over, and naturally, whatever the outcome comes, at that time we can think. That's why our people say always in Hyderabad, बकरी ईद में बचेंगे तो मुहर्रम में नाचेंगे.
तो बकरीद में बचना जरूरी है, तो
इलेक्शन जीतना जरूरी है ना,
जरूरी है,
इसीलिए तो हम हर जगह जा रहे हैं.
Now the BJP is calling Kharge's comments an insult to Muslims. Its national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla was the first to gun for Kharge. Soon after, BJP leaders followed suit.
This statement is extremely offensive and unmindful and hurts the sentiments of crores of people, because everybody knows that this month of Muharram is not a month of celebration, but it is a month of sorrow and a month of matam. So the Congress party must tell us that why they are making such statements that are offensive, and also the political import of the statement is something that Rahul Gandhi should take due cognizance of, and it also is a statement that reflects the truth and the condition of the Congress party, that the Congress party is on ventilator fighting for its existence, and instead of doing Bharat Jodo, the Congress must ensure that there should not be Congress Chodo.
खड़गे जी को अच्छे से पता है कि उनका कोई अस्तित्व नहीं है, वो एक अटैची हैं, इसके अलावा उनकी कोई हैसियत नहीं है. अभी उनका एक फ़ोटो वायरल हुआ था, एक कुर्सी पे बैठने के लिए सोनिया जी को बार बार आग्रह कर रहे थे कि आप बैठिए. बहुत स्पष्ट है कि ये चाटुकारिता से आगे ये विषय निकल ही नहीं सकता. किसकी बकरा ईद मना रहे हैं वो? उनका इशारा सीधे सीधे है अपने ही वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता शशि थरूर की बलि देने की बात कर रहे हैं वो, और उसके बाद कह रहे हैं कि मुहर्रम मनाएंगे. मुहर्रम आप क्या मनाओगे? आपको मालूम है कि आपकी हैसियत ही नहीं है.
कांग्रेस के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के उम्मीदवार हैं वो अपनी स्थिति को जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद भी 10 जनपद की ही चौकीदारी करना है. कांग्रेस का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नहीं बने तो भी 10 जनपद की चौकीदारी करना है. ठीक है ना. तो कहावत उनने कहा है कि पहले भैया बकरा ईद पे अगर बच गए तो आगे का सोचेंगे. तो कांग्रेस तो अब खुद का ही भविष्य दांव पर लगा हुआ है, और कांग्रेस में तो हलाल करने की प्रक्रिया अपनाई जा रही है. तो 10 जनपद के हलाल से बचेंगे तभी तो कोई अगला मुहर्रम के देख पाएंगे वो.
Under attack, Kharge has clarified that the idiom is commonly used in Karnataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. Stay tuned. You're watching India Today. Thank you.
Ghost malls, Well, India is dealing with a strange problem known as ghost malls, which is prevalent not only in Delhi NCR but in other cities like Pune and Hyderabad. So what is this problem and why is India dealing with it? If a mall has a vacancy of more than 40%, it's defined as a ghost mall. As the COVID pandemic subsides, Indian malls are seeing an increase in the number of visitors. Some malls, however, have remained empty, with no shops and therefore no crowds. According to Knight Frank, India's latest report, Think India, Think Retail 2022, 57 malls, or 21% of all malls in India's top 8 cities, are in disrepair and has resulted in a loss of over $524 million. According to the report, India's physical stores still account for 95% of retail business. Excluding the ghost malls, the overall mall health has improved post-pandemic. Earlier, there were 255 malls in 2018, which is now increased to 271, adding over 15 million square feet. This is happening despite the rise of e-commerce. So where is the issue? And why does India have so many ghost malls? Well, there are multiple factors behind the stocks of ghost malls in the country. It includes lack of due diligence, mall shortcomings such as size and ownership patterns, design issues, faulty layout with dark alleys, lack of customer workflow management, low occupancy, and lack of anchor tenants. So what is the solution for this? It's crucial that such malls, despite being unfit for the purpose for which they were built, be reopened, as a large amount of capital is trapped in these assets. Here are some solutions the report suggested. To lease out empty spaces. Local businesses that cannot afford high rents in prime office business parks or popular business districts can rent out empty spaces for long-term commercial use. Warehousing. Warehousing can also be considered in such malls as large floor plates with vacant spaces are available. Short-term leasing for temporary occupancy such as community events, birthday parties, cultural shows during festival periods and corporate events. Rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs. Converting these locations into community spaces and rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs with amenities such as multiplex theatres, soft play areas, bowling alleys, indoor cricket grounds, video game arcades, VR gaming and cocktail lounges can be a viable solution. Demolition and sale of land. Lastly, demolition of the existing structure and sale of land to minimize losses or construction of a traditional residential complex or commercial space structure will have a higher probability of occupancy once completed.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme. Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families called Telangana home. And now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success: education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాం. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడైతే అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. నేను మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మేము మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
No double life, no dual employment. That's an official email that has gone from the Infosys to its employees. This clearly warning that moonlighting will not be permitted and any violation can actually lead to services being terminated. What is this buzzword moonlighting? No, it does not mean light on the moon. It actually means a lot of people taking up a secondary job while they have a regular job, perhaps to have an additional income. A job that is taken up without the employer's knowledge. A job that is done beyond the office hours, usually on the weekend or in the night hours. Now, the businesses are trashing the idea of moonlighting because they fear, one, there could be a conflict of interest. There could also be a loss of productivity for the employee in the regular job. And significantly, this could also lead to a data breach. Now, taking up a secondary job is not exactly illegal, but in India, many companies, specifically the IT firms, do add a single employment clause for their employees. This to ensure also, as they call it, would not lead to cheating. But the question is moonlighting or taking up a secondary job ethical for an employee? Wipro chairperson Rishad Premji had called the practice as cheating. On the other hand, Tech Mahindra CEO CP Gurnami said this is necessary to keep changing with the times, and he said, "I welcome disruption in the ways we work." And NITES, a non-profit group, protested Infosys' email saying the IT employees are working more than 9 hours a day without any overtime benefit. Employees have contract to work with Infosys for 9 hours only. What the employees do outside working hours is their prerogative, as was said. Recently, food ordering and delivery platform Swiggy announced it will allow its employees to take up gigs or projects outside of their regular employment at the company. So then we spoke to some of the business world renowned personalities. Here's what they have to say about what does moonlighting really mean for the companies. Listen in.
If you have a full-time job somewhere and you're properly employed, meaning you have social security, you have all the things that are there for long-term employment, then it doesn't seem right to me to be working elsewhere. There are issues of conflict of interest. There are other kinds of things related to fatigue. There are other kinds of things related to what information are you carrying back and forth unintentionally.
Really not sure about this notion that you're going to be able to double dip, where you'll have the security, the ecosystem, the colleagues of a large employer and a fixed income, and you'll be able to do this on the side. I mean, I think all of us have got used to
Association with all-electric Ather 450X Gen 3.
Good morning and welcome. It's your day to rise and shine. But first up, the news with me, Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's the big day today because the Supreme Court is likely to deliver the verdict on the hijab in educational institutions. Verdict will be on the petitions challenging Karnataka High Court order that had refused to overturn the hijab ban in educational institutions in Karnataka. But it's the murders in Kerala over occult religious practices that have got more gruesome. A special SIT will investigate the secrets of a Kerala house of horror where 2 women were chopped and allegedly cooked and eaten. It's a psychopath Tantric arrested. PM Modi's mega infrastructure push in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh today. He will be laying the foundation of the Una Drug Park, IIT Una hydro projects, and also flag off 4th Vande Bharat Express. A big political storm has erupted over Mallikarjun Kharge's Muharram quip. The BJP is launching a big attack on the Congress party's presidential candidate, terming him as anti-Muslim. It's an incessant rainfall that has triggered a flood fury from west to east. Floods have wreaked havoc. 18 Uttar Pradesh districts affected by the deluge. Assam battles flood after 24-hour rainfall. Over 200 tourists stranded in Sikkim. This year started with the hijab protests in educational institutions after a certain uniformity was decided by the state government order. The matter then reached the court after massive protests on the ground, and now the Supreme Court today is likely to deliver a verdict on the petitions that had challenged Karnataka High Court order on having banned the headscarf and the burqa in educational institutions in the state, and that verdict expected at 10:30 a.m. A bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia reserved the judgment on September 22 on the pleas after hearing the matter for 10 days. It was a marathon hearing, remember? 2 separate verdicts are likely to be authored today by the justices in the matter. The state government, for its part, had, remember, claimed that till 2021, no student was wearing the hijab in that pre-university institution in Karnataka. But then a movement suddenly was fueled by the now banned radical outfit Popular Front of India and created unrest. Petitioners say, however, that preventing girls of one community, here the Muslim community, from wearing the headscarf to the classroom will put their education in jeopardy. They might stop attending classes. The lawyers appearing for the state had argued Karnataka government order kicked up a controversy over the hijab, but the fact was it was a uniform over a religion neutral, that it was only primarily to ensure that there's no sort of religious differences that could be seen. Let's quickly go across to our legal correspondents who are at the Supreme Court. Will be tracking all the latest coming in as and when at 10:30 a.m. the verdict starts to be read. We're expecting a long judgment today. Anisha Mathur with the latest on that. Anisha, good morning. At the court already, We of course cannot speculate on the verdict, but it's going to be in many ways setting a precedent. What are you expecting today? What are the scenarios that you're looking at?
Well, Pooja, very good morning to you. It is going to be a very interesting verdict to watch as two separate opinions are being authored by Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia. We saw questions being asked of all sides by the bench during the 10-day hearing. We saw the Supreme Court raising various questions about right to dress, right to undress, whether the college development committees had the authority to pass such an order for uniform or not. The court also questioned this issue of whether all religious symbols were banned by this particular order. We also saw several highly emotional arguments being made about the right to access education and the fact that these girls are being denied an education. So the verdict as we see it could address all of these issues. Remember, there are several major points that this verdict will have to address. First, of course, being the power of the state government and of the College Development Committee to prescribe a uniform which bans a religious symbol from being worn. Second, whether the hijab, wearing of a hijab is an essential religious practice. And remember, this is a major point of contention that was raised in the Karnataka High Court also, and the Supreme Court had in fact observed that the High Court was forced to go into this issue of interpretation of religion because the petitioners had raised this issue. On this point also was the debate over whether this matter needs to go to a larger bench instead of a two-judge bench, because the question of what is an essential practice of religion and how far can the state interfere in a religious practice is something that is already before a 9-judge bench in the Sabrimala matter. So there are a lot of things that could happen today. We could see a split verdict. We could see this matter being referred to a larger bench. We could see a concurring but different opinion from the two judges. So it is all currently something we'll have to wait till 10:30 to find out for sure.
So stay on with me. Anisha Mathur will be right at the Supreme Court where she already is. It's going to be a big day. Remember, all eyes will be on this verdict. Could it have any sort of repercussions on other similar issues as well? But it was on the ground in Karnataka through the year. Remember, since January 2022 that we witnessed massive protests. And I want you to understand what precisely happened. It is basically the special leave plea that have been challenging the Karnataka High Court order that then went to the top court of this country, challenging the ban that was put forth or upheld by the Karnataka High Court over hijab that cannot be permitted in the classroom of educational institutions. There are also writ petitions by women petitioners for the right to wear a hijab. They are calling it as a personal dignity, personal right. But all of this, remember, both are similar. So they're challenging the Karnataka High Court order's hijab ban and they're saying that it is their right to wear the headscarf. But it was on the ground where the protests had broken out massively. Students confronting each other. Nagarjun Dwarkanath was covering it all. Nagarjun, what a year it has been in Karnataka, an election-bound state, religious overtones. Today is going to be a big day. How do you think the mood is like in the state? All eyes will be of the students and their parents.
Good morning, Pooja. Not just the students and the families, but also the political scenario in is largely dependent on the Supreme Court verdict. Remember, post the Jan 2022 hijab issue, there was a series of communal rows in Karnataka. It took anti-halal, and then Muslim vendors were not allowed to hold their stalls in temple premises. So hijab was a stepping stone for a series of events in Karnataka for the next 5 months, at least till up to May and June. And now when the verdict is coming, at least in coastal Karnataka, there will be repercussions of it because the petitioners were from Udupi. The 6 to 7 students initially were from Udupi district. Now they have taken the transfer certificate is what we are told. They are no more in the college. We didn't allow them to wear hijab. PFI is banned. Only SDPI is surviving. So a lot of changes also has happened. A lot of churning has happened. But definitely it will have political repercussions in coastal Karnataka, 3 districts where the concentration of this protest and this issue was heavy and was too much, and it did spread across India post that. So it's a big day for Karnataka also because election is in next 6 months. However, whichever way the verdict goes, it will have political repercussions here.
All right, very interesting. Remember, so of course, all eyes will be on the Supreme Court, but also in Karnataka on the ground. Will there be further protests welcoming the verdict? What will happen? All of that. And India Today will be keeping track of the latest on that. I want you to understand, while we cannot speculate, but what are the possible scenarios that are expected in the top court today? Now, here's one. If it is a split verdict by the two judges of the Supreme Court, what does that mean? It basically will mean that it will not be a unanimous judgment. Both the judges will author and speak and narrate their judgments, that the verdict that will be given today. What happens then? The matter will be headed to a larger bench of the Supreme Court. That perhaps likely a 3-bench or a 5-bench and so on. But if it's a separate but concurring judgments, which means both the judges will read the verdict, they will have different reasons for likely the same judgment. That's very important. Remember, the reasoning could be very pertinent about what led the judges to give a similar judgment likely, but for different reasons. The verdict will be passed, but the reasoning again will have to be looked into. So these are possible scenarios. So either a split judgment or a concurring judgment with different reasons. Srishti Ojha, India Today's legal correspondent, with the latest all that. Now, Srishti, it's interesting to understand the sort of scenarios that can come forth. We cannot speculate, of course, on the verdict, but what happens here on? If either of these scenarios that we consider, what is the next step?
Well, like you said, there are two scenarios that we know for now. There can be a split opinion because we know for sure there are going to be two judgments by both the judges, Justice Hemant Gupta and Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia. It was a two-judge bench. They will have two judgments. However, if there's going to be a split opinion or a concurring opinion is what remains to be seen, and is what is something that we'll know at 10:30 a.m. today. When we talk about a split judgment, that basically would mean that both of them would differ in the main conclusion or as to what where they stand as far as the hijab ban is concerned, as far as the Karnataka High Court, which is challenged, is concerned. Whether that ban needs to be upheld or not is something that they would have different opinions on. In that case, the matter would automatically be referred to a larger bench, will eventually be placed before the Chief Justice of India on the administrative side. So it can be placed before an appropriate bench, but larger bench. Remember, this was a two-judge bench, so the bench that it would be referred to would be a larger bench than this. The second possibility here is a concurring opinion, where both the judges will write two different judgments. Their opinions and their reasons for coming to the conclusion would be different, but the conclusion would be the same. So if they decide to uphold the ban, or they decide to not uphold the ban, etc., or uphold the order of the Karnataka High Court or dismiss it, the conclusion, the final decision would be the same, but the opinions that they would give would be different. In that case, only the opinions and the observation part of the judgment differs, but at the end of the day, the verdict, we will have one verdict in hand from the Supreme Court.
There has to be one verdict, and our legal correspondents are trying to only analyze what possibly could those scenarios be, and either way, which way will it go in the next step. Thank you so much, Srishti Ojha. Stay on with me, because I want to go back to Anisha Mathur. Anisha, for the year that this has been, protests on the ground and then the legal fight as well, and such a strong in fact, a huge team of lawyers representing both the government and the petitioner's side. Do take us through a little background. When it started in the Karnataka High Court, then the ban was upheld, then the matter reached the Supreme Court. Do tell us about the legal fight that took place over the hijab restrictions in the uniform.
Well, yes, Pooja, as you just said, it has been a very long legal fight in January, February, then in March. We saw hearings in the Karnataka High Court, then in the Supreme Court. On the 24th of March, the Supreme Court said that they will hear this matter, they will hear the appeal. And in September, from 5th September onwards, the hearings had begun. And we saw 11 full days with more than 25 lawyers putting their points across. Now, the main points of contention in this particular case are with regards to Article 14, that is the right to equality and right against discrimination. Article 19, which is the freedom of expression. Article 25, which is the right to conscience and the right to follow and propagate and practice your religion. Also Article 21, which includes the right to dignity of women. We also saw arguments relating to the fundamental principles, that is the essential principles of Islam, whether or not hijab is an essential practice. We saw arguments relating to whether the government and the college development committees have the right to impose a uniform at all, because remember, one of the arguments was that the CDCs did not have the authority in the first place, and therefore the ban itself, the uniform itself, was illegal. And more importantly, as a political and emotive issue, we saw arguments with regard to the politics of it all. We saw senior advocate Rajiv Dhawan, as well as Kapil Sibal, as well as Devdutt Kamath, Dushyant Dave and others raising arguments that this is something that is being done on a political expediency, that this is something that will deny education to all of these girls who have been asked not to enter the classroom if they are wearing a hijab, and what the impact on them socially and financially would be. Senior advocate Meenakshi Arora and others had also raised this issue of how internationally the protection of minority rights is a major issue, that internationally this has become a huge debate, hijab or not. And of course this entire question of the dignity of women, their choice to what to wear, and whether a hijab actually violates a uniform. From the Karnataka government, of course, the argument was...
And it's very interesting, because it's important to also let the viewer know that there are minority institutions already in the country, so it's not exactly a take on that. This is about other government educational institutions or private institutions that perhaps the government can have a say on. So it's going to be very pertinent about what happens in the top court today. But when we talk of hijab, remember, it's just one of the coverings with regard to the women of the Muslim community. There is burqa, there is niqab, there is, as we saw and are witnessing, the protests with regard to the chador in Iran, or the manner in which the burqa is in Afghanistan. It's also important to understand what sort of coverings these are, because eventually the purpose of it is to cover a woman's modesty, sexuality in the name of faith, but the right, or wail or unwail, about the woman is also a priority. Here's a report.
The terms may be used interchangeably, but in fact the hijab, niqab and burqa are different pieces of Islamic covering. They're all designed to protect a woman's modesty. In recent years, they have sparked debate around the world, with some militating against this show of religious identity and others seeing it as a patriarchal imposition on women's bodies, cloaking them in victimhood and depriving them of choice. The Muslim woman herself is divided, with one half of the sorority discarding it and the other half embracing it as an observation of their faith. But first, what is the hijab and its cousins? The hijab is the simplest covering. This is essentially a length of cloth used to cover the head and neck, much like the ghungat among Hindu women, who often use the end of the sari to cover the head. A niqab is a starker covering. It veils the face and covers the head and neck, but leaves the eyes exposed. The burqa is the most intense covering. It includes a full body cloak, a veil for the face and a covering for the head, as well as screen covering the eyes. A chador is a large piece of cloth that is used as a combination shawl covering head and face. These are only some variations. Others include the shaila, a long scarf that is used to cover the head and face, and the abaya, which is a long robe-like dress that's usually worn over the clothing. While it is common to see such clothing in black, the color is not fixed. For instance, in Afghanistan, burqas are often made in a shade of blue. The exact cut and style also vary, keeping in mind local customs and climate.
We have a breaking news coming in from Bengal. Right now in the Kolkata city, in South Kolkata, there's a posh film studio that's caught fire. The fire has engulfed the area. These are the visuals coming on your screen. It's a massive fire at a Kolkata film studio. It's engulfed the area, and specifically the film studio area. Look at the flames that are coming out from the studio building that on your screens right now. It happened just about a short while ago. 10 fire tenders have been rushed to the site. They're trying to douse the fire presently. This is at the SK Movies in the Kudgat area. More than 10 fire tenders are on the spot. Just about a few minutes ago, the fire broke out inside the studio premises in South Kolkata. So take a look at the massive flames there on your screen emerging from the building of the film studio in Kolkata. It's a developing story. I'll be tracking in about what happens next, about the area that has currently been barricaded. Fire tenders, police are on the job. But it's a massive flame that's engulfed, and we can see buildings nearby of the film studio. So all of that will have to be kept safe also. So if I can just stay on this visual, because it's absolutely shocking to look at this. Remember, our very posh studios from South Kolkata. This is 27 Baburam Ghosh Road in South Kolkata. The details are still emerging, but we can confirm to you that just about a few minutes ago, a massive fire broke out in the studio of the SK Movies. This is the Kudgat area in Kolkata. This is the South Kolkata area in Bengal. More than 10 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. Remember, with that number of the fire tenders also signifies the level of fire and the flames that are erupted. And you can see it for yourself on that screen. This clearly shows not only about the massive smoke cloud that is emerging, but the flames that are currently on. The whole building is on fire. There's no clarity about whether there was a film shooting that was currently on or any other production venture that was currently at work. But just about a few minutes ago, this has happened. Remember, in film studios like these, there are different studios, buildings that are established. There are set of a production venture, whether it's a film or a television show. All of this is usually installed, so we'll have to find out further details if there's been a massive damage of any ongoing project in Bengal. But I want to quickly get in a word from Suryagni. Suryagni, tell us about first the situation that you're hearing. What is the confirmation? Is the fire still on? And what sort of an area is this? Is this a very posh studio of a residential area in South Kolkata?
Well, it's in the suburbs, Pooja, and secondly and most importantly, 15 fire tenders have been, rushed to the spot. They are trying to douse off the fire. The process is still on. The fire hasn't been doused off as of yet. It is it's a big studio. It's one of the biggest studios over here in West Bengal. And however, one thing that we have come to know that there has been no loss of life that has been reported so far. So that is what we are hearing from the fire department sources. However, there will be a lot of damage of the goods, of the production goods are used for the daily wise production in that particular studio. However, as I said, 15 fire tenders have been rushed, but no loss of life reported so far.
Suryagni, please keep tracking all the latest on that massive fire there on a film studio in South Kolkata's SK Movies, and we'll be tracking the latest coming in from Kolkata as well. I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but when I return, it's the murder more gruesome. Actually unbelievable, but it's true. It's taken place in Kerala. 2 women were murdered, but not just that. They were allegedly cooked and eaten as well after they were brutalized. We get you that big story that should send shockwaves across the country after a very short break. Stay tuned.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Most gruesome, more brutal, and some will say even unbelievable, but it's true. 2 women were abducted, brutalized, beheaded, and then allegedly cooked and eaten as well. It sent shockwaves. People cannot believe this actually happened in a state like Kerala, where these 2 women who were first reported missing were eventually found buried in the Tiruvalla town. All of these details started to come in, and then it got much worse. That they were not only chopped off, a knife was inserted in their private parts, and then they were allegedly cooked and eaten. Cops say there was one Mohammed Shafi, a key accused in the case, a sexual pervert, a psychopath with criminal history dating back a decade. Cops then disclosed injuries he inflicted in private parts of the 2 women victims that was similar to what he had done to a 75-year-old woman he was accused of raping in 2020. All of this, remember, coming in with regard to a couple's involvement.
मुझे अभी तक विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि हम आज के युग में भी इस तरह की बातें हो रही हैं और आज भी लोग ऐसी बलि चढ़ाते हैं और इस तरह के प्रयोग करते हैं और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सज़ा होनी चाहिए ताकि समाज में ये जो कुरीतियां हैं जो हमें लगता है ख़त्म हो गई हैं, जो हमें लगता है कि ख़त्म हो चुकी हैं और वो आज भी हैं। बच्चों की बलि के बारे में हम कितना सुनते हैं, तो ये महिलाओं का जो हमने सुना है, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस पे तो एक नज़ीर पेश होनी चाहिए, इन लोगों को कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए।
We are astonished that in a society which achieved this kind of education and this empowerment, etc., how it is happening here. It is because the superstitions and this kind of false beliefs are still there in the society.
It's shocking, beyond the comprehension of any sane person, inhuman to the extreme. And one expects that whatever investigation is to be done with all evidences, it's completed immediately. The matter goes before the court, and one will expect the highest and the most severe punishment under law that can be meted out to such a person.
Remember, we are in 2022 and we're talking about superstitions and such kind of psychopaths that exist around us. I want to go across to my colleague Shibimol Kej in Thiruvananthapuram. Shibimol, every day that we speak and we've been interacting each morning during these bulletins, and there are one by one more brutal details that surface. So was it about this Tantric, a psychopath who was convincing others also to sacrifice while he himself indulged in details, you know, one even shudders to explain?
Well, absolutely. Now, the police here has clearly said that Mohammed Shafi is the conspirator and he was the master brain behind everything. In fact, something that surprised or something that raised doubts and questions in everybody's mind was how was he able to convince this couple? Like, how was he able to convince this couple? Now, here, Bhagwal Singh, when we go through his past, we are getting to know that he's been a very progressive thinking person who was a party worker and all of that. So, how come he was able to convince this person? And that's when the police said that it was not a very quick relation or something that that just happened. It was a long relationship for many years. It started in 2019. Bhagwal Singh knew him as Sri Devi through a fake Facebook profile, and he was, over the years, he was able to convince this person, convince this couple, and it came to a point that they completely blindly started believing whatever he said. In fact, I'm in Kochi right now where the case is registered, and I'm outside this Mohammed Shafi's hotel here. It's a very small shop outside in Kadavandra actually. This is in MG Road in Cochin. It's been shut today, and when we were checking with the people, when I was talking to people nearby, they were all saying that it's shocking for them. I was asking whether, you know, was he somebody from whom you expected this? Or because when we spoke to Bhagwal Singh's neighbors and friends and childhood friends, they were saying that it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking because they maintained a reputation. But what was the case with Mohammed Shafi? So everybody here was saying that he used to create problems here. He used to get drunk, come here and create a scene. His wife, his family, his wife and his daughter used to come here and run this shop. Most days he never turned up. It was his wife and his daughter who used to run this shop. But other than coming here and creating a scene, something like this was not expected from his side. And what's interesting here is they're telling us, forget him. Can we expect something like this from any normal human being is what the people here are questioning.
That's right. And you know, still people are still coming to terms about what happened, and you know, this could be in their neighborhood. To know that this was happening right next door is absolutely shocking to many in Kerala. Shibimol, keep tracking the latest on that, because I want to now play a report that you had sent. You must understand and know the gory details that had surfaced about how were these two women kidnapped by a couple that wanted financial prosperity. They wanted to get rich. So they decided, as per supervised by this psychopath Tantric, that let's abduct them, kill them, brutalize them, and then allegedly cook and eat their body parts. All of that, remember, this is no crime thriller. This is not fiction. This has happened. Take a look at this report.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of two women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed Tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagwal and asked him to meet the Tantric. The Tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagwal and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ലെഡ് ടു ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് അക്യൂസ്ഡ് മിസ്റ്റർ ഷാഫി അലിയാസ് റഷീദ്.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the Tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert, including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. Sexual pervert എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സൈക്കോ ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the Tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അതിന് എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just done Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26th. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Superstition, supervision, allegations of cannibalism as well. A couple wanted to get rich. They got supervised by this psychopath Tantric who gave them a some advice to first abduct, then behead these two women. Allegedly cook and eat their body parts. Absolutely bizarre story. Take a look about what unfolded. 3 people, one couple and this Tantric have been taken into arrest. This is how the Kerala police is investigating.
Kerala blood-curdling double human sacrifice, black magic, satanic rituals and occult murders of gaining wealth. The horror masterminded by this Tantric, Mohammad Shafi. Described by cops as a pervert, sexual offender and practitioner of bizarre black magic rituals to swindle the gullible.
Well, she has been injured with a knife, and injured with a knife even in various parts. The same parts have been injured here also. Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert, including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death.
Shafi kept hunting for potential victims using Facebook, posing as a woman using fake profile of Sri Devi. Shafi first honey-trapped co-accused Bhagaval Singh, a poet and a massage therapist, then convinced him that a human sacrifice is the only way to garner wealth. Shafi lured the two victims, Rosalind and Padma, to the accused couple's home, promising them handsome payment if they indulge in sex work and shoot blue films. Shafi has as many as 9 cases against him, including rape of a 75-year-old woman. It was Shafi who inserted the knife into Rosalind's private parts, slit her throat and then cut her body into 56 pieces.
ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈല് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്.
The other 2 killers are well-read and relatively successful man, Bhagaval Singh, who is a poet who regularly indulged in writing haiku pieces, and his wife Leila. Both allegedly shared an insatiable need for money and wealth. While Leila stabbed Padma's private parts and slit her throat, Bhagaval had also cut off Rosalind's breasts and stored them. With Shivimol KG in Pathanamthitta, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a very quick commercial break. When I return, I'm taking you to the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be there. It's an election-bound state, and there is going to be a slew of projects that will be flagged off, also including the 4th Vande Bharat Express infrastructure push for Himachal Pradesh by the star campaigner of the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Pet dogs and their owners are in the news amid a string of incidents involving pet dogs attacking owners and others. And to curb such incidents, here are some approaches that pet owners should take based on the breed and behavioral patterns of their dog. When it comes to pet dogs, the most popular breeds for adoption are German Shepherds, Beagles, Pit Bulls, Spitz, Labradors and Golden Retrievers. So let's take a look at the various approaches that must be taken when dealing with these pet dogs. They're arguably the most versatile dog breed. This dog breed is intelligent and large in size. They make excellent guard dogs and can perform a variety of tasks and are used especially by police officers and military personnel. They detect illegal drugs, bombs and track down terrorists. According to some animal rescuers, German Shepherds are larger protectors, so one needs to understand their needs before adopting one. A German Shepherd who's being chained all the time, whether in an apartment or a farm, can be ferocious. So they need a lot of exercise, they need a lot of playtime to burn their energy. Early socialization, not only with humans and children, but with other animals is also very, very important for such breeds. When it comes to Beagles, don't be fooled by their cute appearance or small size. They're a high-energy breed of dog and were bred to detect animals hiding from hunters. Because of this, their bark is also rather unique. They bark in a howl-like manner to alert the hunter of their target. The breed is very friendly with children and other pets, but it requires early socialization, daily long walks and mental workouts such as obeying their human parents' commands. From cars driving down the street to the security guard, the world becomes a little less scary for the pet once you make it accustomed to your surroundings. Anytime your dog has a successful interaction with another human or another dog, give the dog a treat. This encourages positive and social behavior. Now, pit bulls, they're very controversial in the news right now, are known for being people-oriented and affectionate, believe it or not, as well as having a lot of energy. They're being bred, unfortunately, unregulated in India, primarily for hunting and dog fighting in some states. In comparison to other thoroughbred pedigrees, pit bulls are a relatively new breed. They're arguably the most misunderstood dog breed in the world. And because of their involvement in biting cases, they're being left to die at an alarming rate in shelters and being abandoned. Pit bull owners must begin early socialization with their pets and seek expert help as soon as they notice any signs of aggression. With exercises, mental workouts and early socialization, they make a great family.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in election-bound hill state of Himachal Pradesh today. He's visiting Una and Chamba specifically. But interestingly, there's going to be a slew of projects that he'll be inaugurating. So it's going to be a packed itinerary. Take a look closely. He'll be, importantly, will lay the foundation stone of a multi-crore bulk drug park and IIT in Una district. Prime Minister will also unveil 2 hydropower projects in Chamba, will also launch the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana 3. Now, he will be flagging off, this is interesting, the Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi at about 9 a.m. that is scheduled. This will be the 4th Vande Bharat train that will be introduced in India. The train will run 6 days a week, stops at Ambala, Chandigarh, Anandpur Sahib and Una. So it's going to be a big day. Prime Minister Modi ensuring as a star campaigner of the party as well to show that Himachal Pradesh will be developed under their tenure.
हमारे यहाँ बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट, एक तो हमारा PMGSY फेज 3 का फाउंडेशन स्टोन है जो आने वाले समय में 3000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सड़कें उसके माध्यम से बनेंगी। और दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट जो है हमारा 48 मेगावाट का चांजू का है और तीसरा प्रोजेक्ट हमारा चांजू देवथल का है, वो 30 मेगावाट का है। ये दोनों प्रोजेक्ट पावर प्रोजेक्ट, हाइडल प्रोजेक्ट हमारे, ये इनका शिलान्यास होगा और इन दोनों प्रोजेक्ट में लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए खर्च होगा।
IIIT ऊना में उसका भी उद्घाटन होगा और साथ साथ में वंदे भारत ट्रेन जो अपने आप एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान, इसको भी हरी झंडी दिलाकर रवाना किया जाएगा ऊना से दिल्ली के लिए। और बल ड्रग पार्क एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। इंडस्ट्रियल पैकेज के बाद अटल जी ने दिया था तो बल ड्रग पार्क मोदी जी ने दिया है हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए। एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान मोदी सरकार का हिमाचल के लिए और हिमाचल की जनता पलकें बिछाकर मोदी जी का इंतजार कर रही है।
And tracking all of that is India Today's Manjeet Sehgal in Himachal Pradesh. Manjeet, so can we see that education and infrastructure is going to be the top focus for Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the election-bound state?
Good morning, Pooja. Well, the Prime Minister, as you said, will be a day-long visit to Himachal Pradesh. He will land at Una first and at 9:15 he'll be flagging off the 4th Vande Bharat Express train. This will be important rail link between the Himachal Pradesh and New Delhi. As you said, this train will run between Delhi and Una on weekdays except Wednesdays. So besides this, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be laying the foundation stone of the multi-crore bulk drug park here at Horoli, and besides this he will also be inaugurating the IIT Una. After this he will be addressing a gathering of the people here. Remember, this is the 9th visit of the Prime Minister during the past 5 years, and after addressing a rally here at Una, Prime Minister will go to Chamba to address another public rally besides inaugurating the 2 hydel power projects. Prime Minister will be the first PM of India who will address a rally from the Chaugan Maidan of Chamba. Earlier, during his previous visit in Kullu, he was the first Prime Minister to take part in the Kullu Dashera celebration. So big day for the people of Himachal Pradesh. As you said, Prime Minister will also be launching the 3rd phase of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Remember, Himachal Pradesh is a hill state where the road and rail network has still not been laid, and only a small progress has been made, particularly in the rail line networks, and 2 another big lines were also under construction in Himachal Pradesh. So a big day for the people of Himachal Pradesh, and the inaugurations, foundation stones being laid by the Prime Minister will give wings to the aspirations of the people of Himachal Pradesh.
BJP is ensuring there is in Himachal Pradesh. Also enjoy the good weather of the hill state today. Manjeet Sehgal will be tracking the latest from Prime Minister Modi's rally in the election-bound state of Himachal Pradesh. All right, big news coming in. Remember, there is a ban on firecrackers with regard to the approaching festive season, specifically of Diwali. But Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has written to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, urging him to permit the sale of firecrackers in Delhi that fall under permissible norm. He is saying that 70% of annual business of firecrackers comes from Sivakasi in the state, and that is with regard to the Diwali sale, which is of course a mega celebration across the country, but specifically in the northern belt. And because of the ban, primarily due to pollution and noise, there was a ban by the court, but Stalin says urges Kejriwal to give some relaxation in that. Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I want to get you a ground report on the flood fury From Tamil Nadu to Uttar Pradesh, there are many states where the people are reeling under massive inconvenience after incessant rainfall. There's damage to life and property. Let's bring you that story after the break.
In Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow.
At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Due to incessant rainfall over the past few days, there has now been a flood fury in several parts of the country. So whether it is Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh or Tamil Nadu and Telangana, many citizens of this country are facing massive inconvenience around them with incessant rainfall and submerged areas. I want you to take a look at this ground report.
Rain mayhem across the nation. Inundated streets and localities. Incessant rains for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. Life has been thrown out of gear in many parts. Several districts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu are badly hit. While the Met Department is predicting more rains, it has said the cyclonic circulation seen in the Bay of Bengal is weakening. In Assam, Dhemaji is the worst hit district with nearly 39,000 persons, including more than 7,800 children affected. 2,838 hectares of crop area is inundated. 20 relief distribution centers have been set up in Dhemaji, Lakhimpur and Dibrugarh. Hundreds of villages in Uttar Pradesh are also affected by the floods. The victims are moving to safer places with their household items. The Saryu River in Barabanki district is in spate due to the rain, and millions of cusecs of water has been released from Nepal for the past several days.
बाढ़ को लेकर के मैंने और माननीय मंत्री जी ने रामसनेही घाट के जो प्रभावित क्षेत्र हैं उनका निरीक्षण किया है कि जो लोगों को जो समस्याएं आ रही हैं उसमें हम लोगों ने अतर सुइया, उमराहरा, सिकरी, सेमरी और बसंतपुर ग्राम पंचायतों में और उनके जो प्रभावित मजरे हैं उनको देखा। वहाँ पर जो हमारे संबंधित एसडीएम्स हैं वो लोग भी उपस्थित थे। चारे की समस्या, जो राशन की किट्स हैं उनका वितरण कल से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और जो कई जो घाघरा की साइड वाले जो एरियाज हैं उनमें फसल काफी प्रभावित है तो उसके मुआवजे के लिए भी सूची बनाने के लिए निर्देशित किया है।
Meanwhile, in Karnataka, officials have advised people to move to safer places, as the discharge of surplus water in Stanley Reservoir can cause flood in Kaveri Delta districts.
And that's a wrap on the First Up for today. Thank you so much for watching, but stay tuned because when I return, we have the special telecast coming in on the Supreme Court expected verdict on the hijab ban in educational institutions. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
Imagine this very rich friend who often guilt-tripped you into paying for them. Well, this is the same rich friend who otherwise would spend exorbitant amounts of money into their lavish lifestyle. But every time when it comes to going out with you, then they would remember on how they've got to save money and make you spend for them. Is it fair for your rich friends to piggyback on your limited resources? No, right? Well, this is exactly what rich nations are doing with less wealthy ones when it comes to carbon emission penalties. Experts call this carbon colonialism. Carbon colonialism is basically when rich countries live at the ecological expense of other countries. So simply put it, these rich and industrialized countries produce carbon on a large scale. But instead of finding ways to curb carbon production, they turn to poorer nations to compensate for their emissions. For example, in 2018, Germany stopped and banned domestic production of hard coal, which emits a lot of carbon. But German power plants continue to import hard coal from countries like Colombia and South Africa. Well, they could have easily found an alternative source of energy to replace coal, but instead, they rerouted it through other countries where increased production of coal would damage that country's ecology. Industrialized countries also import crops and meats from these underdeveloped ones. These underdeveloped countries end up clearing their rich forests for more land to grow crops or rear cattle because they need foreign exchange. Brazil and Indonesia are two big examples who are victims to this trade. Now the question here is this different from colonialism, where rich countries siphon off resources from countries of the global south? The chain reaction that is being set off during the process is also causing human rights violations. A study has earlier estimated that nearly 22,500 Ugandans were evicted from their homes for a UK-registered company to create timber plantations for carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting allows countries to balance out the carbon that they've emitted by investing in projects like planting more trees that reduce carbon. Well, you heard it. This is a classic example of what carbon colonialism really means. It not only erodes the food and resource security of these poorer nations, but also hectically disrupts the nation's ecology.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Epigamia, like an ice cream you can sip. SBI Home Loans.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali and today is a special telecast because in just a short while the Supreme Court is likely to deliver the verdict on the hijab ban, specifically in educational institutions in Karnataka. It's going to be a huge verdict because it will have other precedents as well. Let's begin first with the headlines. Supreme Court likely to deliver the hijab verdict in just a short while. The verdict will be on petitions challenging the Karnataka High Court order refusing to overturn the hijab ban in schools and colleges in Karnataka. Kerala occult murders have got more gruesome. It's a special investigating team that will now probe secrets of the Kerala's House of Order, where 2 women were chopped, allegedly cooked and eaten. A psychopath Tantric has been arrested. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega infrastructure push in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. He will lay the foundation of Una Drug Park, IIT, Una Hydro projects to be inaugurated. Also flag off 4th Vande Bharat Express. It's the storm. A political storm over Mallikarjun Kharge's Muharram quip. And that when he was speaking to India Today. BJP is now launching a bid attack on Kharge, who's now the Congress presidential candidate as well, terming him anti-Muslim. It is incessant rainfall that has triggered flood fury in many parts of the country. West to east, floods are wreaking havoc. 18 Uttar Pradesh districts are affected. Assam battles flood after 24-hour rainfall. Over 200 tourists stranded in Sikkim. A state of flood even in Tamil Nadu and Telangana. Joining me today morning in this special broadcast is my colleague Nabila Jamal here in the studio, because Nabila has been on the ground also in election-bound Karnataka, where this controversy had started from January 22 with mega protests that she had covered as well. Let's begin now, because the Supreme Court in just a short while at about 10:30 a.m. is set to deliver a verdict on petitions challenging the Karnataka High Court order on having banned the headscarf in educational institutions, specifically in the classroom and pre-college institutions. A bench of Justices Hemant Gupta, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia reserved the judgment on the plea on 22nd September after hearing the matter for 10 marathon days. So there are likely to be two separate verdicts that can be authored by the justices in the matter. The state government for its part claimed till 2021 no student was wearing the headscarf in the classroom, but a movement was deliberately fueled by the now banned Radical Popular Front of India to create unrest. But the petitioners say preventing girls from the Muslim community from not wearing the hijab to the classroom will put their education in jeopardy. They might stop attending classes. Lawyers appearing for the state argued Karnataka government order kicked up a controversy over hijab, but the fact was it was a uniform, religion neutral.
Well, this is certainly, Pooja, a big day for women, especially in Karnataka, for girls who've been wanting for the Supreme Court verdict to come out, because that would really decide the future in education. Many of them, whether you call this political or not, have been wearing the hijab ever since they were growing up. Now, whether this was enforced on them by their families or not, again, is a separate debate. This is coming down to whether or not hijab will be allowed inside educational institutions. The Supreme Court now deciding on that matter. Shrishti Oja, who's currently tracking court for us. Shrishti, a quick word from you. We believe that there will be two scenarios in the Supreme Court today. It could likely be two verdicts, could be concurring verdict or something that will be totally contradictory. Do tell us what's to expect today.
Well, the Supreme Court is all set to deliver a very crucial verdict today. We have seen the hearing go on, long hearings where Supreme Court heard the matter for around 10 days. Many senior lawyers appeared for the petitioners, and on the other side, even for the government. Arguments were put forth, judgment was finally reserved. And now what we know is that, yes, there will be two judgments by both the judges, two opinions by both the judges. The possibility here is either there will be a split verdict, which would mean that the judges would differ in the final verdict as to whether the ban on hijab is correct or not, as to whether Karnataka High Court's order was correct, if that order has to be set aside or it has to be upheld, whether the government's order prescribing a specific dress code was in fact valid or discriminatory. All these issues, if there's a split verdict, the judges, the conclusion of the verdict would be different. Their final judgment would be different, and the next step would be the case would automatically be referred to a larger bench to decide on the issue. When we say the matter would be referred, it will be placed before the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, on the administrative side, where he will then list the matter before an appropriate bench after constituting it, which basically means that the dispute will go on for a longer period of time, because the listing will take a while. Arguments will happen before the court again from the beginning, before the larger bench. And as we know, this was a two-judge bench which is going to deliver the verdict today. The constituted bench, the new constituted bench, will have to be larger than this. So yes, the dispute would go on for a longer period of time now, that if they give a split verdict. The second possibility is having two judgments but concurring judgments, which would mean that their opinions for reaching to a specific conclusion may be different, but the conclusion that they would reach on would be the same. As to whether they are upholding the ban, whether they're not upholding the ban, that verdict would be the same. But yes, what their response to various arguments that were made, various issues that were raised before them by different councils, senior councils, with regard to different provisions of the constitution, different rights of the Muslim women petitioners who are involved in the present case. All of that, their observations, their opinions on that particular aspects can be different, but yes, if there is a concurring opinion, then we would definitely have a final verdict by the end of the day.
Yeah, two justices, two bench justices. In fact, Hemant Gupta and Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, both of them will be pronouncing their verdicts. And like Shrishti said rightly, there will be two scenarios, either a concurring verdict or a split verdict. Now, in both scenarios, Karnataka girls are really waiting to see what the Supreme Court has to say. In fact, this comes right after the Karnataka High Court first on March 15th had dismissed a series of petitions asking for hijab to be allowed inside classrooms, and the Karnataka High Court back then had said no space for religion inside educational institutions. Now the matter has reached the Supreme Court with many of these students filing petitions challenging the Karnataka High Court's order. So what's really going to be the scenario today? 10:30 a.m. is when the verdict will be coming out. Let me cut across to Pooja. Pooja, do break it down for us, an understanding for our viewers on what are the possible scenarios that could play out in court.
That's right, Nabila. So we cannot speculate what the top court of the country will decide, but there are some scenarios that are emerging, specifically 2 scenarios, and I want you to help and understand what precisely does that mean. Now, scenario number 1 will be if it's a split verdict by the Supreme Court. It's a 2-judge bench, 2 justices likely to also differ in their verdict. So that's one scenario. What happens then? Which means if it's not a unanimous verdict, it's a 1-1, then it goes to a larger bench of the top court, which means a 3-bench, a 5-bench, so on. What happens in scenario 2? What if it is a concurring judgment, which means it's the same judgment read differently because there could be different reasoning that comes in. What does that mean? That means that both the justices will have a similar verdict, but what led them to take that decision could have different reasons, and that will be very important because it could set a precedent of why the justices have taken that decision and could set a precedent. Nabila, over to you now again, because this, remember, is also about a legal fight and the street fight. So this is going to be very important. The country is looking at this verdict today.
Well, you know, Pooja, this is, of course, going to be a much-awaited verdict, not just for women in Karnataka, because this will be a landmark decision, a precedent set for across educational institutions in India. Now, Shrishti, who's tracking the court, Shrishti, give us an understanding, the kind of arguments that went on for at least a couple of weeks. In fact, the judgment, we believe, was reserved on September 22nd. So it's been a few weeks now that the bench has been mulling over it and now will be deciding to give their verdict. Like I said, this will be really a landmark judgment that will be taken into account across India in every educational institution. Whether or not institutions say that it all depends, or the governments, respective state governments say it all depends on the educational institution's decision to allow hijab or not, ultimately the Supreme Court's verdict will prevail.
Well, yeah, like you said, we're looking at a very important, crucial verdict to come from the Supreme Court today because, you know, the issue that's involved here is not some, it's been highly debated extensively, discussed extensively in the last few months, and not just in the country, but also internationally. So the verdict will definitely have a bearing on not just, you know, the petitioners who are involved, but even otherwise, because there's some very important constitutional questions that are involved, which we're expecting the court to answer based on the arguments that were raised before both the Karnataka High Court and now the Supreme Court. As we know, the Karnataka High Court had upheld the ban that was put in government educational institutions on the hijab. And when the order was finally passed by the High Court had held that hijab is not an essential religious practice in Islamic faith, and therefore the protection under Article 25, which talks about freedom of religion under the Constitution, will not be extended. The High Court said the Quran does not mandate wearing of hijab by women because there's no penalty imposed on people who decide to not wear it. According to the High Court, the decision of the government to prescribe a uniform dress code was also not discriminatory or violative of Article 14 or, you know, the right to freedom of speech and expression that these people have or that the Indian citizens have under the Constitution. When the matter has now come up before the Supreme Court, we have seen many senior lawyers appearing for different petitioners, including the Muslim women, girls who were in fact not allowed to go into institutions if they were wearing hijab. The main line of arguments which has been put forth before the court by lawyers was firstly obviously around the fact that whether wearing hijab is an essential religious practice under Islam or not. This has been argued on behalf of some of the petitioners, where it said that the protection under right to religion will be extended, should be extended, because it is in fact an essential religious practice. Other lawyers appearing for the petitioners also argued that even if it's not an essential religious practice, it has become a part of the religion over the years, and the protection under Article 25 should still be extended. Another argument that was put forth by the lawyers was that the ban on hijab has actually led to a very discriminatory reaction where now women are there's denial of education as far as these women are concerned, because women are not being allowed to get into the schools. In fact, a report was quoted by the petitioner saying that over 17,000 women have allegedly had to drop out of these schools since the government order and the High Court order has been passed. So it's the petitioner's case that the state's stand here, the state's concern should not be on whether to maintain uniformity, but in fact how to make sure that these women actually get access to education. If you look at what the arguments put forth by the state has argued that they're not against any religion. It's not discriminatory. The order that they've the order regarding a uniform dress code does not discriminate against Muslim women at all, because the order is not religion specific. It's not against any religion. It's not in favor of any religion. All the state wants is discipline in these educational institutions. And the issue is not about hijab. It's the fact that there should be discipline and there should be uniformity. It's the state's stand that when these educational institutions, which are in fact secular, operate, any form of religious symbols can in fact not be allowed. In fact, the Solicitor General had also told the court that there may be involvement of some other agencies and organizations like PFI in the protests that were held on the issue.
Right, we saw large-scale protests, and we know that these women, the petitioners here, are really hopeful that they get some kind of relief from the Supreme Court. But what has the Supreme Court really observed? Pooja, from what we hear, the Supreme Court has very clearly said, orally observed. There's no written verdict as yet. That's what's awaited today. But orally, the Supreme Court has observed multiple angles of this case, and one being that first of all, hijab is not banned in India. It's only about restricting hijab inside educational institutions. And a few more observations. Why don't you take us through?
So in the 10 days marathon hearing that took place in the Supreme Court over the past few months, and in fact in the month of September specifically, there was then the verdict reserved. But there were some observations that the Supreme Court had made while the hearing was on, both from the petitioners and the government side. Now, some of those observations is that hijab, or the headscarf specifically, is not essential practice with regard to Islam. And that perhaps became one of the big observations by the Supreme Court, that it's not, because there was a point of if it's a religious essential practice or not. So according to the observation, it was not. But also that the school has a right to prescribe uniform, that there is a reasonable restriction that can be put forth by any educational institutions, and the students abide by it. Also, remember there was this conversation and debate whether this is similar to the Sikh male students who wear the turban. According to the observation made by the Supreme Court, that you cannot really compare the hijab or the burqa to the Sikh kada or a turban as a religious symbol. Over to you again, Nabila, because this is going to be a mega debate. But until the verdict, there's going to be, of course, a lot of anxiety, caution, watching what precisely is expected. This will have repercussions in other institutes and states.
Undoubtedly, Pooja, and this could turn into a law and order situation. In fact, while the Supreme Court has looked into multiple angles of this case, and while orally observing, let me point out that the Supreme Court also very clearly mentioned, orally observed, that maybe allowing hijab inside educational institutions will also lead to religious acceptance among students from a very young age. But will that really culminate into a positive verdict for these women? Let's find out. Possibly in an hour and a half, we'll know better. But Nagarjun, who's joining us from on ground, in fact, in Karnataka, Nagarjun, we saw some really volatile situations. We saw protests that were violent and scarring. Many of those girls, we believe, have dropped out of school. Now, that apart, we'll get into that debate in a little later on. Do tell us on the security, in fact, the security arrangements right now, owing to the Supreme Court verdict in parts of Karnataka, especially those areas that were protest hit.
Well, as per the police sources, I was just talking to the police sources this morning. They feel that coastal Karnataka is quite secure this morning because of the PFI ban. And as we speak in Mangalore, Dakshin Kannada, Nabila, PFI raids are happening from Mangalore City Police. 5 people have already been detained. And police feel that since the central government has banned the PFI organization, protests are unlikely in coastal Karnataka. But however, the whole state has been put on alert. Police have been deployed in crucial junctions, and intelligence also has picked up few information is what we are told. But overall, the opinion of the police department is things are going to be fine today. Even if the protests happen, they have to seek permission of the local SP or the commissioner and then only stage protests in certain spaces, not across the city. For example, in Bengaluru, if someone has to stage a protest, it would be only Freedom Park. That would be the designated protest place and nowhere else. So no procession, no protest will be allowed on the roads, but most likely dedicated places will be given. But we'll have to wait and watch what repercussions will it have on Karnataka, especially political repercussions. Remember, both the parties are doing a yatra. Hijab was a big issue for both parties and they were highly opinionated. Remember, Siddaramaiah was talking about how Swamijis and seers cover their heads with a saffron shawl, and Congress also supported it. BJP immediately jumped the ship saying, how can Siddaramaiah insult Hindu saints, Hindu Swamijis? So it's a big political debate also. It's not just the students involved in Karnataka in terms of the whole perspective on hijab. Political parties are also involved. So there will be political repercussions in the next few weeks after the verdict and ongoing to the elections. This would be a big election debate, at least in the coastal Karnataka area.
You know, Nagarjun, from what we see, when the hijab row broke out at that point, Uttar Pradesh elections were on full swing. Now when the Supreme Court verdict is coming along, Karnataka elections is on in full swing. So we're only hoping that this does not become an all and out political issue, because it ultimately comes down to the future of these young girls and of course the future of India. Per se, this will be a blanket ruling. We must be prepared that the Supreme Court's verdict will prevail across educational institutions in the country, not just in Karnataka henceforth. Nagarjun, we're going to come back to you, but Pooja, from the looks of
it... And Nabila, wasn't it always political? In fact, the year started with the big politics in Karnataka, and you were there. You were covering it on the ground as well. You were speaking to students with different ideologies and what the situation was like. You know, how has Karnataka been since this controversy broke out? Because it is politics, it is elections, but it also clearly has religious overtones.
No, undoubtedly, you know, Pooja, if you ask me how has Karnataka been ever since, parts of coastal Karnataka, very volatile, very sensitive. Like Nagarjun said, there's police deployment there only to ensure that there is law and order maintained. And those parts of Karnataka have always been communal. Mind you, this is not something that's come out of the blue. These are parts of Karnataka that have always had religious communal tensions right from the start. So they're basically communal hotbeds. So just a trigger was enough for these hijabs to go up in violent protests.
It started from Udupi and then we saw it was Udupi across the country.
First of all, Udupi is a temple town. And of course, we'll have this kind of reactions to women coming out and wearing the hijab inside educational institutions. But it was really a small issue that could have been dealt with, maybe one-on-one, based on that particular
Absolutely,
case.
I agree to that.
But this is now, become a pan-India issue, pan-Karnataka issue ahead of elections. So what I'm personally worried, because I was on ground and I interacted with those girls, is that many of them would drop out of education. And are we really willing for that? Should we not be a little more sensitive to those girls? Maybe understand what they're going through, give them the liberty to carry out their education and make a decision on those grounds. Can we force them out of it? That's the question.
So what started from one pre-university institution in Udupi then literally spiraled out of control before even the governments and the police realized, and even the college administrations, all of them were caught off guard. But you know, what we can actually talk about is, here it is about the headscarf in the classroom, but it then brought to the conversation about different cloaks or coverings that are worn by women of the Muslim community. So hijab is just one. There is the niqab, burqa, and we saw in the protests that are happening in Iran over the chador, or the manner in which the burqa is in Afghanistan. All of this appears to be in the name of faith, covering a woman's modesty or sexuality, but it also brings in about a woman's right to veil or unveil. Here's a special report about how this has been a bigger debate.
The terms may be used interchangeably, but in fact the hijab, niqab and burqa are different pieces of Islamic covering. They're all designed to protect a woman's modesty. In recent years, they have sparked debate around the world, with some militating against this show of religious identity and others seeing it as a patriarchal imposition on women's bodies, cloaking them in victimhood and depriving them of choice. The Muslim woman herself is divided, with one half of the sorority discarding it and the other half embracing it as an observation of their faith. But first, what is the hijab and its cousins. The hijab is the simplest covering. This is essentially a length of cloth used to cover the head and neck, much like the ghungat among Hindu women who often use the end of the sari to cover the head. A niqab is a starker covering. It veils the face and covers the head and neck, but leaves the eyes exposed. The burqa is the most intense covering. It includes a full body cloak, a veil for the face and a covering for the head, as well as screen covering the eyes. A chadar is a large piece of cloth that is used as a combination shawl covering head and face. These are only some variations. Others include the shaila, a long scarf that is used to cover the head and face, and the abaya, which is a long robe-like dress that's usually worn over the clothing. While it is common to see such clothing in black, the color is not fixed. For instance, in Afghanistan, burqas are often made in a shade of blue. The exact cut and style also vary, keeping in mind local customs and climate.
All right, big breaking news now coming in. Hindu right-wing fringe groups are keeping a vigil during the Karva Chauth festival. That's today. It's celebrated primarily by women of the Hindu community who fast for the long life of their husband. But remember, after what unfolded during some of the Garba events in Gujarat and even in Madhya Pradesh, now there appears to be moral policing over the Karva Chauth. Now the fringe group is alleging that there is jihad over the Karva Chauth and that they are aiming this in Uttar Pradesh. So this vigil is to stop Muslim men to apply mehendi or from the mehendi centers. Remember, women across the country who celebrate the Karva Chauth ensure they get all decked up, they have the mehendi. The markets are overcrowded at this time. But this is Uttar Pradesh's BJP MLA who's saying Muslim men cannot be trusted, that they have love jihad in their mind. This drive is by the organizations to keep any Muslim boys away from applying mehendi. 13 points is where they have installed their men, and the BJP MLA, I must add here, is Vikram Saini. He's saying we don't trust the intentions of these men. Let's listen in first to what this BJP MLA is saying.
जो मुस्लिम लड़कों से मेहंदियाँ लगवाते हैं या मुस्लिम लड़के दुकान खोल कर बैठ रहे हैं, ये गलत है। उनका इरादा कुछ और होता है, लव जिहाद का इरादा होता है और इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं। इसकी आड़ में वे लव जिहाद चलाते हैं, ऐसे कई मामले आए, तो मैं इसके खिलाफ़ हूँ। मेहंदी मेरा संदेश है, मेहंदी अपने घर पर लगाइए, या जो हमारी बहन बेटियों ने दुकान है ब्यूटी पार्लर वगैरह की, उनसे मेहंदी लगवाइए आप। कहीं इनके आवारा लोगों के पास जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है।
Let's get a quick update first by Abhishek Mishra, our colleague on the ground tracking this MLA reaction. Have other BJP netas reacted yet, Abhishek? Because this is absolutely bizarre what he's saying, and on a day which is as festive as today.
Well, certainly, and BJP is not reacting as of now. We've spoken to some of the leaders and they are saying we should not comment on it yet. But it is very interesting with the fact that how there has been a lot of reactions coming. Now that the Samajwadi Party and the Congress is also reacting on the same. They are saying that this is what happens in the BJP government. And it is very shocking at the moment because one cannot stop someone from selling henna or selling such products. And at the same time, it is getting a lot of attention on the ground. So this is something the government or the BJP who always talk about, taking all the society and all the citizens together. But so far they have not reacted. But yes, political reactions are also coming in. It's the time today is Karva Chauth and all the women, who specifically have a more very much importance of the festival. But yes, a lot of reactions are coming now from the opposition, but the party and the BJP has not reacted so far. Yes.
Abhishek Mishra tracking all the latest on that, but that's absolutely a bizarre moral policing that has come, and this is in fact pertinent because this is the time of overcrowded markets. And as Nabila Jamal continues to be with me on this big breaking news that's coming, and the MLA has spoken on camera. Nabila, what do you think of this? This is absolutely bizarre. When I go to apply or get mehendi applied to for a festival, you know, I don't really care about the religion of who's applying the mehendi, and this is, do you think this is pushing the moral policing to another extent?
You know, this comes down to law and order situation to me, Pooja. If this is really a law and order situation where Muslim men, according to them, Muslim men are barging into these centers and trying to woo Hindu women and carrying out love jihad. This is a law and order situation. It has nothing to do with religion. Believe me, if you're constantly going to harp that one community is untrustworthy, that you can't have faith in them, etc. This is a narrative that's being unleashed, which is vicious, and it appears that we are hell-bent on vitiating this communal atmosphere in the country today, which is very disappointing. But my point is, if this is a law and order situation, if this has been happening, where Muslim men are, disguising themselves and entering these centers and trying to woo these Hindu girls, where is the police? Why are these vigilante groups there standing around and trying to bring justice through kangaroo
And this
courts?
is also about basic employment opportunity that is available and is accessible to one and all, specifically during festival season, and they are sitting there as an employment. So what are the senior BJP netas? What do they have to say to this? Are they going to ensure that this MLA faces
It's unfortunate, Pooja, that this is not just about the vigilante groups now. It's unfortunate that a BJP neta has now come out to say Muslim men can't be trusted. So you're basically giving wings to these vigilante groups to carry out this kind of atrocities. It's nothing short of a crime itself. What they're doing, the vigilante groups, to try and block off these centers only particularly to Muslim men, it's ridiculous. Are you then saying that are you really trying to say that there are no other cross-religion marriages? That Christians and Hindus don't get married?
And let's wait for senior reactions also from what the top netas of Uttar Pradesh have to say on
one
this.
Particular community, and a BJP leader saying that Muslim men can't be trusted has wide, large-scale repercussions, not just for these men who probably are culprits here. They should be arrested if they're doing so. But this comes down to the poor people who are probably trying to do business, will be completely isolated and marginalized over time.
All right, so is this moral policing or is this political vigilante groups as well? We'll be tracking this developing story. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look. Now, there's been a deadly midnight drama in Uttarakhand's Udham Singh Nagar after an Uttar Pradesh police party were out to nab a criminal. But they ran into resistance. The team of cops from Uttar Pradesh had gone to arrest a notorious criminal, Zafar, carrying a reward of 50,000 rupees on his head. But during that, a scuffle breaks out between the police and some local residents that lead to killing of Gurpreet Kaur, the wife of a BJP block chief, in the exchange of fire that took place. The incident has triggered massive protests and outrage in the area. Angry villagers have surrounded the police and then led to firing from both sides. 5 Uttar Pradesh police personnel injured in the clash. They are undergoing treatment right now. But after the incident, the family caught 4 people and handed them over to the local police. Angry locals have now blocked a national highway. They are protesting the death of Kaur. Heavy police deployment has been done in the area to control the situation.
घटना तो यहाँ अचानक 12 लोग आए, 10-12 लोग। मैं तो पता नहीं, एकदम पिस्टल लहराते हुए यहाँ से भाग के ऊपर चढ़ गए। तो प्रमुख साहब घर पे ही थे, अभी दिल्ली से आई थी थोड़ी देर पहले। तो जैसे उन्होंने वहाँ उनको रोका भी, आप कैसे आ रहे हो, क्यों पिस्टल लेके, असला लेके, ऐसे कौन हो? उन्होंने कहा जी हमने ऐसे ऐसे तलाशी करने, उनका कुंडा थाने की पुलिस को ले आओ, कुछ चीज़ें हम भी यहाँ के जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हैं। तो वो धक्का मुक्की करने लगे, उनकी मैसेज पे पैर लग गया, उन्होंने गोली चला दी।
लीगल कार्रवाई में निष्पक्ष हम जांच करेंगे। देखिए ये सब जो वर्शंस है वो चलता रहेगा। मतलब अभी घर वाले, कुल मिला के एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील घटना हुई है और बहुत ही दुखद ये घटना हुई है कि एक महिला की मौत हुई है। उसका चाहे वजह कुछ भी हो, तो एक महिला की मौत हुई है, हमें सबको संवेदनशीलता साथ लेना पड़ेगा। तो आज ही बैठ के तुरंत हम ये सब नहीं बोल सकते कि क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। अभी बहुत सी चीज़ें बाकी हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलेगा, तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सब चीज़ें बहुत फेयर तरीके से सबको क्लियर हो जाएगा। अभी हमारे फोरेंसिक टीम्स आ रही है।
बेसिकली ये जो नेम्ड अभियुक्त था हमारा जफर, जो एसडीएम पे हमला करने के मामले में यहाँ से 50,000 का वांछित था, उसको पीछा करते हुए हमारी पुलिस, मतलब उसको पता लगा था कि ये जो हमारा एरिया ठाकुर द्वारा, वहाँ पे उसकी मौजूदगी पता लगी थी। उसको पीछा करते हुए गए हैं, पीछा करते उसने फिर हमला किया। पीछा करते करते ये जो ब्लॉक प्रमुख बताया जा रहे हैं,
उधम सिंह नगर के काशीपुर में बुधवार की रात को जो घटना घटी, हम उसी घटना स्थल पे इस समय यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं
और फॉरेंसिक टीम आ चुकी है। ये वही गाड़ी है जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के 4 पुलिसकर्मी जो आए थे और उसके बाद यहाँ पे शूट आउट हुआ जिसमें एक महिला की मौत हो गई। बताया जा रहा है कि पुलिसकर्मी दबिश देने आए थे एक इनामी बदमाश को धर पकड़ने के लिए। इस समय फॉरेंसिक जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उधम सिंह नगर पुलिस है, वो जांच कर रहे हैं, साक्ष्य जुटा रहे हैं कि उस गाड़ी की डिटेलिंग ली जा रही है और लगातार इसमें उधम सिंह नगर पुलिस जांच कर रही है और सभी तरीके के साक्ष्य जुटा रही है, जिससे जो भी जानकारियां एकत्रित होगी उसमें इस जांच में काफ़ी जो है जानकारियां जुटाई जाएंगी, जिससे कि आगे की जांच को काफ़ी शक्ति मिलेगी। कैमरामैन अनिल वij के साथ अंकित शर्मा, उधम सिंह नगर।
All right, let's quickly cut across right after a short break. A special SIT team that's now been set up to probe the secrets of Kerala House of Horrors, where 2 women were chopped, cooked and eaten in a human sacrifice case. More details up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ghost malls. Well, India is dealing with a strange problem known as ghost malls, which is prevalent not only in Delhi NCR, but in other cities like Pune and Hyderabad. So what is this problem and why is India dealing with it? If a mall has a vacancy of more than 40%, it's defined as a ghost mall. As the COVID pandemic subsides, Indian malls are seeing an increase in the number of visitors. Some malls, however, have remained empty, with no shops and therefore no crowds. According to Knight Frank, India's latest report, Think India, Think Retail 2022, 57 malls, or 21% of all malls in India's top 8 cities, are in disrepair and has resulted in a loss of over $524 million. According to the report, India's physical stores still account for 95% of retail business. Excluding the ghost malls, the overall mall health has improved post-pandemic. Earlier, there were 255 malls in 2018, which is now increased to 271, adding over 15 million square feet. This is happening despite the rise of e-commerce. So where is the issue? And why does India have so many ghost malls? Well, there are multiple factors behind the stocks of ghost malls in the country. It includes lack of due diligence, mall shortcomings such as size and ownership patterns, design issues, faulty layout with dark alleys, lack of customer workflow management, low occupancy and lack of anchor tenants. So what is the solution for this? It's crucial that such malls, despite being unfit for the purpose for which they were built, be reopened, as a large amount of capital is trapped in these assets. Here are some solutions the report suggested. To lease out empty spaces. Local businesses that cannot afford high rents in prime office business parks or popular business districts can rent out empty spaces for long-term commercial use. Warehousing. Warehousing can also be considered in such malls as large floor plates with vacant spaces are available. Short-term leasing for temporary occupancy such as community events, birthday parties, cultural shows during festival periods and corporate events. Rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs. Converting these locations into community spaces and rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs with amenities such as multiplex theatres, soft play areas, bowling alleys, indoor cricket grounds, video game arcades, VR gaming and cocktail lounges can be a viable solution. Demolition and sale of land. Lastly, demolition of the existing structure and sale of land to minimize losses or construction of a traditional residential complex or commercial space structure will have a higher probability of occupancy once completed.
Students who plan to do that need to brace themselves up ahead of the immigration. Making the ends meet in a foreign land is definitely not a cakewalk. Hong Kong students are bracing themselves with skills that help them sustain on a foreign land.
啲基本嘅技能，起碼譬如話鑽個窿啊，用啲電動工具啊，或者喺屋企漏水點樣處理啊，佢哋都要學咗先咯。
Students are learning menial tasks so as to avoid hefty fees being charged.
過好多即係喺啲唔同 Facebook group 啊，嗰啲人講咧，可能你揾個人嚟整水喉啊，或者整電器，可能你等成2個禮拜先有人嚟，仲要收費好貴嘅。咁即係我會想自己喺呢方面會識，起碼識少少。如果係啲簡單嘅嘢可以自己處理到，咁就更加好咯。
A plumber charges £40 to £80 per hour in the United Kingdom, while $70 to $100 in Australia and $58 to $260 in Canada. A carpenter costs £20 to £40 per hour in the United Kingdom, $50 per hour in Australia, $18.50 to $39 in Canada. The average expense of a student in the United Kingdom is between £350 to £550. Australia is between $1,400 and $2,500 Australian dollars a month, and Canada is $2,600 per month. So it is a win-win situation for them. They do not have to shed their money for a service. Also at the same time, they can earn from their skill.
其實我主要係想移民，俾自己有個工作咁樣咯。咁我就諗既然佢都有義展有門路，咁我就問下佢喺邊度學啊，或者點樣啊嘅資料，咁就上咗嚟報第一個 course。咁 total 我係讀咗4個班。
An average salary of a fresher hairdresser in the United Kingdom is £1,400 per year. There were 25,900 vacancies for hairdressers in Canada in 2019. An average haircut in Australia costs between $50 to $70 for a cut in a standard modern barber shop.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, now Kerala human sacrifice has sent shockwaves across the country. In a shocking incident, 2 women in Kerala who were reported missing were found murdered and buried in Tiruvalla town. In fact, they were abducted, beheaded, butchered. Their bodies were chopped off. A knife was inserted in their private parts. Unfortunately, from the news we hear is that these 2 women who were murdered were then eventually chopped off, mutilated, cooked and eaten. Cops say Mohammed Shafi, who is a Tantric here, is a key accused in this case. He's also a sexual pervert, a psychopath with criminal antecedents dating back a decade. Cops even have disclosed that the injuries that he's inflicted on the private parts of the 2 victims were similar to that done on a 75-year-old woman that he was accused of raping in 2020.
मुझे अभी तक विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि हम आज के युग में भी इस तरह की बातें हो रही हैं और आज भी लोग ऐसी बलि चढ़ाते हैं और इस तरह के प्रयोग करते हैं और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सज़ा होनी चाहिए ताकि समाज में ये जो कुरीतियां हैं जो हमें लगता है ख़त्म हो गई हैं, जो हमें लगता है कि ख़त्म हो चुकी हैं और वो आज भी हैं। बच्चों की बलि के बारे में हम कितना सुनते हैं, तो ये महिलाओं का जो हमने सुना है, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस पे तो एक नज़ीर पेश होनी चाहिए, इन लोगों को कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए।
We are astonished that in a society which achieved this kind of education and this empowerment, etc., how it is happening here. It is because the superstitions and this kind of false beliefs are still there in the society.
It's shocking beyond the comprehension of any sane person, inhuman to the extreme. And one expects that whatever investigation is to be done with all evidences, it's completed immediately. The matter goes before the court, and one will expect the highest and the most severe punishment under law that can be meted out to such a person.
Brutal, gruesome, shocking, unbelievable, but it's true. And now that the details are emerging by the investigators, it shocks one to know how this was a planned nexus and that was initiated by this fake tantric and then tapped into the fear of a couple that wanted to get rich. What happened in June 2022? There was one Rosalind who was, according to the investigators, promised about 10 lakh rupees for a possible role in an adult film. She was then tied to a bed and saying that it's a role. But when that started to proceed, she was then stabbed by the couple. But not just stabbed. A knife inserted to her private parts, her throat was slit. There was brutalization that started to take place. Of course, she had no control by then. Bhagwal, one of the couples there, starts to cut off, allegedly, according to the details that are emerging. These are graphic details that her private parts were cut. Breasts had injury marks, and then they stored them separately. They stored and then allegedly cooked and ate those body parts. By the month of August, Padma, another one, was promised about 15,000 rupees for some sex work. But she was also, in guise of that, strangulated with a plastic rope once she got into that trap. There was this plastic rope around her private parts, and the throat, again like a similar in the previous case, was slit. The body then allegedly chopped into 56 parts. And then, like in the previous case of Rosalind, the parts were cooked and eaten. Remember, the attempt here was this fake tantric, a psychopath, a sexual pervert, managed to convince a couple that they will have financial prosperity if they do exactly how he says. Shibimol KG in Thiruvananthapuram has been tracking. She's on location in Kochi right now to get us the latest. Now, you know, even describing it takes effort, Shibimol, but the viewers need to know, because this appeared to be a full-fledged plan that this fake psychopath and tantric managed to convince a couple for.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the way they were murdered is what has shocked everybody. I mean, first it was human sacrifice, because human sacrifice is very unheard in Kerala, and that was the first reaction. Like, how can this happen in Kerala, in a state which boasts of high literacy and all this? How can this happen here? That was the first reaction. But what followed was, with the investigation, when the cops started revealing more details, what has shocked everybody is the way this murder was carried out. They were tied. Now, Rosalind, like you were mentioning, was tied, and then, using sharp object to insert into your private parts and all that. It has shocked completely everybody. In fact, the police has now decided to investigate all the missing cases in the last few years, especially with women.
Shibimol, I do want to know. Yes,
Kochi
go ahead.
here. I'm right now actually out. Yes, I'm right now outside the shop here in Kochi, which was run by this main conspirator here, Mohammed Shafi, because Shafi is the conspirator, is what the police has said. He was able to convince, he was successful in convincing this family, this couple, that, you know, doing human sacrifice will help you gain financial prosperity. Now, this shop has been shut since the last 2 days, is what we are hearing from the locals here. It was working like normally. His wife and his daughter was running the shop, because this person very rarely used to come here. All he did was come here, get drunk and make a scene here. That's what the locals here are saying. But what everybody also is saying is that even if he was a problem creator, can any normal human being commit something like this? Forget him. Can anybody with conscience commit a crime as gruesome as this? Is what everybody, in fact, they're all very scared here. They're all just trying to still come up, comprehend with what has just happened. In fact, the two women also, I met few people who said that they used to see these women every day, most days here. There's a small shop here where they used to come to have breakfast. So we have seen those women also. So whatever has happened in the last 2 days, whatever we are hearing in the last 2 days has shocked all of us. We're just trying to comprehend what is happening. We're just coming to in terms with what has just happened. Is the mood here in Kochi right now, because both the women were abducted from Kochi. The main conspirator is from Kochi. The case is registered here, and the police has said that we're going to continue this investigation. We need to look into all the missing cases, whether any of the missing complaints has any links or any connection with this human sacrifice.
Thank you so much, Shivimol. It's absolutely shocking. And Nabila, it's, the details that are emerging only show to the extent that he managed to succeed in this nexus of murders.
Absolutely. This man, Shafi, he seems to be the main conspirator of this crime. He's managed to fool the two people, the couple there, into human sacrifice. And remember, this is a premeditated murder. So he's been planning this for at least a few years. 2019, he got in touch with that couple. And for 5 years, he managed to brainwash them enough that the couple finally fell for actually willing to kidnap, murder, chop and eat those victims. Let's take a quick look at this detailed report on how this couple, in a bid to get rich, reached out to this Tantric Shafi, and eventually superstition, perversion and cannibalism. This was a mix of this crime thriller. Let's take a quick to Shibimol's ground report into this horrific story.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of two women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed Tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sridevi, lured Bhagwal and asked him to meet the Tantric. The Tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagwal and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV footage and the Scorpio which was detected and the ownership of the Scorpio, it led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagwal and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the Tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagwal and Leila's house the day she was murdered.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. സെക്ഷൽ പെർവേർട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagwal, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the Tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26th. Bhagwal Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
All right, India Today continues to track that development, but for now our focus on the hijab verdict, which will be coming out in barely about 35 minutes from now. Pooja, looking forward.
Stay tuned at 10 a.m. in just few minutes. We have that special telecast coming up on India Today.
No double life, no dual employment,
That's an official email that has gone from the Infosys to its employees. This clearly warning that moonlighting will not be permitted and any violation can actually lead to services being terminated. What is this buzzword moonlighting? No, it does not mean light on the moon. It actually means a lot of people taking up a secondary job while they have a regular job, perhaps to have an additional income. A job that is taken up without the employer's knowledge. A job that is done beyond the office hours, usually on the weekend or in the night hours. Now, the businesses are trashing the idea of moonlighting because they fear, one, there could be a conflict of interest. There could also be a loss of productivity for the employee in the regular job. And significantly, this could also lead to a data breach. Now, taking up a secondary job is not exactly illegal, but in India, many companies, specifically the IT firms, do add a single employment clause for their employees. This to ensure also, as they call it, would not lead to cheating. But the question is moonlighting or taking up a secondary job ethical for an employee? Wipro chairperson Rishad Premji had called the practice as cheating. On the other hand, Tech Mahindra CEO CP Gurnami said this is necessary to keep changing with the times, and he said, "I welcome disruption in the ways we work." And NITES, a non-profit group, protested Infosys' email saying the IT employees are working more than 9 hours a day without any overtime benefit. Employees have contracts to work with Infosys for 9 hours only. What the employees do outside working hours is their prerogative, as was said. Recently, food ordering and delivery platform Swiggy announced it will allow its employees to take up gigs or projects outside of their regular employment at the company. So then we spoke to some of the business world renowned personalities. Here's what they have to say about what does moonlighting really mean for the companies. Listen in.
If you have a full-time job somewhere and you're properly employed, meaning you have social security, you have all the things that are there for long-term employment, then it doesn't seem right to me to be working elsewhere. There are issues of conflict of interest. There are other kinds of things related to fatigue. There are other kinds of things related to what information are you carrying back and forth unintentionally.
Really not sure about this notion that you're going to be able to double dip, where you'll have the security, the ecosystem, the colleagues of a large employer and a fixed income, and you'll be able to do this on the side. I mean, I think all of us have got used to working with colleagues who take flexible time and work with multiple employers. But the notion that everybody is a free agent probably doesn't recognize the reality of how organizational momentum, organizational memory, organizational culture.
So what do you think? Should employees be permitted to have secondary job? Should they be allowed to indulge in moonlighting, or is it cheating? Do write in the comments below.
Maharani Season 2 on Sony Live now.
Going across directly to election-bound Himachal Pradesh, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is presently in the hill state and there is a packed itinerary. But what you're looking at are the live visuals coming in of the Vande Bharat Express that has been flagged off by Prime Minister Modi. This, remember, is the fourth Vande Bharat that is being inaugurated. But what is interesting is that he's presently in Una, where this inauguration and flagging off ceremony is currently taking place. It will be from Una directly to the national capital, Delhi, that this Vande Bharat Express can now be taken by the passengers. So waving, of course, to the first-time passengers there, and of course for Himachal Pradesh and its residents, and a direct connectivity to national capital Delhi. But not just Delhi, remember, it's also connecting Punjab and Haryana. All of them primarily going to get the benefits of this connectivity of the Vande Bharat. We are being told there will be Sri Anandpur Sahib, which is of course a religious tourist destination. There's Chandigarh and Ambala. All of these will also be destinations and stations where the Vande Bharat will stop. Right now you can see all the top dignitaries, Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving and flagging off. This is election-bound Himachal Pradesh. You can see accompanied by Jairam Thakur, the Chief Minister, Anurag Thakur, also the Minister. So just about a short while ago, that flagging off ceremony had taken place. The green flag being given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the fourth Vande Express. Let's go across to Manjeet Sehgal. He's currently in Himachal Pradesh. Manjeet, so of course mega preparations have been made for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the state, and they will of course want and hope for the BJP to return to power in the state. But what sort of preparations, arrangements, and how important do you think the Vande Bharat flagging off is going to be there in the state and for its residents?
Well, Pooja, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just flagged off the fourth Vande Bharat Express train at Una railway station. Remember, this will be an important rail link between Himachal and New Delhi. This train will stop at various places, including the Anandpur Sahib, Ambala and Chandigarh. And as far as the arrangements are concerned, adequate arrangements are in place here at Una, and besides in Chamba as well, where the Prime Minister will be addressing the rallies. But as far as the inauguration and foundation stone laying ceremonies are concerned, Pooja, Prime Minister will also be laying the foundation stone of bulk drug park here at Una, which will bring an investment of nearly 10,000 crores rupees to Himachal Pradesh and will generate employment to at least 20,000 people. An estimated 19,000 rupees will be spent on this drug park, which will also reduce the dependency on the API imports, as all we know that most of the APIs are imported from China. Besides this, Prime Minister will also be launching the third phase of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana at Chamba, besides laying the foundation stone of two hydel power projects. So big day for the people of Himachal Pradesh. These schemes being inaugurated, being launched today, will give a fillip to the development in Himachal Pradesh. Remember, this is the 9th visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the pole-bound Himachal Pradesh. Pooja.
So there in Una, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be, he's flagged off the fourth Vande Bharat. So after Ahmedabad and Jammu, which is Mata Vaishno Devi, and also New Delhi Varanasi, now it will be Una in Himachal Pradesh connecting Delhi as the Vande Bharat Express. Prime Minister Modi there on a day-long visit in the election-bound state.
इतने समय में ये दूरी तय कर ली जाएगी और
Bringing now our special telecast today. In just a short while, the Supreme Court is set to deliver its verdict on the petitions that are challenging Karnataka High Court order on banning of the headscarf in educational institutions in Karnataka at 10:30 a.m. A bench of Justices Hemant Gupta, Sudhanshu Dhulia had reserved judgment on plea on 22nd September after they heard the matter for 10 marathon days. Two separate verdicts are likely to be authored by the justices in the matter. state government for its part claimed till 2021 no student was wearing the headscarf in the classroom, but a movement was fueled deliberately by the now banned PFI to create unrest. So what started from Udupi then spread across the state. Petitioners have said, however, preventing girls from the Muslim community from wearing the headscarf into the classroom will put their education in jeopardy. They might stop attending classes. But the lawyers appearing for the state had argued, remember, that the Karnataka government order that kicked up a controversy was actually about a uniform that was gender and religion neutral specifically.
हाई कोर्ट इसके अंदर अपना फैसला दे चुका है और अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आना है और ये सबसे बड़ी अदालत है। इस अदालत के खिलाफ अगर कोई भी शख्स जाता है या बयानबाजी करता है तो वो कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट की श्रेणी में आएगा और कोर्ट का फैसला सबको मानना चाहिए। और अगर वो ऐसा नहीं करता है तो मैं फिर कहूंगा कि देश के खिलाफ देश के अंदर कोई साजिश रच रहा है।
All right, there you have Pooja. In just a little while from now, the Supreme Court is going to be giving out this all-important verdict. But will the verdict really come out today? We've got to wait and watch, because if it is a split verdict, a contradictory verdict, possibly that could be presented before a higher bench. And that could maybe take a little more time. But for now, what we hear is that it's likely, very likely, that the verdict will come out. Mohan Vishwa, spokesperson of the BJP in Karnataka, joining us live. Mohan, thank you very much for your time. A quick word as we see that the debate on whether or not hijab will be allowed inside educational institutions will be settled finally by the Supreme Court through its verdict in just a little while from now. In the meanwhile, how would you take all that criticism coming in from people who have been supporting this, supporting for freedom of choice, basically students to wear their hijab if they want to at educational institutions, calling this an attempt by the BJP government to make this a more political issue?
See, Pooja ji, we were not the one who started this. Who started this? It's about, again, some team of Congress, who supported the 5 girls in Udupi regarding this hijab. Post that, the SDPA and PFI came in, where PFI is banned today. So they were the one who supported, and they were the one who made a big issue, and they were the one who went to the court also, where the school level itself, the school management was, deciding, and they tried their level best by calling the parents and also the students also to settle there only, to make them understand the rules made by the school way back in 1986. And also all those things we did. So they were the one who took it to the court, and they were the one who made big. It's not we who did it. We always, respect constitution, judiciary.
What about many of those institutions, Mohan, that once allowed for hijab to be worn and all of a sudden retracted that ruling, pushing many students, Muslim girls, out of education?
Yeah. See, it's not that, many of the colleges or schools were allowed. See, the status quo has been maintained, especially in the schools run by the government or semi-government, whatever. Okay. The High Court also said very clearly the decision is of the management of the school. It's not that, it's a blanket approval or such kind of a thing. That's what even High Court also said. And even in this case also, and even in a lot of other schools and colleges also, the management have taken a very call, and also the government has quoted 1986 circular and also the 2006 act also. So it was very clear categorically that through a law also, through the management decision also of the school, that, that should not be wear in the class. So when that is the case, there are some of the elements in the society who wanted to make this as such a big issue to put to a national level, or rather I can say international level, just for the sake of consolidating votes or pleasing one particular community. So we are very clear as a government, the circular was there earlier also. The same thing was reiterated, and the circular was applicable even during Congress regime. It's not that we bought a new circular. Okay. We just clarified it, that's all.
Mohan, please stay on with me, because also joining us in this telecast has been a vocal feminist woman, Zeenat Shaukat Ali. She's the founder, Director General of the World Institute of Islamic Studies for Dialogue, Organization and Mediation and Gender Justice. Now, Zeenat, from day one, I remember you've been speaking about it. You've had to battle a lot of trolling and abuses that come your way when you take some of the radicals within the community. But do you think in this case, the matter will be, of course, now a legal issue? The Supreme Court will deliver a verdict. But look how the radicals have also come to the surface. Now it's going to be this way or that for many girls in Karnataka schools.
Thank you for inviting me to the show. And I think you have a very strong point. But there is just one thing that I would like to give a message to the Muslim girls, that it has to be kitab, kitab and kitab. And there are 605 verses in the Holy Quran which deal with ilm, that means knowledge and its derivatives. It is the most important word in the most often word used in the Quran next to the word Allah. So there is no comparison. Ilm is absolutely important.
Yes.
Knowledge is important, and whatever the verdict is, you have to welcome it. I welcome it. I welcomed the High Court judgment because I thought that anything that within a school, after all, the Constitution is permitting you to wear the hijab. There should be no misunderstanding about it. You can wear it at home, in college, I mean, in your shopping, with your friends, wherever. This is only for an educational institution where there has to be uniformity, where there has to be equality. You are going there to acquire an education. It has to cut across all religions. And what the High Court said couldn't have said it better, that there should be no religious symbolism at all allowed in any classroom. And so,
do you think it's also a day we should not be giving in to the religious conservatives? Do you think because they will, if at all it is allowed or permitted, they could actually take it into account and perhaps make it much worse? Or do you think this could be about denying the girls' education?
I think, no, the thing is that I think that, from what we've been hearing of, from the conservatives also, the Supreme Court judgment must be respected. And yes, in Iran, we see what is happening.
Yes.
You have seen it in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is saying that, the abaya is not compulsory. You have to dress decently and modestly, and that's it. And it is optional, you see. So the whole point is that this entire debate is now becoming global. A lot of people are taking cognizance of it. I began writing about this 10 years ago. I just need you to know, and it was to be imbibed in my new book. But the whole point is that at this particular point of time, when there is so much outrage, when there is so much, when women are pleading in Iran and they're being killed for that, they're being maligned and they're being killed for that is deplorable, condemnable, and brutal. And one has
Zeenat, if I could interrupt you here, Nabila here, a quick word. If you accept the manner and the process with which this ban was established in educational institutions overnight, maybe let's leave those 5 girls aside who protested at an institution which resisted a hijab inside classrooms. But what about many of those other institutions that overnight banned hijab, which resulted in thousands of Muslim girls exiting the educational system? Would you believe this process in which this happened was right? Zeenat, if you can hear me.
I'm sorry. I didn't get your question. Can you repeat that, please?
So, Zeenat, my Nabila here. My question to you is that all that you said, absolutely right. What the Kitab says is also, what the Quran says is also ilm, which is the Kitab. So you cannot pick one over the other. In fact, Muslim girls have been saying Islam first, Kitab next, which is false. That's nowhere mentioned in the Quran as well. Like you rightly said, it is the Kitab that's been stressed in the Quran time and again. Even hijab, according to the High Court, hijab is not a religious practice. But unfortunately, we see in many parts of rural India, even urban India for that matter, women are conditioned to be wearing the hijab. Now, whether this is forced on them or not is a whole separate debate. But looking at the crux of this entire case and the way the protests have rolled out, it's because many institutions in Karnataka overnight banned the hijab based on what happened in one institution and based on the kind of protests that panned out. Literally in 24 hours, most institutions in coastal Karnataka that allowed hijab for eternity overnight banned that ruling, which really resulted in many of the students falling out of the educational system. They stopped going to schools, they did not attend examinations, close to 20,000 Muslim girls. Would you believe this process in which this happened was right?
No, I don't think that process was right. You see, everything has to be gradually done. It has to be done in a systematic fashion.
Yeah.
And this kind of unfortunately, this matter took a political turn. You see, with the PFI entering, with the Campus One entering, you see, and with so many, ifs and buts that came in. Unfortunately, the matter was politicized. And it is due to this politicization and this, this kind of a widespread, shall we say, uprising that came in, even from the Muslims. This was not required, really. Had politics kept out of this, And had we allowed this one particular school to go ahead, then, other schools, government schools, would automatically have fallen within the ambit of whatever the judgment was. So the point is that, we have to keep women out
Zeenat,
of
you're making a very important point there. It was just about one school and look what it turned into. Please stay on with me, Zeenat, and also Mohan, because we have more reactions coming in already. This is from Uttar Pradesh, Deputy CM Brijesh Pathak speaking to Abhishek.
कानून व्यवस्था को चुनौती देने की हिम्मत किसी में नहीं है। हम हर स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून के राज को मेंटेन करेंगे और माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले के अनुसार काम करेंगे।
आपको लगता है शैक्षिक संस्थानों में इस तरीके का कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट होना चाहिए हिजाब को?
व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा मानना है कि जो शैक्षिक संस्थान है वहां पर बच्चों को उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा मिले, इस बात के लिए सरकार को चिंता करनी चाहिए और अभिभावकों को भी उस दिशा में बढ़ना चाहिए जिससे उनका जीवन सुंदर, सफल और उज्जवल बन सके।
मुजफ्फरनगर में भी घटना हो रही है, वहां पे हिंदू संगठन मुस्लिम मेहंदी वालों को रोक रहे हैं और उनको कहा जा रहा है, आईडी चेक किया जा रहा है कि उनसे मेहंदी ना खरीदें करवा चौथ के मौके पर। आपको लगता है ये?
हमारी जानकारी में ऐसा विषय नहीं आया है। मैं पता करते ही आपके समक्ष पुनः आऊंगा।
बिल्कुल, आमतौर पर
All right, that was Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh saying that the Supreme Court verdict will prevail even in Uttar Pradesh. So this, Pooja, precisely was what I was saying, that the Supreme Court verdict will be almost a blanket ruling. Not almost, it will be a blanket ruling. Whether the government say it's all depending on the institutions to allow or not, eventually all educational institutions will come in line and will go with what the Supreme Court verdict establishes. Sagai Raj, who's joining us from Udupi, that place where the actual hijab protests erupted, which took a while in turn. Sagai, a quick word from you on the law and order situation today. Whichever way the verdict goes, we're worried that this could lead to tensions in that coastal zone.
Absolutely, but if you notice that there is enough police security inside the school and college premises here in Udupi, and you can see that despite it is a Dashera vacation where the school will be reopening from 17th of this month, there are enough security which has been deployed inside and outside the schools and college premises. And talking about, Nabila, the discussion that you were doing about students who had dropped out after the hijab controversy, close to 145 students alone from Mangalore district had taken their transfer certificate from colleges after hijab ban. And I'm just talking about one particular district. Apart from that, there are several other districts, including Udupi, including those petitioners who had filed the petition in the Karnataka High Court, had taken the transfer certificate. Apart from that, we have to get more data on this. And talking about the petition which has been filed by the people today, one of the petitioners who spoke to media had clarified that they are anticipating a verdict which favors the society and also helps to clear all kind of differences and makes peace and harmony, maintains peace and harmony in the city and society.
We're glad that for now,
if you notice that all the students who had appealed in Karnataka High Court.
And guys, where exactly from where this whole furor erupted? It's that pre-university institution where the administration said cannot be wearing the headscarf.
You know, Pooja, did you take note of what Sagai said? 120 odd students, or slightly more, who have dropped out, who have taken their transfer certificate officially. Many of them unofficially have exited the education system. My only question here is, are we willing to take that cost?
All right, so now also Anisha Mathur at the Supreme Court. Anisha, you are aware all action is going to be in just about a short while. We cannot speculate, but there are scenarios available to us. What, according to you, because you've tracked it since January and since the matter reached the Karnataka High Court and now the top court, what are the scenarios we have? What sort of verdict are we expecting? Why are we calling this as two different, the manner in which both justices are going to read out their specific judgments? Why do you think that is going to play out?
Well, Pooja, to answer your last question first, we do know that Justice Hemant Gupta and Justice Dhulia are going to be reading out their separate opinions. Now, depending on whether those opinions are dissenting from each other or concurring with each other, we may or may not get a split verdict. Now, remember this issue, as you've been discussing for the longest time, it is not a very simple issue. It's a very complex issue. It's a very complicated issue, particularly legally, because you have various aspects that the court will have to consider. First, of course, being whether the Karnataka High Court could have gone into this entire issue of essential religious practice. Because on that point, if the court says that the ERP, the essential religious practice point, has to be considered, then it is something that will have to go to a larger bench, because the extent of defining a religious practice and how far can a state or a court interfere in a religious practice is something that is already before a 9-judge bench in the Sabrimala case. Second point, if the court says that this is not an essential practice, we don't need to consider that argument at all. We only need to see if the government was correct in passing an order in the manner that they did. Then also we can see if both the judges are concurring with each other or are dissenting with each other, or they have the same or different opinions. Then it will come to be on the issue of whether the college committees had the right to pass any uniform orders, or whether the government went against its own policy. The third point that has also been made is the issue of the fact that the women in question have moved writ petitions saying that their fundamental right to practice religion, their fundamental right of dignity, their fundamental of choice and privacy have been violated by this kind of an order, because they are being asked to remove their hijab, which is part of their cultural practice. So that is also another very complicated and complex issue that has to be considered. A fourth point which the High Court had also raised was of this unseen hand and who exactly prompted this, whether there was some deliberate political push to create this kind of a controversy. And that is also a point that was argued before the Supreme Court. The Solicitor General himself had raised this argument that it is the PFI and related organizations that were responsible. On the other side, Senior Advocate Devdutt Kamath had said that it was not the students or any other activists, it was the BJP affiliated persons who decided to wear a bhagwa shawl, which created this entire controversy. So on all four of these points, the court will have to give its opinion. What both judges what kind of conclusion both judges come up with is something we'll have
Anisha,
to closely
keep tracking the latest, because it is a legal matter. We cannot speculate, but we are only discussing and primarily analyzing what is expected in the court. So what happens? Remember, there are different pleas that have been put forth on which a verdict will be given today by the 2-judge bench. There is a special leave petition, a plea that was challenging the Karnataka High Court hijab order that had upheld the hijab ban. And then there is another writ petition by women petitioners primarily on their right to wear the headscarf or the burqa into the educational institutions. Both are similar, but in different terms, that one challenging the Karnataka High Court and then a specific petition on their right to wear the headscarf or the burqa or the veil to the educational institutions. I want to take a question now to the BJP spokesperson, Mohan Vishwa, in Karnataka right now, because it was in the election-bound state where this big controversy had erupted. Now, Mohan, we may think that the veil, hijab, burqa or any of these may be regressive or patriarchal and that the young children cannot be forced into it. But at a point like this, for the politics that we saw, how do you think this court verdict will be taken? As a BJP spokesperson, what do you assure? Because either way, there could be again a spiral of protests. So as a responsible Neta, what do you have to say? How will you ensure that the party that is in the state, in Karnataka, will ensure that either way this verdict is taken into consideration in the state?
Yeah, absolutely. As it's almost a year, I can say, probably started in last December, it's almost 10 to 11 months now. Even then also, there was no election in Karnataka. It was very far. Since it has dragged for 1 year, it is looking like that because of the elections, these things are picking up. So we should not connect between the election and the hijab verdict. But at the same time, being a responsible government in the state of Karnataka, so we do respect any judgment, any judiciary for that matter. It can be for our favor or their favor. No, it's not the case. You take a recent judgment in the case of Ganapati Pandal issue also in Samajwadi, where we got a, adverse judgment, whereas we got a favorable judgment in Hubli. So we accepted the both. So we respect the judiciary, we respect the constitution. Whatever it comes, we definitely going to accept it. It's not that, we are going to oppose it. Nothing like that. We accepted in the case of hijab, High Court judgment also. In the case of Supreme Court also, we accept because our priority is to give education to those students. You take a Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji himself, way back in 2003 when he was a Chief Minister, so that is where he started thinking, giving more and more education to girl child. He personally used to go for various districts and work more on enhancing the enrollment
that may be
level in
correct
the
what you're saying, Mohan, but also, of course, we cannot ignore the politics that's also broken out in the state of Karnataka. We have some big news coming in. Mohan, please stay on with me. Let's take a look.
All right, Haryana's minister now makes an anti-hijab jibe. In fact, Anil Vij, a Haryana minister, says those who lectured women forced to wear hijab. In fact, what he's trying to say is that the men who lectured women are the men who are forcing their women to wear a hijab. This is Anil Vij's statement. Hijab is a punishment for women injustice, which says men should free women from hijab. We'll possibly agree with the last line when Haryana minister says men should free women from wearing the hijab. On one end, it is true that hijab is imposed on women largely. On the other hand, it's also true that women take up hijab on their own at whatever age they wish to, based on their faith in the book. Now, you have Haryana minister who's saying those who lectured women are basically forcing these women to wear hijab. Let me cut across to a press conference being conducted by Karnataka minister.
Banned. What are the security arrangements in schools and colleges? Do you think Karnataka will be peaceful in the next few days?
And definitely, government has got total capacity to handle people who belongs to PFI or SFI, etc. And you also know that even when the judgment came from the High Court, there was no problem at all, law and order problem. And government has capacity to handle it.
Right. Thank you, sir. Sir, immediately. We will have tea there because we will start meeting after meeting.
Minister, he was also in controversy because he was the one also speaking up and defending the decision that had been taken by the CDC and the government as well to uphold a strict uniform code that restricted the headscarf and the veil in the classrooms of the educational institutions.
All right, so from what we hear, the Karnataka minister and education minister, in fact, he's been at the forefront, Pooja, of this entire hijab controversy, has been, in fact, speaking for the BJP in Karnataka, saying that hijab is not banned per se, it is only a restriction inside educational institutions. He's been saying constantly right from the start of these protests that the PFI, the Campus Front of India, the CFI, have been instigating these girls to carry out such large-scale protests, etc. Basically calling this more an instigation by some fundamentalist groups and less of actual problem among Muslim women. Now, Pooja, as we see, the Supreme Court now will be announcing its verdict in just a little while from now. This verdict will have to be followed pan-India. It will be a blanket ruling, a precedent set.
So this, remember, today's verdict by the Supreme Court is not about wearing the headscarf or the veil or the burqa in the country. It is primarily about a uniform dress code. In the 10-day marathon session, the Supreme Court did make some oral observations. Here's what the court had said on the question of headscarf as an essential practice in Islam. The court has observed that it's not so. It's not that it is specifically mentioned as an essential practice in the religion. What did the Supreme Court also observe? That every school has a right of a reasonable restriction to prescribe a uniform and the students will have to abide by that. But also remember, there were these religious comparisons coming up. What about the Sikh students, specifically the male students who wear the turban or the kara when they go to schools, and it is largely allowed and permitted across the country, to which the court had observed there is no comparison between the headscarf, the burqa, the veil with regard to a Sikh turban. Now this, remember, is just one set of the observations. There had been many observations that had come from the Supreme Court, but it will be the verdict today that we are looking at, and this, remember, is in the backdrop of here the uniform permitting the headscarf or the veil to be worn compared to the protests that are breaking out in Iran and Afghanistan. Nabila, over to you now.
Right, Pooja, we are of course eager to see what the Supreme Court has to say. Supreme Court did actually make multiple oral observations here, and that also included one point where the Supreme Court said maybe allowing the hijab inside educational institutions will instill religious tolerance among students at possibly a young age itself. Let me quickly cut across to our panelist as well. Deepa Ishwar joining us, an activist herself. Deepa, this hijab protest that's panned out in Karnataka, that's seen large-scale repercussions across the country, in fact. We saw many institutions now hesitating to allow women, girls, wearing the hijab inside classrooms. Today, the verdict is going to be out. What are you expecting?
Well, I think I'm looking forward to a very biased, a completely neutral sort of a verdict, in the sense, when I say neutral, it means, and these are basically institutional rights. So when there is an institute, obviously they'll have their own laws, they'll have their own rights. And I can't help but compare this case with the Sabrimala case that happened a few years back, wherein, if you compare the temple as an institute, every institute or a temple has its own rights. So it is important that, whoever goes to that particular institute should follow the rights of that particular institute. So that is what has happened here in Karnataka as well. I think, we're not saying that hijab is banned here. We're just saying that there is a restriction in this particular educational institute or in educational institutions. So if that is against your religious practice or religious beliefs, I think we should be able to go to another institute that actually is in line with your beliefs and still continue your right to education. So this is in no way endangering your right to education. So I think those arguments are just stretching the whole thing. I think the whole idea is that there should be neutrality in an institute, whether it be a corporate institute, whether it be an educational institute. And if they have rules as such, I think we just need to, abide by that. And I'm looking forward to that, a judgment of that nature by the Honorable Supreme Court today.
Right. So basically, you're trying to say a neutral judgment would mean if institutions want to mandate uniformity and not allow for hijab or any other religious symbol, then it should be allowed. They should have the right to frame those guidelines.
I'm just saying that educational institutions have the right to frame their own policies without keeping in mind these aspects. That's what I'm saying. So we should respect that right as well. So all I'm saying is that, saying that will endanger the right to education of a student would be stretching the argument for the sake of sentiments by the society.
No, but I'd like to interrupt you on that. The right to education is endangered. To be factually here, a factual point here is that over 20,000 Muslim students have dropped out of the educational system because they've received a shock as institutions in Karnataka across the state have overnight decided to ban hijab inside schools, where they allowed for all these decades, now have decided they will not allow it. This all happened post the protests, yes, but it happened overnight, pushing many girls out of the educational system. Are we willing to take that cost?
No, all I'm saying is that, it depends on what glasses you're seeing it through.
No, we're seeing it to the prism of right to education.
Okay, if you see it in the eyes of the fact that this is if you're looking at it education, then I don't think anything else should matter. You need to study, you need to be educated, you need to be enrolled in an institution, then that's all that should matter. So if that is, then you'll need to give yourself to that institution. So if the institution has a rule that way, now tomorrow if an institute tells Hindus that they're not supposed to do something that they usually do, then I think the Hindus should also abide by it. So I think it's all about, so I'm not talking against the religion. I can understand the sentiments of my dear Muslim brothers and sisters, but at the same time, I'm just saying that, every religion, if there is a glaring evidence of their religion in an institute, it's really not fair. I mean, in an institute or in an organization where you work, you need to be seen as equal to the rest of them. So if the institution comes up with a policy that way, they have a right to do that, and you should respect it, is all that I'm saying.
No doubt, but we're only hoping that the institution also respects the girls' right to education. So if an institution had guidelines which allowed for hijab all these decades, overnight banning the hijab is basically literally violating the fundamental right to education for these Muslim girls. Now, they've been conditioned over the years. Unfortunately, they've been conditioned to wear the hijab. Now, whether this is enforced on them or not is still, I'd repeat it again, a separate debate to have. But are we willing to take that cost of these girls falling out of education because they're not going to be allowed inside with a hijab? Now, in the middle of the year, as the year is completed, are they forced to be taking in their transfer certificates and moving to institutions which allow for hijab? Is this not eventually going to be almost pushing these girls to be marginalized? In fact, Pooja will give us the timeline here. Pooja, take us through exactly where this hijab debate really started from and what we see happening today.
What a year 2020 has been. It started itself in January of this year when we witnessed the first pre-university institution in Udupi, a fairly smaller town where 6 girl students said they wanted to wear the headscarf into the classroom. The administration said cannot be permitted. It then led to a protest. It spiraled out of control. The students protested against the school authorities. The principal and the administration said, we don't have any precedent of the girls wearing the headscarf into the classrooms. But as it escalated by another month in February, the girls moved the Karnataka High Court seeking a ban on according to them, that they are not being permitted. Now, this then led to a political furor. 5 people get arrested for breaching a peace across Karnataka. Remember the protest that had spiraled? Students were confronting each other. PFI was alleged and CFI was alleged to have been brought in and provoking the students. The Hindu right-wing groups also had the students coming in. By February 10, the High Court restrained students from wearing the headscarf or the saffron shawl that the boys had started to wear. So now there was a blanket ban temporarily. What happens in March 15th? Karnataka High Court upholds the hijab ban in the educational institutes, and now it spreads across the state, even goes on to Maharashtra and other states where the Muslim girl students start to protest. The ones who are not wearing the hijab want this to continue. It was an absolute chaos and commotion in a lot of educational institutions. Even the administrations across Karnataka of these schools and colleges were caught off guard. But by September, with a 10-day marathon hearing that takes place in the top court of this country, where the matter has now reached after the petitions were filed challenging Karnataka High Court order, the Supreme Court reserved the judgment for today. It's a 2-judge bench. Both judges are going to read their verdict specifically. If I can take a quick question here by Zeenat Shaukat Ali, because she's been an activist, she's been vocal on this. Do you think, Zeenat, today the matter is in the court? We'll go by what the court decides, but it's also a day perhaps to take a decision on how the girls' right is about, of course, the right to education that cannot and should not be denied, but it is also about religious conservative ideology that is imposed. So in any time now, Zeenat, stay on with me. It's the big hijab verdict in the Supreme Court. We are expecting in just few minutes, it's the big moment is here. The Supreme Court judges are assembling. The 2 judges are going to be there. They've taken their seats. Justice Gupta, Justice Dhulia will be giving separate verdict. So stay on with me, Zeenat, because my colleague Anisha Mathur is on the ground. Anisha, anytime, no, 2 separate verdicts. It could be a similar verdict, but they'll have their reasoning that they want to read out on this very controversial, very nuanced case.
Well, Pooja, we are getting the clear information now that Justice Hemant Gupta, who started reading out his verdict, has very clearly said that there is a divergence of opinion, there is a split verdict from the Supreme Court, and 11 questions of law are being suggested by this bench for consideration, one of which is that whether this matter needs to go before the 9-judge bench in the Sabarimala case, whether the ambit and scope of the right of freedom of religion has to be considered, whether students' rights have to be considered as far as this uniform issue is concerned. 11 questions of law being suggested currently by Justice Hemant Gupta, including whether wearing of hijab is 11 questions for consideration. So very clearly, it's a split.
What does that mean? If the judges say we are framing 11 questions,
clearly that this matter is going to go before. Well, Pooja, this very clearly means that this matter is going to be referred to a larger bench. Now, whether it goes to a 3-judge bench or a 9-judge bench, we'll have to wait for the judge to complete reading out his opinion. But right now, what we can tell you is that there is a split verdict from the court. Justice Hemant Gupta has suggested that these issues have to be considered by a larger bench, including whether wearing of a hijab in schools is a matter of right, whether there is any provision in the constitutional scheme to protect such rights, whether the government order is correct or not. And Justice Gupta has just concluded reading out his part of the opinion right now. The Justice Gupta, now what we do know is that Justice Gupta has said that the petitioner's appeal is incorrect, that he is dismissing it. But Justice Dhulia, of course, seems to be upholding the appeal filed by those Muslim women, which means that this matter will have to now be considered by a larger bench. Now, Justice Dhulia is just starting on speaking his opinion. Justice Gupta has already read out his opinion, saying saying that these are the issues that need to be considered. Now, Justice Dhulia has just started speaking.
Okay.
Pooja, as we speak, I can hear Justice Dhulia speaking, and my colleagues Srishti and Kanu are inside giving us minute-by-minute updates. Justice Dhulia has is saying that the concept of essential religious practice has to be considered. He has Justice Dhulia, and we can break this news now, that Justice Gupta has accepted what the Karnataka High Court says, while Justice Dhulia has set aside the Karnataka High Court order. Now, Justice Dhulia is also saying that the Karnataka High Court should not have gone into the essential religious practice issue, and we are still listening, Pooja, minute by minute to what what Justice Dhulia is saying. He is emphasizing this right of choice as far as the fundamental rights is concerned, but it is very clearly that this matter will have to be heard by a larger bench. Now, whether it goes to a 9-judge bench or it goes to a 3-judge bench is something we'll have to wait and see.
Anisha,
but clearly, both judges giving dissenting opinions on this issue.
Please do reiterate for us. This is a split verdict. Let's try and explain to our viewers what a split verdict means. And here we're seeing the Justices Gupta and the Justice Dhulia, both of them have now decided to place this case to a higher bench. If you can break it down for us, what are both of your opinions in this case?
Well, Pooja, I'm going to just summarize what has been said so far.
Yes, please.
The 2 judges have given dissenting opinions. What Justice Dhulia has said that the Karnataka High Court verdict was correct. And while Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that he is setting aside the Karnataka High Court order. Both judges have suggested that this matter needs to go to a larger bench. What is also interesting to note is that while Justice Gupta had framed these questions that have to be considered, that Justice Gupta has very clearly, in his opinion, said that it is a matter of Article 19, it is a matter of choice and nothing else. And this is a very strong statement coming from Justice Dhulia. He's also said that girls in rural areas are already facing a lot of difficulties. Education for these girls is a very important point. Education for these girls is very necessary point. Now, so with this split verdict...
Stay on with me, Anisha. Stay on with me. The big news that's breaking on India today right now. It's a split verdict in the 2-judge bench. Justice Hemant Gupta has proposed to uphold the ban on the headscarf in the classrooms, in the educational institutions, while Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has set aside the Karnataka High Court order banning the headscarf and has quashed the government order, which is the CDC order that the government guideline had come. It's a split verdict, which means it's going to be referred to a larger bench. Nabila, this is big news. Split verdict, a larger bench now, but 11 questions on freedom, on right to education, all of that will also be discussed in part of this. Our guests continue to be with us.
You know, undoubtedly, Pooja, this is a complex issue that has to be possibly, as the 2 judges have itself decided now, that this has to be placed before a higher bench. But I'd like to quickly go back to Anisha on that again. Anisha, a quick word on Justice Gupta. As he upholds the Karnataka High Court's verdict, is there a justification that he's given on why the Karnataka High Court's verdict on not allowing religious symbols like the hijab inside classrooms is valid?
Well, Pooja, Justice Gupta has not read out his entire opinion. What he has, however, read out is that he proposes to uphold the High Court verdict. However, he has said that since there is a dissenting opinion, this matter has to go before a larger bench. And therefore, he has suggested framing of around 11 questions of law, which will include the issue of whether this matter needs to go before the 9-judge Sabrimala bench, whether the essential religious practices issue is something that has to be considered, how it has to be defined, the ambit and scope of the right of freedom of religion, whether a hijab is an essential religious practice or not, whether wearing of a hijab is a right of a student inside a classroom, whether the government order was legitimate or not. So all of these questions have been framed by Justice Gupta. But to answer your question of why he has upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, that point he has not spoken about while reading out the order. We'll have to read the entire judgment to see see that. Now, at the
Anisha,
same
can you just
time,
confirm?
Justice
Anisha, can you just
Dhulia,
confirm to us? Can we say right now? Can we break it here on India Today that a larger bench is now all set to hear? So that's we can say that now with a split verdict, it is going to be a larger bench. Any clarity on whether it's going to be a 3-judge, 5-judge, 9? I remember you read 9, but yes.
Well, definitely, Pooja, this is going to go before a larger bench. Now, what the judges have said is that the Chief Justice was now going to take a call on whether this matter has to go for a 3-judge bench or be directly referred to the larger bench. Now, in this situation, and I'm reiterating this again, we'll have to see the detailed judgment that the 2 judges have pronounced. In the open court, what they have said is that that there is a split verdict. This will have to go to a larger bench. Normally, what happens is that from a 2-judge bench, it goes to a 3-judge bench, and that bench will then consider, because that is also one of the questions that Justice Gupta has suggested, that should this matter go to the 9-judge Sabrimala bench or not, and whether all of these issues have to be considered. What is also very important, Pooja, is Justice Dhulia's opinion that has come out, and what he's read out in the open court is that the question of essential religious practice should never have been gone into, and because this is a question of choice, it is a question of rights, it is a question of making sure that women, particularly women in rural areas, particularly women from poor families, are not denied access to education and they are not denied their rights. So that is a very strong statement coming in from Justice Dhulia. We're also we're also hoping to get a comment from one of the lawyers who was involved in the matter. We're just waiting for one of them to come out of the Supreme Court.
Before we go across to our guests who've been waiting for now, Justice Gupta gives 11 questions but decides to uphold the order of the Karnataka High Court. What is his reasoning of having done that?
Well, Pooja, what I'm saying is that Justice Gupta has very clearly said that there is a divergent opinion between him and Justice Dhulia. At this moment, we do not know why he has said that the Karnataka High Court verdicts needs to be upheld. But what we do know is that he has raised several questions of law. And right now, Pooja, I'm just heading towards the other side of the Supreme Court lawns, where some of the lawyers involved in the case have come out and are giving a statement about what exactly has the court said in this particular matter. What we will find out very shortly what exactly the court said.
Honorable Justice Himant Gupta has quashed the GOs of the Karnataka government and he has dismissed the appeals, wherein Justice Gulia, he has deferred and he has allowed the appeals. He has allowed all the appeals. And the 3 points where he has allowed the appeals are, he has emphasized on the Bijoy manual judgment of the Supreme Court, and further he has left this issue to the lady. He has left it on his choice. Lady's choice, Justice Gulia has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. And the third thing which he has emphasized in this judgment is that he has emphasized on the education of the girl child. He has said how the girls in the villages and how the girls in the remote areas, they work. They have to assist their families. Then ultimately they go to the school. So it's very important for the girl child to have her education. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy manual judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering. I appeared. One of the petitioner was Charanjit Kaur, in which she was a Sikh lady. She was saying that when I have this choice, then other girls and other ladies and other ladies from the various communities, they should have all this choice also to cover their heads while they are going to schools or wherever or which place they are going to. My name is Aftab Ali Khan.
Thank you very much, sir. So we just heard right now from one of the lawyers who had appeared for one of the petitioners in this case, Pooja, where he said that the court has very clearly emphasized the Bijoy manual case. Now, the Bijoy manual case is a precedent judgment in Indian law which basically upholds the right of a religious minority to consider their religious choices. They've also said that it is the question of education of women. So very clearly, we are getting this opinion from Justice Dhulia, at least, that this was a question of choice. This was a question of Article 19 and 25 rights, and that the essential religious practice issue should not have gone into at all. But of course, on the other hand, Justice Gupta very clearly saying that the Karnataka High Court
can we
was correct
safely
in what
say
it said.
that there is no end to the stalemate, that this hijab ban, the controversy around this, whether hijab is allowed inside educational institutions or not, is not ended as yet? The Supreme Court will take this up with a higher bench, and this argument will go on for a little longer. How soon or how long will this take in your view?
Well, most definitely, Nabila, what this is going to happen now is that there will be a much longer hearing. So we're also speaking to one of the others. So what exactly does today's matter mean? Now it will go to a larger bench. It will take much more time.
No. So today there has been there is a split view expressed by the two honorable judges. Justice Hemant Gupta has said he has dismissed the appeals preferred by all the parties, and he has upheld the order passed by the state of Karnataka. Justice Dhulia has differed with his view, and he has expressed that he has a differing view because a girl child faces a lot of problems while they are being sent to the schools and colleges, and their right to education is more important than wearing or not wearing a hijab.
So, but this also means that now it will go to a larger bench. Will it go to a 3-judge bench, or is it going to be?
No, now the operative part of the order says that it has to be placed before the Honorable Chief Justice of India, and he is going to form a new bench. Either it will be a larger bench or it could be even 3 judges bench.
सर, जो कर्नाटक हाई कोर्ट का फैसला था वो लागू अभी रहेगा वैसे ही?
नहीं, अभी तो there is.
Nabila, as I said, even the lawyers are saying that the Chief Justice will have to take a call on whether this will on sending this matter to a 3-judge bench. We are still waiting to hear from more lawyers as they come out from the Supreme Court.
Some of those lawyers who are coming out of court, but a quick word from you. Sudhanshu Dhulia has spoken extensively on how this is a matter of choice ultimately, citing Article 19. Do tell us a little more as he presents his verdict there, saying that it's all the matter of many of these girls and their right to education as well. He's spoken in layers. A crisp version of what he said in court, if you could tell us.
Well, yes, as you just said, Justice Dhulia has made several points regarding the importance of Article 19 and Article 25, which is effectively the right of choice, the right of dignity, and the right of privacy. Now, what he said is that this entire debate on whether something is essential practice or not is not needed. And I'm just going to move right now. I'm speaking to 2 of the lawyers who were appearing for the petitioners. Shadan, sir, what exactly was this? Justice Dhulia has raised certain issues regarding right to freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and the right of choice, and the importance of protecting the women's rights to education. But what does this verdict really mean now? Will this go to a 3-judge bench, or will it go to the Sabrimala bench?
No, so there is a disagreement between 2 judges and on a fundamental aspect of constitutional protection of a headscarf. And it will go to most likely 3 judges, because when there is a disagreement between 2 and they have said it has to be placed before the Chief Justice, there is no reason for this matter. Unless there is something in the orders, we are yet to see the orders. Unless there is something in the order which indicates that a larger bench is required. But at least what was read out, there was nothing of that sort. So it should go to 3 judges. And of course, Justice Dhulia's judgment is very specific in terms of that his main consideration. He didn't read out the operative part, but he read out what was the final outcome and what was playing in his mind in terms of why he gave the judgment.
Justice Gupta, however, has framed 11 questions of law, including whether ERP issue has to be gone into, whether there is an inherent right to wear a hijab, whether there is a right as far as the wearing hijab in school is concerned. And I'll take this question to you, Mr. Pasha, because one of your arguments, a very passionate argument during the hearing, was that hijab is an essential practice, that you cannot say that this is not an essential practice. So what happens now?
In fact, my argument was that you cannot go into the question of essentiality. Even if you go into the question of essentiality, this is essential. And Justice Dhulia has held that there is no need there was no need for the High Court to go into the question of essentiality. This is a question of freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, and the right to education. This is not about essentiality. And it's on these lines that Justice Dhulia has decided the matter has to go to a larger bench. The strength of the bench, they have just said that it will be placed before the Chief Justice for constitution of an appropriate bench. That appropriate bench may be 3 or 5, depending on what view the Chief Justice takes in an administrative capacity, based on the questions that arise in the appeal. So that is something we will have to wait to find out for that bench to be constituted.
Sir, he has also mentioned the Bijoy Emmanuel case and that this matter is squarely covered under that. What does that exactly mean for the argument or the way this issue has been addressed?
See, just like in Bijoy and Emmanuel, there were kids who were standing in respect for the national anthem, but because their religion did not allow them to sing, because they believed in humanity of the entire, entire globe. They didn't believe in nationalism. Therefore, they were not allowed to, by their religion, to,
so in that matter, the court had said that you can choose not to sing the national anthem.
Although you are not disrespecting the point of national anthem. Similarly, these girls, they are just wearing a headscarf. They are not in disrespect of the uniform. They are wearing the rest of it is uniform, right? Just like we see lawyers, women lawyers who wear the dress I am wearing, right? A coat gown and everything, and just wear a headscarf. So how is that a disrespect? So same principle applies even to a school. And I think that's the, so there was a completely direct analogy. And in my view, I think the Justice Dhulia has very directly and correctly applied that here.
And we had in fact argued that the case is squarely covered by Bijoy Emmanuel. That was the argument. That was the argument on our side. Yes.
Sir, now what does this really mean for the girls in Karnataka? Because now this matter goes to a larger bench. It is going to be, which is going to first consider all of these 11 questions that Justice Gupta has framed, and Justice Dhulia has presumably agreed with these questions at least. So what does this mean for these girls in Karnataka? Legally, what is currently the status of this hijab?
So, see, the judgment, one judge has set aside the judgment, one judge has upheld the judgment. You would have needed a quorum of 2 to set aside the judgment. So technically, in my view, I don't think the judgment of the High Court today stands set aside. So to that extent, the status quo may continue. We'll need to have, again, a closer look at the judgments in terms of if they have made any observations in terms of how the judgment will operate of the High Court. But just prima facie, that's the sense I get. And therefore, the new bench, which will be constituted, that will have a relook. So my sense is, for the moment, it will probably be status quo of what was already existing.
So, which basically means that at the moment, since the hijab is not allowed inside the schools, that status is likely to continue till the larger bench takes over.
That is correct.
So what does that mean now for this?
Only one thing I'll add, that the judgment related to only PUC, right? And if you look at the operation on the ground, that is class 11th and 12th girls. Now, it has thereafter been expanded to other areas as well, right? By certain orders, or even informally it has been done. Now, to that extent, I don't think even the High Court judgment protects those kind of restrictions. Because what was upheld was only 11...
in the PU colleges.
Correct. So that's right. Only to that extent...
Government PU colleges. Government PU colleges.
So at the moment, only in the government PU colleges where uniforms are specifically prescribed, this kind of ban is likely to continue. But what about the other schools?
See, because now the matter itself is sub judice and there is no interim order, either the Chief Justice may pass some interim orders or may constitute a bench that will pass an interim order, or we may approach the Chief Justice for constitution of a bench for an interim order. But until an interim order is passed, then status quo will continue. And that status quo is that only insofar as the government PU colleges are concerned that prescribe the uniform, there is a restriction. The judgment had gone far beyond even the government order in saying that it is not an essential practice, and even in other institutions, etc., it was being disallowed. So all of that now will have to go, because the judgment in that sense today is not good. It's not. It is not good law. It's not good. It's not. Or it may not. Yeah. It's not technically being set aside, but there is a judgment of the Supreme Court of one judge which says that it's bad law. So in that sense, I think the status quo continues.
In a grey area, and the status quo is likely to continue till a larger bench takes this over. Thank you very much, Mr. Farasad and Mr. Pasha, for speaking to India Today. Pooja, we just heard in great detail from 2 lawyers who have been appearing in this matter, who have been representing the petitioner women in this matter, Shadhan Farasad and Nizam Pasha, who are very clearly saying that at this moment...
We heard what they said, but I have a quick question for you in clarification. If you can tell us, until the larger bench makes a decision on this, does the Karnataka High Court verdict prevail?
Well, that is exactly the question I just asked the lawyers as well, Nabila. And what they are saying is that this is a bit of a grey area, because the 2 judges have very clearly dissented on whether the High Court judgment was correct or not. till a larger bench takes a call. At this moment, the Karnataka High Court verdict and the status quo as it existed, because remember, there is no stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict at the moment. At least we do not know what is in the detailed judgment, if any observations have been made with regard to the current operation of the Karnataka High Court judgment. In fact, this is a question I think I will take back to the lawyers at one point. Mr. Pasha, if I can just, Mr. Pasha, if I can just take this question to you, sir. At the moment, there is no stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict. There has never been a stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict from the Supreme Court. So does that mean that the status quo and the operation of the Karnataka High Court verdict will continue?
See, it requires at least two judges to stay the judgment, and because now the matter, there's been a disagreement and the matter is still pending in the court, so the question of what happens next is still at large. So either the Honorable Chief Justice will constitute a bench, which will then decide at least on the interim what will happen. But until then, status quo is likely to continue because in that sense there is no change insofar as the ground position is concerned.
And this bench has not made any observations, at least in open court, with regard to the High Court operation of the High Court verdict.
So the order that they passed at the end, a conjoint order, was that the file be placed before the Honorable Chief Justice for constitution of an appropriate bench. That's the only order that was passed.
Are we likely now to see you or any of the other petitioners going to the Chief Justice and asking for an urgent resolution to this?
That is, see, we do wish for an urgent resolution of the dispute, but at what stage, mentioning, etc., all these things are matters of strategy that all the parties will collectively have to decide as to when, we have to move an application, appropriate application, how long that will take is not something that I can immediately comment on. That's something that all the parties and all the council together will take a decision.
But it is something that the parties will have to do, considering that this grey area exists.
Yes. So see, you have to understand that the file has been placed before the Chief Justice, so it's already before him for constitution of a larger bench. In that sense, it's not something we have to do. But we may approach the Chief Justice for an early constitution, etc., depending on how long it takes. If the bench is being constituted readily and soon, then it may not even require a mentioning. But that's something, like I said, it's a matter for time and strategy that we'll see when and if it's required.
Has Justice Gupta in his verdict said anything about why he believes that the Karnataka High Court verdict was correct, or was that part not read out?
No, he did not read out his reasoning. He read out the questions that he framed, and he said that he has decided all the questions against the appellants, and that's all that he said.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Nabila and Pooja, I hope that has answered the questions that we've been discussing for the last several minutes. There is currently a grey area as far as the implementation of the Karnataka High Court verdict is concerned. The lawyers are saying that till there is a clear
Anisha,
stay on the matter.
Stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Bhopal. As we know that this has far-reaching effects, and Bhopal as well, some of the Muslim women who have come out wearing the hijab. Ravish Pal, who's joining us to bring us their perspective on this. Ravish, over to you. Get us their sentiment. वो बोलना क्या चाहते हैं?
Yes, if you have these girls with us and they all are wearing hijab, they are the girls who are in center stage of this entire issue. So let's ask them what they think about this whole issue about hijab. आपको क्या लगता है सना कि किस तरीके से ये जो पूरा इशू चल रहा है, अभी ये मामला और आगे भी जाना है, आप लोग हिजाब पहन के कॉलेज आती हैं, क्या आप लोगों को कहना है इस पूरे इशू?
हिजाब हमारा फंडामेंटल राइट है। हिजाब में हम लोग बहुत सुपीरियर फील करते हैं। इसमें हमें किसी चीज़ की रोक टोक नहीं होती है, हम लोग सेफ्टी फील करते हैं इसमें। जो जस्टिस जूलिया का इंस्ट्रक्शन है, मतलब जो उनका वो है, वो उसका हम लोग दिल से इस्तकबाल करते हैं। उन्होंने हमारे लिए इतना सोचा कि हिजाब अगर हमारी पढ़ाई में बाधा हो तो वो नहीं होना चाहिए, बट ये हमारी पढ़ाई में कोई बाधा नहीं है। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, इससे हम लोग बहुत सुपीरियर फील करते हैं। इसमें हम लोग को बहुत सेफ्टी रहती है, हम हर चीज़ इसमें कर सकते हैं, इससे हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है। हमारे पास एक हमारी आइडेंटिटी है, ये हमारा फंडामेंटल राइट है, और ये हमारे अल्लाह ने हमें इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है कुरान में कि हमें ये फॉलो करना है। तो ये हमारा
वो एक बात कही जाती है कि राइट टू एजुकेशन है तो राइट टू इक्वलिटी भी है। एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट पे लोग रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस से दूर रहें।
वैसे तो हमारे सबसे पहले ये राइट है, फंडामेंटल राइट है हमारा कि हमें हिजाब पहनना है, और सबसे पहले तो ये हमारा अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है। हम गवर्नमेंट के कहने पे नहीं चलेंगे इतना, हम अल्लाह ताला के कहने पे चलेंगे। अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है कि इसे पहनो, इससे आप पहनकर जो करना है आपको करो, अच्छे से घूमो, पढ़ाई करो, सब कुछ करो।
तो इसलिए हम लोग, और वैसे भी हम लोग इसमें बहुत सेफ फील करते हैं, प्रोटेक्टेड फील करते हैं और बहुत अच्छा लगता है हमें।
आपको लगता है इसमें कुछ ये कंट्रोवर्सी होनी भी चाहिए?
If I can interrupt you for a brief second.
शुरू हुआ कि एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट।
Ravish, if I can interrupt you for a brief second, I'd like you to ask those girls if they're okay to study in madrasas. You know, there are questions being raised. If you want to study in a secular institution, you've got to go by the rules and the guidelines. If you want to study with the hijab, then study in a madrasa. Madrasa में पढ़ लो, ये secular institutions में क्यों पढ़ना है? वो कहना क्या चाहती है? Please ask that question if you can.
ये एक सवाल आ रहा है बार बार कि अगर आप लोग को हिजाब ही पहनना है तो आप लोग मदरसे में जाकर पढ़ लीजिए, सेकुलर इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में जाकर के क्यों पढ़ना, आप मदरसे में पढ़ लें। ये भी एक बात निकल के सामने आ रही है।
नहीं, ये बहुत अलग बात है, ये बहुत गलत बात है कि अगर हम हिजाब फॉलो करते हैं हम मदरसे में क्यों पढ़ें। अगर हम हमारे अल्लाह का रूल्स फॉलो कर रहे हैं, उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन फॉलो कर रहे हैं, तो क्या हम मदरसे में ही जाके पढ़ेंगे? हमारे पास राइट नहीं है। अगर हमारे पास फंडामेंटल राइट है तो हमारे पास, इंडिया तो वैसे भी सेकुलर है, तो हमारे पास ये राइट नहीं है कि हम यहाँ पर जाके पढ़ें। या मतलब ये कौन सी बात होती है कि अगर हम हिजाब पहन रहे हैं तो हम मदरसे में ही पढ़ सकते हैं, हम स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ सकते। हिजाब से कोई परेशानी नहीं है। जब हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है हिजाब पहन के पढ़ने से, तो किसी को हमें हिजाब पहन के पढ़ने देने से क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
आपको क्या कहना है इस पे, हिजाब पहन के एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट या फिर मदरसा?
एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट, हम मुस्लिम गर्ल्स की भी चाहत होती है कि हम लोग अच्छे स्कूल्स में पढ़ें। हम लोग क्यों मदरसे में पढ़ें? मदरसा भी अच्छा होता है लेकिन इतना ज़्यादा अच्छी उधर प्रॉपर एजुकेशन नहीं मिल पाती है। हम लोग भी चाहते हैं कि हम लोग अच्छे इंटरनेशनल स्कूल्स में पढ़ें, अच्छे हम लोग का एजुकेशन हायर करें, तो इसलिए हम लोग को लगता है कि अच्छे स्कूल्स में पढ़ना ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है।
किसी ने उनको दबाव डाला है कि हिजाब पहनने के लिए, उन्होंने क्या उम्र में हिजाब पहना है? What age have these girls worn the hijab? Were they forced to wear the hijab? And what do they really feel the hijab's significance is in the Quran? A quick word from them. Have they been forced?
जी, आप लोगों को कोई फोर्स किया गया था कभी, या फिर आपने कब से हिजाब पहनना शुरू किया?
जी, हमने अपनी मर्जी से हिजाब पहना है, कभी कोई किसी को फोर्स नहीं करता है, ये हमारा हक है। ये अल्लाह ताला ने हमको हुक्म दिया है कि हमें हिजाब पहनना है, इस वजह से हम हिजाब पहनते हैं। किसी का कोई इशू नहीं होता है कि आप लोग हिजाब पहनो या कुछ भी, हमारा अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से हुक्म है जो हर मुसलमान पर वो है।
All right, you know, Ravish, we heard you, Pooja. This precisely is the argument that the Muslim girls say that they are not forced. They probably have worn it at a younger age, but they say that this is what requires for us to do in the book. But
this is also where, Nabila, the debate comes in.
Basically, it's
debate
the
comes in
conditioning
of how patriarchy is conditioned at a very young age. Also, perhaps, was this a missed opportunity today to counter the religious conservatives, to counter patriarchy? Because this is again now going, remember, to the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, to constitute an appropriate bench, a 3-5-9 bench later. And this is going to be continuing. For now, the ban, according to our reporters on the ground, we'll quickly go across to them as well. But I'm joined by Yasmin Farooqi. She's a member of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. They appear to, of course, be in support of the headscarf that was being implemented in some of these educational institutions in Karnataka and other states as well. Yasmin Farooqi, how do you look at this? कैसे देखती हैं आज ये जो verdict आया है? स्प्लिट है, एक जज ने अपहेल्ड किया है बैन को, एक ने कहा है कि हम आगे। यास्मीन हमारे साथ मौजूद रहे। एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ऑफ कर्नाटका BC Nagesh is speaking. He was the man speaking from the first day. Let's listen in.
Judgment ಏನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಇತ್ತು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬುರ್ಕಾದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಹೋರಾಟ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು.
We really hope that the Supreme Court would give a positive judgment.
ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಹೈಯರ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ.
This is gone now. It's a split verdict. This has gone to a higher bench.
ಬರೋ ತನಕ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಾಯತ್ತೆ.
Now we are going to wait until the final verdict comes.
ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟಿನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅದೇ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ.
All right. Here the Education Minister says that until the final verdict from the Supreme Court comes, the Karnataka High Court's order will prevail.
ಯಾವುದೇ ತರವಾದಂತ ರಿಲಿಜಿಯಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ.
There is, and we insist, as per the Karnataka High Court's order, educational institutions will not allow any religious symbols inside classrooms.
ಅದೇ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು.
And on the same grounds, students will have to continue coming to classrooms.
As a democratic government, we welcome whatever the judgment we have received today from the Supreme Court. But we had expected a better judgment because, as you know that, throughout the world, women are demanding not to wear hijab, not to wear burqa. But there is a split judgment in the Supreme Court today. So whatever the Karnataka High Court had given the order, that is valid as on today. So we are going to follow the rules which are framed according to Karnataka Education Act in Karnataka. Definitely three-bench Supreme Court is going to think everything on the demand of the students and the order of the Karnataka Education Department. And we expect a better judgment there.
So, hijab will be henceforth banned. Will continue the ban?
Yeah, the ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
So are you disappointed with not getting complete verdict because it has gone to a larger bench, or you expected this?
The matter is going to continue.
The matter will continue.
No, I had expected that, as I said, worldwide ladies are demanding they will not wear hijab, they will not wear burqa. Even in the countries like Iran and Iraq and countries like Switzerland, etc., ladies are demanding their right to, about particularly wearing hijab and burqa. In light of that, I had expected that the Supreme Court judgment may uphold the Karnataka High Court verdict. But I have not been disappointed because, as you know, that Supreme Court is Supreme Court. Anyone who believes in democratic setup has to accept the judgment of the Supreme Court, and we have accepted.
So finally, sir, the Congress was talking about this hijab row since January. Now the court verdict has come. Will you ask the opposition also to let this topic go away and not make it political?
No, actually, as you know that, Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that votes, and they have done not now. Since 1947 up to today. Why did they brought Article 370? To see that one particular community votes will be polarized towards Congress. The special benefits which has been given. As you know, there are very small minority communities in the country, but one or two particular community has been considered as minority and given the special status to them. But there are many small religions which are very minute, and they have not got anything when Congress is ruling. When Congress was ruling.
Is there any fresh circular that you will give?
No, our old circular is valid because the judgment of the Karnataka High Court is still valid. The same circular will continue.
Final questions. Any message to all the organizations which are supporting hijab, CFI, PFI, and before many other organizations are also supporting? Will you ask them also to be quiet and because respect the verdict?
It is an independent nation. Everyone has right to speak, and they will be always want to split this society, and they will be splitting. They are using hijab to split the society.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nagesh, Karnataka's education minister, remember his position right now is of extreme significance because it was the education department, it was the schools, colleges, pre-university institutions in Karnataka, first in Udupi, where that furor had started. 6 students started to protest and then it spread across Karnataka and even across the country, and now the matter is in the top court. A quick word now from BJP spokesperson Mohan Vishwa, who's been waiting with us for a long time. Other guests are also joining us. This is the biggest, the top story of the day. It's a split verdict by the top court. And of course, all eyes will be on how Karnataka reacts to it on the ground. Mohan Vishwa, what happens now in the state? Of course, it's politics. Of course, it's elections now. Anytime that's the state is set to face. But what do you now do as a party in the state? Because it's a split verdict. It's only going to continue as a legal matter. The ban for now stays as per the Karnataka High Court till a constitution bench is then appointed by the Chief Justice of India. How is the streets of Karnataka going to look like? Will the BJP ensure that there is no sort of either side violence erupting again?
See, similar things happened in the past also when we removed Article 370 or in the case of CA also. But the law and order has been taken care properly across India. The similar thing happened in the state of Karnataka also. I don't think so, such kind of situation that as of now, since there is a split judgment, and the matter has been referred to Chief Justice to form the bigger bench. Till then, obviously, the rule of the land, the High Court judgment will continue. As our education minister told very clearly, till then, it will be a ban on hijab in schools across the state of Karnataka. So I hope, as we respect the judgment given by the Supreme Court as of now, the other side also, who are against it or who are far for it, both of them should respect the judgment. I don't think so any, law and order situation problem arises in the state of Karnataka. So we are equipped to tackle that. So nothing that kind of sort will happen.
All right, the one thing that one should appreciate the BJP government, since I'm from Karnataka, is that law and order situation is usually under control. And that's what we see in parts of Karnataka as well, when the protests erupted in different parts of coastal areas. Yes, we did see the opposition, or rather we saw a group that was condemning hijab come out on the streets on large scale, and there were violent protests that broke out, but it was quick. The Karnataka police were quick to actually douse those violent protests in no time. So we're looking at a positive approach there when it comes to law and order, as the police
but it's
have
also
been
the election
quite vigilant.
season.
Yeah, it's election season, but I'd really like to credit the government and the police because they've really managed to maintain law and order. These protests could have really gone out of hand.
Absolutely.
It could have led to communal riots, which is what we're thankful today that hasn't happened. And that's why I'm saying great job by the government as well as the Karnataka police for handling that situation. But a quick word from Nalini, who's tracking court for us, joining us live. Nalini, if you can give us an understanding yet again, what a split verdict really means, and was this anticipated? We did know more or less that there was going to be a split verdict coming in, but we weren't sure whether this was going to be contradictory or concurring. Tell us a little more on Justice Gupta and Justice Dhulia's verdicts. Both of them now who are basically in contradicting each other, which will now be presented to a higher bench, which will be again broken down in all its complexities. So we're hoping for another month or longer of this debate to go on.
Well, Nabila, it can be possibly longer, but the biggest takeaway that's coming from the Supreme Court today is that there is no stay on the hijab ban that was put in place by the Karnataka High Court, which means that the ban stays in place. The ban, the wearing of hijab will still not be allowed in the educational institutions in Karnataka. And at the same time, because the verdict is split, the matter will be referred to a 3-judge bench. Now, who are going to be those 3 judges who are going to be part of this bench is something that's going to be decided by the CJI. which is why they've said that the petitions will be placed before the CJI to list the matter before an appropriate 3-judge bench. It's not likely that the CJI himself will be a part of this bench because there's less than a month left for him to retire from his post, after which Justice D.Y. Chandrachud will take over as the next Chief Justice of India. So it might be possible that the entire issue might get delayed till the 9th of November when Justice Chandrachud takes oath as the 50th Chief Justice of India. But at the same time, like I told you, the biggest takeaway is that the status quo is maintained. The Karnataka High Court order very much stays in place because the judgment from the Supreme Court is a split verdict, and now the matter will go through a 3-judge bench. Now, what will happen when the matter goes through a 3-judge bench? They will essentially be looking at 2 things. One, they'll be looking at as to whether or not the ban on hijab should be allowed to continue, or should it be set aside. And second, and the most important thing they'll be looking at are the 11 questions that have been put in place by Justice Hemant Gupta, who upheld the Karnataka High Court order. He said that there are 11 questions that he's framed to consider as to whether or not this matter should in fact go to a 9-judge bench. The reason why Pooja and Abila, they've talked about the matter going to a 9-judge bench is because the Sabrimala issue, if you remember, is currently pending before a 9-judge constitution bench. And there are a lot of overlapping issues between the Sabrimala case as well as this case, because both of them talk about what are the essential religious practices in a religion and to what extent they impact the fundamental rights of the citizens. So that is why he's raised the question as to whether or not the hijab ban should also go to a 9-judge bench, which will now be considered by a 3-judge bench. And in case they decide that yes, this is indeed fit to be placed before a 9-judge bench, then it can be even longer before we get a
it's a long process. It's an elaborate legal process. There's a protocol and procedure. So first the CJI appointed bench, a 3-judge bench will decide which other bench it will go to. Nalini Sharma breaking it down for us.
You know, I'm just saying that when the hijab protests broke out, it was Uttar Pradesh elections. Now when the verdict is come, briefly the split verdict, you have Karnataka elections coming in. By the time possibly the verdict comes out, we'll see 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So we're only hoping that this is not coloured by politics. But let me quickly cut across to Sagai Raj, who is joining us with one of the petitioners there to understand how she receives this news.
We are joining with one of the petitioner in hijab case, Mr. Hussain Wasi Bigre. Thank you so much for talking to India Today, sir. सर, आप जो वर्डिक्ट है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट है हिजाब के ऊपर, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं सर? स्प्लिट वर्डिक्ट आया है।
देखो, यहाँ पर जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में बैठे हुए जजेस है वो यहाँ के कानून का एकदम टॉप मोस्ट पोस्ट पे है और उनको सारी चीज़ पता है, यहाँ की संविधानिक क्या क्या राइट्स होती है और उसमें फंडामेंटल्स राइट्स क्या होती है। इसके बारे में 2 ओपिनियन यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी 2 जजेसों ने डिस्क्लोज किया है, जिसमें जस्टिस दुलिया ने जो अपील्स थे उसको अपहोल्ड करके यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर को रिजेक्ट किया है। हेमंत गुप्ता सर ने उसको अपील को रिजेक्ट करते हुए कुछ हमने 11 क्वेश्चंस था, उसको सब अपील्स के हमने आंसर दिया है, इतना ही बताया। लेकिन और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कुछ रेफरेंस इन्होंने नहीं दिया। इस वजह से हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
सर, अभी जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस आपके ये बॉडी के ऊपर देश इसके ऊपर वेट,
ये एक संतुष्ट क्या है, 50% पार्टली जो चीज़ है वो जो अपील के फेवर में आया। ये सेकेंड थिंग्स क्या है, जितने भी वहाँ पर बैठे हुए उनको ऐसा नहीं है कि उनको सब मालूम नहीं है, सब मालूम है। मालूम रहते हुए उन्होंने अपना ओपिनियन डिस्क्लोज किया है, उसको हम लोग रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं। अभी नेक्स्ट हम लोग चीफ जस्टिस के फेस देख रहे हैं, वहाँ से क्या कुछ आशादायक कुछ निर्णय आ सकता है।
हिजाब इशू के ऊपर यहाँ पे भी बहुत ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स टीसी लिया है।
Guy Raj, with one of those petitioners, you know, Pooja, it's ironic that we are seeing many of these girls actually coming out in protest, but we see petitioners being fronted by male members. You know, the men are basically filing those petitions.
And that perhaps is also reflective of, that's where the allegations have come in.
This is precisely what I don't agree.
Or fronted by someone.
And it's contradictory time and again. If women are saying that they are empowered and that the hijab makes them feel empowered and superior, then why are men fronting these petitions? That's my question. But let me quickly cut across to Yasmin Farooqi, who is a member of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. A quick word, Yasmin. We see that, that there are versions coming in, people asking, why are you insisting on wearing a hijab inside secular institutions? You know, wear a hijab in your madrasas, wear it in minority institutions. Why is this force, you know, for wearing it in institutions where they have set guidelines? What would you say?
एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं कि मैं कोई प्रवक्ता नहीं हूँ मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड की, तो उसके बिहाफ पे मैं कोई बात नहीं करती हूँ। मेरी अपनी पर्सनल राय, मैं आपको फिर यही बात कहूंगी कि देखिए, इस वक्त राय कोई भी देना, 2 जस्टिस हैं जो कि कानूनदां हैं, जो बहुत बेहतरीन कानून जानते हैं, और वो 2 जस्टिस भी अपनी राय अलग रख रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो ये सही भी है और गलत भी है। वहीं आके मेरी बात रुकेगी कि ये आपका पर्सनल मैटर है। अगर कोई ओढ़ के सर ढक के जाना चाहता है तो इतनी कितनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। देन दूसरी बात, मैं आपको यहाँ ईरान का जरूर एक हवाला दूंगी, क्योंकि हम इस बात के खिलाफ हैं कि उन पे जबरदस्ती नहीं की जाए, जबकि वहाँ कानून है, लॉ है कि वहाँ हिजाब पहनना जरूरी है। उसके बावजूद भी आज हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जबरदस्ती मत करो। तो आज हम भी यहाँ पे भी वही बात कहेंगे कि जबरदस्ती मत करो। अगर कोई बच्ची पहन के जाना चाहती है, उसे वो चीज पसंद है, देखिए आजकल पोल्यूशन भी है, सारी दुनिया की बात है, तो उसको उसकी इजाजत देनी चाहिए। क्योंकि देखिए, मैं आप मजहब की अगर आप बात करें तो ये बिल्कुल फैक्ट है कि मजहब के में इस्लाम में बिल्कुल ये है कि आप सर ढकिए, हिजाब पहनिए।
ये तो
अब
यास्मीन, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है,
मॉडेस्टली बोला है स्क्रिप्चर्स, लेकिन यास्मीन जी आप ईरान की भी बात ला रहे हैं, जो फैक्ट है वहाँ भी प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं चॉइस पे, लेकिन वहाँ तो मार दे रहे हैं लड़कियों को जो नहीं ढक रही हैं, उनको तो जान से मार दिया जा रहा है। कम से कम कर्नाटका में तो लीगल फाइट हो रहा है।
मैं वही बात कह रही हूँ, उसके बावजूद भी वही बात मैं कह रही हूँ कि मैं उसके खिलाफ हूँ। मैं वही बात आपको कह रही हूँ कि वहां कानूनन है कि पहनो, लेकिन देखिए जबरदस्ती करने का किसी पे कोई हक नहीं है। उन लोगों को हक नहीं है कि उसको मारा जाए या लड़कियों पे जबरदस्ती किया जाए। बिल्कुल उनकी मर्जी है वो पहने या नहीं पहने। आज के जमाने में ये चीजें गलत हैं। अच्छा, धर्म की अगर आप बात कहते हो तो बिल्कुल इस्लाम में ये फर्ज है कि आप अपना सर ढकें, ये सारी चीजें। देखिए, आपको पता है ये चीजें सरदारों को भी, पूरी बात होने दीजिए, सिर्फ 2 मिनट 1 मिनट से
बिल्कुल खत्म करिए अपना व्यू।
सरदारों में भी आपको पता है कि बाल कटाना नहीं चाहिए, कड़ा पहनना चाहिए, लेकिन वहां पे भी मर्जी है। बहुत सारे लोग अब बाल कटवा रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग दाढ़ी भी कटवा रहे हैं, तो धर्म में है। लेकिन अगर ये भी एक अपनी, जो नहीं मानता वो नहीं मानता, तो इसको आप जवाज मत दीजिए कि साहब कुरान में नहीं लिखा, कानून में, धर्म में है, लेकिन इंसान अपनी मर्जी की जिंदगी भी जीता है। तो मैं वो बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि यहाँ आप सिर्फ ये बात रखिए कि आपकी मर्जी है। अगर वो बच्चियां सर ढकना चाहती हैं, उनको एजुकेशन से महरूम नहीं कर सकते। एजुकेशन
एक क्वेश्चन है यास्मीन जी कि 5 साल की लड़कियों को 5 साल की लड़कियों को मर्जी का मतलब क्या होता है? अगर 5 साल की बच्चियों को अगर हिजाब पहनाया जाता है तो उनको उनकी मर्जी पूछी जाती है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल आप सही बात कह रही हैं। अगर 5 साल की बच्ची ये कहे कि मैं तो आजाद हूं, मैं घर से भागना चाहती हूं, तो क्या आप वो करने देंगे? तो जब तक वो बालिग नहीं है, माँ बाप की मर्जी है, ये फैक्ट है। हम किस स्कूल में पढ़ाना चाहते हैं बच्चे को, ये हमारी मर्जी है कि हम किस स्कूल में डाल रहे हैं, हम क्या पढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
यास्मीन जी, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। This is a highlight I think here today. Until kids are adults, it's all the rights of the parents. Yeah, it's the supervision of the parents, and the parents decide how the child will grow. Let me quickly cut across to Anisha speaking to Salman Khurshid, who is the lawyer of one of the petitioners there. Listen in.
We're speaking to senior advocate and parliamentarian Mr. Salman Khurshid. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to India today. Sir, your first reaction to this particular verdict, what does this mean really?
Well, I think it's a far-reaching decision. Nothing comes, in a sense, effectively from this decision because it's a split decision between 2 honourable judges, and therefore the matter has been placed before the Chief Justice to take the matter forward, which would either be referring it to a constitutional bench because that was a point that was involved, or it will just go to a larger bench of 3 judges. that will resolve the conflict. So we have to wait as to what happens. But I think the arguments of Justice Dhulia's judgment are speaking, and with the 9 judges put to Swami, where choice has been made, a choice of an individual, autonomy of an individual has been placed on a very high pedestal. And his judgment, I do believe, is consistent with the 9 judges, but it's still left open now for a larger bench to decide.
Well, sir, just for a clarification, sir, what does this mean really for the girls in Karnataka right now? Because the Karnataka High Court verdict has not technically been set aside, but Justice Dhulia has set us aside while Justice Gupta has upheld it.
Well, clearly, it has to be taken in the context. There are no orders that might be said to be majority orders reversing the Karnataka High Court judgment. But there's a big question mark now on the Karnataka High Court judgment. If one judge of the division bench of the Supreme Court has cast doubt and in fact has rejected it. Therefore, I should imagine that the government and institutions concerned must pay due thought to what should be done in the circumstances in which the Supreme Court, at least one judge, has cast doubt on what the judgment has provided, and therefore not enforce it till such time as the Supreme Court can then take a further view. But
sir, you're giving that opinion, but as I speak to you, the Education Minister of Karnataka is giving a press conference where he's saying that the hijab will continue to remain banned and...
It's for the Education Minister to decide how much respect to give to a Supreme Court split decision. It's not for me to tell him what to do. I imagine the Education Minister does not have much experience of law or of judicial decision making. If he did, might have taken a different view. But that's really for him and his government to decide.
So you're saying that at the moment the Karnataka government should not enforce this GO?
I'm quite clear that morally they must be responsive to what the Supreme Court has done. Although the Supreme Court has not legally reversed the judgment, but morally it is very clear that the Supreme Court has not approved of that judgment.
Okay.
The Supreme Court together has not approved of that judgment. The government should show some accommodation towards the Supreme Court and wait till the Supreme Court can take a final view on this.
Okay. So if I may ask, what is the next step now for the petitioners? You were appearing for several of these petitioners. What does this mean now? Because the Chief Justice will have to take a call on creating a larger bench.
Yes, absolutely. There's not much the petitioners can do till the Chief Justice decides to send this matter to a larger bench. And then when the larger bench is seized of the matter, the petitioners can then seek whatever interim relief they want from the larger bench.
So if you're tuning in just now to India Today, the top story is the split verdict on the hijab ban, and with regard to the Karnataka High Court order that the Supreme Court has now said just about a short while ago. What does that mean? Let me explain and break it down for you. Now that there is a split verdict by the 2-judge bench, which means the hijab ban in the campuses will stay, at least for now, for temporarily, because the next legal procedure will have to be figured out. What does that mean with regard to the schools and colleges in Karnataka? The status quo till the final Supreme Court verdict. Status quo means like it was till now, it continues. No overtly religious expression allowed, symbolism with regard to uniform where it is in government institutions. Karnataka High Court order, which means to remain in effect till the time there's a new judge bench and the hearing again begins with the larger bench. A larger 3-judge bench will decide, which means the Chief Justice of India will appoint a larger bench, a constitutional bench, and they will then discuss with the fresh legal battle on the card. So it's going to be a long procedure, no relief anytime soon, no clarity yet, but with the larger bench will finally decide. Remember, split verdict 1-1. With regard to a larger bench, it will be that odd number, and that verdict will give a final clarity of what happens. It could be most likely a 9-judge bench. What are the social activists, feminists saying on this? Since morning we've been getting reactions, and now joining us on this telecast is Amber Zaidi, a very vocal social activist, even on the hijab issue. Amber, do we see this as a missed opportunity today? That we could have taken in and taken on the religious conservatives? We could have, perhaps this was the time to ensure that no other girl is forced into the burqas, at least in classrooms. Or do you think
Absolutely.
this is a legal procedure that we follow?
Nabila, it was
Pooja,
actually,
yeah.
Pooja, I was expecting a unanimous decision or a unanimous judgment on this matter today. As in this crucial time when everybody is looking at India and we are seeing the rampant protest against hijab, across the world in Iran, and it was a very important day for us, and the people across the world were looking at India. Now the two judges bench delivered the split verdict in the hijab ban case today. Justice Hemant Gupta holds the ban and rules hijab is not an essential religious practice. Justice Siddharth Dhulia strikes down the ban on hijab, says educational of girl child is most important, which means that bench failed to arrive at a consensus on this matter. Now it's going to get looked by a larger Supreme Court bench. If the larger court, this larger Supreme Court bench allows hijab for Muslim girls in future, and it will literally destroy the future of Muslim girls and the education for Muslim girls. The school will be reluctant to give admission to Muslim girls, and even if some school do give admission to Muslim girls, then Muslim girls could face the discrimination because of this hijab particularly. And we all know that this is the regressive practice and which is being forced on Muslim women since ages. If something is old and it is being practiced by people, we cannot say it is all right, it is justified. We have to, strike down such regressive practices, because India is a secular democratic republic for a reason. And we should have strike down such thoughts and religious practices today.
And do you think, Amber, that we need to now hasten the process, because it's going to be a bench that will hear, then appoint, and I'll take that question later. Nabila also can, to Yasmin Farooqi, who continues to be with us. But do you think the legal process should fasten it? It's about the education, the future of these girls.
That is a separate question, and we all always discuss whenever we discuss some issue, whether it's any criminal case or rape or anything. The judicial process in our country is very, very slow. Even the faster courts are not fast enough. So we need to work on that direction. Actually, the judicial activism required more to make things better in our country. That is very important.
From what we see here, Amber, we're looking at the Supreme Court now deciding that this matter needs to be presented to a larger bench, and this will be under the supervision of the Chief Justice of India. So a special bench will be now formed yet again to deliberate on this matter. But I only feel, Pooja, this is such a complex issue. It's a constitutional matter. So this has to be deliberated slowly and with much focus and precision.
And that's one of the reasons that Justice Mehta decided to ask 11 questions.
Yeah, long-standing judgment, and will have far-reaching repercussions in whatever way it goes. But a quick word on clerics. What do they think of this split verdict coming from the Supreme Court? I'm going to cut across to the views.
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up, and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice of our religion.
औरत को जो है वो डायमंड समझा है, इसलिए हिजाब में रहने का हुक्म दिया है। लिहाजा अगर से उसको बादारू पत्थर समझ लेते हैं तो उसको यूँ ही सड़क पर छोड़ देते। लिहाजा मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जो उम्मीद करूँगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ज़रूर हिजाब के हक़ में फ़ैसला देगा और उस जिस बच्ची को लोगों ने जिस तरीके से स्कूल से निकालने की और उसको घेरने की कोशिश की थी, उस बच्ची के हक़ में और हिजाब के हक़ में फ़ैसला आना चाहिए।
All right, now so Yasmin Farooqi, who's still with us, I'd like to take that question to you. Yasmin, यहाँ पर आपने थोड़ा compare किया ईरान और इंडिया के बारे में और the two governments and how they're dealing with the issue. I'd like to say my view here is it's wrong to compare India with Iran at this point for the only reason because Iran is an authoritarian regime and what they're doing to those protesters there is awful, it's condemnable, shameful, and our hearts going out to those women who have been imposed a hijab rule on them and they've been fighting it for decades. Versus India, like you rightly said, Pooja, we're fighting this legally. We are not an authoritarian regime and we are so proud we are a country where we can take this up legally and fight this legally. But the only worry here is how fringe elements play out with this sentiment. Yes, the PFI was involved. Yes, the CFI was involved. I was on ground and I saw CFI representing many of these hijab petitioners there and fighting their cause. But I feel, from what I saw, that the fears of these girls were legit. The CFI or the PFI basically just tapped into those fears and got in.
And some of
those
the statements
very willingly took their help because they felt
by
helpless.
The BJP netas were not very welcoming or warm. They were, in fact, some of them were seen adding to the fire as well. So
that's political. When it comes to girls' education, you can't go down straight to say that no, it's a regressive practice. You can't fight for it. You can't wear hijab anymore. So the sudden shock these girls get when they're going to school every day with the hijab, or out of the blue they're asked not to wear the hijab, it's obviously concerning. And it's worrisome. It should be handled in a more mature manner, possibly given them some kind of room. I still feel that maybe giving them a year's time to decide that maybe a hijab ban or a restriction inside educational institutions could have come into effect the following year once the girls finish their education and their exams, so that then they decide whether they want to move to another college or institution or not.
कि थोड़ा कोई breathing period मिलना चाहिए था.
क्या यास्मीन थोड़ा breathing period अगर मिलता तो वो ठीक था आपके लिए? अगर एक साल के अंदर आप डिसाइड कर लीजिए बेसिकली नॉट 2022, 2023 या 2024 तक इंस्टीट्यूशंस बैन कर लेंगी, तब तक आप डिसाइड कर लीजिए, आप कंडीशन कर लीजिए आप कहाँ जाना है या वही पढ़ना है.
नहीं, मैं आपने एक बात अभी सवाल की कि कहा मुझसे कि ईरान का मैंने इसलिए नहीं दिया था, मैंने इसलिए ईरान की बात की थी आपसे कि वहां पे कानून है, उसके बावजूद भी हम ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर वो उनको मार रहे हैं तो वो गलत कर रहे हैं.
सही बात है, हमने भी वही कहा कि ईरान और इंडिया की अलग बात है, वो कंपैरिजन ही नहीं है.
हम कह रहे हैं गलत है, गलत बात है. अब हम उसकी बात नहीं करते, हम अपने यहाँ की बात करते हैं. और मैं फिर वहीं पे आके आपसे बात करूंगी कि ये डिसाइड जब दो जज ही नहीं कर पाए जो कि एक अथॉरिटी हैं और उनको भी कहीं ना कहीं एक को ये लग रहा है कि नहीं ये गलत है, इसको बैन कर देना चाहिए, और एक को ये लग रहा है कि नहीं लड़कियों के लिए, लड़कियों के फायदे के लिए. अच्छा, दूसरी बात ये वही वाली बात आपको मैं फिर ये कहूंगी कि 24 में वहां इलेक्शन है, सारी कहानी इलेक्शन की है. तीसरी बात सबसे बड़ी मैं ये कहूंगी कि वहां पहले से हिजाब लड़कियां पहन के आ रही थी, अचानक नहीं पहना गया था कि साहब ये आपको कोई फसाद फैलाने के लिए किया गया. वहाँ का माहौल है, वहाँ बहुत बुर्का औरती हैं. और
यास्मीन जी एम्बर है हमारे साथ, एम्बर जैदी वो कुछ कहना चाह रही है. एम्बर,
यास्मीन जी, जो जिन लड़कियों की आप बात करें कि वहाँ पर वो पहले से हिजाब और बुर्का पहनकर आ रही थी, तो वो पहले से हिजाब बुर्का नहीं पहन रही थी. अचानक से 6-7 लड़कियों ने हिजाब बुर्का पहन के आना.
मेरी बात पूरी होने दी होती ना, तब तो बात थी. इन्होंने बीच में काट के मेरी बात शुरू कर दी, इसलिए मैं अब क्या बात करूं.
आप बोल रही हैं, आप एक अगर गलत जानकारी दे रही हैं तो मैं आपको करेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही थी कि ऐसा नहीं, अचानक से उन्होंने
मैंने आपको गलत जानकारी बिल्कुल नहीं दी है. मेरे पास पूरे वहाँ के पेपर्स पड़े हैं मेरे पास, मैं बिना जानकारी के बात.
अच्छा यास्मीन जी, मेरा एक सवाल है यहाँ पर, एंड दिस इज बोथ टू एम्बर एंड यास्मीन. यास्मीन जी पहले आपसे, देखिए ये तो फैक्ट है कि अगर एकदम हिजाब या बुर्का पहनना आप मना कर देंगे इन यंग लड़कियों को तो इनको ये स्कूल से हट जाएंगी काफी, और ये हो भी रहा है. जैसा नबीला ने भी बताया, हजारों में लड़कियां हैं जिन्हें बैकआउट करना पड़ा. लेकिन फिर ये सवाल उन परिवारों पे भी तो उठना चाहिए जो माता पिता कह रहे हैं कि आपका बुर्का हिजाब नहीं हटेगा, आप बैठिए घर पे, अब मत पढ़ी, उन माता पिता को, उन परिवारों को सवाल कौन करेगा? क्या ये एक सोसाइटी का भी जिम्मा नहीं है? आप क्योंकि एक बोर्ड से जुड़ी हैं, आपकी आवाज इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो ये भी तो कहीं सोसाइटी को, कल्चर को आप जब चेंज करेंगे तो वो परिवारों पे भी तो सवाल उठना जरूरी है कि आपकी लड़की के लिए किताब जरूरी है या हिजाब जरूरी है?
देखिए मैं आपसे फिर वही बात कहूंगी, वो लड़कियां बालिग हैं, पढ़ी लिखी हैं, जो 12th और फर्स्ट ईयर तक जा रही हैं, वो बेवकूफ नहीं है। और आज की बच्ची ना इतनी पाबंद है अपने पेरेंट्स की। पेरेंट्स अगर कह रहे हैं तो अगर वो मोटिवेट, बच्ची, वही आपकी बात मैं कहूंगी कि वो बच्ची अपनी पेरेंट्स को मोटिवेट कर सकती है कि नहीं मैं पढ़ी लिखी हूं, मुझे आगे पढ़ना है, मुझे हिजाब नहीं पहनना। जिस तरह ईरान में वो लोग ये एहतजाज करेंगे कि हमें नहीं पहनना, हम पे पाबंदी मत लगाओ, इसी तरह मैं यहाँ की भी बात करती हूँ कि अगर वो लड़की कह रही है मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, मुझे पहनना है, तो आप इसका फिर ऐसा करें कि पूरा एनालिसिस कर लें कि कौन बच्ची ये चाहती है और कौन बच्ची नहीं चाहती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो बच्चियां सड़क पे उतर के आई हैं, जो लोग एहतजाज कर रही हैं, इसका मतलब है वो पहनना चाहती हैं, वो खुश हैं उस चीज में, तो हम क्यों उनको पाबंद करना चाहते हैं? फिर आप मजहब की बात में मैं फिर वही दलील दूंगी, बिल्कुल फर्ज है मजहब में, बिल्कुल ये है कि मजहब में पर्दा होना चाहिए, ये कुरान में
मजहब में ऐसा मैंडेटरी नहीं है, रेफरेंस दिया गया है। वैसे तो बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस हैं, ऐसे तो बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस हैं।
पूरी बात सुन लीजिए, पूरी बात सुन लीजिए
ना, आप बोली जा रही है, किसी का सुन नहीं रही है। सबसे पहले तो कुरान की आयत है, ला इकरा, इकरा का मतलब है इल्म हासिल करो, जो कुरान में सबसे पहले क्या है वो तो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, लेकिन आपके लिए एक रिग्रेसिव प्रोसेस है वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट, जो कि नहीं, आप लोगों को मजहब के नाम पर इन सारी चीजों को जस्टिफाई करवाते हो, महिलाओं में इन सारी चीजों को आप इम्पोज कर रहे हैं, आप उसको जस्टिफाई करवा रहे हैं। महिला है आप, महिलाओं के अधिकारों की बात कीजिए, डोंट जस्टिफाई सच रिग्रेसिव प्रैक्टिसेस।
नहीं यास्मीन जी, आपको भी बहुत वक्त दिया, यास्मीन जी आपको भी बहुत वक्त दिया, ऐसा नहीं है कि आपकी बात काट रहे हैं, बल्कि एम्बर काफी देर तक रुके, आप बिल्कुल उंगली मत रखिए अपने पे।
I just have one clarification to make. एक मिनट just Amber, just one word. Amber, your take. एक मिनट यास्मीन जी. Amber's take was that these girls did not wear the hijab inside that institution, and it was all of a sudden conjured up, and then it became a huge movement. Now, let me clarify here, since I have been covering the hijab controversy right when it started from on ground. This is a very grey area, Pooja. Those 8 girls basically had taken new admission into that PU college.
Yes, that's right.
At that time, when the admission happened, they had online classes. So during the online classes, whether they are wearing hijab at home or not, that's not considered, right? When
they land up in college.
Then they land up. When the college opened up and when they landed up in classrooms, that's when a couple of times they came without the hijab because the institution insisted you can't wear the hijab. So they didn't come with the hijab. Then a couple of times they came with the hijab also. They tried to insist that they want to wear it, It didn't happen. So that fight happened. So to try and make it look like they never wore the hijab and they all of a sudden came out with these demands, and then the PFI and the CFI 100% guilty of instigating the crowds. But the point was that they tapped into real fears of these girls.
Amber, is this about PU college's uniform that has now become this huge legal street issue, or do you think this is about simple politics, or this is much more? As someone from the community, do you think this is also about other questions that must be dealt with, that are being brushed away under the carpet?
Pooja, frankly and honestly, my concern is, and I'm really worried about the future and education of these, Muslim girls who are being dropped out of school. The 17,000 girls dropped out of school and they dropped their studies because of this regressive religious, this politics. And we should talk about that. We should discuss this religious and regressive practices. Now, this Yasmin Farooqi, she has been justifying the hijab and burqa practices in the name of religion. This is concerning. We are living in a democratic country where we should talk about the education of girl child. We are not discussing that important aspects, but we are just trying to justify that it is all right. It is justified because it has been mentioned in Quran. There is no mention of such term hijab and burqa in Quran. It is being imposed on women since ages.
There have been multiple references of covering the hair for whatever reasons, but no compulsion in the Quran.
Yes. it is only mentioned that cover your bosom, no, not to cover their hair. No, there is no mention not to cover their hair, only to cover their bosom, only that. And also there is a context and reference to link to that particular ayat. So we need to get into that real thing, that what is more important for us today is that education of the girl child. And we are not talking about that. Everybody is trying to justify that this regressive practice is
so
most important.
Amber, when you say education of the girl child, do you believe that this judgment here should take into consideration that many girls would drop out of the education system if the ban is enforced? Now, anyway, Karnataka has enforced this ban. They're going to stick to the Karnataka High Court's order. Do you believe that, first of all, this is a progressive move, that the fact that we're even discussing it? I'm really glad that this controversy happened, and at least the Muslim community will today sit back and think, what's priority to them, education or religion? Education should be their priority, and that's what's even mentioned in the Quran, and that's what a guest very rightly said, that ilm is stressed in Quran multiple times. So educate yourself first, right? So point is, would you have been okay? Would it have been okay for this ban to have been enforced in a period of time? Basically, give these students some room to understand what this enforcement really means, and then decide whether they want to continue. In the middle of the year, right before examinations, enforcing this ban, leading to this shock among many of these girls who've always worn the hijab. Do you think that approach was right?
See, Nabila, we all have been discussing that the girl child is this education of girl child is very important, and they should have been allowed wearing hijab in the classroom. But we are not discussing about the mindset because of which the girls are being forced on hijab. The hijab is being forced on them, or burqa is being forced on them since ages. Nobody is just now. Yasmin ji has said कि 5 साल की बच्ची होती है तो उसके parents का right होता है उसको किस तरह करना है and all that. This is dangerous. You are forcing regressive practices in the name of religion on such young child, and you are not giving them any option to choose. You are forcing something since a very early age and later you say this is the girl's choice, they feel safer. How can you feel safe just covering your head? Even girls are being raped and getting killed wearing burqa.
Yes.
The manners of girls are being killed who wear burqa. So how can you ensure that burqa or hijab is, the same?
Amber, stay on with me. And Yasmin here, I just overheard say that even in Iran they wear it, but they're still rebelling. So that clearly shows that, it's about a woman's choice. This is a discussion that is still ongoing.
It's basically patriarchy that is so ingrained in the system that we're finally glad that there is a conversation happening on this.
And it's slightly disheartening to hear a young girl say that she's, covered in a niqab and she feels safe. But, it's her view, absolutely. She has every right to. But let's go across. There's some breaking news coming in. Netas have started to react since the verdict. Samajwadi Party's Member of Parliament has given a bizarre statement on the hijab split verdict of the Supreme Court. He has said, he's a Member of Parliament, remember, saying women must not roam without the headscarf. The Samajwadi Party MP has said immoral activities will rise without the headscarf that the women are supposed and expected to wear. The condition will worsen around them without the headscarf. Listen in now to this Member of Parliament of the Samajwadi Party, Shafiqur Rahman. What has he said?
ये ईमानदारी से एक मजहबी मामला है, इस्लाम का मामला है। इस्लाम के अंदर मतलब ये कि जवान बेटियां और जो हैं वो हैं औरतों के लिए हिजाब का हुक्म दिया गया है कि वो बापर्दा रहें और बेपर्दा होकर बाज़ारों में गलियों में न घूमें। इससे चूँकि हालात बिगड़ते हैं, आवारगी बढ़ती है इससे। और आज अगर इसमें कोई पाबंदी लगाई जाती है कि हिजाब की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो ये कहते हैं, तो इससे समाज को भी न सिर्फ इस्लाम को बल्कि समाज को नुकसान होगा।
Yasmin ji, I have a question. Yasmin Farooqi is joining us now. Yasmin ji, अब क्या होना चाहिए? Verdict तो आ गया है, अभी फिलहाल तो रिस्ट्रिक्शन है हेडस्कार्फ पे। आप क्या कहती हैं? क्या लड़कियों को पुल आउट कर देना चाहिए अपने कॉलेजेस से?
And this SP leader, I'd like to know, Yasmin जी, ये क्या आप क्या कहेगी?
इसी वजह से लड़कियां पहनती हैं।
Exactly, कि लड़कियों को हिजाब नहीं निकालना चाहिए, नहीं तो वो विक्टिम हो जाएगी असॉल्ट का।
और यास्मीन जी, ये यूनिफॉर्म की बात है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि पूरे देश में हिजाब पहनना बंद कर दिया है मुस्लिम औरतों को। तो बताएं, ये समाजवादी पार्टी नेता और अब क्या करें कर्नाटका की लड़कियां?
मैं टॉपिक से हट के बात कर रही हूँ, आपको अलग लगेगा। मैं बचपन से स्कूल में प्रार्थना पढ़ती आई हूँ। सरस्वती की आगे मूर्ति वो फोटो होती थी उसकी, कभी किसी ने एहतजाज नहीं किया कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों में क्यों ये चीजें हैं। हॉस्पिटल्स में सब जगह मूर्तियां लगी हुई हैं, किसी ने कोई क्या लगना चाहिए, लेकिन हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उससे। तो इस बात को आप उस तरह क्यों नहीं ले रहे कि कोई लड़की अपने सर पे दुपट्टा ओढ़ना चाहती है तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है? क्योंकि 24 तक में आप आने दीजिए, इलेक्शन होने दीजिए। सारी कहानी कर्नाटका से शुरू हो रही है, राजनीति है और कुछ नहीं है। मैं कुछ बोलूं, कोई और कुछ बोले, बोलते रहो, सारी कहानी है।
पर विद्या को रिस्पेक्ट करना भी तो कल्चर है। और दूसरी चीज मैं यहाँ भी कहूंगी, हम भी दूसरी प्रेयर्स पढ़ते थे। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ हिंदू प्रेयर्स पढ़ी जाती हैं। इन द स्कूल दैट आई हैव स्टडीड, आई हैव read other religious prayers as well, and with a lot of pride.
We've celebrated high school also, celebrated Diwali, we celebrated Ganesha, we celebrated Eid, we celebrated Christmas.
जी प्रार्थना होती थी एजुकेशन के लिए, विद्या के लिए, किसी एक धर्म के लिए नहीं होती थी। चलिए ठीक है, बट थैंक यू सो मच। यास्मीन फारूकी, अम्बर जैदी जॉइनिंग अस। यस जी मैम।
क्या आपको अगर ट्विस्ट करना ही है बात को तो करती रहिए।
बिल्कुल ट्विस्ट नहीं करना, बिल्कुल ट्विस्ट नहीं करना। आपकी बात रखिए, आप बिल्कुल रखिए अपनी बात।
यास्मीन जी,
किस तरह जीना चाहती है?
यास्मीन जी एक सेकंड
लगाओगे?
यास्मीन जी, आपका कोई ट्विस्ट नहीं हो रहा है, हम सिर्फ आपसे कॉन्वर्सेशन कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हम समझना चाहते हैं कि आप हिजाब पहनती है, आप अपने आप सर ढकती है, तो आपका व्यू पॉइंट क्या है? बस इट्स जस्ट बेसिकली ट्राइंग टू हैव अ डिस्कशन सो वी बेटर अंडरस्टैंड द सेंटिमेंट्स ऑफ वुमेन हु वेयर द हिजाब। सो इफ यू we got your point and let me clarify, it's not trying to twist, it's only trying to have a civil discussion.
मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि मेरी मदर बुर्का ओढ़ती हैं, वो उनकी आजादी है। मैं बुर्का नहीं ओढ़ती, मैं सर पे दुपट्टा ओढ़ती हूँ, मेरी आजादी है। मेरी बेटी सर पे दुपट्टा नहीं ओढ़ती, जीन्स पहन के घूमती है, जॉब करती है, ये उसकी आजादी।
बिल्कुल,
ये उसका
and that's precisely, thank you very much यास्मीन जी, thank you very much। हमें टाइम इतना ही है हमारे पास टाइम, but that's precisely the scenario in today's times. Muslim families, the grandmother possibly wears the hijab, the mother possibly does not wear the hijab, the daughter has adopted the hijab after growing up, suddenly getting into religion and wants to wear the hijab one day, and maybe the sister, the same two daughters, one sister is wearing jeans and a crop top, the other sister is wearing the hijab.
So right to choice or a school uniform.
That's precisely the scenario in today's times within Muslim families.
We want to keep discussing it, but after a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching India Today, the biggest story, the split verdict of the Supreme Court.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place.
Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Watching India Today, I'm Nabila Jamal. The hijab verdict still remains unsettled. A split verdict that's come out by 2 judges. Now the matter will be taken to a larger bench, possibly a few months before the actual decision comes out. Until then, the Karnataka High Court verdict will prevail in the state of Karnataka. Let me take you through the top news. The headlines first. 2-judge bench delivers a split verdict in the hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for the ban, while Justice Dhulia bats for hijab. A matter of choice is what he says. The case now referred to a 3-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. Kerala occult murders get more gruesome. Special SIT to probe secrets of Kerala's House of Horrors, where 2 women were chopped, cooked and eaten. Psychopath Tantric arrested. Prime Minister Modi's mega infrastructure push in hill state Himachal flags off 4th Vande Bharat Express. lays foundation for Una Durg Park. Inaugurates IIT Una. Hydro projects as a Diwali gift now to people of Himachal. And storm over Kharge's Muharram whip. BJP launches big attack on Kharge, terms him anti-Muslim.
Our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid में बचेंगे तो मुहर्रम में नाचेंगे.
Here's some big news coming in. SP MP's bizarre statement that comes to fore on the hijab verdict. The SP MP says women must not roam without the hijab. He says that immoral activities will rise without the hijab. The condition will worsen without the hijab. This is the SP MP's statement coming on hijab verdict, and this precisely is what we denounce and something that women have been worried of. This kind of mindset, saying that a woman covering herself will save herself from any kind of atrocities, assault or crime against women. This is precisely what the SP MP has said, that crime against women will increase if they don't wear the hijab. SP MP's bizarre statement saying that women must not roam without the hijab. Immoral activities will rise without the hijab. Condition will only worsen without the hijab. Listen in.
ये ईमानदारी से एक मजहबी मामला है, इस्लाम का मामला है। इस्लाम के अंदर मतलब ये कि जवान बेटियां और ये जो हैं वो हैं औरतों के लिए हिजाब का हुक्म दिया गया है कि वो बापर्दा रहें और बेपर्दा होकर बाज़ारों में गलियों में न घूमें। इससे चूँकि हालात बिगड़ते हैं, आवारगी बढ़ती है इससे। और आज अगर इसमें कोई पाबंदी लगाई जाती है कि हिजाब की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो ये कहते हैं, तो इससे समाज को भी न सिर्फ इस्लाम को बल्कि समाज को नुकसान होगा।
All right, now the Supreme Court passes a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restriction on Muslim girl students wearing the hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Justice Hemant Gupta has dismissed the 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court, which held that hijab was not an essential practice and they will not allow for religious symbols like the headscarf to be worn inside educational institutions. Now, expressing divergence in this opinion, the other justice, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to dispute here. In fact, Justice Dhulia had said that Karnataka High Court took the wrong path and hijab was basically just a matter of choice, referring to Article 19. He says this is only a matter of choice and nothing more. Dhulia claims that the foremost question on his mind was the education of the girl child. That was what was important and bothering. Meanwhile, the Bombay government claims that they will continue to enforce the hijab ban in the state until the final High Court verdict, the Supreme Court's verdict.
At the moment, there is no stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict. There has never been a stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict from the Supreme Court. So does that mean that the status quo and the operation of the Karnataka High Court verdict will continue?
See, it requires at least 2 judges to stay the judgment, and because now the matter, there's been a disagreement and the matter is still pending in the court, so the question of what happens next is still at large. So either the Honourable Chief Justice will constitute a bench, which will then decide at least on the interim what will happen. But until then, status quo is likely to continue because in that sense there is no change insofar as the ground position is concerned.
And this bench has not made any observations, at least in open court, with regard to the High Court operation of the High Court verdict.
So the order that they passed at the end, a conjoint order, was that the file be placed before the Honourable Chief Justice for constitution of an appropriate bench. That's the only order that was passed.
Are we likely now to see you or any of the other petitioners going to the Chief Justice and asking for an urgent resolution to this?
That is, see, we do wish for an urgent resolution of the dispute, but at what stage, mentioning, etc., all these things are matters of strategy that all the parties will collectively have to decide as to when, we have to move an application, appropriate application, how long that will take is not something that I can immediately comment on. That's something that all the parties and all the council together will take a decision.
Justice Dhulia has differed with his view, and he has expressed that he has a differing view because a girl child faces a lot of problems while they are being sent to the schools and colleges, and their right to education is more important than wearing or not wearing a hijab.
औरत को जो है वो डायमंड समझा है, इसलिए हिजाब में रहने का हुक्म दिया है। लिहाजा अगर से उसको बादारू पत्थर समझ लेते हैं तो उसको यूं ही सड़क पर छोड़ देते। लिहाजा मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जो उम्मीद करूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ज़रूर हिजाब के हक़ में फैसला देगा और जिस बच्ची को लोगों ने जिस तरीके से स्कूल से निकालने की और उसको घेरने की कोशिश की थी, उस बच्ची के हक़ में और हिजाब के हक़ में फैसला आना चाहिए।
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
इसमें जस्टिस दुलिया ने जो अपील्स थे उसको अपहोल्ड करके यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर को रिजेक्ट किया है। हेमंत गुप्ता सर ने उसको अपील को रिजेक्ट करते हुए कुछ हमने 11 क्वेश्चंस था, उसको सब अपील्स के हमने आंसर दिया है, इतना ही बताया, लेकिन हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कुछ रेफरेंस इन्होंने नहीं दिया। इस वजह से हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
Justice Gulli has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. And the third thing which he has emphasized in this judgment is that he has emphasized on the education of the girl child. He has said how the girls in the villages and how the girls in the remote areas they work. They have to assist their families. Then ultimately they go to the school. So it's very important for the girl child to have her education. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Manual judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
एक दो लॉ स्टूडेंट्स है, उन्होंने अपने कंप्लीट एजुकेशन ही लॉस कर लिया है, और कितने के डिग्री स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन्होंने एजुकेशन ही लॉस किया है। कितने ही गरीब बच्चे पढ़ते थे जहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज में, इनकी वजह से वो बच्चे, क्योंकि वो लोग बेचते ही बहुत मुश्किल से बेचते थे, उनके लिए अभी एजुकेशन तो सिर्फ ख्वाब है, क्योंकि उनके घर वाले सोच रहे हैं इनको शादी करके उनके अम्मी घर को भेजना है।
हम लोगों की पर्सनल उससे तो कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से उठाया हुआ मुद्दा है, हमें तो इसमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम प्रेशराइज है ही नहीं, हम हमारी मर्जी से पहनते हैं, तो हमें क्यों परेशानी होगी। या इससे पहले तो कभी कोई नहीं था, क्योंकि हम लोगों को कोई परेशानी है ही नहीं, ये हमारे लिए हमारी प्रोटेक्शन है, क्योंकि हमें
स्कूल में भी पहनते थे।
जी पहनते थे, हम स्टार्टिंग से पहनते हुए आ रहे हैं। ये सारी बातें तो अभी आई जा रही हैं, ये तो सिर्फ टारगेटिंग किया जा रहा है। और भी रिलीजन है जो अपना फॉलो करते हैं।
तो सर ये हमारे अल्लाह का हुक्म है, हम इसे कैसे किसी के चक्कर में ख़त्म कर सकते हैं कि दूसरा अगर कहे कि हम हिजाब नहीं पहने तो हम कैसे ये कर सकते हैं। हमें तो हिजाब पहनना होगा ना, ये तो हमारे अल्लाह ने हुक्म दिया है, ये तो हमारा आखिरत का मामला है। ऐसा थोड़ी ना है, इस दुनिया से भी हमें जाना है, आगे भी हमें अल्लाह को भी मुँह दिखाना है। तो अगर हम दुनियादारी को देखें तो फिर हम अपनी आखिरत को भूल जाएंगे। तो
ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
हमारे देश में सभी धर्मों के संस्कार और प्रैक्टिस करने वाले बच्चे हैं और धर्म के आधार पे कोई फैसला नहीं होता है। बच्चों की एजुकेशन मस्ट है, इसलिए इसको अभी आगे के लिए रखा गया बड़ी बेंच के लिए। तो उनकी बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है हमारे न्यायाधीश के लिए, तो इसलिए मैं समझती हूँ कि हमको इसका स्वागत भी करना चाहिए और इंतज़ार करना चाहिए।
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice of our religion.
मैंने एमए किया, इसी वेशभूषा में किया, मुझे तो किसी ने नहीं मना किया। तो ये सारी चीज़ें जो है एक मानसिकता है, एक सोच है, जो कहीं ना कहीं मैं समझता हूँ जजों के अंदर भी आ गई है। उस मानसिकता से हमें और बल्कि पूरे देश को बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा, तब जाके इसका सुधार हो सकता है। नहीं तो इस तरह की PIL और भी आती रहेंगी और धर्म के नाम पर ये खेल चलता रहेगा।
Well, I think it's a far-reaching decision. Nothing comes in a sense effectively from this decision because it's a split decision between two honorable judges, and therefore the matter has been placed before the Chief Justice to take the matter forward, which would either be referring it to a constitutional bench because that was a point that was involved, or it will just go to a larger bench of 3 judges. That will resolve the conflict. So we have to wait as to what happens.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to the All India Muslim Law Board representative Rashid Mali joining us live for more. Rashid ji, यहाँ पर जो split verdict आया है वो कैसे देखते हैं आप? एक तरफ बोला जाता है कि नहीं पहनना है हिजाब क्लासरूम के अंदर, एक तरफ मैटर ऑफ चॉइस बोलते हैं जज।
The Honorable Justice Dhulia, whatever Mr. Dhulia Sahab has said, we welcome that, and the manner in which he has said that it is the personal choice of a girl whether to cover her head or not, and education is more important and right to education must be given more importance. So all the statements or observation given by Justice Dhulia is we welcome all that, and since this matter have been referred to a larger bench, so we expect that the larger bench will seriously consider the religious aspect of this case, and since this case is purely and 100% we think is a religious case, and as far as Islam is concerned, everyone must know that whatever Allah has said in Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, we all consider all that as an essential practice of Islam. And since Allah has very clearly mentioned in the Quran that it is compulsory and mandatory for the Muslim girl and woman to cover their head while going outside their home, so Muslim women and girls are doing so with their own free will, and they consider it as their religious duty.
Rashid, there isn't mention on compulsion in the Quran. There is references to modestly dress. There's no compulsion that's mentioned anywhere in the book, on one hand. On the other, when you say that this is, when you're upholding Justice Dhulia's judgment here, or his order that says that it's a matter of choice, ultimately upholding a person's free choice is what is primary. The question here then comes down to, are women, Muslim women, free to choose whether or not they want to wear hijab? In many of the households, there is no choice.
Since, as far as my knowledge regarding Quran is concerned, Allah has very clearly said in the Quran that, O Prophet, tell your wives and daughters and the daughters of the Muslim community to cover their head while going outside their homes. This is the clear verdict in the Quran. And as far as the choice angle is concerned, it is completely upon the Muslim girl and woman that it is their choice how they want to dress up. And you all know better than me that whatever has been said in the Indian Constitution, whether it is Article 25 or 21 or Article 51, which clearly states that the modesty of the woman should be respected in all conditions. So if a Muslim girl is covering her head with her own choice and free will, and she considered it to be her religious duty, so I think
own
that
choice
no
and
one
free
has
will
a
to
right
young girls.
to stop that.
Got your point. We got your point, but then the debate comes around to whether families give the women free choice to whether they want to wear it or not. That's unfortunately where the debate comes down to. Even looking at this separately, at what the court's verdict is, the Muslim families even give their women a choice. I'm talking about conservative families, not all. Conservative families insist that girls wear a hijab at the age of 5. Where is the choice? The girls don't have a choice. And you're saying it's compulsion in Quran. It's not mentioned as compulsion in Quran. It's only asked to dress modestly. And I disagree with you saying that the Quran says ask your wives and sisters and mothers to wear the hijab. No, that's not true.
You are asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you because I know it myself too. And a quick word I'd like to ask you, as much as I don't want to compare the Iran protests with India, a quick word.
That you have no knowledge of the Quran.
All right, if you say that, if I've also read the Quran, I'm sorry, I've also read the Quran and I know very well what I'm saying. You're probably reading the Sharia version of the Quran. I've read the Quran myself and I know very well. Great.
I can say with,
I don't want to debate on you on that. Sure, you know the Quran better. All right.
That I know better Quran than you.
Sure, you take
and Allah has very clearly
credit for that.
Take
the credit for that, sir.
And Allah has asked the Prophet to order his daughters and wives, and then to the wives and daughters of the Muslim children to ask them that whenever they go outside, they must cover their head. This is very clearly mentioned in the Quran, and I am saying that this with full responsibility.
I'll give you that credit that you know better. I'm not going to debate on what Sharia version you're narrating, but I'm just going to ask you: do you agree with what's happening in Iran? Do you agree? As much as I don't like to compare what's happening in India versus what's happening in Iran, would you agree that a government should enforce a hijab rule? Are you agreeing with what the Iranian government is doing with their women there?
No. I do not agree whatever is being done in Iran. No one has the right to compel anyone what to follow or what to not to follow. It is completely upon a particular person, and it is completely the freedom of religion should be given to each and every person as have been given in our constitution.
Okay, so that's where the double standard lies, more or less, when you say that it's all about freedom of choice, but then when young girls are being asked to wear the hijab at the age of 5, that's when the freedom of choice suddenly disappears from the house. That's precisely what the questions are being asked today.
They are doing so with their own choice. No religion is asking a Muslim girl of the age of 5 to do hijab. Whoever is saying so, I think that it is 100% wrong. It is when a Muslim girl grow up, then it is compulsory on her to wear a hijab. And again, in a country like ours, it is completely upon the choice of the Muslim girl whether she wants to cover her head or
just
not.
a quick question. Okay, just a quick question. If you had a woman in the family who did not want to wear the hijab, would you be okay with that? All right, stay with us, Mr. Rashid. Unfortunately, I can't hear you. We're going to fix that audio. I'm going to cut across to some big news coming in from Karnataka. The very volatile regions in Karnataka's coastal areas have been identified. Karnataka minister there breaking his silence. Karnataka enhances security across the state, particularly those areas that hijab protests had erupted. Home Minister of Karnataka, Araga Gnanendra, says critical places have been identified, security has been placed, steps have been taken to maintain law and order. Karnataka Home Minister now saying that Law and order has been maintained in most parts of Karnataka, especially those coastal zones where violent protests had broken out. There's vigil put in place across parts of coastal Karnataka, only to avoid any tensions that may arise.
ಎರಡು ಜನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು CJI ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಎದುರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
All right, now let me cut across to Anisha joining us live for more on that. Anisha, we are seeing a lot of talk on this split verdict. On one hand, you have people upholding Justice Dhulia's order, saying that this is ultimately a matter of choice, and he's more concerned about the girls' right to education. That's really what's bothering him. And also, Dhulia said that Karnataka High Court's order wasn't taken on the right path, versus Justice Gupta, who said that he's basically upheld the Karnataka High Court's order, not giving too much reason to why he's done that. Tell us a little more about this split verdict that's come to fore today.
Well, Nabila, let's look at what the two judges have said, really. Now, there is a split verdict, that is correct. That the fact that the Karnataka High Court's order and the status quo will continue is also correct. But if you look at the way the two judges have approached this entire issue, they have given a very, very different analysis of the entire situation. Now, Justice Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into what we've been discussing, the 11 questions that he has framed for the consideration of the court, whether this was an essential religious practice, how far can the court go into this, what were the rights of the students, what were the rights of the government, whether there is any constitutional principle that protects the right of a student against the uniform policy. All of these issues have been considered by Justice Gupta, who has finally said that his findings go against the petitioners. That's why he has upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict and has dismissed the petitions. On the other hand, Justice Dhulia has taken a completely different approach. He has said that there was no reason to go into the entire issue of essential religious practice. There was no reason to go into all of this issue. The point that is covered, that covers this entire issue, has already been decided by the Supreme Court in the Bijo Emmanuel case, which effectively says that the government cannot make something mandatory that goes against the religious practice of a religion, and people do have the right to choose to follow their own religious practice. And therefore, this entire debate over essential religious practice should not have been gone into. The entire point of this entire issue is Article 19 and Article 15, which is the right to equality, right to freedom of expression, and the right of choice. At the same time, Justice Dhulia has also made a very, very categorical statement about the deprivations faced by women in this country, particularly in rural and poor areas, and has said that the main issue was the access of these girls to education. And in this country, there has to be an emphasis on the right to get education, and that is something that should not have been interfered with. So with this kind of analysis that was done by both the judges, since there is a very clearly both judges have differed in their opinion on what the Karnataka High Court has said, therefore this matter will now go to a larger bench. We are waiting to see what the Chief Justice decides, who will be in this 3-judge bench which will now hear this matter. Because remember, Justice Gupta is scheduled to retire on Sunday, that is the 16th. The Chief Justice himself, Justice UU Lalit, is scheduled to retire on November 8th. So therefore, at least Justice Lalit, which is the current Chief Justice, and Justice Gupta, who is part of this particular bench, will not be part of the 3-judge bench that will have to be created now. But this is now leaves it to a larger debate of all of these issues of essential practice versus right of religion versus choice, and of course the Bijo Emmanuel matter, which Justice Dhulia has very clearly noted in his opinion, that if there is a right to practice their religion, if there is a right to say that I will follow a government order to an extent and no further, then how do you balance all of these issues? That is something that the court will have to look into, because remember, the Emmanuel case was about a group of children who said that they will stand for the national anthem, but they will not sing the national anthem because that goes against their religious beliefs. And if you can go to that extent in that particular matter, the question now that comes up is where do you draw the line between the government asking people to follow a certain kind of discipline versus the people saying that this is our right to exercise our religion. So a larger debate, of course, still continues. We're seeing what is happening in Karnataka. We've seen the statement from the Karnataka Education Minister. We've also been hearing from the various lawyers involved in the case what they are saying. But at the moment, legally at least, the Karnataka High Court verdict continues. The status quo in Karnataka continues, and we'll have to see what the Chief Justice now does. Back to you.
Yeah, Anisha, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to quickly go back to Rashid Mali, who is the All India Muslim Personal Law Board representative, speaking to us. Mali ji, thank you for your time. A quick word, if you missed hearing me previously. All right, let me quickly cut across to some breaking news. Mali ji, stay with us as we hear Karnataka Mantri now taking a jibe at the Congress. Mantri says Siddaramaiah compared Sears shawl to hijab. Suril says the Congress must add hijab chodo in Bharat Jodo. Mantri Nagesh accuses the Congress of inciting Muslims. This is a BJP neta who says that he is basically equating
ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಧರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಷ್ಟರು ಉಡಾಫೆಯ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that words, and they have done not now. Since 1947 up to today. Why did they brought Article 370? To see that one particular community votes will be polarized towards Congress. The special benefits which has been given. As you know, there are very small minority communities in the country, but one or two particular community has been considered as minority and given the special status to them. But there are many small religions which are very minute, and they have not got anything when Congress is ruling.
All right, there politics playing out in the state of Karnataka already. It's a poll-bound state. Anisha, who's joining us, tracking the court. Anisha, this is what's happened when the start of the protests happened, the hijab protests where it just began. It was Uttar Pradesh elections. Now it is Karnataka elections. But by the time we're assuming the verdict is out by the Supreme Court from the higher bench, it possibly will be Lok Sabha 2024. So we're worrying here that this could take a political color and eventually, dampen the spirit of these young girls and push them out of the educational system. Really, nobody considering them or taking them into effect here. And that's precisely what Justice Dhulia also cited in court today, saying that the worry here is the girls' education.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. We've been seeing this since this entire drama started in December last year. Even in March this year, when this matter had initially come to the Supreme Court, the petitioners had asked for an urgent hearing, saying that the exams are around the corner, the education of these girls is under question. But at that time, the then Chief Justice had said that this is not a matter that needs such urgent hearing, and we will hear this after the summer vacations. Politically, we've seen the kind of dramatic statements that are being made from all sides, from the BJP, from the Congress, from other political parties, from netas and ministers. And effectively, what we have been seeing since last year, and this is data that was also given to the Supreme Court, that more than 17,000 girls across Karnataka have either missed an exam or not missed classes, or were unable to attend those classes because of what happened between January and March this year, when there were protests on the street, when there were clashes on the street, when they were not allowed to enter the classroom with a hijab on. So we are seeing a very clear effect on the girls in Karnataka because of this entire controversy. Now, we've been talking about this, and you've also been talking about this. What this means for the future of these girls is something that somebody somewhere needs to really, really consider. Of course, the Karnataka government has now said that the hijab ban will continue. They've also taken a shot at the Congress, saying that the Congress does not know what it is saying, that the Congress is trying to play politics on this issue. But with the Karnataka elections, of course, coming up, we'll have to see how this is going to play out further, whether because remember, the High Court verdict effectively was that only in the government PU colleges where uniforms have been prescribed is there a ban on wearing a hijab. However, we saw practically this play out as several other colleges, several other schools and other institutions suddenly decide to stop women wearing a hijab from entering their premises. So will this be properly implemented? Since the government stand has so far been that we are not stopping people from wearing a hijab, and this is something that the SG and the Karnataka Advocate General had both said in the court, that we are not stopping women from wearing a hijab. We're just saying when you're in the school, you have to follow the uniform. But does this mean that the schools which did not prescribe a uniform till this GO had come will at least allow the girls to go back? We've seen people taking transfer
Anisha,
certificates.
I mean, if that's the doubt you have, let me tell you, since I was covering it, no, they're not allowed. In fact, many of those institutions that were allowing hijab previously have now come out with a complete ban. So that's really shocked many of those Muslim girls who've been wearing hijab at a young age. I'm not going to get into the discussion on whether they were enforced the hijab by their families. That's a whole separate debate. But at this point, the shock that these girls have received have pushed them out of the education system. Thousands of them who are right now, in fact, a confirmed number that we get from Mangaluru district alone is about 150 students who have taken their transfer certificates because they're not allowed inside classes. Many of them have not appeared for the examinations because they were not allowed wearing the hijab. Anisha, do stay with us. A quick takeaway from the split verdict that's come today from the Supreme Court. Those who are keenly watching, wanting to know what's happened in the Supreme Court on the hijab ban. Basically, a split verdict came out by two judges. The hijab hearing now will continue as the matter hasn't settled. It was two-judge bench that referred this matter to a larger bench because both their judgments or both their orders were contradictory. Now, the judges, as they gave a split verdict, Justice Gupta on one hand upholds Karnataka High Court ban on hijab, saying no religious symbols allowed inside classrooms. And on the other hand, Justice Dhulia has set aside the Karnataka High Court ban on hijab, saying that this is completely a matter of choice. Karnataka High Court hijab ban now to remain in effect. So what happens next? Maintaining status quo is what the Karnataka government has said clearly, that the High Court of Karnataka had already decided that hijab will not be allowed inside classrooms. The Karnataka government will continue to keep that ruling in effect until the Supreme Court's final verdict comes out. Now, let me take you through the split verdict here. A quick understanding into what the two judges have said. On one hand, Justice Gupta, while Justice Gupta has observed this case, he says, what is the ambit and scope of right to freedom of religion? Is wearing of hijab an essential religious practice? Is wearing hijab in school a right? Is there a constitutional provision for it? Is a government order on hijab legitimate or not? This is basically Justice Gupta's observations as he upholds the Karnataka High Court's ban on religious symbols inside classrooms, including hijab. Anisha, let me cut across to Anisha for more on this. Anisha, if you're with me, a quick word. We just showed pointers of Justice Gupta. I'd like you to give us pointers of what Justice Dhulia has said. Point by point, what did Justice Dhulia say on the other hand?
Well, Nabila, I'll tell you very clearly. Now, Justice Gupta has analysed all the issues that he has considered. However, Justice Dhulia, on the other hand, has given a very short, has read out a very short part of what he's actually said in his detailed judgment. What he has said are effectively two things. One, that the question of essential religious practice should not have been considered at all, that this entire issue was about Article 19, that is freedom of speech and expression, and Article 25, which is freedom of religion, and effectively it is, and I'm quoting here, it is ultimately a matter of choice, nothing more and nothing less. The second point that Justice Dhulia has made is with regard to the education of the girl child, where he has said that what is important here is the education of the girl child. And I'm again quoting the judgment here, that the thing uppermost in my mind was about the education of the girl child. It is common knowledge that already girl child faces a lot of difficulties, primarily in rural and semi-urban areas. She has to help in daily chores, washing, cleaning, etc. before she goes to school. There are other difficulties as well. So why are we making her life are we making her life any better? That is, those are effectively the two things that Justice Dhulia has said. That one, the essential religious practices issue was a non-issue, it's a matter of choice. That the Bijo Emmanuel matter, a judgment of the Supreme Court, the 5 judges judgment, which has said that a religious practice that the practices of a religion can be allowed to override what is the government order or a government ruling. And secondly, that the education of the girl child is the more important thing. And we will get more details on this once the detailed written order of both the judges is released on the Supreme Court website. But at the moment, what we can discuss is the difference in the way both judges have approached these issues. Of course, Justice Gupta has looked into the various legal questions regarding ERP, regarding constitution, regarding government orders, regarding the right of schools to formulate a uniform policy, all of that, and he has said that the Karnataka High Court was correct. Justice Dhulia, on the other hand, has said that the Karnataka High Court should not have gone into all of this debate at all, that this entire debate was unnecessary, that the question is of the right of choice and right of freedom of expression and right of religion, and of course of protection of girls and girls' education in the country. So we'll now have to see how this plays out later once these matters are brought before the larger bench, when these matters will be taken up. All of these issues will have to be reconsidered by the court now. We've seen the kind of fallout that is the political fallout that this judgment has given with the various political parties taking shots at each other, making statements regarding the situation in Karnataka. We're seeing the Karnataka elections, of course, are coming up very soon. So this will also, of course, have ramifications. But as we were discussing earlier, Nabila, the biggest ramification at this moment is about the education of these girls in Karnataka in particular, and whether this can also have a cascading effect across the country in other areas, because so far this debate has only been about Karnataka. So whether something like this is going to also have a cascading effect elsewhere is something we'll have to wait and see, because we did see street protests on this issue in various parts of the country in the last year. So there are a lot of things that could be happening by the time this matter comes up again before the Supreme Court. But for now, the Supreme Court has given a split verdict, which means that the Karnataka High Court's order that in all government PU colleges where a uniform has been prescribed, the uniform has to be followed and any religious symbols cannot be worn, that order will continue to operate in Karnataka for now. Back to you.
All right, stay with us. I have some big breaking coming in on this. Let me cut across to Swami Chakrapani, who's provoking after the hijab verdict. Chakrapani says kids will wear saffron to schools. Chakrapani says Hindus will wear tilak to schools. And the ban on hijab, in fact, will allow saffron in schools. If hijab is not banned in schools, then Hindu children will also wear saffron and go to schools with tilaks. This is precisely what Chakrapani Swami has said. Chakrapani Swami says that hijab verdict will in fact prevail across the country. Kids will wear saffron to schools if hijab is not banned. Hindus will wear tilak to schools. Ban on hijab will basically allow for saffron in schools. If at all hijab is not banned, it will allow saffron in schools. If hijab is not banned in classrooms, then Hindu children will also be wearing saffron and go to schools with tilak.
सरकार से माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में हिजाब के मामला लंबित है और एक विवाद गहराया हुआ है। बहुत ही सीधी सी बात थी कि कट्टरपंथियों को ये सोचना चाहिए था कि संस्थान कोई भी हो, चाहे शिक्षा संस्थान हो चाहे अन्य, सबका अपना एक ड्रेस कोड होता है जो सबके लिए लागू होता है। लेकिन कट्टरपंथियों ने जिस प्रकार से माहौल बना दिया हिजाब के नाम पर, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय भी कहीं ना कहीं वो स्पष्ट नीति है। हमें लगता है कि सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को इसमें स्पष्ट अपनी नीति अपनानी चाहिए और हिजाब पे पूर्णतया इन संस्थानों में प्रतिबंध करना चाहिए। जो संस्थान का ड्रेस कोड है वही लागू होना चाहिए।
All right, now, but the views are divided over the hijab verdict. Let's take a quick listen to an earlier conversation on this.
वो लड़कियां बालिग हैं, पढ़ी लिखी हैं, जो 12th और फर्स्ट ईयर तक जा रही हैं, वो बेवकूफ़ नहीं है। और आज की बच्ची ना इतनी पाबंद है अपने पेरेंट्स की। पेरेंट्स अगर कह रहे हैं तो अगर वो मोटिवेट, बच्ची, वही आपकी बात मैं कहूंगी कि वो बच्ची अपनी पेरेंट्स को मोटिवेट कर सकती है कि नहीं, मैं पढ़ी लिखी हूँ, मुझे आगे पढ़ना है, मुझे हिजाब नहीं पहनना। जिस तरह ईरान में वो लोग ये एहतजाज कर रहे हैं कि हमें नहीं पहनना, हम पे पाबंदी मत लगाओ, इसी तरह मैं यहाँ की भी बात करती हूँ कि अगर वो लड़की कह रही है मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, मुझे पहनना है, तो आप इसका फिर ऐसा करें कि पूरा एनालिसिस कर लें कि कौन बच्ची ये चाहती है और कौन बच्ची नहीं चाहती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो बच्चियां सड़क पे उतर के आई हैं, जो लोग एहतजाज कर रही हैं, इसका मतलब है वो पहनना चाहती हैं, वो खुश हैं उस चीज में, तो हम क्यों उनको पाबंद करना चाहते हैं। फिर आप मजहब की बात में मैं फिर वही दलील दूंगी, बिल्कुल फर्ज है मजहब में, बिल्कुल ये है कि मजहब में पर्दा होना चाहिए, ये कुरान में
मजहब में ऐसा मैंडेटरी नहीं है, रेफरेंस दिया गया है। वैसे तो बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस हैं, ऐसे तो बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस हैं।
पूरी बात सुन लीजिए, पूरी बात सुन लीजिए ना। आप बोली जा रही, किसी का सुन नहीं रही है। सबसे पहले तो कुरान की आयत है, ला इकरा, इकरा का मतलब है इल्म हासिल करो, जो कुरान में सबसे पहले गया वो तो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, लेकिन आपके लिए एक रिग्रेसिव प्रोटेस्ट वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो कि नहीं, आप लोगों को मजहब के नाम पर इन सारी चीजों को जस्टिफाई करवाते हैं, महिलाओं में इन सारी चीजों को आप इम्पोज कर रहे हैं, आप उनको जस्टिफाई करवा रहे हैं। महिला है, महिलाओं के अधिकारों की बात कीजिए, डोंट जस्टिफाई सच रिग्रेसिव प्रैक्टिसेस।
नहीं, यास्मीन जी आपको भी बहुत वक्त दिया, यास्मीन जी आपको भी बहुत वक्त दिया, ऐसा नहीं है कि आपकी बात काट रहे हैं, बल्कि एम्बर काफी देर तक रुके। आप बिल्कुल उंगली मत रखिए अपने पे।
Pooja, frankly and honestly, my concern is, and I'm really worried about the future and education of these, Muslim girls who are being dropped out of school. The 17,000 girls dropped out of school and they dropped their studies because of this regressive religious, this politics. And we should talk about that. We should discuss this religious and regressive practices. Now, this Yasmin Farooqi, she has been justifying the hijab and burqa practices in the name of religion. This is concerning. We are living in a democratic country where we should talk about the education of girl child. We are not discussing that important aspects, but we are just trying to justify that it is all right. It is justified because it has been mentioned in Quran. There is no mention of such term hijab and burqa in Quran. It is being imposed on women since ages.
There have been multiple references of covering the hair for whatever reasons, but no compulsion in the Quran.
Yes. It is only mentioned that cover your bosom, no, not to cover their hair. No, there is no mention not to cover their hair, only to cover their bosom, only that. And also there is a context and reference to link to that particular ayat. So we need to get into that real thing, that what is more important for us today is that education of the girl child.
All right, now a split Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban in campuses means the stalemate on the case continues. While the Karnataka government says that it's expected a better verdict and the High Court ban will remain, it also took a swipe at the Congress claiming appeasement politics. Samajwadi Party's MP has stoked a row with his bizarre comments on hijab use for women. Karnataka State Education Minister BC Nagesh has trained his guns at the Congress, claiming that it not only uses one community to fight polls, but has also polarized a particular community to lead them to the hijab showdown. As for the SP MLA, he's claimed that women should not roam without the hijab, alleging immoral activities would rise without it.
Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that votes, and they have done not now, since 1947 up to today. Why did they brought Article 370? To see that one particular community votes will be polarized towards Congress. The special benefits which has been given. As you know, there are very small minority communities in the country, but one or two particular community has been considered as minority and given the special status to them. But there are many small religions which are very minute, and they have not got anything when Congress is ruling.
ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಧರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಷ್ಟರು ಉಡಾಫೆಯ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Two opinions are there. So under these circumstances, there is no clear-cut decisions in respect of the issue of the hijab case is concerned. So then it has to be referred to according to my opinion, it has to be referred to the constitutional bench, and the constitutional bench has to take the note of every subject and give the correct judgment in respect of the hijab. If it is not taken by the constitutional bench, the confusion will go on. Confusion will continue regarding the hijab issue is concerned. So there must be a clarity on judgment. For that purpose, it should be referred to the constitutional bench. That is only the way.
ये ईमानदारी से एक मजहबी मामला है, इस्लाम का मामला है. इस्लाम के अंदर मतलब ये कि जवान बेटियां और जो हैं वो हैं औरतों के लिए हिजाब का हुक्म दिया गया है कि वो बापर्दा रहें और बेपर्दा होकर बाज़ारों में गलियों में न घूमें. इससे चूँकि हालात बिगड़ते हैं, आवारगी बढ़ती है इससे. और आज अगर इसमें कोई पाबंदी लगाई जाती है कि हिजाब की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो ये कहते हैं, तो इससे समाज को भी न सिर्फ इस्लाम को बल्कि समाज को नुकसान होगा.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institutions. So this is a dichotomy. This is the double standards of the BJP, and courts will, I'm very confident that they will allow the girls to come and have their education, which is their fundamental right, whether with a scarf or not.
जहाँ तक हिजाब का सवाल है, इस पर इस्लामिक दुनिया भी भटी हुई है. टर्की में हिजाब पर प्रतिबंध है और ऐसे कई अनेक इस्लामिक देश हैं जो हिजाब को इस्लाम के लिए आवश्यक नहीं मानते. तो सैद्धांतिक और व्यवहारिक तौर पर भारत के उदार लोकतंत्र में जो संविधान के द्वारा चलता है, उसमें स्कूल और कॉलेजों में गणवेश की समानता सिर्फ गणवेश तक सीमित नहीं है. यह लोगों में समानता का भाव, समरसता का भाव और संविधान के प्रति निष्ठा का भाव रखते हुए समन्वय पैदा करता है. इसलिए स्कूल और कॉलेजों में हिजाब या इस तरह की किसी पोशाक की अनुमति देना इस देश में पहचान की राजनीति को आगे बढ़ाना है. इसलिए मुझे लगता है सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को संविधान और भारत की समकालीन परिस्थिति को देखते हुए निर्णय लेना चाहिए.
They should be left to the educational institutions. Whether what kind of uniforms they can allow. Some allow, some will not allow. Why should we mandate anything? No need to mandate. You should leave it to the education institutions to have their own view. They'll have a committee and they'll have either a college committee or a school committee. They should sit down and take a decision. I think trying to impose anything is something which I don't agree. But now anyway, Honorable Supreme Court is looking at it. So let them come out with a proper finding on this.
पहनावा, खान पीन, निजता की गारंटी भारत का संविधान देता है। उसके अनुसार बिना किसी के अधिकारों का हनन किए हुए पहनने का, खाने का, धर्म मानने की छूट होनी चाहिए। यूनिफॉर्म पहन के क्या हिजाब नहीं लगाया जा सकता। कल आप पगड़ी रोक दोगे, घूंघट रोक दोगे, कल आप जैन दिगंबरों की पूजा रोक दोगे, कहाँ तक जाएगा? तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ इस संवेदनशील विषय पर एक बहुत ही संविधान सम्मत ही कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Everywhere it is allowed. Only within the school the issue is where the children from small only they wear and come suddenly if they don't wear their issues. Regarding that is regarding whether it's allowed. Also the government school, private school it is allowed according to the management's decision. Only in the government school. So government it's between the one is within the constitutional right, another the rules of the school and management. I think a good decision will be given by the court.
Right, India Today has been on top of this story, bringing you all the angles right here. Do stay with us. I'm going to slip into a short break. News and updates coming up next.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India's Oscar entry film, Shallow Shore, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Chalo Show. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
10 months of tumult and face-off, igniting passion and legal fight. The hijab stalemate is here to stay. Supreme Court judges divided on hijab verdict. Battle shifts now to a larger Supreme Court bench. Is there a long legal fight on the cards? Hijab or kitab? What will the Supreme Court decide?
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Kerala occult murders get more gruesome. Special SIT to probe secrets of Kerala's House of Horrors, where 2 women were chopped, cooked and eaten. Psychopath Tantric arrested. Prime Minister Modi's mega infrastructure push in hill state Himachal flags off 4th Vande Bharat Express, lays foundation for Una Drug Park, inaugurates IIIT Una Hydro projects as the Diwali gift to the people of Himachal. Storm over Kharge's Muharram quip. BJP launches big attack on Kharge, terms him anti-Muslim.
Our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge.
IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. News coming in right now. Another black magic horror from Kerala. First cannibalism, now black magic on kids. Black magic on kids in Panthamathitta, holy city's occult shame. After human sacrifice, another horror. Protests against black magic on children. Black magic using children has been reported in Panthamathitta. The incident is reportedly taken place in the district itself. A child reportedly fell unconscious during the procedure. Residents in the area are protesting against the police for not taking action. Residents are protesting, alleging that the Malaya police has not taken any action despite filing a complaint. They say they won't stop the protest until the Tantric is arrested. As per residents, the Tantric threatens by hurling curses if anybody opposes her. My colleague Shibi Mole is now joining us live from Panthamathitta. Shibi, yesterday, of course, you reported on the House of Horrors where 2 women victims were used as human sacrifice by 3 accused who have now been arrested. Now another case of shocking proportions emerging from Kerala itself, from the same district. Black magic on children. Who is this Tantric?
Well, Paulami, like you mentioned, much before people can come out of this shock that was reported in the last 2 days of the human sacrifice. Another case, it's from the same district, Pathanamthitta, is emerging. In fact, a video of this woman, she's actual name is Shobana, is what we're hearing from the police. She has been running a mattam there called Vasanti Mattam. So she's known there as Vasanti. And over the years, she has been doing this black magic on children. So from what we're understanding, she's been using children, saying that if children, if children are a little bit back, a little bit not very good or bright in their studies, using black magic, I can help them, attain knowledge and I can help them improve in their studies is what this woman has been offering. And a lot of people over the years has been believing, has been bringing children under the age of 18, small children coming there, becoming a victim to this. So the residents there are alleging that they have complained, they filed mass petitions, but still there has been no action. And every time when the residents went to that place, went to that Tantric's house to oppose this, to question this, she always used to hurl curses saying that, you will die in the next 41 days. Or she used to throw flowers on them, show all this drama is what the residents there are alleging. And they have complained quite often, but the police, even when the police once, when they came there also, she was not allowing them to enter the place, is what we are hearing from sources. So right now the woman has been taken into custody. She's been taken into custody by the DYSP of Pathanamthitta. She will be questioned exactly on what happened and what has she been doing there. How many children were victim to this? Because there was a video that's been becoming viral on social media where we can see a small child actually falling unconscious. So it's a very small child. So children being used after this human sacrifice coming, lot of truth, lot of incidents like this coming out. Many people are coming forward with complaints. In fact, the protest also, they have been protesting since a while, but after this incident, they strengthened the protest. Even political parties like CPM's Youth Wing, DYFA also took out a march towards that house saying that until this woman is arrested, until this woman is taken into custody, until any action is taken, we are not going to back out, because we really don't want something like what happened in the last 2 days to happen in the state again.
Absolutely, and it's very shocking what you're telling us, Shibi Moore, because what you're saying is that these protests have been happening against this Tantric for a while now, but nobody took them seriously. So that basically raises a question mark on the administration, on the police itself. Now, obviously, they have escalated their protests in the wake of what happened in that house of horrors, and the police has now taken this woman into custody. But previously, why didn't the police act?
Well, yes, that's what I was mentioning. Like, the people are saying many times when the local residents went there to oppose, she was throwing them out. She was in fact using the help of men there, like, gundas in fact, and asking them to, don't allow anybody to enter. That's what she was saying. And police also once went there, but she did not allow them to enter. Now, what happened there? Why was the police not able to, take a woman into custody who was doing black magic over the years? That's the question that's raised by the residents also. Now, police, especially in the wake of what happened in the last 2 days, at least now they've taken this seriously and taken the woman into custody. They will have to answer this question, because a special investigative team has been formed to investigate the human sacrifice case and all the missing cases in the state in the last few years. So in that scenario, in this situation, incidents like this, now the health minister Veena George has responded to the issue, saying that the government here is taking these incidents very seriously. We will inquire, we will investigate as to why the action was not taken earlier, and we will be taking strict action. These are things that cannot be accepted, especially using children is something that we cannot accept. We will be taking action, is what she has reacted, and she has said that she has given direction to take strict action, and the woman has been taken into custody. Now the police will have to tell us in the coming hours what exactly was happening there, and why the action was delayed and why she was not taken into custody or arrested earlier.
Shibi Moore, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, in the state of Kerala, an unbelievable tale has come to fore. 2 women were kidnapped, killed, their bodies chopped off, cooked and eaten, all because a couple wanted to become rich. The accused did so at the behest of a tantric. Superstition, perversion and cannibalism. This is no fictional crime thriller. Shibi Moore reports on this horrific story that has stunned India.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagaval Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of 2 women, Padma and Rosalind. all at the behest of a self-proclaimed Tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sridevi, lured Bhagaval and asked him to meet the Tantric. The Tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagaval and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ലെഡ് ടു ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് അക്യൂസ്ഡ് മിസ്റ്റർ ഷാഫി അലിയാസ് റഷീദ്.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time the Tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. സെക്ഷൽ പർവേർട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the Tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
News coming in right now. Sena versus Sena war continues to rage on. Uddhav Thackeray now writes to the Election Commission, questions the poll panel's fairness. Uddhav in fact claims unfair disclosure made to Eknath Shinde which was used by him to his advantage. The letter says that Shinde faction symbol was published on the Election Commission website which will give him an unfair advantage in the upcoming by-polls. So that is the latest that's coming in from Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray has now written to the Election Commission. He in fact has questioned the poll panel's fairness. He claims unfair disclosure made to Shinde which was used by him to his advantage. The letter says that Shinde faction symbol, which is that of two swords and a shield, was published on the Election Commission website which will give Eknath Shinde an unfair advantage in the upcoming by-polls, says Uddhav Thackeray. Remember that Andheri East seat in Mumbai goes for by-polls on November 3rd. The Uddhav faction will be contesting that election, and as far as the Shinde faction is concerned, it is still not clear whether it will be a candidate from the Shinde faction or the Bharatiya Janata Party. The nominations close tomorrow. Now, Uddhav Thackeray says that the poll panel is not being fair. It published the Eknath Shinde faction's symbol on the EC website, which is likely to give Eknath Shinde, he alleges, an unfair advantage going into the upcoming by-polls of Andheri East. The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restrictions on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed the 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court, which held that hijab was not an essential practice of Islam and allowed the ban on wearing headscarf in educational institutions in the state of Karnataka. Expressing a divergence in opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute itself. Justice Dhulia said that the Karnataka High Court took the wrong path and hijab was a matter of choice, nothing more and nothing less. Dhulia claims that the foremost question on his mind was the education of the girl child. Meanwhile, the Bommai government claims they will continue to enforce the hijab ban in the state.
At the moment, there is no stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict. There has never been a stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict from the Supreme Court. So does that mean that the status quo and the operation of the Karnataka High Court verdict will continue?
See, it requires at least two judges to stay the judgment. And because now the matter, there's been a disagreement and the matter is still pending in the court. So the question of what happens next is still at large. So either the Honorable Chief Justice will constitute a bench which will then decide at least on the interim what will happen. But until then, status quo is likely to continue because in that sense there is no change insofar as the ground position is concerned.
And this bench has not made any observations, at least in open court, with regard to the High Court operation of the High Court verdict.
So the order that they passed at the end, a conjoint order, was that the file be placed before the Honorable Chief Justice for constitution of an appropriate bench. That's the only order that was passed.
Are we likely now to see you or any of the other petitioners going to the Chief Justice and asking for an urgent resolution to this?
That is, see, we do wish for an urgent resolution of the dispute, but at what stage, mentioning, etc., all these things are matters of strategy that all the parties will collectively have to decide as to when, we have to move an application, appropriate application, how long that will take is not something that I can immediately comment on. That's something that all the parties and all the council together will take a decision.
Justice Dhulia has differed with his view, and he has expressed that he has a differing view because a girl child faces a lot of problems while they are being sent to the schools and colleges, and their right to education is more important than wearing or not wearing a hijab.
औरत को जो है वो डायमंड समझा है, इसलिए हिजाब में रहने का हुक्म दिया है। लिहाजा अगर से उसको बादारू पत्थर समझ लेते हैं तो उसको यूं ही सड़क पर छोड़ देते हैं। लिहाजा मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जो उम्मीद करूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ज़रूर हिजाब के हक़ में फैसला देगा और जिस बच्ची को लोगों ने जिस तरीके से स्कूल से निकालने की और उसको घेरने की कोशिश की थी, उस बच्ची के हक़ में और हिजाब के हक़ में फैसला आना चाहिए।
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Well, I think it's a far-reaching decision. Nothing comes, in a sense, effectively from this decision because it's a split decision between two honourable judges, and therefore the matter has been placed before the Chief Justice to take the matter forward, which would either be referring it to a constitutional bench because that was a point that was involved, or it will just go to a larger bench of three judges that will resolve the conflict. So we have to wait as to what happens.
जस्टिस दुलिया ने जो अपील्स थे उसको अपहोल्ड करके यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर को रिजेक्ट किया है। हेमंत गुप्ता सर ने उसको अपील को रिजेक्ट करते हुए कुछ हमने 11 क्वेश्चंस था, उसको सब अपील्स के हमने आंसर दिया है, इतना ही बताया। लेकिन अगर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कुछ रेफरेंस इन्होंने नहीं दिया, इस वजह से हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
Justice Gulli has emphasized
that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. And the third thing which he has emphasized in this judgment is that he has emphasized on the education of the girl child. He has said how the girls in the villages and how the girls in the remote areas they work. They have to assist their families. Then ultimately they go to the school. So it's very important for the girl child to have her education. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Benwell judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
Ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
2 ಜನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು CJI ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಎದುರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
आगे जहाँ पे ये रेफ़र किया गया है, हम समझते हैं बहुत क्लियरली ये बात सामने आ जाएगी कि हिजाब जो है इस्लाम का पार्ट है, उसकी प्रैक्टिस है और इस्लाम के एक बुनियादी रुकन है. और जो इस उम्मीद के साथ कि जो इस्लाम की प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसमें लोगों को ये चाहिए कि इसको अदलिया तक ना ले जाया जाए, ताकि इसमें किसी भी तरीके का भेदभाव की कोई शंकाएँ ना हो. लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो कुछ आज कहा है हम इसका वेलकम करते हैं और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आगे जो है ये हिजाब के फेवर में मामला आएगा.
हमारे देश में सभी धर्मों के संस्कार और प्रैक्टिस करने वाले बच्चे हैं और धर्म के आधार पे कोई फैसला नहीं होता है. बच्चों की एजुकेशन मस्ट है, इसलिए इसको अभी आगे के लिए रखा गया बड़ी बेंच के लिए. तो उनकी बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है हमारे न्यायाधीश के लिए. तो इसलिए मैं समझती हूँ कि हमको इसका स्वागत भी करना चाहिए और इंतजार करना चाहिए.
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice.
News coming in right now. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub under money laundering charges before a designated court in Ghaziabad. The Enforcement Directorate had initiated money laundering investigation alleging she illegally acquired funds from the general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform, Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without registration under FCRA and that fake bills were submitted by her. The investigation by the Enforcement Directorate further revealed that Rana Ayub illegally raised 2.69 crore rupees by launching 3 online campaigns in the name of charity by cheating the general public donors. These funds were not used for the intended purpose, instead used for creation of assets for herself, is what the Enforcement Directorate alleges. The ED investigation has established that Rana Ayub had launched the aforesaid campaigns with the sole intention to cheat the general public and acquired proceeds of crime in the form of FD and balances in bank accounts, projecting them as untainted. My colleague Munish Pandey is joining me over the phone line right now. Munish, give us more details about what the Enforcement Directorate has said in its charge sheet.
Well, Paul, remember in this case, Rana Ayub was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate on multiple occasions, and now the ED has gone ahead and filed a charge sheet naming Rana Ayub as accused in the case. Now, what ED has alleged that from April 2020, Rana Ayub launched 3 fundraisers campaigns. These fundraising campaigns were regarding funds for the slum dwellers and farmers. There was a second campaign which was regarding relief work in Assam, Bihar and Maharashtra. And third was regarding the COVID pandemic. At that point of time, these 3 fundraisers were initiated from April 2020. And through these 3 campaigns, Rana Ayub allegedly collected around 2.7 crore rupees. But what ED has alleged that Rana Ayub transferred around 50 lakh rupees in a fixed deposit that was for herself, and rupees 50 lakh rupees was deposited in a new bank account, and out of 2.7 crore rupees, only 29 lakh rupees was used for the intended work, that is relief work. But again, ED has alleged that the bills which were submitted by Rana Ayub to claim that 29 lakh rupees have been used for relief work, that bills were also fake. So what ED claims that this was a money laundering case. Earlier they had attached assets worth rupees 1.77 crore rupees of Rana Ayub, and now what they are claiming is that Rana Ayub, 3 campaigns, public relief work, she has cheated the general public, and they have gone ahead and filed a charge sheet. Remember, Rana Ayub has time and again maintained that these allegations are completely baseless. She has cooperated with the investigation, but now a charge sheet being filed means that she will have to face the court. She will have to appear before the court. She will be summoned for that, and then the court will decide whether Rana Ayub should be sent to jail or she should be given bail in this case. So certainly trouble is mounting for Rana Ayub, who has been maintaining that this is nothing but baseless allegations. Follow.
Okay. Munish, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Slipping into a short break, on the other side, web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara files on India Today. It's an India Today special.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health Feast.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features, or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's 2nd most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas, and gym.
जो तुसा समनियारे बीच आई करी अज बड़ा खुश है बुझे करदा सबसे पहले तो मैं चंबा वासियों की क्षमा चाहता हूं, क्योंकि इस बार मुझे आने में काफी विलंब रहा, कुछ वर्ष बीत गए बीच में, लेकिन मेरा आज सौभाग्य है कि फिर आज सबके बीच आकर के आप सबके दर्शन करने का, आपके आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने का मुझे अवसर मिला है। दो दिन पहले मैं उज्जैन में महाकाल की नगरी में था और आज मणि महेश के सानिध्य में आया हूं। आज जब इस ऐतिहासिक चौगान पर आया हूं तो पुरानी बातें याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। यहां के अपने साथियों के साथ बिताए पल और राजमहल का मदरा सचमुच में एक अद्भुत अनुभव रहता था। चंबा ने मुझे बहुत स्नेह दिया, बहुत आशीर्वाद दिए। तभी तो कुछ महीने पहले मिंजर मेले के दौरान यहां के एक शिक्षक साथी ने चिट्ठी लिखकर चंबे से जुड़ी अनेक बातें मुझसे साझा की थी, जिसे मैंने मन की बात में देश और दुनिया के साथ भी शेयर किया था। इसलिए आज यहां से चंबा सहित हिमाचल प्रदेश के दुर्गम गांवों के लिए सड़कों और रोजगार देने वाले बिजली प्रोजेक्ट का उपहार देने का मेरे लिए अत्यंत खुशी का अवसर है। जब मैं यहां आपके बीच में रहता तो कहा करता था कि हमें कभी न कभी उस बात को मिटाना होगा जो कहता है कि पहाड़ का पानी और पहाड़ की जवानी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आती। आज हमने उस बात को बदल दिया है। अब यहां का पानी भी आपको काम आएगा और यहां की जवानी भी जी जान से अपने विकास की यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाएगी। आपका जीवन आसान बनाने वाले इन सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। भाइयों और बहनों, कुछ समय पहले ही भारत ने अपनी आजादी के 75 साल पूरे किए हैं। इस समय हम जिस पड़ाव पर खड़े हैं, ये पड़ाव विकास की दृष्टि से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि यहीं से एक ऐसी छलांग हमें लगानी है जिसका शायद पहले कोई कल्पना तक नहीं कर सकता था। भारत की आजादी का अमृतकाल शुरू हो चुका है, जिसमें हमें विकसित भारत का संकल्प पूरा करना है। एक एक हिंदुस्तानी का संकल्प अब पूरा करके रहना है। आने वाले कुछ महीनों में हिमाचल की स्थापना के भी 75 वर्ष पूरे होने वाले हैं। यानी जब देश की आजादी के 100 साल होंगे तो हिमाचल भी अपनी स्थापना के 100 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा होगा। इसलिए आने वाले 25 वर्षों का एक एक दिन, एक एक पल हम सबके लिए, सभी देशवासियों के लिए और हिमाचल के लोगों के लिए विशेष रूप से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। साथियों, आज जब हम बीते दशकों की तरफ मुड़कर देखते हैं तो हमारा अनुभव क्या कह रहा है? हमने यहां शांता जी को, धूमल जी को अपनी जिंदगी खपाते देखा है। उनके मुख्यमंत्री काल के वो दिन थे जब हिमाचल के लिए, हर छोटी चीज के लिए, हिमाचल के अधिकार के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को, कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर के दिल्ली में जाकर के गुहार लगानी पड़ती थी, आंदोलन करने पड़ते थे। कभी बिजली का हक, कभी पानी का हक, तो कभी विकास में हक मिले, भागीदारी मिले। लेकिन तब दिल्ली में सुनवाई नहीं होती थी। हिमाचल की मांगे, हिमाचल की फाइलें भटकती रहती थी। इसलिए चंबा जैसे प्राकृतिक, सांस्कृतिक और आस्था के इतने समृद्ध क्षेत्र विकास की दौड़ में पीछे रह गए। 75 साल बाद मुझे एक एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के रूप में उस पर स्पेशल ध्यान केंद्रित करना पड़ा, क्योंकि मैं इसके सामर्थ्य से परिचित था। दोस्तों, सुविधाओं के अभाव में आपके यहां रहने वालों का जीवन मुश्किल था। बाहर से आने वाले पर्यटक भला यहां कैसे पहुंच पाते? और हमारे यहां चंबा का गीत अभी जयराम जी याद कर रहे थे, जम्मू ए दी राहें, चंबा कितना अक दूर। ये उस स्थिति को बताने के लिए काफी है। यानी यहां आने की उत्सुकता तो बहुत थी, लेकिन यहां पहुंचना इतना आसान नहीं था। और जब ये जयराम जी ने बताया केरल की बेटी दिव्या के विषय में, देविका ने कैसे, और एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना ऐसे ही पूरा होता है। चंबा का लोकगीत केरल की धरती पर जिस बच्ची ने कभी हिमाचल नहीं देखा, कभी जिसने हिंदी भाषा से नाता नहीं रहा, वो बच्ची पूरे मनोयोग से जब चंबा के गीत गाती हो तो चंबा का सामर्थ्य कितना है उसका हमें सबूत मिल जाता है। दोस्तों, और मैं चंबा का आभारी हूं, उन्होंने बेटी देविका की इतनी तारीफ की, इतनी वाहवाही की कि पूरे देश में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का मैसेज चला गया। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के प्रति चंबा के लोगों की भावना देखकर मैं भी अभिभूत हो गया था। साथियों, आज हिमाचल के पास डबल इंजन की सरकार की ताकत है। इस डबल इंजन की ताकत ने हिमाचल के विकास को डबल तेजी से आगे बढ़ाया है। पहले सरकारें सुविधाएं वहां देती थी जहां काम आसान होता था, जहां मेहनत कम लगती थी और राजनीतिक लाभ ज्यादा मिल जाता था। इसलिए जो दुर्गम क्षेत्र हैं, जनजातीय क्षेत्र हैं, वहां सुविधाएं सबसे अंत में पहुंचती थी, जबकि सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत तो इन्हीं क्षेत्रों को थी। और इससे क्या हुआ? सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, ऐसी हर सुविधा के लिए पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों, जनजातीय क्षेत्रों का नंबर सबसे अंत में आता था। लेकिन डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम, हमारा काम करने का तरीका ही अलग है। हमारी प्राथमिकताएं हैं लोगों के जीवन को आसान बनाना। इसलिए हम जनजातीय क्षेत्रों, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों पर सबसे अधिक बल दे रहे हैं। साथियों, पहले पहाड़ों में गैस कनेक्शन गिने चुने लोगों के पास ही होता था। मुझे याद है हमारे धूमल जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तो घरों में बिजली का चूल्हा कैसे पहुंचाऊं, इसलिए रात भर सोचते रहते थे, योजनाएं बनाते थे। उन समस्याओं का समाधान हमने आकर के कर दिया दोस्तों, लेकिन डबल इंजन की सरकार ने इसे घर घर पहुंचा दिया। पानी के नल जिनको घरों में होते थे उनके लिए तो ये माना जाता था कि बड़े रहीशी लोग होंगे, इनकी राजनीतिक पहुंच होगी, पैसे भी बहुत होंगे, इसलिए घर तक नल आया है, वो जमाना था। लेकिन आज देखिए हर घर जल अभियान के तहत हिमाचल में सबसे पहले चंबा, लाहौल स्पीति और किन्नौर में ही 100% नल से जल कवरेज हुआ है। इन्हीं जिलों के लिए पहले की सरकारें कहती थी कि दुर्गम है इसलिए विकास नहीं हो पाता। ये सिर्फ पानी पहुंचाया, बहनों को सुविधा मिली, इतने तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि शुद्ध पेयजल से नवजात बच्चों का जीवन भी बच रहा है। इसी प्रकार गर्भवती बहनें हो या छोटे छोटे बच्चे, इनके टीकाकरण के लिए कितनी मुश्किलें पहले होती थी। आज गांव के स्वास्थ्य केंद्र में ही हर प्रकार के टीके उपलब्ध है। आशा और आंगनवाड़ी से जुड़ी बहनें घर घर जाकर सुविधाएं दे रही है। गर्भवती माताओं को मातृ वंदना योजना के तहत हजारों रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं। आज आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए का मुफ्त इलाज मिल रहा है। इस योजना के सबसे बड़े लाभार्थी भी वही लोग हैं जो कभी अस्पताल तक नहीं जा पाते थे। और हमारी माताएं बहनें, कितनी भी गंभीर बीमारी हो, कितनी पीड़ा होती हो, घर में पता तक नहीं चलने देती थी कि मैं बीमार हूं। घर के सब लोगों के लिए जितनी सेवा कर सकती थी वो निरंतर करती थी। उसके मन में एक बोझ रहता था कि अगर बच्चों को, परिवार को पता चल जाएगा कि मेरी बीमारी है तो वो मुझे अस्पताल में ले जाएंगे। अस्पताल महंगे होते हैं, खर्च बहुत होता है, हमारे संतान कर्ज में डूब जाएंगे। और वो सोचती थी कि मैं पीड़ा तो सहन कर लूंगी लेकिन बच्चों को कर्ज में नहीं डूबने दूंगी, और वो सहन करती थी। माताएं बहनें, आपका ये दर्द, आपका ये पीड़ा अगर ये आपका बेटा नहीं समझेगा तो कौन समझेगा। और इसलिए आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए तक परिवारों को मुफ्त में आरोग्य की व्यवस्था मिले, इसका प्रबंध कर दिया। भाइयों साथियों, सड़कों के अभाव में तो इस क्षेत्र में पढ़ाई भी मुश्किल थी। अनेक बेटियों को तो स्कूल इसलिए छुड़वा दिया जाता था क्योंकि दूर पैदल जाना पड़ता था। इसलिए आज एक तरह हम गांव के पास ही अच्छी डिस्पेंसरी बना रहे हैं, वेलनेस सेंटर बना रहे हैं, तो वहीं पर जिले में मेडिकल कॉलेज भी खोल रहे हैं। साथ जब हम वैक्सीनेशन का अभियान चला रहे थे तो मेरे दिल में साफ था कि हिमाचल में टूरिज्म को कोई रुकावट ना आए, इसलिए सबसे पहले हिमाचल का वैक्सीनेशन का काम तेजी से बढ़ाना चाहिए। और राज्यों में बाद में किया, हिमाचल में वैक्सीनेशन सबसे पहले पूरा किया। और मैं जयराम जी और उनकी सरकार को बधाई देता हूं कि आपकी जिंदगी के लिए उन्होंने रात दिन मेहनत की। भाइयों, आज डबल इंजन सरकार की कोशिश ये भी है कि हर गांव तक पक्की सड़क तेजी से पहुंचे। आप सोचिए, 2014 से पहले के 8 वर्षों में हिमाचल में 7000 किलोमीटर ग्रामीण सड़कें बनाई गई थी। आप बताएंगे, मैं बोलूंगा, याद रखोगे? 7,000 किलोमीटर सड़कें। कितनी? 7,000। कितनी? आज और उस समय खर्च कितना किया था? 1800 करोड़। 1,800 करोड़ खर्च किया। अब देखिए 7,000 और यहां देखिए हमने 8 वर्ष में, ये मैं आजादी के बाद कहता हूं 7,000, हमने 8 वर्ष में अब तक 12,000 किलोमीटर लंबी गांव की सड़कें बनाई हैं और 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से आपके जीवन को बदलने के लिए जी जान से कोशिश की है भाई। यानी पहले के मुकाबले करीब करीब 2 गुने से ज्यादा सड़कें बनी है। 2 गुने से भी ज्यादा हिमाचल की सड़कों पर निवेश किया गया है। हिमाचल के सैकड़ों गांव पहली बार सड़कों से जुड़े हैं। आज जो योजना शुरू हुई है, इससे भी 3,000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें गांवों में नई बनेगी। इसका सबसे अधिक लाभ चंबा और दूसरे जनजातीय क्षेत्रों के गांवों में होगा। चंबा के अनेक क्षेत्रों को अटल टनल का भी बहुत अधिक लाभ मिल रहा है। इससे क्षेत्र साल भर बाकी देश से जुड़े रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार केंद्र सरकार की विशेष पर्वतमाला योजना आपने बजट में घोषित किया था, देखा होगा। इसके तहत चंबा सहित कांगड़ा, बिलासपुर, सिरमौर, कुल्लू जिलों में रोपवे का नेटवर्क भी बनाया जा रहा है। इससे स्थानीय लोगों और पर्यटकों को दोनों को बहुत लाभ मिलेगा, बहुत सुविधा होगी। भाइयों बहनों, बीते 8 वर्षों में आपने मुझे जो सेवा करने का मौका दिया है, आपके एक सेवक के रूप में हिमाचल को बहुत सी परियोजनाएं देने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला और मेरे जीवन में एक संतोष की अनुभूति होती है। अब जयराम जी दिल्ली आते हैं, पहले जाते थे लोग तो क्यों जाते थे? अर्जी लेकर के जाते, जरा कुछ करो, कुछ दे दो, भगवान तुम्हारा भला करेगा। वो हाल कर दिया था दिल्ली वालों ने। आज अगर हिमाचल के मुख्यमंत्री मेरे पास आते हैं तो साथ में बड़ी खुशी के साथ कभी चंबा का रुमाल ले आते हैं, कभी चंबा का थाल का उपहार लेकर के आते हैं और साथ साथ जानकारी देते हैं कि मोदी जी आज तो मैं खुशखबरी लेकर आया हूं, फलाना प्रोजेक्ट हमने पूरा कर दिया, नए फलाने प्रोजेक्ट पर हमने काम शुरू कर दिया। अब हिमाचल वाले हक मांगने के लिए गिड़गिड़ाते नहीं हैं, अब दिल्ली में वो हक जताते हैं और हमें आदेश भी देते हैं। और आप सभी जनता जनार्दन का आदेश, आपका आदेश, और आप ही मेरा हाई कमांड है। आपका आदेश मैं अपना सौभाग्य समझता हूं भाइयों बहनों। इसलिए आप लोगों की सेवा करने का आनंद भी कुछ और होता है, ऊर्जा भी कुछ और होती है। साथियों, आज जितने विकास कार्यों का उपहार हिमाचल को एक दौर में मिलता है, उतना पहले की सरकारों के समय कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता था।
That was, of course, Prime Minister Modi addressing the public there in Chamba, Himachal Pradesh. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, A universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than Rs 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68% and then Punjab 61%.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Two-judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban. Justice Thulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to three-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. Kerala's holy city, Pathamathitta's occult shame after cannibalism horror. Now a case of black magic on children emerges. Locals stage massive protest. Prime Minister Modi's mega infrastructure push in hill state Himachal flags off 4th Vande Bharat Express, lays foundation for Una Drug Park, inaugurates IIIT Una hydro projects as a Diwali gift to the people of Himachal. Enforcement Directorate files charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says Rana submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod. IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel helping millions of poor in India. The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restriction on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed the 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court, which held that hijab was not an essential practice of Islam and allowed the ban on wearing headscarf in educational institutions in the state. Expressing divergence in his opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute. Justice Dhulia said that the Karnataka High Court took the wrong path and hijab was a matter of choice, nothing more and nothing less. Dhulia claimed that the foremost question on his mind was the education of the girl child. Meanwhile, the Basavaraj Bommai government claims they will continue to enforce the hijab ban in the state.
At the moment, there is no stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict. There has never been a stay on the Karnataka High Court verdict from the Supreme Court. So does that mean that the status quo and the operation of the Karnataka High Court verdict will continue?
See, it requires at least two judges to stay the judgment. And because now the matter, there's been a disagreement and the matter is still pending in the court. So the question of what happens next is still at large. So either the Honorable Chief Justice will constitute a bench which will then decide at least on the interim what will happen. But until then, status quo is likely to continue because in that sense there is no change insofar as the ground position is concerned.
And this bench has not made any observations, at least in open court, with regard to the High Court operation of the High Court verdict.
So the order that they passed at the end, the conjoint order, was that the file be placed before the Honorable Chief Justice for constitution of an appropriate bench. That's the only order that was passed.
Are we likely now to see you or any of the other petitioners going to the Chief Justice and asking for an urgent resolution to this?
That is, see, we do wish for an urgent resolution of the dispute, but at what stage, mentioning, etc., all these things are matters of strategy that all the parties will collectively have to decide as to when, we have to move an application, appropriate application, how long that will take is not something that I can immediately comment on. That's something that all the parties and all the council together will take a decision.
Justice Dhulia has differed with his view, and he has expressed that he has a differing view because a girl child faces a lot of problems while they are being sent to the schools and colleges, and their right to education is more important than wearing or not wearing a hijab.
Well, I think it's a far-reaching decision. Nothing comes, in a sense, effectively from this decision because it's a split decision between two honourable judges, and therefore the matter has been placed before the Chief Justice to take the matter forward, which would either be referring it to a constitutional bench because that was a point that was involved, or it will just go to a larger bench of three judges that will resolve the conflict. So we have to wait as to what happens.
We have a student called Noor Fatima. Thank you for speaking to us. आप इस सुप्रीम कोर्ट वर्डिक्ट के बारे में आपका क्या इरादा है?
हिजाब हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है. ये हमारे रीजनल पहले से चले का आया है, लेकिन अब नहीं छोड़ सकते हम. ये इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन हम स्टडी भी कर सकते हैं, इसके साथ हिजाब भी हम वेयर कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे लिए हिजाब इम्पोर्टेंट ही है. हम हिजाब को नहीं छोड़ सकते.
इस वर्डिक्ट और इस केस के पहले जब आप कॉलेज आ रहे थे उस वक्त हिजाब पहनते थे क्या अंदर?
हाँ, पहनते थे.
और अभी ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट, अभी ये सीजे के, चीफ जस्टिस के, इट्स गोइंग टू बी हर्ड बाय द चीफ जस्टिस, और अभी ये हिजाब बैन कंटिन्यू होने वाला है। इस मामले पे आपका एजुकेशन में कोई तकलीफ हो रहा है क्या?
हाँ, हो रहा है। कॉलेज हॉलीडेज आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ना अब एग्जाम्स आ रहे हैं ना, वो एग्जाम्स के लिए सिलेबस भी कंप्लीट नहीं हो रहे हैं। लेकिन हमारे लिए हिजाब होना ही है, स्टडी भी होना ही, दो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। हम रीजनल वो पहले से चला का है रीजनल लैंग्वेज, वो नहीं छोड़ सकते। हिजाब भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, उसके साथ स्टडी भी इम्पोर्टेंट है।
जस्टिस दुलिया ने जो अपील्स थे उसको अपहोल्ड करके यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर को रिजेक्ट किया है। हेमंत गुप्ता सर ने उसको अपील को रिजेक्ट करते हुए कुछ हमने 11 क्वेश्चंस था, उसको सब अपील्स के हमने आंसर दिया है, इतना ही बताया। लेकिन और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कुछ रेफरेंस इन्होंने नहीं दिया। इस वजह से हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
हम लोगों की पर्सनल उससे तो कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से उठाया हुआ मुद्दा है। हमें तो इसमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम प्रेशराइज है ही नहीं, हम हमारी मर्जी से पहनते हैं, तो हमें क्यों परेशानी होगी। या इससे पहले तो कभी कोई नहीं था, क्योंकि हम लोगों को कोई परेशानी है ही नहीं। ये हमारे लिए हमारी प्रोटेक्शन है, क्योंकि हम
स्कूल में भी पहनते थे।
जी पहनते थे, हम स्टार्टिंग से पहनते हुए आ रहे हैं। ये सारी बातें तो अभी आई जा रही हैं, ये तो सिर्फ टारगेटिंग किया जा रहा है। और भी रिलीजन है जो अपना फॉलो करते हैं।
Ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
2 ಜನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು CJI ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಎದುರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up, and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran, and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice of our religion.
So here are the big takeaways from the Supreme Court's verdict that was delivered earlier this morning. Takeaway number 1. The hijab hearing will continue in the Supreme Court. Remember, it will be now referred to a larger bench. So that is, of course, takeaway number 1. Takeaway number 2, a 2-judge bench has now referred this case to a larger bench. It is an appropriate bench which will be formed by the Chief Justice of India. So that's takeaway number 2. Number 3, the judges give a split verdict in the hijab case. So one judge gave a verdict for the hijab ban, one against the hijab ban. Takeaway number 4, Justice Gupta, Himant Gupta, upholds the Karnataka High Court ban on hijab. So he, of course, said that order from the Karnataka High Court was right. Now, takeaway number 5, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia sets aside the Karnataka High Court ban on hijab. He is of the opinion that it is a matter of choice. It is what is enshrined in Article 19 of the Constitution. Takeaway number 6, Karnataka High Court hijab ban to remain in effect because of the split verdict and because the matter will now be taken up by a larger bench. Let's take you through some of the observations now and questions that were raised by Justice Hemant Gupta, who was for a hijab ban. Number one, what is the ambit and scope of right to freedom of religion? He asked, one of the questions he raised in that verdict as he read out his own opinion of the entire subject. Number two, in fact, is wearing of hijab an essential religious practice? This is the question which was asked by the Karnataka High Court as well, which has now been reiterated by Justice Hemant Gupta. Number three, of course, is wearing hijab in school a right? He asked. He has raised 11 questions. This is number three. Number four, of course, as far as Justice Hemant Gupta is concerned, is there a constitutional provision for the wearing of hijab in educational institutions? He asked. Number five, Justice Hemant Gupta, of course, asked, is the government order on hijab ban legitimate or not? He has, in fact, considered these questions before, of course, giving out his decision. These are some of the points and questions that he's raised before, of course, saying that he stands with the Karnataka High Court order to ban the hijab in educational institutions. We're getting some breaking news coming in at this moment. Now, amid reports over Dada losing the BCCI's top job, Saurav Ganguly has made it official. We're asking that because Ganguly says now, and he says, I had been an administrator and I will move on to something else. He said while in a discussion with Chandrasekhar, Chandrasekhar Ghosh, he was discussing this at a program at the Bandhan Bank Proprietor Program. This is, of course, Chandrasekhar Ghosh who asked him this question. Ganguly says life is all about faith on yourself. Everyone gets tested, everyone gets rejected, but what remains constant is faith in yourself. So has Saurav Ganguly now widely speculated to lose the top job at the BCCI, the top cricketing body of the nation? Has he now made it official with those comments? Interestingly, he of course says that there will be many obstacles in life, but eventually it is self-belief which is real, which is paramount. He says, had been an administrator, will move on to something else. So what has been widely speculated at the moment that it could possibly be former Indian cricketer Roger Binney who could replace Saurav Ganguly as president of the BCCI. That decision hasn't been taken. BCCI elections for the top 5 office bearers of BCCI are to happen on October 18, but it seems Saurav Ganguly already is hinting that he might be making way for someone else, possibly Roger Binney. So in that conversation, of course, with Bandhan Bank proprietor Chandrakumar Ghosh, Saurav Ganguly in fact says, I had been an administrator, I will move on to something else. There are many obstacles in life, but at the end of the day, what is constant is your faith in yourself. Life is all about faith in yourself, and everyone gets tested, everyone gets rejected, but what remains constant is faith in yourself, says Saurav Ganguly. So that's the latest information that's coming in right now. Remember, it's not been made official. There will be elections to the top 5 posts of the BCCI, the office bearers posts. But it has already been speculated widely that Roger Binney could be replacing Saurav Ganguly as president of the BCCI. It also, in fact, led to a political slugfest between the TMC and the BJP, with the TMC saying that Saurav Ganguly is being snubbed by the BJP because he rejected their offer, allegedly, to join the Bharatiya Janata Party during the assembly elections of West Bengal in 2021. Ritik Mondal is now joining me over the phone line from Kolkata. Ritik, take us through what exactly did Saurav Ganguly say? Has he virtually made it official that he is not going to continue on as the president of the BCCI?
Correct. Actually, Saurav Ganguly was addressing a gathering at an event here in Kolkata when during this discussion, he made it clear that he had been the administrator and now he will move on and do something else. But he also said that, which is very important and point to be noted, that while discussing, he said that life is all about, and I quote what exactly he said, that life is all about faith on yourself. Everyone gets tested, everyone gets rejected, but what remains constant is on your faith. So these are very important, comments are coming from Saurabh Ganguly amidst this controversy that Saurabh Ganguly, the BCCI president, has been shunted out from BCCI and replacing him, Roger Dini, as coming as the president of BCCI, and a huge, political, war of words started here in Bengal between BJP and TMC, saying that this is nothing but a political vendetta that Saurabh Ganguly during the last assembly election, when as he rejected the BJP's offer to join the party, which is why he has been shunted out. So these are very, and today we found that Saurabh Ganguly, perhaps for the first time after this thing happened, he is addressing a gathering, and he is very, a bit more, very, what I say, that it's very nostalgic about his career, being an administrator. He,
Right. Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Ritik. Ritik, of course, was at that program, that Bandhan Bank program, where Saurabh Ganguly was present. And in the context of some other things, he, of course, was speaking about his career. And as Ritik was saying, in fact, Ritik is back on the line with us. He was, of course, saying that Saurabh Ganguly seemed to be getting a little nostalgic about his career. Does that suggest to you, Ritik, in some way that Saurabh Ganguly already knows what's coming as far as those BCCI top elections are concerned?
Right, exactly. Remember what exactly we make out that this particular comment that he said, gone on record, and I quote him, that I have been an administrator and I will move on to something else. So this means that what is going to be like the Dada, his Dadagiri has come to an end, and he has been shunted out from BCCI. So there are several options for him. It seems like that he's clueless at what he will be doing now. But as he said that he will move to something else. So that means he is planning something else. So we are trying to get him the quick reaction very soon now. I believe, follow me, that he will be also taking the media questions that as amidst this huge buzz and controversy, that what exactly his reaction is after he is being shunted out from BCCI, and what he's going to do now. It's a minute away from now, I believe. He will be addressing and taking our questions at an event here in Kolkata, where he's addressing and he's live here, and I believe he will be taking questions from media, and there will be more clarity and some clear view that what is his reaction on this controversy. Back to you.
Okay, Ritik, we'll be standing by for that. So Saurabh Ganguly likely to take a few questions from the media later at this very function where he has possibly hinted at a few things, but those direct questions will be, of course, asked of him by my colleague Ritik when, of course, he speaks with the media. We'll stand by to hear from Saurabh Ganguly as to what he has to say about reports suggesting he might no longer be the president of BCCI. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub under money laundering charges before a designated court in Ghaziabad. The ED had initiated money laundering investigation alleging that she illegally acquired funds from the general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform, Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without registration under FCRA and that fake bills were submitted by Rana Ayub. Investigation by the Enforcement Directorate further revealed that Rana Ayub illegally raised 2.69 crore rupees by launching 3 online campaigns in the name of charity by cheating the general public donors. These funds were not used for the intended purpose, says the ED, instead used for creation of assets for herself. ED investigation has established that Rana Ayub had launched the aforesaid campaigns with the sole intention to cheat the general public and acquired proceeds of crime in the form of FD and balances in bank accounts, projecting them as untainted. So those are the charges that the Enforcement Directorate has in fact framed against journalist Rana Ayub. They have in fact put this charge sheet forth before a district court in Ghaziabad. Those are some of the charges as we were enumerating against the journalist. This has in fact been put forth before a designated court in Ghaziabad. The Enforcement Directorate had in fact initiated money laundering investigation, alleging that Rana Ayub illegally acquired funds from general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform, Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without registration under FCRA and that fake bills were submitted by Rana Ayub. My colleague Munish Pandey is over the phone line with me right now. Munish, does this mean that trouble is mounting for Rana Ayub?
So of course, follow me. Now that a charge sheet has been filed before a Ghaziabad court, Rana Ayub has to appear before the court whenever she is summoned, and then the court will decide whether she should be granted bail or she should be sent to the judicial custody. Now that the court will decide. But apart from that, what is important here is to mention what ED has alleged in the charge sheet. So what ED claims that there were 3 fundraiser campaigns which were initiated by Rana Ayub from the month April 2020. Now the total fund which was collected was around 2.7 crore rupees. There were 3 fundraiser campaigns. One was for the slum dwellers and farmers. The second one was for the relief work in Assam, Bihar and Maharashtra. And third one was the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what ED has alleged that after 2.7 crore rupees was collected by Rana Ayub through these campaigns, almost 80 lakh rupees was the contribution came from foreign countries, which was in violation of the Foreign Contribution Regulations Act. After which the Income Tax Department also initiated an inquiry and investigation in this matter, after which Rana Ayub returned those 80 lakh rupees. But apart from that, the remaining amount she used to open a fixed deposit of around 50 lakh rupees, and again some amount was sent into a different bank account. So ED has alleged that on the name of charity, Rana Ayub's sole intention was to cheat the general public, and only 29 lakh rupees was utilized by Rana Ayub. When she was questioned, she submitted the bills of 29 lakh rupees, but ED again has alleged that those bills were completely fake, and some of the amount was also utilized for her personal vacation trip. Now, Rana Ayub earlier in a statement had alleged that...
Okay, Manish, thank you so much for joining us with those details. We're getting some breaking news, in fact, that's coming in at the moment. We're shifting focus. This is, of course... Now, a big statement by Shashi Tharoor. Tharoor, in fact, reiterates non-level playing field. Tharoor says differentiation between candidates. So a big, in fact, statement coming in from Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is one of the contenders, one of the 2 contenders in the fray for the Congress president's post. He says that there is no level playing field. He, in fact, says that there is a differentiation between the candidates. Let's listen in to Shashi Tharoor.
नेताओं जिस किस्म के काम किए हैं उसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि कई जगह में आप देखे होंगे कि प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, सीएलपी नेता, बड़े नेता कि खड़गे साहब को स्वीकार करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, उनके साथ बैठते हैं, लोगों को बुलाते हैं मीटिंग्स के लिए, पीसीसी से निर्देश जाते हैं कि आ जाओ, खड़गे साहब आ रहे हैं। इस किस्म की चीज़ें कई पीसीसी में हुए हैं और नेचुरली सिर्फ एक ही उम्मीदवार के लिए हुआ और मेरे लिए तो कभी नहीं था। कई बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
So that is, of course, Dr. Shashi Tharoor saying that there is no level playing field as far as this contest for the Congress's top job is concerned, saying, I have requested for some PCC chiefs to be present, but they've not found the time. But they're present when Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, is available to visit. So clearly, he says that there is no level playing field over here. Remember, earlier, Mallikarjun Kharge, speaking exclusively to India Today, had said that he is not going to answer any of the questions raised by Shashi Tharoor because he says he is not my Examiner, I do not owe him any answers. He says that I have risen from the block chief level upwards and worked from the grassroots in the Congress to the position that I'm in. Where was Shashi Tharoor when I was block chief is what Mallikarjun Kharge asked in an exclusive conversation with India Today. Now, Shashi Tharoor over there saying that there is absolutely no level playing field as far as a level playing field is concerned, as far as this entire election is concerned. Remember that the Congress President elections are to happen on October 17. Big breaking news that's coming in right now. AAP Gujarat Chief Gopal Italia has now been detained by Delhi police. This is the big piece of news that's coming in at the moment. Remember, just a short while ago, Gopal Italia had tweeted and said that it seems that the NCW wants him arrested. And in fact, Arvind Kejriwal had quoted him and said, why is the BJP after Gopal Italia? Abhishek Anand is joining me over the phone line right now. Abhishek, give us more details. What are the charges against Gopal Italia?
Well, Paulumi, Gopal Italia was summoned by NCW over his alleged statement against PM Modi. He used some derogatory remarks according to the complaint, and that is why he was summoned. When he reached NCW, he was not alone. There were so many supporters with him, and they entered inside the NCW premises. The NCW lawyer says that the Italia's supporters actually heckled the NCW employees and out the NCW officials and created ruckus inside the premises. And that is why they had to call police and to bring the situation under control. And they also gave a formal complaint to the local police about this entire incident. After that, the police came here, they investigated the matter, the senior police officials were here, and after that, Italia was detained and he was taken away in a Delhi police PCR van moments before. And now the NCW says that they have given a written complaint to the police about a ruckus and the gherao, which was illegal, and the supporters of Italia actually created a law and order situation which was completely uncalled of. So as of now, the police has not confirmed whether Italia has been detained or arrested, but yes, he has been detained by Delhi police and taken to the police station in a PCR van. Follow me.
Okay, Abhishek, so you're saying that Delhi police has detained Gopal Italia at the moment. No clarity, of course, if he has been arrested or he has been detained at the moment. But this is on the NCW's complaint that he and his supporters were creating ruckus, were heckling and gherauing NCW. Those pictures, in fact, those pictures coming in from the NCW office from where Gopal Italia has now been detained by the Delhi police. Amit Malviya, BJP IT cell chief, is over the phone line with us right now. Mr. Malviya, Gopal Italia has now been detained by the Delhi police for allegedly having created ruckus and heckled NCW officials inside their premises, is what the NCW is alleging when he was called in to be questioned over the derogatory remarks he used against the Prime Minister and against women.
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they're creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture. the inherent, way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength. And you have Arvind Kejriwal, who seems to be backing him. So this is a complete chaos, mayhem, orchestrated by the Aam Aadmi Party. And perhaps Delhi police has no option but to detain the erring Aam Aadmi Party chief of the Gujarat unit to ensure that law and order is maintained and the dignity of NCW office is maintained.
Mr. Malviya, just exactly an hour ago, Gopal Italia tweeted at 1:31 p.m. that, in fact, the NCW chief is, in fact, threatening to throw me into jail, and this is because Modi government is against the Patel Samaj. They only think that the Patel Samaj deserves jail, and this is how much BJP hates the Patidar community.
It's a lie, because the NCW does not have the power to put you behind jail. So naturally, these are exaggerated claims, and I don't even want to comment on it. He's a man who's foul-mouthed, regressive, misogynist, sexist, who thinks that women are best described by the term C, who thinks that they are all up for exploitation. So I don't want to dignify a bogus claim of a man of such a leaning. But the truth is that there are people of the Aam Aadmi Party who are outside the NCW office. They are on camera creating trouble there. They are on camera assaulting people, and I think that's what matters. What you see, the evidence that you have in front of you, is what we must talk about.
Right, but Arvind Kejriwal, of course, is suggesting, you don't want to reply to what Gopal Italia is saying, but Arvind Kejriwal is saying कि पूरी BJP Gopal Italia के पीछे क्यों पड़ी है? So the BJP feels threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party and the inroads it's making under the leadership of Gopal Italia in Gujarat?
That is because Gopal Italia is the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party's unit in Gujarat. If the Aam Aadmi Party is so excited about making inroads in Gujarat, then what this man thinks, how he acts, how he behaves is of importance. And therefore it is important for the Aam Aadmi Party to come clean on their chief, and it is equally important for the BJP to expose this man. And I want to tell you, this is just the beginning, because the past of the Aam Aadmi Party chief in Gujarat is a checkered one, and the BJP will continue to expose him.
Okay, Mr. Malviya, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. So that is, of course, the first reaction that's coming in from the BJP after the Delhi police a short while ago detained Gopal Italia, Gujarat chief, from the premises of the National Commission for Women here in Delhi. He had been summoned by the NCW over a video which had surfaced where he was, in fact, abusing the Prime Minister and using derogatory language against women as well. Now, Manish Sisodia has slammed the detention of Gopal Italia. He says the BJP couldn't improve schools in 27 years, and hence they're going after a man who is trying to make inroads in Gujarat. He, in fact, says those who are detaining Gopal Italia don't know how to improve schools. For 27 years, they have not been able to fix schools. Italia belongs from the party which works making the education system better. So that is what Manish Sisodia has said, similar to what Arvind Kejriwal said, that the BJP fears Gopal Italia, that the BJP fears the sort of inroads that the Aam Aadmi Party is making into Gujarat, posing the challenge that it is to the ruling dispensation in Gujarat BJP ahead of the assembly elections in the state that are to happen later this year, towards the end of this year. So the contest in Gujarat heating up between the AAP and the BJP, and the latest piece of information that's coming in right now is that AAP chief in Gujarat, Gopal Italia, has now been detained by Delhi police while he was appearing before the NCW over a summons which was issued to him over a video, in fact, where he was seen abusing the Prime Minister and using derogatory language against women. As soon as the BJP raked up that issue, NCW chief Rekha Sharma immediately took cognizance of the same and sent out a summons to Gopal Italia. Now, the charge that the NCW is levelling is that Gopal Italia arrived at the NCW office with a whole horde of supporters who created ruckus, who heckled those within the NCW premises, who basically were disorderly in their behavior, which is why the police were called in. Let's watch this report, which has been filed by my colleague Abhishek Anand.
गोपाल इटालिया इस वक्त एनसीडब्ल्यू ऑफिस से निकल रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं दिल्ली पुलिस की गाड़ी में उनको बैठाया गया है। काफी देर तक पूछताछ हुई। यहाँ पर उनके पास कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ अनेक आरोप लगा। उसके बाद गोपाल इटालिया को अब दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया है। क्या दिल्ली पुलिस उनको गिरफ्तार करेगी या ये प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन है, ये अभी तक क्लियर नहीं किया गया है। गोपाल इटालिया, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर आरोप उनके ऊपर था कि उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को अपशब्द कहे थे एक कार्यक्रम के दौरान। उसके बाद उनको यहाँ पर एनसीडब्ल्यू ऑफिस को लेकर आया गया और काफी देर तक पूछताछ हुई। उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाया गया कि वो कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर के आए थे और यहाँ पर नारेबाजी की थी। उसके बाद उनको अब कंप्लेन जो दी गई एनसीडब्ल्यू की, उसके बाद पुलिस द्वारा डिटेन कर लिया गया है। अभिषेक आनंद, दिल्ली, आज तक।
The report which has been filed by my colleague Abhishek Anand, as in fact he was present at the NCW office. That was when Gopal Italia was being detained by the Delhi police. They have now taken him to a nearby police station. Amit Bharadwaj is now joining me live on the story. Amit, do we have any further details? First of all, clarity on whether Gopal Italia has been detained or arrested, and where has he been taken to by the Delhi police? Which police station, Amit?
Paulami, one thing is confirmed that Gopal Italia, who is Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief, he has been detained by Delhi police. The detention happened from National Commission of Women's Office, NCW office. Italia had gone there for in-person hearing today. And what happened was right outside the NCW headquarters, there were a large number of Aam Aadmi Party supporters who were present there to support Gopal Italia. And we had also seen a tweet coming from NCW chief Rekha Sharma where she was saying that, you know, there is ruckus happening outside her office by goons of Aam Aadmi Party. Those were the words chosen by Rekha Sharma. And eventually what we saw was Gopal Italia has been detained by Delhi police. What we are learning from our sources is
Just hold on for a second. We're getting the first reaction coming in from Manish Sisodia. Let's listen in.
करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है। देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
So that is of course what Manish Sisodia had to say. He basically said that the BJP and the centre are going after a party which knows how to make schools, because they don't know how to make schools. They're going after someone who knows how to do the job on the ground. Amit Bharadwaj continues to be live with us. Amit, okay, just hold on for a second. Let's first listen in to what in fact caused this entire controversy, that video of Gopal Italia.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी वड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए? ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
So that is, of course, that video of Gopal Italia, over which he had in fact been summoned by the NCW. Amit Bhardwaj continues to be live with us. Amit, of course, go on and tell us what you were telling about the complaint, telling us about the complaint against Gopal Italia. What exactly happened inside the NCW office, Amit?
Well, Paulami, Gopal Italia was called for in-person hearing on 13th at 12:30, that is today, by the NCW chief Rekha Sharma. Now, this entire controversy had erupted after his old video had come out, which we just played out for our viewers, where he's using neat word for the Prime Minister, and he also goes on to use a unparliamentary word over which Rekha Sharma had actually, first put out her objection on Twitter and later sent out a notice asking for in-person hearing. Now, what we knew that Gopal Italia is going to be present at NCW office for sure. But what was unexpected, Paulami, was the, bunch of supporters of Gopal Italia, rather Aam Aadmi Party, is standing right outside the NCW office raising slogans, and their presence itself had actually irked the NCW chief, and she had in fact tweeted out the photos of big number of Aam Aadmi Party supporters, workers standing outside the NCW office. And after that, Paulami, a tweet came out from Gopal Italia saying that Delhi police has come to NCW office and they are threatening him. That is the claim of Gopal Italia while he was still inside the NCW office. And he said that he is being subjected or threatened because he belongs from the Patidar community, but he is not going to bend, he is not going to surrender, he is not going to get afraid by these tactics. And moments after that, we saw those visuals coming from the NCW office, Gopal Italia coming out of the office, Delhi police accompanying him, and he was made to sit in a van, police van, after which police
just hold on, because Abhishek Anand was there in fact in that moment when, of course, Gopal Italia was taken out of the NCW office and was detained by the Delhi police. Abhishek, give us a whole picture of what exactly transpired before your eyes as you saw the Delhi police take Gopal Italia away.
Well, Paulami, the Aam Aadmi Party supporters went inside the NCW premises. This is the allegation of the NCW counsel, Ashutosh Pandey. He came out and he spoke to the media, and he categorically said that the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party were creating ruckus, were gherawing the NCW officials, and they were shouting slogans and creating law and order situation. And that is why the NCW had to call the police. And after the police came, most of the supporters dispersed, but Italia was still inside. And after the statement which the NCW council gave, that a written complaint has been given to the Delhi police, a Delhi police van went inside and took Italia and took him to the local police station. So as of now, the NCW's complaint about the ruckus outside NCW office and the illegal sloganeering and gherav, the Delhi police acted on that particular complaint and took
Abhishek, just hold on. We're getting pictures of Gopal Italia, who has been in fact thrown into jail by Delhi police. We're awaiting further details on whether he's been detained, arrested, what are the charges against him, where he is at the moment. We'll of course have those details shortly. Our colleagues will be in fact bringing those details, but images of course are now coming in of Gopal Italia in prison in Delhi, having been detained by Delhi police a short while ago from the NCW office. That photo, in fact, has been tweeted by an AAP leader. AAP, of course, trying vendetta at the moment. My colleague Kumar Kunal is joining me for more details. Kumar, what are the sort of reactions that are coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party? We heard that official word, of course, from Manish Sisodia, who, of course, said that, this is a party that cannot make schools and hence is targeting another party which can make schools. But otherwise, the reactions that are coming in from within the party, Kunal?
Yeah, and Aam Aadmi Party is making it a big political issue, and obviously there are elections in Gujarat and they want to harp over the issue and they want to create
it in a bigger issue, that how Gopal Italia was called in at NCW office and then he was detained. What Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that he is being arrested now, but there is no official word from Delhi police as of now, and why Gopal Italia was detained, or why even if he is arrested, what was the reason. So we are obviously waiting for some official word from Delhi police, but so far we have no word from Delhi police. But as of now, whatever news is coming is from the Aam Aadmi Party side, and they are claiming that Gopal Italia was present at NCW office, he was giving his version, and suddenly police came and they arrested him. So there are obviously political connotations about the whole episode. You know that there are several viral clips of Gopal Italia in which he was actually bad-mouthing Prime Minister, and that's why there are certain controversies which are going around him in Gujarat. So now when the Gujarat elections are there, so Aam Aadmi Party leaders and Aam Aadmi Party just want to make it a big poll issue, and how Gopal Italia came to Delhi and he was taken into the custody. So that is what right now we are learning from different Aam Aadmi Party sources, but nothing official is coming either from the NCW nor from the Delhi police so far.
Kunal, any further details about where he's been taken to in terms of what are the charges against him at the moment? Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Kunal. Of course, our reporters, of course, tracking this big development which is coming in from Delhi. Gopal Italia, our Gujarat chief, being detained by Delhi police over here for allegedly creating a ruckus inside the National Commission for Women office in Delhi. Amit Bharadwaj is also live with us at the moment. Amit, any further details that you've managed to gather about where they've taken Gopal Italia to and what are the charges that they've brought against him?
Well, Paulami, what we are learning from our sources is that in most likelihood he is at Sarita Vihar police station, because that is the nearest police station from the NCW headquarters. Now the NCW headquarters is located in Jasola, and Sarita Vihar being the nearest police station, so Gopal Italia must have been taken there. But the official word from Delhi police is still awaited as to what are the charges against Mr. Italia, whether this detention has been made precisely on the complaint which has been filed by NCW because of the ruckus which happened right outside the NCW headquarters. So those details are awaited, those confirmation are awaited. But one interesting point, Aam Aadmi Party is now going to hold a press conference as well on this issue around 3:15. So they will be responding to every question, and in most likelihood, the Aam Aadmi Party is going to hit back largely at the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they will try to pitch this as because the battle in Gujarat is between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party. That is precisely why the BJP is now picking.
Amit, just hold on for a second. There are, of course, many inputs and many reactions that are coming in at the moment. Let's listen in to NCW Chief Rekha Sharma.
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की, और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Okay, so that is, of course, Rekha Sharma there telling the media what exactly happened inside the NCW office. She said that she felt threatened because of the number of so many AAP party workers, 100 to 150 of those present within the NCW premises. Now, NCW chief, of course, having broken her silence over Gopal Italia's detention by Delhi police. She says that she felt threatened within her own office premises. She had a meeting to go to in central Delhi, but she didn't feel that she could step out. In fact, she felt threatened because of the presence of close to, she says, about 100 to 150 workers of the Aam Aadmi Party who had come along with Gopal Italia. She says, of course, that Gopal Italia completely denied the charges against him and said that it is not him that is in fact seen in that video, which has been widely circulated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is live with us at the moment. Amit, you heard what the NCW chief had to say over there. Now, she of course saying that she and of course officers and those working inside the NCW premises felt threatened because Gopal Italia had come to the NCW office, having been summoned there, but come to that NCW office with, she claims, 100 to 150 AAP workers.
Well, absolutely right, Paulami. That's what the NCW chief Rekha Sharma is saying. And in fact, this also confirms what our sources were saying, that, you know, the action against Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief Gopal Italia has been taken because of large number of supporters of Aam Aadmi Party who had assembled outside the NCW headquarters, and because of the complaint which was pressed by the NCW. You know, in fact, Rekha Sharma saying that she felt threatened. There were attempts of AAP workers trying to enter the NCW headquarters, and this is precisely why the police was called. So, you know, this is exactly why Gopal Italia could have been detained. The one thing is pretty clear, that it is the action which has been taken against Italia is because of the complaint that was filed by NCW chief Rekha Sharma. We had seen those pictures and the tweet which was put out by Rekha Sharma, you know, calling out the Aam Aadmi Party workers, accusing the Aam Aadmi Party workers trying to disrupt peace in that area, and also questioning as to why these many AAP workers have assembled outside the NCW office. You know, NCW would also argue that many of the times they call political leaders because of their controversial statements to the national headquarters of the NCW, but there are rarely any visuals where you would see a big number of party workers standing right outside the NCW office. And this time around, the claims that are coming from Rekha Sharma is that she had to attend a meeting around 2 p.m. which she missed because of big number of AAP supporters standing right outside the office, and there were attempts by AAP workers to enter the premises of the NCW office. So these are allegations,
charge, of course, that she's levelling against the Aam Aadmi Party and their party workers. Amit, stay on with us. Let's listen in one more time to what NCW chief Rekha Sharma had to say.
पहुंच के मुझे इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की, और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंट्रल दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है। इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि
So, Rekha Sharma there, of course, telling the media there as to what exactly happened, why the NCW had to call in the police, because she said that she and other officials present inside the NCW office premises felt threatened because of the presence of close to 100 to 150 party workers of the Aam Aadmi Party who would come in support of Gopal Italia, standing outside the NCW premises, trying to enter the NCW offices, while she, in fact, had to head to central Delhi for a meeting at 2 p.m. But that had to be delayed because she felt very threatened because of the presence of so many party workers outside the NCW office. Kumar Kunal is live with us as well. Kumar, there, of course, Rekha Sharma says that Gopal Italia, when questioned about that video where he's seen to be using derogatory language against the Prime Minister and using derogatory language against women, because of which he was summoned by the NCW, he completely denied that it's him in that video.
And even Rekha Sharma is claiming that the replies which were sent by Gopal Italia in written and now when he was confronted with the video are contradictory. And that's why there were actually questioning, the NCW officials were questioning Gopal Italia when this kind of incident happened. She also claimed that almost 150 Aam Aadmi Party workers came and they tried to force them inside the NCW office, and that created a law and order situation. And that's why she has to call police, and this whole exercise has taken place when Delhi police took Gopal Italia in custody, and now Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that he has been arrested. Now the whole political war has started between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP. Aam Aadmi Party is giving a statement on one hand that since he belonged to the Patel community, that's why he was arrested. At the same time, BJP is claiming that since Aam Aadmi Party don't respect the law, and hence they sent 150 supporters at NCW office where Gopal Italia was questioned. So all these things are now panning out, and it was expected as Gujarat elections are there. Anytime election commission is going to announce Gujarat elections, and Aam Aadmi Party is putting all their energy, all their strength at Gujarat state as well. And that's why the questioning was also significant. And now the detention, and after the detention, the political blame game, the political statements which are coming from the both sides are also of quite significance.
Kumar, how big a blow is this for the AAP as far as their Gujarat campaign is concerned, the detention of Gopal Italia?
See, the detention is not quite a big, because if it is for law and order situation, then Delhi police might release him after some time. But the statements which are being made by Gopal Italia are quite damaging, and he made those statements against Prime Minister, and Prime Minister is a popular figure in Gujarat, and that's why Aam Aadmi Party is worried about those statements, because those statements are now viral, and they think that if he is bad-mouthing Prime Minister, so that might damage the prospect of Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. And that's why all these, the political drama which took place at NCW office, there is some strategy by Aam Aadmi Party to put a counter narrative to reduce the impact of the controversial statement. And that's why Aam Aadmi Party is telling that this is nothing but a political vendetta, since he belongs to Gopal Italia belongs to Patidar community, Patel community. That's why he is being targeted, and hence on. So this is a completely a different kind of narrative which Aam Aadmi Party is trying to put out, since he was called by NCW office and now he is being detained. That's why they are trying to make it a big political issue, and trying to show that Gopal Italia was being detained because it is a matter of political vendetta.
Right. Kumar, stay on with us. Let's listen in to BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya, who we spoke to earlier about Gopal Italia's detention.
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they're creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent, way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
So this is, of course, the big story that we're tracking at the moment. AAP Gujarat Chief Gopal Italia detained by Delhi police. Handing it over now to my colleague Chaiti Nurula.
Thanks, Paulami, for that. And that is, of course, as you rightly mentioned, the big story we're tracking at this point of time. There's been a fresh escalation, as Paulami was just reporting, in the AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. AAP has called the detention vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Modi. Two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days, one of which he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics, uses a cuss word for the government, and another he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation. So just to give you a context of what's going on in terms of why this entire controversy, listen in to that old video of Italia where he's made the derogatory remark against the Prime Minister. Take a look.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी बड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत।
Are we making her life any better? It is common knowledge that a girl child, primarily rural and semi-rural, has a lot of difficulties. They have to do daily household chores before going to school. और उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंट बात जस्टिस धूलिया साहब ने कही है अपने जजमेंट में, जो एक्सर्प्ट मिला है, आई फेल्ट दैट द जजमेंट इन बीजे इमानुअल स्क्वायरली कवर द इशू। तो अगर आप जस्टिस बीजे इमानुअल का जजमेंट देखेंगे, जिसमें जस्टिस चिन्नाप्पा रेड्डी ने अगस्त 11, 1986 को यह कहा था कि सस्पेंडिंग स्टूडेंट्स बेस्ड ऑन देयर कॉन्शियसली हेल्ड रिलीजियस बिलीफ वायलेटेड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। तो हम तो ये उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आज रेजोल्यूशन हो जाएगा, मगर एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज का जजमेंट हिजाब के फेवर में आया है। और जो हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट था, मेरी राय में इट वाज बैड इन लॉ, बैड in terms of its contents, or it had misused Quranic commentaries and translation. This has serious ramifications and should not have been allowed. ये जो कर्नाटका की मुस्लिम लड़कियां हिजाब पहन रही हैं, इसलिए पहन रही हैं क्योंकि कुरान में अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला ने उनको ये कहा है, हुक्म दिया है, और वो इसलिए पहन रही हैं कि कुरान में अल्लाह ने कहा है। तो बीजेपी ने गैर जरूरी तौर पर इसको एक मसला बनाया, इसको बैन किया और खामखा एक रक्कस क्रिएट किया गया है। तो ये मेरी इनिशियल राय है। अब जब जजमेंट पूरा अपलोड हो जाएगा और जो हमको मिलेगा तो पढ़कर उस पर और तफसील से हम आपके सामने बोल सकेंगे।
कर्नाटक हाई कोर्ट ने सर सवाल किए थे कि हिजाब जो है कंपलसरी प्रैक्टिस नहीं है सुप्रीम कोर्ट, तो
इसीलिए मैंने कहा है कि जो हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट था वो इट वॉज बैड इन लॉ और उसके कंटेंट में भी वो खराब था, और उन्होंने गलत कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज एंड ट्रांसलेशन को इस्तेमाल किया। अब कुरान की एक आयत है ला यखरा फिद्दीन के दीन में कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है, वो हिजाब के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं हुई थी, वो रिलीजन के एक्सेप्टेंस में इस्तेमाल हुई थी। उलमा इकराम ने कहा तो आपने उसको हिजाब पे डाल दिया। तो इसीलिए हमने कह रहे हैं कि वो गलत था, वो ऑनरेबल जजेस ने वो गलत मिसयूज किया बल्कि कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज और ट्रांसलेशन को। और उस जजमेंट में ये कहा गया कि स्कूल एक प्रिजन है, स्कूल एक मिलिट्री कैंप है, कैसा होगा बताइए। तो इसलिए वो मेरी राय वो है उस कर्नाटका हाई कोर्ट के 3 जजेस बेंच की, उसमें तो तीनों जजेस ने हिजाब को कहा कि जरूरत नहीं है। यहां पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दो ऑनरेबल जजेस ने डिफर किया है, मगर एक जज ढूलिया साहब ने हिजाब के फेवर में जजमेंट दिया है।
सर अगर हम बात करें कि
अब आपका टाइम चले जाएगा, फिर वो सोच लीजिए फिर आप।
ठीक है, इंग्लिश में बोल दें सर छोटा सा।
नहीं हो गया, आप चलिए करेंगे
लाइव के लिए।
हाँ लाइव के लिए कि सब खत्म हो। इनिशियल रिमार्क्स बोल दिया हमने। कौन पहले इन कर लें दो पहले, चलो हाँ उसके बाद नहीं।
The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restrictions on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed the 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court that held that hijab was not an essential practice of Islam and allowed the ban on wearing a headscarf in educational institutions in the state. Expressing the divergence in his opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute. Justice Dhulia said that the Karnataka High Court took the wrong path and hijab was a matter of choice, nothing more and nothing less. Dhulia claims that the foremost question on his mind was the education of the girl child. Meanwhile, Bomai government claims that they will continue to enforce hijab ban in the state. All the big takeaways of the Supreme Court hijab verdict on your screens right now. So it's been a split verdict. Justice Gupta upholding the ban. Justice Dhulia says it is a matter of choice. Now this case has been referred to a larger bench because there has been a split verdict in the hijab case. So it's a wait and watch for now. That's the latest coming in at the moment. We're getting you all the sides of the story in terms of what really happened in court as well, all on your screens right now. Politics is also taking place after the split in the Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban, and the stalemate in the case, of course, continues. We're getting some reactions coming in. Listen in.
Ban of hijab will continue. As you know that Karnataka Education Act and rule does not permit any religious items inside the class. So we are very clear that no student can wear hijab inside the class.
2 ಜನ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು CJI ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಎದುರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
आगे जहाँ पे ये रेफ़र किया गया है, हम समझते हैं बहुत क्लियरली ये बात सामने आ जाएगी कि हिजाब जो है इस्लाम का पार्ट है, उसकी प्रैक्टिस है और इस्लाम के एक बुनियादी रुकन है। और जो इस उम्मीद के साथ कि जो इस्लाम की प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उसमें लोगों को ये चाहिए कि इसको अदलिया तक ना ले जाया जाए ताकि इसमें किसी भी तरीके का भेदभाव की कोई शंकाएँ ना हो। लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो कुछ आज कहा है हम इसका वेलकम करते हैं और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आगे जो है ये हिजाब के फेवर में मामला आएगा।
हमारे देश में सभी धर्मों के संस्कार और प्रैक्टिस करने वाले बच्चे हैं और धर्म के आधार पे कोई फैसला नहीं होता है। बच्चों की एजुकेशन मस्ट है, इसलिए इसको अभी आगे के लिए रखा गया बड़ी बेंच के लिए। तो उनकी बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है हमारे न्यायाधीश के लिए। तो इसलिए मैं समझती हूँ कि हमको इसका स्वागत भी करना चाहिए और इंतजार करना चाहिए।
Maulana ji, how do you look at this? The Supreme Court has forwarded this to the larger bench. There has been a contradiction in the decision of both the judges are concerned. How do you see that?
Whatever has been said in the Supreme Court by one of the honorable judge, we welcome that he has said that it is a matter of personal choice, and he has also said that it is related to the right to education, and education is very essential for all the children. So the manner in which this case has been taken up and whatever one of the judge has said, we welcome that, and we also welcome that this case has been referred to a larger bench. And as far as the religious angle is concerned, since this matter is, we think that much more religious, and as far as Islam is concerned, we all must know that whatever Allah has said in the Quran and whatever Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we consider all those things as the essential practice of our religion.
A split Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban on campuses means the stalemate on the case continues. While the Karnataka government says it expected a better verdict and the High Court ban will remain, it also took a swipe at Congress claiming appeasement politics. Karnataka State Education Minister B.C. Nagesh trains guns at the Congress party, claiming it not only uses one community to fight polls but is also polarized a particular community to lead them to the hijab showdown. Samajwadi Party MP has stoked a row with his bizarre comments on hijab use for women. SPMLA Shikur Rahman has claimed that women should not roam about without the hijab, alleging immoral activities will rise without it.
Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that votes, and they have done not now, since 1947 up to today. Why did they brought Article 370? To see that one particular community votes will be polarized towards Congress. The special benefits which has been given. As you know, there are very small minority communities in the country, but one or two particular community has been taken considered as minority and given the special status to them. But there are many small religions which are very minute and they have not got anything when Congress is ruling.
Two opinions are there. So, under these circumstances, there is no clear-cut decisions in respect of the issue of the hijab case is concerned. So, then it has to be referred to according to my opinion, it has to be referred to the constitutional bench, and the constitutional bench has to take the note of every subject and give the correct judgment in respect of the hijab. If it is not taken by the constitutional bench, the confusion will go on. Confusion will continue regarding the hijab issue is concerned. So there must be a clarity on judgment. For that purpose, it should be referred to the constitutional bench. That is only the way.
ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಧರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಷ್ಟರು ಉಡಾಫೆಯ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institutions. So this is a dichotomy. This is the double standards.
Breaking news just coming in. Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted on Italia's arrest. Kejriwal tweets, and I quote, "With the arrest of Gopal Italia, there is a huge anger in the Patel community in Gujarat." Unquote. Of course, this is now being made political given the fact that the state of war Gujarat is on as well, and given the light of what has happened as far as Italia is concerned, Kejriwal has taken the political opportunity and put out a tweet saying with the arrest of Gopal Italia, there is huge anger in the Patel community in Gujarat, unquote. So there you go, latest reaction coming in. This is a reaction coming in from the Chief Minister of Delhi and the Chief Convener of the Aam Aadmi Party right there. We'll also wait for how the other political parties react to this tweet of Arvind Kejriwal. But this has been the escalation in AAP versus BJP fight in Gujarat. Italia, as you already know, has been detained in the national capital. He was detained by the Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. Amit Bhardwaj, our reporter, is now joining us for the very latest. Amit, Kejriwal's put out this particular reaction right there, linking this particular arrest to the state of war Gujarat ahead of the Gujarat elections. Have the other political parties reacted to it, somewhere separating the two issues?
Well, Chaiti, right now, Aam Aadmi Party is actually declaring war over Gopal Italia's detention in the national capital. It is trying to pitch the entire episode, in connection to the Gujarat elections. And in fact, that narrative would suit Aam Aadmi Party as well. And what we saw that right after the news broke that Gopal Italia has been detained from the NCW office by the Delhi police, Arvind Kejriwal had tweeted this out. And after that, party started a war of words against the Delhi police, against the BJP, trying to pitch it into the Gujarat election narrative. And after that, what we are seeing is that AAP convener in Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, is saying that the entire Patel community of Gujarat is angered by the arrest of Gopal Italia. In fact, I had asked Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia about Mr. Italia's detention by Delhi police. He said that Gopal Italia is being detained, being arrested because he belongs to a party which believes in constructing good education system, building good education system, while on the other side, the other party by which he meant BJP has failed to improve the education system of Gujarat for the past 27 years. So that is the big word coming from Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Chaiti, a few moments from right now, Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the national spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, will be holding a press conference. So a detailed statement by Aam Aadmi Party defending Mr. Italia will come out. And the allegations as of now, Chaiti, is that NCW, Chief Rekha Sharma said that the Aam Aadmi Party workers had gathered in large numbers outside NCW headquarters. Many of them were trying to barge into the NCW headquarters, tried to force themselves in NCW headquarters, and that is precisely why NCW had to call the police. And after Delhi police came in, and when Delhi police had reached the NCW headquarters, Mr. Italia had tweeted out that he is being threatened, that he'll be arrested. And eventually we saw those visuals of Delhi police van going right there. In fact, Chaiti, the press conference of Aam Aadmi Party is going to begin right there. Saurabh Bhardwaj.
Saurabh Bhardwaj has taken over the podium right there. As Amit was mentioning, this particular press conference is about to begin any second now. Saurabh Bhardwaj about to start speaking on this entire controversy. You can see Kejriwal has also slammed Italia's detention. And now the Aam Aadmi Party is giving out some clarifications as far as this issue is concerned. Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party about to begin speaking. Listen in.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आज ये सूचना मिल रही है कि गुजरात से आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भाई गोपाल इटालिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार की दिल्ली पुलिस ने बिना किसी कारण गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। ये बात सब लोग जानते हैं कि गुजरात की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ सबसे बड़े आंदोलनों की अगर हम बात करें या उसकी सूची बनाएं, तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। ये बात सब जानते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उसे घृणा करती है, और सरदार पटेल के असली वंशजों को जिस तरीके से पहले गोलियों से मारा गया और आज उनके एक वंशज को जिस तरीके से गिरफ्तार किया है, इसकी वजह से पूरे पाटीदार समाज में और सभी गुजरातियों के मन में बहुत गुस्सा है। सीधा सीधा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है, और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगर आपके पास कोई सवाल हो तो आप सवाल पूछ सकते हैं।
शर्मा एनसीडब्ल्यू की जो चीफ कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बड़ी संख्या में वहां इकट्ठा हुए, कुछ लोग दफ्तर के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, कानून व्यवस्था खराब कर रहे थे, इसलिए पुलिस बुलानी पड़ी।
और वो कह रही है कि इसीलिए उनका डिटेंशन भी हुआ इटालिया। वैसे तो उनको सम्मत किया गया था।
हम तो कह ही रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुलिस, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वुमेन कमीशन और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, और सीधा सीधा पाटीदार समाज से उनकी नफरत आज सबको नजर आ रही है।
क्या हिरासत में लिए जाने के विरोध में आम आदमी पार्टी कोई विरोध प्रदर्शन करेगी, थाने जाएगी? आप लोग क्या करेंगे? मांग क्या आपको?
देखिए, मांग तो क्या है, आपने किसी को बेवजह गिरफ्तार कर लिया है तो सारा देश देख रहा है, और इसके खिलाफ गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबक सिखाएगी। और जिस तरह से लोग निकल रहे हैं तो साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि लोग जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बहुत परेशान हैं।
सर, आप उस वीडियो के बारे में क्या कहेंगे जिस वीडियो को लेकर के उनको सम्मान किया गया?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी रोज उलझुल वीडियो निकालती है और चाहती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 27 साल के शासन के ऊपर कोई जवाब न देना पड़े। 27 साल के शासन के बाद तो किसी गिरी से गिरी सरकार के पास भी कम से कम 27 बड़ी चीजें होती हैं जिस पे बात की जाए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास न स्कूल के बारे में बात करने के लिए कुछ है, ना हेल्थ सर्विसेज के बारे में कुछ है, ना लोगों के लिए कुछ किया। सिर्फ और सिर्फ चाहते हैं उलझुल वीडियोस और पुराने वीडियोस के ऊपर जो है गुजरात का चुनाव हो, मगर गुजरात के लोग ये मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। गुजरात में चुनाव जो है इस बात पे होगा कि 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गुजरात में क्या किया और क्या उन्हें करना चाहिए।
सर, इसी समाज से वहाँ मुख्यमंत्री हैं हार्दिक पटेल को भाजपा अपने पाले में लाती है और आपके नेता को टिकट दिया जाता है, तो क्या कनेक्शन है जो आप कह रहे हैं?
अब देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तो प्रवक्ता भी मुसलमान है। इतने मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता तो हमारी पार्टी में या कांग्रेस में भी नहीं होंगे जितने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर है। मगर उन मुस्लिमों को क्यों रखा गया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी जानती है, देश के लोग भी जानते हैं। तो ऐसे ही पाटीदारों को भी रखा गया है। किससे नफरत है, किससे मोहब्बत है, तो सब जानते हैं।
All right, Saurabh Bharadwaj right there, Aam Aadmi Party crying vendetta as far as this particular arrest is concerned. This is coming in the light of the fresh escalation that you're seeing between the AAP versus BJP in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by the Delhi police from outside National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. The AAP has called the detention, vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with the video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister. The two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days. One where he criticized the Prime Minister's niche politics, used a cuss word for the government, and another which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation. And the AAP has just reacted, one with the tweet of Arvind Kejriwal and the other with a press conference right there of Saurabh Bhardwaj, where he did allege vendetta politics, saying that the BJP is scared of AAP in Gujarat.
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they are creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent, way of living in Gujarat. And someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Bhardwaj is joining us live. Amit, you're right there where the press conference of the Aam Aadmi Party also took place. If you could elaborate further on the Aam Aadmi Party's stance as far as this entire issue is concerned. We cut live to the press conference as well. If you could just encapsulate all the developments.
Well, Chati, Aam Aadmi Party, as expected, has declared war against Bharatiya Janata Party over Gopal Italia's detention in the national capital. We just heard Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the national spokesperson of the party. Italia represents the Patel community, and the attack that has happened against Gopal Italia is because of the hatred of the BJP against the Patidar community of Gujarat, the same Patidar community which had built one of the biggest agitation against the Bharatiya Janata Party in the entire community. So now the Aam Aadmi Party is very clear as far as their strategy is concerned. They are trying to pitch this as AAP versus BJP battle of Gujarat. They are trying to pitch this as attack on the Patidar community, on a leader from the Patidar community. community. In fact, AAP has gone to the extent of saying that Gopal Italia has been arrested because he belongs to the community, which is the true successor of Sardar Patel. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Amit, for joining us with those details right there. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, as the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
As the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. On 12th October, Congress Election Authority head Madhusudan Mistry said that the presidential polls would be carried out through a secret ballot. Mistry said that the Congress's chief polls ensured a level playing field. However, Tharoor opposed the predicament. Tharoor says that he was not blaming Mistry Sahib, but there were flaws in the system since elections were not held for 22 years. Tharoor has alleged that several state presidents and leaders reached out to the Pradesh Congress committees to back Kharge, but no leader was available when he arrived. Tharoor said it was not Mistry ji, but the big leaders of Congress who were biased against him. Kharge, on the other side, told India Today that he does not wish to be compared to Tharoor.
नेताओं जिस किस्म के काम किए हैं उसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि कई जगह में आप देखे होंगे कि प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, सीएलपी नेता, बड़े नेता कि खड़गे साहब को स्वीकार करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, उनके साथ बैठते हैं, लोगों को बुलाते हैं मीटिंग्स के लिए, पीसीसी से निर्देश जाते हैं कि आ जाओ खड़गे साहब आ रहे हैं। इस किस्म की चीज़ें कई पीसीसी में हुए हैं और नेचुरली सिर्फ एक ही उम्मीदवार के लिए ये हुआ और मेरे लिए तो कभी नहीं था। कई बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूँ और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Sir, but Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not I am not he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. I don't want to comment on that.
He is talking about change.
No.
Think Tharoor, think tomorrow.
Whatever he wants, he can tell. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it. And those declarations were taken into consideration, consulting all the senior leaders, experts.
You know, because
that is my agenda.
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud. Sextortion. Web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara files, an India Today investigation.
Have you received SMSs on your phone warning you that your power connection will be snapped for non-payment of bills, or messages with dubious English asking you to fill KYC details for a bank? Many people have received these. Many of us have seen the messages about these offers, about business proposals that sound too good to be true. And when things are too good to be true, they actually are. Messages and emails asking us to tap unverified links. Beware. Cybercrime has matured. Digital criminals are more structured now and innovative than ever before. Here's our special from Jamtara, the most notorious hotspot for cybercrime in India, and now perhaps a model for e-criminals in other states and regions.
An ultimatum about power disconnections. The lures of low investments and high returns. Deals that seem too good to be true. Voice messages, emails asking you to tap unverified links. And threats on sites, apps and games to expose sexual activity. The growing iceberg of digital fraud. Cyber criminals are going great lengths week in, week out to trick you, to blackmail you by the virtual hook or by crook. One of the most notorious hotspots of the craft that has inspired a Netflix series. Jamtara in Jharkhand continues to struggle with cybercrime. Our ground report, in fact, found scammers here have become more structured, innovative and ruthless. A victim has just arrived at Jamtara's cybercrime station. His a complaint of sextortion. Yes, you heard it right. Sextortion.
हमारे मोबाइल में व्हाट्सएप पे डिफरेंट नंबर से मैसेज आते रहे और हमारे फोटो को गलत तरीके से उसको प्रदर्शित किया गया और उसके हमको दिखा करके हमको डराया धमकाया गया और कहा गया कि आप हमको पैसे दीजिए। कितना पैसा? 50,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 अलग अलग तरीके से अलग अलग नंबर से अलग अलग तरीके से पैसा मांगा जा रहा है। कॉल करके बकायदा मैसेज
लिंक भी भेजा जा रहा है। लिंक किस अकाउंट में भेजना है?
बहुत सारा वो अलग UPI ID दे रहे थे कि इसमें भेजिए इसमें भेजिए, तो मैंने भेजा नहीं।
Sextortion is a scam of the blackmail variety. Scammers threaten to expose their targets' explicit images if not paid. Haider Ali complained that cyber criminals used his social media pictures and videos and mapped them onto nude imagery. The scammers have been audacious.
मैंने कहा कि मैं साइबर थाना में इसका रिपोर्ट करूंगा। उन्होंने कहा कि आप साइबर में रिपोर्ट कर दीजिए, कुछ भी कर लीजिए, इससे मैं डरता नहीं, वो लोग मेरा कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सकते। वो उसके बाद गाली गलौज भी करने लगे हमारे साथ, तब मैंने उसका फोन कट कर दिया और मैंने आज आकर के थाना में
आपके तस्वीर का गलत इस्तेमाल किया गया और कि आपके फोटो को वायरल कर दिया जाएगा। गलत किसी लड़की के साथ आपको दिखाया जा रहा था और ये आपको धमकाया जा रहा था कि आपका जो ये क्लिप है इसको वायरल
किया जाएगा,
वरना आप पैसा दीजिए और UPI लिंक्स वो भेज रहे थे।
Jamtara recorded 76 cases of cybercrime in 2021. This year, its cyber police has already registered 60 such cases till now. As risks of digital fraud mount, local businesses are taking the brunt. Many rather prefer a reverse drive to conventional transactions.
हम अपना कोई क्रेडिट कार्ड यही यूज करते हैं।
नहीं करते हैं?
नहीं करते हैं। उसका कारण क्या है कि कल के दिन हैक होने का खतरा है। हम अपने पास में किसी चीज को नहीं रखते।
तो कैसे करते हैं फिर ऑपरेट आप लोग?
ऑपरेट या बैंक जाके चेक से या फिर ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफर वगैरह जो भी है वो भी एकदम लिमिटेड, अदरवाइज बैंकिंग जाके करना पड़ता है।
तो कमोवेश इसी तरह से बाकी ट्रेडर्स भी करते होंगे जैसे आप बता रहे हैं?
बाकी ट्रेडर्स लोग का भी वैसा ही है, वैसा ही सिस्टम है।
यहाँ पर 25-30% व्यापार बहुत प्रभावित हो रहा है
अब लोग पेमेंट लेने में कतराते हैं, या तो फिर चेक से लेते हैं या पेमेंट या डेबिट कार्ड से लेते हैं। तो ये बदनाम होने के कारण अब यहाँ के मान लीजिए बगल के कोई लोगों से या नारायणपुर जामताड़ा कहीं अगल बगल से पेमेंट देना भी चाहता है ऑनलाइन, तो लोग लेने पे घबराता है।
The scammers designed their messaging to get their victims upset, curious, or anxious. Take for example a message about an imminent blackout at your home, office, or store. It's the bait to catch their target's attention. And if the potential victims fell for it and called the embedded number, they'd likely be told to install a screen mirroring app on phones or computer systems. This to allow the scammers the access they want, the data, the passwords, the account number, and codes to execute the theft.
जब कहते हैं कि हम बिल जमा कर दिए हैं फिर भी हमारा क्यों डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है, तो कहते हैं नहीं अपडेट करना होगा। उसके लिए वो कोई ऐप्स है जैसे एनी डेस्क है, टीम व्यूअर है, उसको डाउनलोड कराते हैं और उसी पर वो जो है प्रोसेसिंग कराते हैं। किसी में वो एनी डेस्क या टीम व्यूअर से जो है स्क्रीन शेयर हो जाता है। तो ये जो उसमें 10 रुपया 5 रुपया डालने के लिए बोलते हैं, तो वो उसमें पैसा डालते हैं। डालने के बाद फिर वो जो है ATM नंबर, पिन नंबर, CVV नंबर जो भी है वो प्राप्त कर लेते हैं और उसके बाद फिर वो ट्रांजैक्शन कर लेते हैं।
Authorities in Jamtara have bolstered their defenses. The local youth are encouraged to take up decent vocations.
इन्फोर्समेंट पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है और जहां तक एजुकेशन की बात है तो सारे पंचायत में लाइब्रेरीज बनाई गई हैं जहां हफ्ते में 2 दिन क्लासेस भी लेते हैं। संडे को पुलिस वाले और वेडनेसडे को सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग जाते हैं और जो पुलिस वाले क्लास लेते हैं उनका मेन जो कंसेप्ट है वो कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग का है। वो बच्चों को जो है अपनी पढ़ाई के लिए भी गाइडेंस करते हैं और उसके अलावा कैसे क्राइम से दूर रहना है और उसके क्या नुकसान है इस बारे में भी समझाते हैं। तो इससे काफ़ी अच्छा रिजल्ट आया है।
Cybercrime being borderless without the need for its perpetrator and victim being co-located, digital evidence has led police from 22 states to visit Jamtara in the past few years. But the spotlight on digital fraud has expanded to other places as well.
अभी तो फैल गया, जैसे देवघर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और दुमका, गिरिडीह और जगह से भी हो रहा है।
मतलब संथाल वाले बेल्ट में ज्यादा है।
हाँ, धनबाद वगैरह से भी हो रहा है। इस एरिया से थोड़ा ज्यादा ही हुआ है।
तो अब ये लोग कहीं से भी कर देते हैं ये मतलब कि जहाँ जो उनका हब था कर्माटाड़ तो वहाँ अब नहीं रहते।
अब यहाँ नहीं रह गया, अब तो पूरा फैल गया है। बोर्डिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट इतना है लगभग, और बिहार भी लोग चले गए हैं, वहाँ भी लोग ट्रेंड होकर के ये सब काम कर रहे हैं।
Gaining full remote access to your devices. Simply put, scammers entice you innovatively, threaten you aggressively to take control of your digital assets. Cybercrime no longer a small crime by any means, despite protections. With Satyajit Kumar in Jamtara, Jharkhand, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping to a break, when we return, fresh escalation in AAP versus BJP war. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi.
You are watching India Today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry. Has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Incredibly, you worked with Teach for India. You worked at Mankur in Mumbai as a teacher for a couple of years.
So what I used to do is to go by car to the train station, tell my driver you stay here, and then take a rickshaw and go to school, because I didn't want the community to know that I'm coming in a private car.
To all our viewers, Mankur is very far away from South Mumbai, where we are at the moment. And you then moved into holistic education, and that's where you're...
one of the biggest slums.
It's the
Like
it's where everyone from Peter Mello Road and Churchgate area has been rehabilitated.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, fashion bade aaram se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships, So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines first. AAP's Gujarat chief detained in Delhi from the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Two-judge bench delivers a split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for the ban. Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to a three-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. ED files a charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says that Rana submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod. holy city occult shame. After cannibalism horror, now a case of black magic on children emerges. Local stage massive protests. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from the BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things in life. IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. There's been a fresh escalation in the AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office. NCW chief Rekha Sharma has alleged that Italia stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. AAP has called the detention vendetta, saying that the BJP is threatened by Italia's popularity in Gujarat. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Two old videos of Italia surfaced in recent days. In one, he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics and uses a cuss word for the government, and another where he tells women that temples are breeding grounds for exploitation.
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उनसे घृणा करती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है, और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुलिस, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वुमेन कमीशन और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, और इसके खिलाफ गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सबक सिखाएगी। और जिस तरह से लोग निकल रहे हैं वो साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि लोग जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बहुत परेशान हैं।
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की, और मुझे लगता है इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Well, there is a tweet from the chairperson of the National Women Commission saying that a lot of people from the Aam Aadmi Party are outside their office and they are creating a lot of trouble, heckling people, perhaps assaulting some of those officials around there at the NCW premise. So naturally, in such a situation, Delhi police has probably done what they think is right. But what is of a larger concern is that a man who has been summoned for derogatory comments, not just against the Prime Minister, but also against the women of Gujarat. And there have been several other videos that have emerged after this video in which he goes on to further insinuate that women in Gujarat who go for katha and who go to temples are basically offering themselves for exploitation because they happen to be dens of exploitation. Now, here is a man who has such regressive views about women. He has such regressive views about how he sees the Gujarati culture, the inherent, way of living in Gujarat, and someone like him, when he's summoned by a constitutional authority, a body that is empowered to do so, creates ruckus, makes it an opportunity for show of strength.
Let's now listen into the old comments that were made by Italia.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य वड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी वड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए? ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ, सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં, એ શોષણના ઘર છે। જો તમારે તમારો અધિકાર જોતો હોય, આ દેશ ઉપર તમારે શાસન કરવું હોય, સમાન દરજ્જો જોતો હોય, તો કથાઓમાં જે નાચવાના બદલે મારી બહેનો, મારી માવડીઓ, આ વાંચો।
So that's the latest coming in. AAP Gujarat chief has been detained from outside the women's panel office, the NCPCR office. AAP has trained its guns on the BJP. They've claimed vendetta. In fact, Saurabh Bhardwaj had also conducted a press conference where he spoke about how the Bharatiya Janata Party feels threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party as well. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted about this a while back. He spoke about how there is anger in the Patel community. It's a fresh escalation completely in AAP versus BJP war in Gujarat. The Gujarat unit chief been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was detained by Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office. We'll get you more details as we go along the way. The Supreme Court passed a split verdict on a batch of appeals challenging restrictions on a Muslim girl students wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. Our next report tells you more about the story.
After 10 months of tumult and face-off, which ignited passion and legal fight, the hijab stalemate is here to stay. The two-judge Supreme Court bench has delivered a split verdict on if campuses can allow Islamic hijab over prescribed uniform. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and quashed the Karnataka government's hijab ban order on February 5. He held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not apt for the dispute. Justice Dhulia added that only education of girl child matters. Justice Hemant Gupta, on the other hand, upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, which approved Karnataka government's campus hijab ban. Justice Gupta also raised 11 critical questions on the issues of essential religious practice, rights of students, and the government.
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Justice Goli has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy manual judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
The CJI, while constituting the larger bench, will have to consider all 11 questions raised by Justice Gupta and then decide upon the composition of the bench. With no stay by the top court on the Karnataka High Court judgment and the Supreme Court being split, the High Court endorsed ban on hijab in campuses with uniform will continue.
हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है. हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे.
As the battle shifts to a larger bench, a longer legal war may be on the cards.
Two judges giving a split verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban case from the Supreme Court, which means that this matter will now go before a 3-judge bench and is likely to be delayed further. While Justice Hemant Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into all issues including essential religious practice and the right of the government to formulate rules, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this is not about essential religious practice, it is about the freedom of expression and freedom of choice of religion. And effectively, it is also about education of girls, particularly in poorer rural areas. With the two judges giving distinctive, different judgments, the matter will now be referred to the Chief Justice to formulate a fresh bench. In the meantime, in Karnataka, the ban on wearing of hijabs in educational institutions which have a uniform will continue, as the government has made it clear that the status quo will continue for now. In New Delhi, with cameraman Raja, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
A split Supreme Court judgment on the hijab ban on campuses means the stalemate on the case continues. While the Karnataka government says it expected a better verdict and that the High Court ban will remain, it also took a swipe at the Congress claiming appeasement politics. Karnataka State Education Minister BC Nagesh trained guns at the Congress, claiming it not only uses one community to fight polls, but also has polarized a particular community to lead them to the hijab showdown. Samajwadi Party's MP has stoked a row with his bizarre comments on hijab use for women. SP MLA Shikur Rahman claims that women should not roam about the hijab without the hijab, alleging immoral activities would rise without it.
Ban of hijab will continue. Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. Fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. Education. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institutions. So this is a dichotomy. This is the double standards of the BJP.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಪುಷ್ಟೀಕರಿಸುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಈ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳೇ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಚೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Why should we mandate anything? No need to mandate. We should leave it to the education institutions to have their own view. They'll have a committee and they'll have either a college committee or a school committee. They should sit down and take a decision. But now anyway, Honorable Supreme Court is looking at it. So let them come out with a proper finding on this.
तो बीजेपी ने गैर जरूरी तौर पर इसको एक मसला बनाया, इसको बैन किया और खामखा एक रक्कस क्रिएट किया गया है. तो ये मेरी इनिशियल राय है. तो हम तो ये उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आज रेजोल्यूशन हो जाएगा, मगर एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज का जजमेंट हिजाब के फेवर में आया है और जो हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट था मेरी राय में इट वाज बैड इन लॉ, बैड इन टर्म्स ऑफ इट कंटेंट्स, और उन्होंने गलत कुरानिक कमेंट्रीज एंड ट्रांसलेशन को इस्तेमाल किया. अब कुरान की एक आयत है ला यखरा फिद दीन, के दीन में कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है. वो हिजाब के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं हुई थी, वो रिलीजन के एक्सेप्टेंस में इस्तेमाल हुई थी. उलमा इकराम ने कहा तो आपने उसको हिजाब पे डाल दिया.
Everywhere it is allowed. Only within the school the issue is. Where the children from small only they wear and come suddenly if they don't obey their issues. Regarding that regarding whether it's allowed, that's the government school, private school it is allowed according to the managements. decision. Only it's in the government school. So government, it's between the one is between the constitutional right, another the rules of the school and management. I think a good decision will be given by the court.
It's a good thing that's been referred to the larger bench. The most most populated state like UP, the large number of Muslims are there. There is no issue of hijab there. Why a progressive state like Karnataka should follow all these things? It's nothing but to create tension and create a kind of animosity the state government was doing.
पहनावा, खान पीन, निजता की गारंटी भारत का संविधान देता है। उसके अनुसार बिना किसी के अधिकारों का हनन किए हुए पहनने का, खाने का, धर्म मानने की छूट होनी चाहिए। यूनिफॉर्म पहन के क्या हिजाब नहीं लगाया जा सकता? कल आप पगड़ी रोक दोगे, घूंघट रोक दोगे, कल आप जैन दिगंबरों की पूजा रोक दोगे, कहाँ तक जाएगा? तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ इस संवेदनशील विषय पर एक बहुत ही संविधान सम्मत ही कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
ये ईमानदारी से एक मजहबी मामला है, इस्लाम का मामला है। इस्लाम के अंदर मतलब ये कि जवान बेटियां और ये जो हैं वो हैं औरतों के लिए हिजाब का हुक्म दिया गया है कि वो बापर्दा रहें और बेपर्दा होकर बाज़ारों में गलियों में न घूमें। इससे चूँकि हालात बिगड़ते हैं, आवारगी बढ़ती है इससे। और आज अगर इसमें कोई पाबंदी लगाई जाती है कि हिजाब की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो ये कहते हैं, तो इससे समाज को भी न सिर्फ इस्लाम को बल्कि समाज को नुकसान होगा।
जहाँ तक हिजाब का सवाल है, इस पर इस्लामिक दुनिया भी भटी हुई है। टर्की में हिजाब पर प्रतिबंध है और ऐसे कई अनेक इस्लामिक देश हैं जो हिजाब को इस्लाम के लिए आवश्यक नहीं मानते। तो सैद्धांतिक और व्यावहारिक तौर पर भारत के उदार लोकतंत्र में जो संविधान के द्वारा चलता है, उसमें स्कूल और कॉलेजों में गणवेश की समानता सिर्फ गणवेश तक सीमित नहीं है। यह लोगों में समानता का भाव, समरसता का भाव और संविधान के प्रति निष्ठा का भाव रखते हुए समन्वय पैदा करता है। इसलिए स्कूल और कॉलेजों में हिजाब या इस तरह की किसी पोशाक की अनुमति देना इस देश में पहचान की राजनीति को आगे बढ़ाना है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को संविधान और भारत की समकालीन परिस्थिति को देखते हुए निर्णय लेना चाहिए।
किसी भी विषय पे मत इधर भी उधर भी होता ही है और इस हिजाब वाले प्रकरण में स्वयं इस्लामिक देश दो विचारों में बटे हुए हैं। वहाँ भी कई देश समर्थन कर रहे हैं, कई देश इनको नहीं चाह रहे हैं। अच्छी बात यह है कि देश में कोर्ट चिंता कर रही है इस विषय का। हम भी समझते हैं विषय बहुत गंभीर है। आमतौर पे हम सभी को ये ज़रूर रहता है कि हमें स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म का सम्मान करना चाहिए, लेकिन अब इसमें जो भी होगा हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा बैन है। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 2 बातें आई हैं, आगे फिर माननीय जस्टिस के पास पहुंचेगी और हमें पूरा विश्वास है जो भी कोर्ट फैसला करेगा उसका देश सम्मान करेगा।
लेकिन ओवैसी ये कह रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका राजनीतिकरण कर रही है, इसका चुनावी फायदा लेना चाहते हैं आप, चाहे वो कर्नाटक के चुनाव हो या गुजरात के चुनाव हो या हिमाचल के। आप चुनावी उसमें जो है उनके धर्म के ऊपर अटैक कर रहे हैं और इस लड़ाई को कानूनी रूप देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, उनका ओवैसी अगर ऐसा कह रहे हैं तो बिल्कुल निराधार है। और ओवैसी जी किस प्रकार से नफरत फैलाने में, फिर उसको राजनीतिक फ़ायदा लेने में विश्वास करते हैं, ये किसी से छुपा नहीं है। राजनीतिकरण वो कर रहे हैं इस मुद्दे का। हमारे लिए ये मामला कोर्ट में है, कोर्ट जो डिसाइड करेगा वो हमें स्वीकार है।
Slipping into a break, when we return, as the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in the treatment between candidates within the party.
You are watching India Today.
COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health Free.
Internet download speeds on the 5G test network in the country have reached 600 Mbps in some parts of the country, according to Ookla's latest speed test intelligence report, with the survey adding the national capital enjoys the fastest 5G network.
5G services were launched in select Indian cities by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 1st of October. A survey by Ookla shows the 3 5G operators are still calibrating their networks, ensuring they are stable as they go commercial. There is huge volatility in the network, with 5G download speeds ranging from 16 Mbps to 810 Mbps in tests conducted since June of this year. In Delhi, Airtel reached median speed of 200 Mbps, while Jio shot at nearly 600 Mbps. In Kolkata, Airtel lagged at just 34 Mbps, while Jio had a faster speed at 482 Mbps. In Mumbai, Airtel reached 271 Mbps compared to Jio's 515 Mbps. In Varanasi, Airtel was ahead with 517 Mbps versus Jio's 485. Though the 5G speeds are still well below the 1 Gbps standard set in several countries, it is still much above the current 4G data transfer rates. Consumers, meanwhile, seem ready to embrace 5G. The report shows 51% of the respondents already have handsets which support 5G. The top 5G capable handset brands include Samsung, Xiaomi, Realme, Vivo and Apple. And though Apple handsets aren't compatible with 5G in India yet, according to the Ookla survey, the iPhone 12 is the most popular 5G-capable device in the Indian market. Meanwhile, the Department of Telecom today met with various handset makers and network operators to prioritize and release software upgrades for supporting 5G services. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
As the Congress presidential polls close in, Shashi Tharoor has alleged a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. On October 12th, Congress Election Authority head Madhusudan Mistry said that the presidential polls would be carried through a secret ballot. Mistry said the Congress's chief polls ensure a level playing field. However, Tharoor opposed the predicament. Tharoor says he's not blaming Mistry Sahib, but there were flaws in the system since elections were held for 22 years. Tharoor has alleged that several state presidents and leaders reached out to Pradesh Congress committees to back Kharge, but no leader was available when he arrived. Tharoor said that it was not Mistry Ji, but the big leaders of the Congress who were biased against him. Kharge, on the other hand, told India Today that he does not wish to be compared to Tharoor.
नेताओं जिस किस्म के काम किए हैं उसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि कई जगह में आप देखे होंगे कि प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, सीएलपी नेता, बड़े नेता कि खरगे साहब को स्वीकार करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, उनके साथ बैठते हैं, लोगों को बुलाते हैं मीटिंग्स के लिए, पीसीसी से निर्देश जाते हैं कि आ जाओ खरगे साहब आ रहे हैं। इस किस्म की चीज़ें कई पीसीसी में हुए हैं और नेचुरली सिर्फ एक ही उम्मीदवार के लिए हुआ और मेरे लिए तो कभी नहीं था। कई बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था। लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Sir, but Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. I don't want to comment on that.
He is talking about change.
No.
Think Tharoor, think tomorrow.
Whatever he wants, he can tell. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it. And those declarations were taken into consideration, consulting all the senior leaders, experts.
Because
that is my agenda.
Mallikarjun Kharge has made an objectionable remark while answering a question on Congress Prime Ministerial candidate for 2024. When asked who would be the Prime Ministerial face, Kharge responded, "Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge." Here's a report.
Our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge.
This one comment has landed Congress president contender Mallikarjun Kharge in the line of fire. When asked about who will lead the Congress in 2024 polls, Kharge tried to wriggle out with a clever idiom.
Who will be the face in 2024? Rahul Gandhi is still your Congress face? He will be the face?
Alright, let us see after this election. This is an election of Sangathan.
No, but he is the face of the party or not?
No.
In Bharat Jodo, he is the face.
That party will decide when, after the Sangathan elections are over, and naturally, whatever the outcome comes, at that time we can think. That's why our people say always in Hyderabad, Bakri Eid mein bachenge to Muharram mein nachenge.
तो बकरीद में बचना जरूरी है तो
इलेक्शन जीतना जरूरी है ना
जरूरी है
इसीलिए तो हम हर जगह जा रहे हैं.
Now the BJP is calling Kharge's comments an insult to Muslims. Its national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla was the first to gun for Kharge.
Everybody knows that this month of Muharram is not a month of celebration, but it is a month of sorrow and a month of matam. So the Congress party must tell us that why they are making such statements that are offensive, and also the political import of the statement is something that Rahul Gandhi should take due cognizance of.
Soon after, BJP leaders followed suit.
किसकी बकरा ईद मना रहे हैं वो? उनका इशारा सीधे सीधे है अपने ही वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता शशि थरूर की बलि देने की बात कर रहे हैं वो, और उसके बाद कह रहे हैं कि मुहर्रम मनाएंगे. मुहर्रम आप क्या मनाओगे? आपको मालूम है कि आपकी हैसियत ही नहीं है.
कहावत उनने कहा है कि पहले भैया बकरा ईद पे अगर बच गए तो आगे का सोचेंगे. तो कांग्रेस तो मैं अब खुद का ही भविष्य दांव पर लगा हुआ है, और कांग्रेस में तो हलाल करने की प्रक्रिया अपनाई जा रही है. तो 10 जनपद की हलाल से बचेंगे तभी तो कोई अगला मुहर्रम के देख पाएंगे वो.
Under attack, Kharge has clarified that the idiom is commonly used in Karnataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a break. When we return, incessant rainfall triggers flood fury from west to east. Floods wreak havoc. 18 UP districts affected by deluge as Assam battles flood after 24-hour rain. Over 200 tourists stranded in Sikkim. This and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
In this country, a pack of condoms costs 60,000 rupees. Yes, you heard that right. In Venezuela, a pack of condoms costs more than a TV or even an iPhone. It's not a joke. Safe sex comes at a very steep price in Venezuela. A 36-pack of condoms sells for $755, while in the United States, the same pack costs $21. Isn't this odd? But it's a fact. Let's find out why. In Venezuela, abortion is illegal. To keep up with the strict abortion laws, contraceptives like condoms are sold at higher rates. Despite such prices, people crowd outside the shop to buy them. It's also challenging to find contraceptives and condoms in markets and pharmacies. There are times when they even go out of stock for days, and this leads to the higher prices of the product. Birth control pills and emergency contraception are also in short supply in Venezuela. So residents are turning to auction sites or black markets to purchase these items. In black markets, condoms are sold at 3 times their price. You talk about selling kidneys for iPhones? Are the condom prices here any less than such a misery? Venezuela gets most of its supplies by importing them from other countries. The colossal markup is also due to the collapse in oil prices, which has had disastrous consequences in Venezuela. The South American country relies on crude oil exports for 95% of its foreign currency earnings and has seen a 60% fall in those exports. At one point, many drugstores even stopped selling condoms due to the economic downturn. And it couldn't afford to import necessities like deodorant, toilet paper, medications, flour, and stuff you use daily. Do you know Venezuela is already battling high STDs and HIV infection? And according to the UN State of World Population Report 2015, it's the country with the highest teenage pregnancy rate in Latin America. And unavailability of condoms or their rising prices put women in great danger here. Not only is practicing safe sex nearly impossible, but women will be driven to go to secret clinics when faced with unplanned pregnancies. This also means unwanted pregnancies are sometimes terminated with illicit and often dangerous methods.
Incredibly, you worked with Teach for India. You worked at Mankur in Mumbai as a teacher for a couple of years.
So what I used to do is to go by car to the train station, tell my driver you stay here and then take a rickshaw and go to school because I didn't want the community to know that I'm coming in a private car.
To all our viewers, Mankur is very far away from South Mumbai where we are at the moment. And you then moved into holistic education and that's where you're...
one of the biggest slums.
It's the
like Arabi,
it's where everyone from P. De Mello Road and Churchgate area has been rehabilitated.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho 4 Kadam Aage.
You are watching India Today.
Trouble is mounting for journalist Rana Ayub as she has been charge-sheeted now by the ED in a money laundering case. The ED has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub before a Ghaziabad court and there are serious allegations of money laundering, fraud against the journalist. According to the ED, Rana illegally acquired funds from general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform called Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without the registration under the FCRA. ED investigation revealed that Rana Ayub launched 3 fundraiser campaigns on Keto platform starting from April 2020 and then went on to collect funds totaling to 2 crores and 69 lakhs. Investigation by ED has also revealed that the funds raised on the online platforms were received in the amounts of her father and sister and subsequently transferred to her personal accounts. So it was routed, according to the ED, through these accounts to her account subsequently. Rana Ayub, according to the ED, utilized these funds to create fixed deposits of 50 lakh rupees for herself and also transferred 50 lakh rupees in a new bank account. ED investigation has also revealed only approximately 29 lakh rupees was used for relief work and 1 crore 77 lakh rupees went towards personal accounts and expenses. In order to claim more expenses towards relief work, fake bills were submitted by Rana Ayub. Moving on now, heavy rainfall has been battering several states in India for the past few days. Incessant rainfall for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. India's Met Department has predicted heavy rainfall over Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and other states for the next 2 days. Take a look.
Rain mayhem across the nation. Inundated streets and localities. Incessant rains for the last 3 days has triggered floods in several states of India. Life has been thrown out of gear in many parts. Several districts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu are badly hit. While the Met Department is predicting more rains, it has said the cyclonic circulation seen in the Bay of Bengal is weakening. In Assam, Dhemaji is the worst hit district with nearly 39,000 persons, including more than 7,800 children affected. 2,838 hectares of crop area is inundated. 20 relief distribution centers have been set up in Dhemaji, Lakhimpur and Dibrugarh. Hundreds of villages in Uttar Pradesh are also affected by the floods. The victims are moving to safer places with their household items. The Saryu River in Barabanki district is in spate due to the rain and millions of cusecs of water has been released from Nepal for the past several days.
बाढ़ को लेकर के मैंने और माननीय मंत्री जी ने रामसनेही घाट के जो प्रभावित क्षेत्र हैं उनका निरीक्षण किया है कि जो लोगों को जो समस्याएं आ रही हैं उसमें हम लोगों ने अतर सुइया उमराहरा सिकरी सेमरी और बसंतपुर ग्राम पंचायतों में और उनके जो प्रभावित मजरे हैं उनको देखा। वहाँ पर जो हमारे संबंधित एसडीएम्स हैं वो लोग भी उपस्थित थे। चारे की समस्या, जो राशन की किट्स हैं उनका वितरण कल से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और जो कई जो घाघरा की साइड वाले जो एरियाज हैं उनमें फसल काफी प्रभावित है तो उसके मुआवजे के लिए भी सूची बनाने के लिए निर्देशित किया है।
Meanwhile, in Karnataka, officials have advised people to move to safer places, as the discharge of surplus water in Stanley Reservoir can cause flood in Kaveri Delta districts.
As heavy downpour continues to wreak havoc in several parts of India, let's now take a look at the visuals showing destruction caused by heavy rainfall. Incessant rains, swelling rivers and floods have created havoc in several regions of Uttar Pradesh. Around 1,370 villages have been submerged due to the floods in the state. Amidst heavy rainfall, police personnel distributed relief materials to flood-affected victims in UP's Pilbhit area. As heavy rainfall lashes various parts of Hyderabad, several roads have been submerged in water, especially in places like Yusufgura, Boraband and other places. Parts of Anantapur town in Andhra Pradesh were inundated following heavy rain. Water from overflowing lakes entered houses in several colonies on the outskirts of the town, rendering hundreds homeless. Heavy rainfall lashed several parts of Madurai in Tamil Nadu. As per India, the Met Department, the city is likely to witness moderate rains until 18th of October. Heavy rain over the past few days. Heavy rain over the past few days has triggered flash floods across the country, throwing life in India out of gear in several cities. India Today gets you ground reports from Hyderabad's Anantapur city and UP's Ayodhya, where heavy downpour has resulted in massive destruction.
The flood situation in the state of Uttar Pradesh is worsening with each passing day. India Today TV team has reached the temple town, that is Ayodhya, and flood fury has no end over here as well. I am reporting from one particular crunch of road which connects Ayodhya to district Gonda, but that particular road has been completely submerged in the Saryu flood water. And if you'll see the road out here, you'll see how the road is broken. This visual itself, this part of road, it's quite heavy out here, but this is the way how in a series the road has been broken and submerged in the flood water, and itself telling the story how the water is flowing above the danger level in district Ayodhya, and with such routes being blocked and roads submerged and police outposts went away in the flood water. Situation seems alarming in Uttar Pradesh and Ayodhya as well. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Samarth Srivastava for India Today.
3 days of rains and this is the situation here. We're here at Jakalkota where, as you can see, several areas have been inundated. This is one such house from where I am getting down from, and what you can see here is luckily the steps from which I am getting down at. But what, even as step by step that I take, the water continues to come deeper, well up into the hip area, and as locals out here say, even as I go further inside, it goes on well above the chest area as well. That is what they're saying. This has been the situation here for almost the last 2 to 3 days, continuously in and around this area. As you can see, several houses here that have been inundated as it goes down towards the stream as well. That is the stream from where the rush of water that you can see, the current out there quite heavy, as several houses have been completely inundated. All the family belongings and everything else that has been washed away by these rains that have lashed across Anantapur and several districts of Andhra Pradesh as well.
After facing boycott calls for his film Lal Singh Chaddha, Amir Khan has once again come in the eye of the storm. He's being criticized for his latest advertisement, which also features Kiara Advani. Netizens are expressing their anger, citing that it hurts Hindu tradition and rituals. Here's everything that you need to know.
कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी. हाँ.
After massive boycott calls against his film Lal Singh Chaddha, Amir Khan seems to be in trouble once again. And this time it is for his recent advertisement for a bank in which the actor and Kiara Advani play newlyweds and shows the groom entering the house first. Welcome, Damaj. Netizens have been trending Amir Khan insults Hindu Dharma on Twitter, expressing their anger against the ad, citing that it is contrary to the Hindu tradition wherein the new bride is supposed to enter the home first. In the advertisement, Amir's voiceover can also be heard that speaks about bringing a change to the usual way of doing things, and it clearly hasn't gone down well with netizens who accused Amir of allegedly trying to hurt the Hindu traditions and rituals.
सदियों से जो प्रथा चलती आई है वही चलती रहती है. ऐसा क्यों?
If you jog your memory, not long ago, Amir Khan was in the eye of storm when his film Lal Singh Chaddha was about to release in August. Boycott calls for it was trending on social media, so much so that the actor, during an interaction with media, spoke at length about his thoughts on the hatred towards his film ahead of the release. He expressed that it does hurt him when people talk about boycotting Bollywood and Lal Singh Chaddha. The actor further added, and we quote, "Yes, I feel sad. Also, I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart, they believe that I'm someone who doesn't like India. In their hearts, they believe, but it is untrue. It is rather unfortunate that some people feel that way. That's not the case. Please don't boycott my film. Please watch my film. Amir Khan was facing the brunt of his 2015 controversial India's growing intolerance statement as netizens dug up the old video and started to circulate it on social media, escalating the boycott calls.
The growing discomfort that they felt, or the growing atmosphere of intolerance that they felt around them, a growing sense of insecurity and disappointment with that. And as a result, that was their way of showing that they are not happy with the situation.
Now looks like this advertisement featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani has only added fuel to the fire.
Welcome, Damaj.
And thank you. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
सदियों से जो प्रथा चलती आई है, वही चलती रहती है. ऐसा क्यों?
Nora Fatehi has joined the league of Jennifer Lopez and Shakira to perform at FIFA World Cup 2022, whereas Boman Irani and Satish Shah have been roped in to play an important role in Shah Rukh Khan's starrer Dunki. This and much more. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending?
Nora Fatehi has now joined the ranks of Jennifer Lopez and Shakira as she has been roped in to perform at the FIFA World Cup in December this year. That makes her the only actor to represent India at the event.
Let's welcome Nora on set,
She took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video in which she can be seen practicing her dance moves for the FIFA World Cup national anthem. That's not all. A few days ago, Nora Fatehi, who has also sung the song and danced in the music video, released the official soundtrack. The song has been produced by Red One, who's previously worked with Shakira on Waka Waka and La La La.
Good morning, Mr. Jain.
morning. Thank you.
Streaming giant Netflix has announced the release date of its dark comedy Monica, Oh My Darling, which is all set to premiere on November 11th. Sharing this poster, OTT platform captioned it as, "Someone please tell Rajkumar Rao that he already has a hold on our hearts. He doesn't need a claw for it." Directed by Vasan Bala, Monica, Oh My Darling is a neo-noir that is an ode to movies about the perfect plan that led to mayhem in the lives of the people involved. The film also features Huma Qureshi and Radhika Apte in key roles.
तेरे को क्या लगता है? हाँ? तू टैलेंटेड है? टैलेंट नहीं, तेरा स्टोरी अच्छा है.
मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास.
नाम क्या है सर?
डंकी.
डोंकी?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी.
Shah Rukh Khan is on a roll as he has back-to-back films lined up, including Dunki. And now it has been reported that Satish Shah and Boman Irani have been roped in to play important parts in the film. Directed by Rajkumar Hirani, the film focuses on illegal immigration to foreign countries and also stars Taapsee Pannu as the female lead. Dunki marks the first collaboration between SRK and the filmmaker. As far as Shah Rukh's other projects are concerned, the actor, who was last seen in Ayan Mukherjee's Brahmastra in a special appearance, has Siddharth Anand's Pathan alongside Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. That's not all. SRK will also be seen in Atlee's directorial Jawan, in which he will be seen sharing screen space with Nayanthara, Sania Malhotra and Sunil Grover. Deepika is also likely to make a cameo in the film.
Ready.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Slipping to a short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
growth priorities will be kept absolutely on the top. Even as I speak about the concerns that inflation brings before me. So inflation concerns will have to be addressed, but then how would you manage growth would be the natural question. But that's the point of, being sure how you're going to be able to balance the two and be sure that the momentum that Indian economy has got coming out of the pandemic and the momentum with which it will grow even the next year, even as per the very many multilateral institutions which are observing India, cannot be weakened. So it will have to again be a very carefully structured budget in which the growth momentum will have to be sustained. Energy, fertilizer are all becoming expensive. As a result, in some parts of the country, not so much for us, there is severe food insecurity. We are in a position to export. But if our input costs are going up, or if our farmers themselves come under stress, export and the global understanding, multilateral institutional compulsions don't help in exporting food that easily. And this is a bane of some understandings which have been given a play since the Uruguay round. And we've been in every WTO meeting talking about it, saying it shouldn't be so. Those who were working in different heavily industrialized parts of the country, they themselves coming from different parts which are not so industrialized, who generically are being called as migrant laborers, went back to their villages. All of us knew about how they went back. Some of them went back with the trains which were provided, others found their own way. But when the pandemic subsided, and when they had all been given also the vaccinations, many of them didn't go back to their old employees. They went looking for better jobs and found them, and therefore there is this good churn that is happening in the Indian economy, and therefore the government's effort for skilling and upskilling is also being ramped up now. And the nature of employment itself is now also getting very speedily ramped up. And that is why I'm not surprised, and I'm glad to quote, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that India probably can lead the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
The Supreme Court passes a split verdict on Muslim girl students wearing hijab in Karnataka educational institutions. Justice Hemant Gupta dismissed 26 appeals filed against the judgment of the Karnataka High Court that imposed a ban on wearing hijab in Karnataka educational institutions. Meanwhile, expressing the divergence in his opinion, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the High Court judgment and held the entire concept of essential religious practice was not essential to the dispute. In a shocking incident, 2 women in Kerala who were reported missing were found murdered and buried in Thiruvalla town. It is known that they were abducted, beheaded, butchered. Their bodies were chopped off and knife was inserted into their private parts. Cops reveal Mohammed Shafi, the key accused in the case, is a sexual pervert and a psychopath with a criminal antecedents dating back to a decade. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday flagged off the country's 4th Vande Bharat Express train from Una railway station in Himachal Pradesh. This is the Prime Minister's 9th visit to Himachal Pradesh in the last 5 years. Remember, Himachal Pradesh is going to polls later this year. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Rana Ayub for money laundering charges before a designated court in Ghaziabad. ED has alleged that Ayub illegally acquired funds from general public in the name of charity by launching fundraiser campaigns on an online crowdfunding platform called Keto. It was also alleged that Rana Ayub received foreign contribution without a registration under the FCRA and that she also submitted fake bills.
India's Oscar entry film, Chalo Show, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Chalo Show. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Audiatron.
Big escalation in state of war Karnataka. Former chief ministers enter the battlefield. It's now BSY versus Siddaramaiah. Former Congress chief minister scoffs at BJP's Yatra. New collision between two old enemies. नाटका in Karnataka अभी बाकी है. Top focus on 5 Live.
The BJP hasn't named its chief ministerial candidate. The Congress doesn't have a chief ministerial candidate because its members are still fighting in public. But now you have the two big veterans, Siddaramaiah and Yediyurappa, fighting in the most fearsome manner. Both these old Karnataka war horses are on the front foot. And it's making a lot of people wonder whether this is the beginning of the big fight for Karnataka. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief detained in Delhi in front of the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. It's game on in state of war Gujarat. Two-judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban. Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to 3-judge bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban in institutions will continue for now. Rana Ayub charge-sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. She's been accused of money laundering. The Enforcement Directorate charge sheet says this journalist submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod, and gained personally. Kerala's holy city, Padanamthitta's occult shame. After cannibalism horror, now a case of black magic on children emerges. Locals stage massive protest. Sourav Ganguly makes his exit, as we told you, from the BCCI officially. Says he's ready to move on to bigger things. With Gujarat elections only a couple of months away, temperatures have reached fever pitch. The latest flashpoint now is this escalation in the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP war in poll-bound Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party's state chief has been detained in Delhi. Gopal Italia was arrested by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission for Women's office in the capital, where the panel chief Rekha Sharma alleged that Italia had stormed into her office with his supporters, which made her feel threatened. The Aam Aadmi Party has called the detention political vendetta, and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, also Italia's party boss, has asserted that his detention has angered the entire Patidar or Patel community to which Italia belongs. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 2 old videos of Gopal Italia had surfaced in recent days, one in which he criticized the Prime Minister's niche politics and uses a Hindi cuss word for his government, and another in which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds of exploitation. He has now been detained by the Delhi police.
जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
तो एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ गुजरात में हुआ, वो पटेलों का, पाटीदारों का आंदोलन था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करती है, उनसे घृणा करती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आम आदमी पार्टी से जो डर है वो साफ देखा जा सकता है, और गुजरात के लोगों के मन में इसके लिए काफी गुस्सा है।
There are several videos of Gopal Italia, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, in which he is seen denigrating women, making sexist, misogynist comment, referring to them as C. He has also gone on to say that women who go for katha and to temples offer themselves for exploitations because those are dens of exploitation. In such a scenario, NCW summoned the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief. He went there with his supporters, created ruckus. So much so that the NCW chairperson had to tweet asking the police to step in. Otherwise, people would have been harassed and assaulted in the NCW premise. The police did what was appropriate.
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था। जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
Listen to some of the old comments that have been resurfaced by the BJP of Italia's that have now gotten him into this political trouble.
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आप नीच किस्म के आदमी, मुख्य बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे चुनाव चल रहा है। मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी बड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर, समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। मैं बात करता हूँ डिजिटल इंडिया की और खुद दिल्ली से दौड़ा दौड़ा यहाँ पे वोट देने आता हूँ। देखिए मैं आप लोगों को कैसे सी बनाता हूँ। तो ये नीच किस्म का आदमी हमें ये संदेश दे रहा है कि मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં। એ શોષણના ઘર છે। જો તમારે તમારો અધિકાર જોતો હોય, આ દેશ ઉપર તમારે શાસન કરવું હોય, સમાન દરજ્જો જોતો હોય, તો કથાઓમાં જે નાચવાના બદલે મારી બહેનો, મારી માવડીઓ, આ વાંચો।
Quick word in from India Today is Amit Bharadwaj, who's been tracking this, pretty aggressive development from the national capital. Only a couple of months to go for the Gujarat elections, Amit, and this is a big one, detaining the state unit chief at a time when temperatures are rising in the political fight of Gujarat, which is anyway being seen to be, an Aam Aadmi party biting at the heels of the BJP. What kind of trouble is Gopal Italia in right now?
Well, Shiv, I see it as an opportunity for Aam Aadmi Party as well as Gopal Italia. You know, this could be a trouble for the movement. Yes, he has to follow the legal process right now in order to get out of the detention, or if this detention gets converted into arrest, in that case, he will have to seek bail from the court. But the bigger picture here, Shiv, is that Aam Aadmi Party has pounced on the opportunity and is now trying to shape the narrative into AAP versus BJP battle for Gujarat 2022 assembly polls. They are trying to make it clear that it is all about Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress is nowhere in the picture. And that is precisely why their young and popular Patidar leader is being targeted, not only in Gujarat, but also in the national capital when he was here to be present in front of the NCW. Along with that, Aam Aadmi Party, through its several press conferences throughout the day, tried to convert this into an attack on the Patidar community. Sanjay Singh spoke to India Today exclusively, where he said that, whether it be an opportunity to charge lathis at the Patidars or shoot them down, BJP never misses an opportunity. And this action, this legal action against Gopal Italia should not be seen as a legal action against, by the NCW, by the National Commission for Women. Rather, this is an action by the Bharatiya Janata Party on the instructions of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So clearly, they are setting the tone, they are setting the pitch where it seems to be, a fight between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and Patidars against the BJP.
The knives are out. The elections are only a couple of months away. Expect this to become ever more aggressive. Thanks very much, Amit, for getting us that report. We'll keep a track of what happens to Gopal Italia. And now on to our big spotlight story on 5 Live. Now, viewer, political campaigns, election campaigns in this country are necessarily a vibrant, unruly, chaotic affair. There's a lot of confusion, lots of unanswered questions. In Karnataka specifically, which goes to the polls in just 7 months from now, nobody knows who the BJP's chief ministerial face is. Nobody knows who the Congress's chief ministerial face is. But today, for the first time, there appears to be some kind of signal going on. Mr. Siddaramaiah appears to be fronting the Congress's entire campaign. And Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, very interestingly, appears to be the face of the BJP's campaign against a marauding Congress. Both leaders have been taking big pot shots at each other. They appear to be the protagonists in what has become an escalating crossfire between these two parties. And remember, the Congress in Karnataka, it's a state seen to be perhaps the only state in the upcoming election cycle where the grand old party has a fighting chance. Very interesting. What does it say? Take a look.
Siddaramaiah has shifted into top gear on the road to Karnataka's elections, jogging with boss Rahul and sparing no attack. The former Congress CM has now opened his most aggressive offensive, targeting the BJP government and specifically the man who took his chair, B.S. Yediyurappa. In a series of high-voltage tweets, Siddaramaiah has scoffed at the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra, challenging both Chief Minister Bommai as well as Yediyurappa to get down from their cars and walk for 4 kilometers without falling down, and to do a 5-minute speech without taking the name of Siddaramaiah. More stingingly, Siddaramaiah has accused Chief Minister Bommai of using Yediyurappa as a shield, making it super personal against the BJP veteran, whose profile has seen a big boost in recent weeks. Siddaramaiah has also said that Karnataka's public will not forgive the BJP for rehabilitating Yediyurappa.
This is a campaign by the Congress party against this 40% corruption government.
There is no government. There is no governance at all. All developmental works have come to stand still.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡದೇನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅವರ ಕಾಲ್ಬುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
Siddaramaiah's aggressive outburst comes in the wake of his relatively amplified profile amidst an ongoing feud with party colleague and state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar, who's embroiled in enforcement directorate cases. The fresh flashpoint between the two mass leaders of Karnataka offers a tantalizing nugget to political observers. Both the Congress and BJP are unclear about the chief ministerial faces just 7 months before the crucial election. While the Congress is harping on so-called collective leadership, the BJP is still trying to repair the flagging image of Chief Minister Bommai. Could this new collision between two enemy war horses be a sign of things to come? Or is it a case of Nataka Abhi Baki Hai? All we can say is Namaskara politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, one of the things that stands out very easily amidst this entire crossfire in Karnataka over the last few days is Yediyurappa and not Chief Minister Bommai. Yediyurappa is the one playing a protagonist role in this campaign at a time when the Congress has its yatra there. What explains Yediyurappa playing this, sudden high-profile role? Remember, he was taken out as Chief Minister last year and Bommai was installed. So why isn't Bommai on the front foot? Why is it Yediyurappa? Remember that Yediyurappa was drafted recently into the BJP Parliamentary Board. He is now the face of the BJP's Jana Sankalp Yatra, the People's Resolve Yatra in Karnataka. Yediyurappa is seen to be headlining all the BJP rallies and public meetings. It's almost as if Basavaraj Bommai is kind of second in command in all these public outreach events. Yediyurappa is being used for the big Lingayat outreach, this despite Mr. Bommai also belonging to the influential Lingayat community. Yediyurappa is the one fronting the attacks against the Congress and Siddaramaiah, as you say. It's not like Mr. Bommai is not attacking Siddaramaiah, but those attacks are much more measured, much more muted. It's almost like Mr. Yediyurappa is the real weapon, the Brahmastra that's being used by the BJP at this time, which is why these are the questions one is left to ask, because there are many open-ended questions as well. Number one, is the BJP deliberately playing up Yeddi power ahead of this election? Number two, is Yediyurappa being placated, or is the BJP actually troubleshooting because of certain issues happening within the government? Can Yediyurappa's presence rescue Chief Minister Bommai's flagging image? We're not saying it, it's a public perception. Has Chief Minister Bommai failed to impress the Lingayat vote? Is that one of the reasons why Mr. Yediyurappa is seeing such a prominent role in the BJP's offensive against the Congress? And is there? Now, there's very, very small chance of this, at least at this point, but you can never say never in politics. Is there any outside chance of Yediyurappa's return beyond just being some kind of campaign face? Is there a larger, bigger, more substantial return for Yediyurappa that could be on the cards, or is he simply being used because the BJP has panicked over the Lingayat vote and the Bommai government's flagging image in Karnataka? So those are the questions we are asking at this point of time. The big questions we're asking at this point of time. Can my producers tell me what's... Yeah. We've got breaking news coming in now. Yeah. Apologies for that. We've got some breaking news coming in. State of war, Karnataka intensifies. The Congress has hit out at the Bommai and B.S. Yediyurappa visit to a Dalit home. Congress alleges that Bommai's staff asked the Dalit family to get branded tea. Some branded tea was ordered by Bommai and Yediyurappa, is what the Congress is alleging. They say that Bommai entered the Dalit family's house to insult them and that the BJP is suspicious of Dalits. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is live with me on this. Naga, the latest in the daily crossfire between the Congress and the BJP, things obviously heating up. Now a pretty direct allegation. They're saying that Team Bommai asked for branded tea at a Dalit person's residence.
Well, Karnataka never eases to surprise, Shiv. In the last 5 years, we have been reporting on state of war in Karnataka, and now it's at its peak because of elections. Both yatras are in Hyderabad, Karnataka region at this point of time, and because of the SC/ST reservation hike, Chief Minister and B.S. Yediyurappa have been visiting Dalit homes in Raichur, Hospet, as well as in Bellary. Yesterday, what has happened is in Bellary, when in Hospet, when Chief Minister visited Dalit's house, the Congress has tweeted a video where officials are asking, showing suspicion on the local tea powder that the Dalits have in their house. They're saying, change the tea powder, go buy a branded one. This is buy a red label or some branded tea powder is what they're saying. So Congress has said that what is the whole real face of the Sangh Parivar and the BJP? They say that they're going to Dalit's house to eat and have chai there, but the real visuals have come from the background where the officials are asking the Dalit people to get branded tea powder, and doesn't the real tea powder that they had in their house looks suspicious, and they don't want that Chief Minister to consume that. Congress is saying all this is a facade. The whole Dalit upliftment the BJP is talking about is a big facade, and this vote bank politics that the BJP has taken up. And Congress has released a video this afternoon on Twitter.
Well, expect this to continue over the next few days, weeks and months. 7 months to go for the Karnataka election. This is only an appetizer, I can tell you that much. B.S. Yediyurappa and Bommai at a Dalit person's home have come under attack in this manner. The very presence of B.S. Yediyurappa alongside Baswaraj Bommai is raising eyebrows. It's leading to a lot of speculation over what Mr. Yediyurappa's role is going to be. Nabila Jamal, who tracks Karnataka politics and is in fact going to be heading very shortly to Karnataka to report on these fresh developments, is live with me. Nabila, huge escalation between the BJP and the Congress, a fight between these two big stalwarts of Karnataka politics. What does it mean? How would you decode this in terms of the big fight ahead?
Right, Shiv, this appears to be an all-out war between the BJP's B.S. Yediyurappa and the Congress's Siddaramaiah, the two stalwarts of Karnataka politics, and it appears as if no one else is relevant in the scheme of things ahead of elections in the state. Here we're seeing Siddaramaiah all out attacking B.S. Yediyurappa for carrying out the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra right at a time when the Bharat Jodo Yatra is underway in the state of Karnataka. So what the Congress believes is that BJP in Karnataka is nothing without B.S. Yediyurappa. Well, the fact is that the BJP is also very well aware of this, which is why B.S. Yediyurappa is fronting the entire campaign for the BJP in Karnataka. B.S. Yediyurappa has been elevated to the parliamentary board, so he's been vested with a responsibility to bring the BJP back to power in the state. So for him, if there's anyone that he has to attack, it is Siddaramaiah, because Siddaramaiah also, even though the Congress has not really explicitly said it or decided on who the CM faces, and even though DK Shivkumar is really trying hard to place himself there, Siddaramaiah, through his words and his acts, repeatedly has been showing himself as the best contender for CM face. So he, now B.S. Yediyurappa and Siddaramaiah getting into a war of words now is expected for the only reason because these indeed are the two most relevant leaders in the state's politics. Siddaramaiah attacking B.S. Yediyurappa, saying that you carry out this campaign, the Jan Sankalp Yatra, getting off the cars and actually walking on the streets. If you can do that, then let's speak. Basically, he also attacks Yediyurappa, saying that you can't even win an election without taking my name, without taking Siddaramaiah's name. So Siddaramaiah really making himself sounding as if he is the most significant mass leader in the state. Now, B.S. Yediyurappa, on the other hand, as he's fronting this entire BJP campaign, critics may ask, whatever happens to Basaraj Bommai, the chief minister, is he irrelevant here? And is the BJP really trying to push B.S. Yediyurappa as the face only to gain momentum in the state? Well, whatever said and done, it's going to be an interesting election this time around, Shiv.
No, it's very, very interesting because, you know, these are two mass leaders we're talking about. We're talking B.S. Yediyurappa, we're talking about Siddaramaiah. They've gone on the front foot. You know, DK Shivkumar has been pushed somewhat to the side. The chief minister of the state, Mr. Bommai, appears to be, having a slightly lower profile. There's a very concerted effort to project the profile of B.S. Yediyurappa in this crossfire that's taking place during the Bharat Jodo Yatra and the road towards the elections that are just 7 months away. Let's go to the politicians from the state. Dr. Bharat Shetty is an MLA from the BJP in Karnataka. Aishwarya Mahadev is a spokesperson and leader of the Karnataka Congress. Welcome to you both. Dr. Shetty, to you first.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Siddaramaiah is, these kinds of aggressive comments are quite common, sir. We know that. Nothing new about that. But it looks to me, like Mr. Siddaramaiah has said, I am the first among equals. I am going to take charge of this campaign. He's pointing at your leaders and saying, get out of the car, walk 4 kilometers without, falling down. Then you prove to us what your worth is. How would you respond to that, sir? Very personal it's become.
It's a very funny statement from Siddaramaiah. Actually, he's not aiming at the BJP leaders. He's aiming at his own party leaders like DK Shivkumar, Parameshwarji, and people whom he has seen to that he has not allowed them to come out in the limelight. He's telling them that I am the only leader. As far as Siddaramaiah is concerned, when he is seeing Yediyurappa ji and Bommai together, that is sending shivers down his spine. Obviously, he's reacting to that. He doesn't know what he's telling, and most of the time, he doesn't have control over what he says. So it's an obvious reaction. We are expecting such things from him. Yediyurappa ji in the 70s, 80s only, he has roamed all of the state barefoot. I don't think we need to take lessons from Siddaramaiah ji. That's very funny, like whatever he's telling. We don't give much, I don't think we should give much importance to that. He has been doing that day in, day out for attention seeking or like playing down DK Shivkumar. He has been doing this.
Aishwarya, respond to that.
Good evening, Shiv. I think first and foremost, there are two rebuttals. You know why this entire idea of propping Mr. Yediyurappa came up is because less than a few weeks ago, his son went on a public platform and said, let me remind you that Mr. Yediyurappa is still there. And if you decide to sideline us, we will show you what will happen. And let me recall what happened in the 2013 where the KJP was formed and the BJP lost 21 to 25 seats as a result. This is not propping up somebody's leadership. This is basically balancing a man who basically is wildfire and they obviously cannot sideline him, one. And the second thing is, from the minute the Yatra entered Karnataka, you saw everybody dismissing it. You said, oh, let him come. It doesn't matter. But the fear of the Yatra and the response is what has given you this Jan Sankalp Yatra, that they start from where? Raichur. Why? Because that's the place that our Yatra ends at. The fact of the matter remains, is that Mr. Yediyurappa still is the man that you have to placate, keep obviously in an ice box, lest he set your party on fire. And this is a reaction of fear, one.
Okay.
Second, an insult to a sitting chief minister, Mr. Bommai, when you allow his predecessor, who has already crossed the age to join the Margadarshak Mandal, come here and take the forefront of the BJP campaign. The BJP has nothing beyond playing on the idea of Mr. Yediyurappa. They are morally bankrupt. They are completely...
Let's get Dr. Shetty to answer that. No, that's a fair point. Dr. Shetty, it is being seen in all, in all the images, all the events, the Jan Salkam Yatra, etc. Dr. Shetty, it seems like Mr. Yediyurappa has, primacy of place. He had been replaced by Chief Minister Bommai, but it appears that Mr. Yediyurappa has been given a very, very high profile in this campaign, and that is a commentary on the flagging perceptions of the Bommai government. That's what the Congress is saying.
See, that's what they are saying. See, Yediyurappa ji is a very tall leader, one of the tallest leaders of our country. And because of his age issue, he has stepped down graciously, but he is still leading the party in the state. So obviously, he is our leader, and there is nothing saying that we are, the Congress spokesperson was just telling that we are ashamed or some in those lines, morally bankrupt and all those things. We can have a detailed discussion about who is morally bankrupt, what Siddaramaiah have been doing and all those things.
That we'll do separately,
in Karnataka, DK Shivakumar has been sidelined badly this time. Siddaramaiah has been competing very, very aggressively for the post of CM. There's a big confusion in the party itself. They're making a fool out of each other anyways. And as far as Janasankalpa Yatra is concerned, Madam, she was telling that spokesperson was saying that wherever their Yatra is stopping, we have started from there. Our Janasankalpa Yatra was planned few months ago. It didn't come out after the Congress started the Padayatra. They should know that. And it is of no concern to us. Who is leading the Yatra? Rahul Gandhi.
No, but that's an interesting point. Interesting point. Because both parties, both parties have not named any chief ministerial faces beyond the rules of whether you name or not. Aishwarya, it does seem, perceptionally, it seems like Mr. Siddaramaiah is the first among equals, if at all, because he is on the front foot here. Mr. Shivakumar, the BJP says, is being sidelined. I don't know whether he's being sidelined or not, but that very public feud which your party dismisses as collective leadership, etc., it looks like Mr. Siddaramaiah is winning this fight.
Shiv, just before I answer that, Mr. Shetty speaks about how Mr. Yediyurappa is their biggest leader and he's obviously has a place of primacy. Then why was it that you replaced him as a chief minister, right? But anyway, moving on. When you talk about Mr. Siddaramaiah having that importance for whatever it is, for somebody who's been a former chief minister, the stature, the seniority is something that is respected. But I do not believe at any point that it takes away from the sort of effort and the hard work of my leader, Mr. DK Shivakumar, because I have been in the Yatra, I am still in the Yatra, and I see every single day the collective effort that goes into walking and allowing everybody the opportunity to walk, the conversations that are happening. The BJP would love to make this whole divided house and whatnot, but seeing them both walk on the sides of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the conversations that they're having, the manner in which they're functioning, I can tell you all is well with my house. The BJP is are the people that need to be really scared and worried, because for a Yatra, they said it was nothing to them. You see their reaction is this Jan Sankalpa. And I'll tell you, every time the BJP has made any Sankalpa, it has gone against it. Whether it is their own manifesto where they spoke about the Sankalpas for the people of Karnataka, or whether it was their Janotsava, or this Jana Sankalpa now is reaching nobody. This is an exercise to appease the tallest man in their party, who they admit, but they also removed as chief minister, and they do not want him to go rogue during election.
Last question then, Dr. Shetty. Is the BJP under pressure? That's why this is happening. The Congress says they are setting the agenda. Everything that they do, the BJP is following that. They do the Pay CM campaign. You start, something against them. The Congress says we are leading the leaders.
See, this is an election year. It makes political sense for all political parties to do this. This is an election year. Everyone is doing their part of the political campaign. Congress started with some corruption scheme they started, Pay CM in those lines. And that time only they realized their leader was doing as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is out on bail for corruption charges only. Sonia Gandhi's mother is also out on bail for corruption charges only. These people are leading.
That's a separate issue.
These people are leading. Let me finish it. Don't cut into this. These people are leading the yatra, and they were saying pay CM. The Congress has invented the word corruption in India, and it doesn't make sense. And it is the election year. Even they are going to go with their narrative. We are going to go with our narrative.
We'll have a separate debate as far as corruption is concerned. But I thought we will, and we have many. Aishwarya has been on many. I hope both of you will join me on a more substantive discussion on corruption going forward. I promise you we will do that. I am also from Karnataka, so I am also invested in what happens in this election. I will be there in the next few weeks as well. So I'll talk to both of you directly. But thank you both of you for joining me on this. You know, it's always good to see the big politicians on the front foot in what is easily, going to be one of the big fights in the road to 2024. We'll keep a very close eye. Remember, India Today is Karnataka's #1 channel for a reason. Coming up on the other side here on 5 Live, well, a story that's very close to my heart. One of India's most endangered animals, that beautiful creature you see on your screen, has a new lease of life thanks to the government in Tamil Nadu. I'm going to tell you that story and also introduce you to the person who's made it possible.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Astam Oraon dribbled past many hurdles to make a mark on the football ground. When she became the captain of the Indian Women's Under-17 Football World Cup team, she made not just her family, but her state, Jharkhand, proud. A grateful Gumla district administration is rewarding Astam by building a Pakka road to her village, Sundarwati. Among the labourers working on the road are her parents, Hira Oraon and Tara Devi. They earn 250 rupees a day, an amount the poverty-stricken family really needs.
इनकर स्थिति खराब है, गरीब स्थिति है से लेकिन कमाते हैं कि कहाँ से पैसा मिले जो हम चुवान के पूरा करब कई के हम खूब कमाते हैं पैसा.
Every year around this time, Hira Oraon goes to Bengaluru for work. This time he cancelled the train ticket to the IT city as he has found work closer to home. Astam's family says they can't afford to provide nutritious food for the footballer.
गरीबी परिस्थिति है, इस कारण से हम लोग को पैसा का आवश्यकता पड़ता है. इस कारण हम लोग को तो काम करना ही पड़ेगा. अगर नहीं करेंगे तो बच्चों को हम लोग पूर्ति नहीं कर पाते हैं.
The district officials say in the coming days, even a sports centre could be built in Astam's honour. They praised Astam's parents for their hard work.
उनका जो कंडीशन है, आर्थिक स्थिति, उस हिसाब से वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा उसमें हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे कि उन लोग का आर्थिक स्थिति मजबूत हो.
The district administration has also arranged for a television set and an inverter for Astam's home so that her family can watch her matches. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
This is a story of great hope for one of India's most vulnerable animal species. It's the one you see on your screen here. This beautiful creature is called the Slender Loris. It's one of India's most endangered animals. It's protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. And in a first for our country, the Tamil Nadu government on Wednesday notified India's first sanctuary to protect the Slender Loris. It's a sanctuary covering over 11,000 hectares across 2 districts. And after years of encroachment, have seriously depleted the populations of this beautiful creature that's found only in India and Sri Lanka. Finally, the Slender Loris has a new lease for life.
They dwell in the trees, live a nocturnal life, and are among India's many endangered wildlife species. Say hello to the Slender Loris. This beautiful mammal found in green stretches of peninsular India and Sri Lanka. Its existence threatened by human encroachments for years. There's fresh hope now. After years of process, including in courts, the Tamil Nadu government has notified the first Indian sanctuary for this endangered creature in the Karur and Dindigul districts. A total of 11,806 hectares will be dedicated to ensuring India's Slender Lorises have a chance at survival. Slender Lorises are protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. These creatures spend much of their life up in trees and feed on insects, including pests that pose a threat to agriculture. A key part of the lush terrestrial ecosystem of Tamil Nadu's forested stretches, deforestation and expansion of urban areas has continued to threaten their habitat over the years. This move by the Stalin government will protect the mammal's habitat and also help in reducing its poaching. The demarcation of this sanctuary effectively provides several protections to the Slender Loris, with Forest Service teams on call to monitor populations, help animals in distress, and regulate any and all human activity within the demarcated limits. For a country with the kind of incredible wildlife diversity that India has, this move will go a long way. Today the Slender Loris, tomorrow maybe the other creatures that remain threatened and vulnerable. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this is only the latest in a slew of decisions by the Tamil Nadu government over the last 1 or 2 years, specifically aimed at helping endangered animal species that are found in and around Tamil Nadu. Take a look at some of the earlier decisions. This is the first one that we're talking about right now, the first Slender Loris sanctuary in Karur, Dindigul, 11,000 hectares for that creature. Just before this, earlier this year, the Tamil Nadu government also notified the first Dugong Conservation Reserve in Park Bay. Dugong is like a seal-like mammal also found in the Indian Ocean. The 16th bird sanctuary was notified last year in Villupuram. The 17th bird sanctuary was also notified by the government in Tirupur. And also last year, the 5th elephant reserve was notified in Tirunelveli. These are only 5 examples of some of the actions that have been taken by the Tamil Nadu government over the last 1 year for vulnerable and threatened animal species, some of the most beloved in the country. I want to go across live now to Ms. Supriya Sahu. She's an IAS officer who serves as Additional Chief Secretary for Environment in the Tamil Nadu government. She is someone who is credited with leading many high-profile and high-impact environmental campaigns that have resulted in less plastic use and a new hope for many, many animal species in the fragile ecological areas of the beautiful state of Tamil Nadu. Ms. Sahu, welcome. Good to have you here on 5 Live and here on India Today. First of all, a hearty congratulations on the notification of India's first reserve for the Slender Loris. I know how much work goes into getting something like this done. So first of all, a big salute to you and your team and the Tamil Nadu government for getting this done. But I want you to explain to our viewers, ma'am, how vulnerable is the Slender Loris and what exactly does the notification of a sanctuary of this kind do for this animal?
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you for having me on your show. Thanks a lot. Coming to your question about how vulnerable is Slender Loris, it is critically endangered.
Yeah.
And at this point of time, if you ask me about the numbers, then a recent study has been done by the Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, as well as by the government of Tamil Nadu. This was as recent as February. And they have found that after the survey in these two districts, where we have now declared it as a sanctuary, about 1,172 Slender Lorises have been found. So while the number actually, it may sound like 1,000, but if you look at the per square kilometer density, it is very low. So this is really, really critically endangered animal.
Are we going to be doing this for many more animals? We've just told our viewers, ma'am, about the reserve for the dugongs. That there are 2 more bird sanctuaries that have been notified. There's a new reserve for elephants also in Tamil Nadu. There are many other animal species in the country that are vulnerable. Do you think this sets a good example for more actions for those beautiful creatures, ma'am?
Yes, Shiv. I think what I would like to tell you is that we are on a mission. Because I think the kind of wealth we have of this wildlife and the biodiversity, it is truly incredible. So apart from the examples that you gave about Tamil Nadu setting up India's first ever dugong conservation reserve, bird sanctuaries, elephant sanctuary, and now Slender Loris, it is extremely important to take care of these every single endangered animal. They need to be prioritized. Conservation need to be prioritized immediately. For example, in our state, our state animal is actually a mountain goat. It is called Nilgiri Tar. So the next step is to set up a project for conservation of Nilgiri Tar. That is also critically endangered. So I think throughout the country, throughout the world, there needs to be a very strong momentum for protection of these endangered animals.
I congratulate you once again, Ms. Supriya Sahu. It's great to see action of this kind being taken, and I hope you will convey our salutations and congratulations to everyone in the team. I hope to be there in Tamil Nadu very soon. It's a state that I was brought up in, and to go and actually get to see these beautiful creatures and many more, what this amazing country has in terms of wildlife diversity, incomparable with the rest of the world. Supriya Sahu, thank you very much for being with me here on 5 Live here on India Today. And we're leaving you now, viewer, with these images that have broken hearts across the country. Army dog, anti-terror canine, Zoom, who was being treated in Srinagar after suffering gunshot wounds during a terrorist encounter in Anantnag a few days ago, after being critically injured, tragically passed away today. Despite his injuries, Zoom continued with his task. He pounced upon the terrorists, which resulted in the killing of at least 2 terrorists. He was injured and being treated. His carers tried their best to save him, but Zoom tragically passed away. We bid brave Zoom a fond farewell, and we thank him for his service.
Sourav Ganguly's innings at BCCI is about to end, as 1983 World Cup hero Roger Binney is set to take the reins from Dada. A massive political khela has erupted between TMC and BJP. BJP stalwarts including Home Minister Amir Shah had met Ganguly and lavished praises on him during the 2021 Bengal polls, leading to speculations of Dada joining the Saffron Party.
जब सौरव गांगुली क्रीज को पार कर जाते थे तब लोग ये मान लेते थे कि हमारा सौरव गांगुली जो है छक्का मारेगा, सिक्सर मारेगा, तो सौरव गांगुली सिक्सर मार देते थे.
While the claims came to a naught, now the TMC claims Ganguly is being ousted from the BCCI for declining the offer to join BJP and take on Mamata Banerjee.
Because he hasn't joined BJP, and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
अगर बीजेपी का इंटेंशन ऐसा है, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली मैलाफाइडी. अगर हमारा साथ दो, नहीं तो तुमको निकाल दिया जाएगा.
The BJP mocked TMC claims, saying Amit Shah had never asked Ganguly to join the BJP.
ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन है, डायरेक्टर है. जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है, वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है. समझ सकते हैं. जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज नहीं उठाया, वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं. क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे. ये तो होता है सब जगह. उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
बांग्लार दादा सौरभ गांगुली যথেষ্ট আমরা তাকে নিয়ে বাঙালি হিসাবে গর্বিত. আজকে তিনি একটা জায়গায় বিসিসিআই ছিলেন, কালকে হয়তো আরও একটা অন্য কোনো আরও বড় পদে হয়তো তিনি যাবেন. ওনার জন্য অল দ্য বেস্ট বলবে. এখানে রাজনীতি নয়, বিজেপি কখনো এইসব নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে না. আর যারা পরিবারতন্ত্র নিয়ে কথা বলছে, নিজের মুখটা একবার আয়নায় দেখুক.
Reports claim that BCCI is unlikely to back Dada for a job at ICC too. Jay Shah, the secretary of the board and son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, however, continues in his post.
The Maharaja Sourav Ganguly has not reacted on this particular story as of yet, but the BJP has. Dilip Ghosh claims that what the Trinamool Congress is doing is basic politicizing of a development which is not required. He also slams the Trinamool government over here, stating that there are multiple sporting icons of West Bengal who have had to leave the state and the city because they have not been able to do anything with sports over here due to lack of infrastructure. With camera person Orgho, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మేము మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only.
Kerala's House of Horrors unravels. Details emerge of murders most foul. Tantric activities under lens in Kerala. Opposition demands legislation against tantric activities. Protests rock Kerala over occult killing. Human sacrifice horror, top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshrita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories of the day. We're focusing particularly on the fallout of the human sacrifice horrors that have come to light in Kerala. It's rocked the state, it's rocked the nation. In Kerala, we've seen protests, we've seen demands coming in from the opposition saying that the government must immediately bring in a legislation to stop this kind of tantric activity, something that has in fact increased in Kerala of late. We're going to be talking about that story and much, much more. As always, the headlines first. AAP's Gujarat chief detained in Delhi from the Women's Panel office. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Two-judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban, Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred now to a larger bench. Karnataka government says hijab ban will continue for now. ED files charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says she submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA nod. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from the BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things. IMF lauds Modi government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. And after incessant rain, flood fury wreaks havoc from Andhra to Sikkim. Cities and towns inundated. Rescue operations on in several areas. Now, the Kerala occult murders have sent shockwaves across the country. The three accused, the Tantric, Mohammed Shafi, Bhagawal Singh, his wife Leila, have all been sent to 12 days in police custody. The Kerala Congress is now demanding that there be a law that's put in place, a legislation be brought to stop this kind of tantric practices. Let's round up all the latest that's come in on this human sacrifice horror from Kerala.
Black magic, satanic rituals, occult murders for gaining wealth. Kerala's blood-curdling double human sacrifice has shocked the country. The three accused, Mohammed Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila, have been sent to 12 days police custody after being produced in court. The shocking case sparked massive protest. The Mahila Morcha of the BJP took to the streets. In Pattanamthitta, Congress leader Ramesh Chentithala pitched for a law against such heinous crimes.
I feel that the government of Kerala should come out with a legislation. I request the state government to come out with a very strong legislation so that this kind of activities can be curbed.
Human rights activists have demanded strictest action against the culprits.
ऐसे घिनौनी प्रवृत्ति के लोग भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं जो अभी भी बलि देने में विश्वास रखते हैं और उनका मांस भी सेवन करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे जघन्य तो हमने कभी भी नहीं सुना और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए.
And just when the case is unfolding, another shocking incident has come to light. In Pathanamthitta, where black magic was reportedly being used on children, one of them fell unconscious during the procedure. The residents protested against the incident and complained that the Tantric threatens by hurling curses if anybody opposes her. The Tantric has since been arrested. With Shibimol KG in Kerala, Bureau Report, India Today.
Shibimol, who's been reporting and getting us all the latest updates from the ground, joins us live this evening. Shibimol, there's been one more incident that's been reported in Pathanamthitta that led to all of this outrage. There's protests that have been reported in several parts of Kerala. Several locals are saying that the government must now intervene. Is there any sort of thought within the government of considering some sort of a legislation, particularly because tantric activities are popular in Kerala?
Well, Akshita, as of now, we've just heard from ministers saying that, this is not acceptable and strict action will be taken, especially after this video of this woman tantric trying to use black magic on children, trying to help in the context of trying to help them improve in their studies and all this. So today we heard Minister Veena George saying that, strict action will be taken. Using children is not something that can be accepted at any cost. So we will be looking into this seriously, but on the context of legislation, we have not heard anything from anybody yet and from the government side yet. But yes, they promised strict action. In fact, after the human sacrifice case that emerged in the last 2 days, more and more cases like today what we saw has been emerging. Now the police has also, all the three accused in the human sacrifice case has been sent to 12 days police custody, and the police has put out certain angles that they will be investigating, which includes whether there was any other purpose other than the human sacrifice behind the murder of these two women. They will be examining the cannibalism angle also, and also they said that they will also investigate, especially in Pathanamthitta, the missing cases of women in the last few years. How many women were missing? Did they have any connection regarding this? Is what something they will be, examining. And all the missing cases in the state will also be looked after, is what the police sources are saying, because they have to.
Right. So basically, Shibi, from what you're telling us, right now authorities are focused on the investigation into this particular case. They will consider future course of action also in the coming days. But right now, all three accused have been remanded to police custody. Their questioning, their interrogation will be crucial, particularly because that angle of cannibalism is something everyone's talking about, which the police hasn't ruled out. They're saying that we will investigate to find out if there was an angle of cannibalism in this case or not. The main accused in this case, thanks Shibi for joining us with those details. The main accused in this case, three of them, out of which the agent, Mohammed Shafi, has been described as a pervert, as a psychopath by the Kerala police. Now, here's the information we have about Shafi. Now, he regularly searched Facebook for victims. He used social media as a tool to find victims because he wanted to commit this kind of a murder, had this plan in his head for many, many years. What we understand from the police is that this man created a fake profile as a self-proclaimed tantric and then looked out for someone who was devoutly religious who would fall for his ploy. And then he posed as a woman, reportedly had a profile on Facebook called Sri Devi, and honey-trapped the accused Baghaval Singh and his wife Laila Baghaval Singh. Mohammed Shafi essentially promised the accused couple that if they went ahead with these human sacrifices, they'd achieve a lot of wealth, they'd be extremely prosperous in life, and whatever financial struggles they have, it will end. The couple were known to be extremely religious. Now, they were coerced to go ahead for this human sacrifice of both the victims, Padma as well as Rosalind, because they were told they'll receive wealth. Now, how did Shafi lure the victims? He knew both the women. He urged them to come together, offering them money, saying that you will have to, in fact, be a part of a blue film. And so they came to, in fact, the couple's home where he orchestrated these murders, essentially directed them on how to go about it. As I mentioned, Shafi by the police has been labelled as a sexual predator, and that he did this for no reason at all, just for sadistic pleasure. This isn't the only case that he's been linked to. He's also been accused in several other criminal cases, including a rape case, the rape of a 75-year-old woman, for which, in fact, Shafi was under the scanner. In all, there have been 8 cases that have been registered against this man as an accused. And these are different criminal cases, including the rape case that I told you about. All right, let's take this across to Mr. Sanal Edamaraku, who is the president of the Rationalist International. Mr. Edamaraku, thank you for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. You're from the state of Kerala, sir. So explain to us, what is the belief system like in Kerala? Because very often people say that these kind of tantric activities, these beliefs, is very common in Kerala.
Speaker is what I speak.
Mr. Edamaraku, can you hear me? All right, not sure if he's with us. We'll reconnect with him. Just give me a couple of minutes as we establish that particular connection. But let me round up for you all that we know about this case so far. Extremely disturbing graphic details that have emerged in this particular tale that's emerged from Kerala, where 2 women were abducted. They were killed in the most horrifying manner. Their bodies chopped off, allegedly cooked and eaten, all because this accused couple wanted to become rich. They did so at the behest of a tantric, a self-proclaimed tantric at that. You've got superstition, perversion, and also cannibalism. That's an angle that the police are still looking into. But the details that have emerged are truly, truly horrifying, to say the least. The kind of things that we've seen perhaps in books and in crime thrillers has essentially come alive in Kerala.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagawal Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of 2 women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagawal and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagawal and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagawal and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagawal, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
Main detection efforts focus CCTV footage. Elankulam Bhagathinana is 3 missing eye. The CCTV footage and the Scorpio which was detected and the ownership of the Scorpio, it led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagawal and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagawal and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces.
He is a sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure. causing injury, causing harm, even death. സെക്ഷൽ പർവാടം പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the Tantric.
ഇതിന്റെ മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just done Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26th. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
All right, let's take this across now to Mr. Sanal Edamaruku, President of the Rationalist International, who's joining us this evening. Mr. Edamaruku, thank you for speaking to us here on India Today. You're from Kerala, sir. So explain to us, are these kind of, beliefs and tantric activities common in the state among the people?
Yeah, at one side, Kerala is very progressive, but on the other side, we have all kinds of occult belief very popular in Kerala, and the newspapers and some of the magazines advertise these kind of psychics and occults and invite people for all the solutions. And this is not at all stopped. In Kerala, there have been an effort to make a law, an anti-superstition law, and a bill was prepared, as a private bill was prepared, but it's in the cold storage. And these kind of advertisements are so popular and practices are going on everywhere, and there is no effort from the state side to stop this. This is not a question of the present, but in Kerala, the kind of beliefs that are reaching to this stage have been existing for a long time, and there should be some effort to interfere into the whole effort of promoting it and encouraging it through newspaper advertisements or now by social media. Especially in this case, we have seen that the whole thing was campaigned through a Facebook post, and people were invited, for your welfare, contact us. There is no kind of monitoring about these kind of things. There is no way that we can stop it. So an immediate interference to enact the anti-superstition law is the most important thing at this moment.
So you believe that the onus is also, Mr. Edamaruku, on the government to ensure that some sort of a legislation is brought about to stop these kind of practices, because the belief is very, very strong in Kerala.
Yeah, the belief is there. A lot of people believe in these kind of magical results with tantra or shamans, and all these kind of beliefs are there. Like in any other state, the whole problem is, there should be a monitoring. There are people who are believing, who are indoctrinated, who are vulnerable. But there are people who are selling these kind of products, and they are easily reaching these people. And that's the point where we have to have an interference from the state to stop it. It's at one side we need public education, we need a kind of a movement that is going on, which is very active in Kerala. Kerala has a very active rationalist movement, but on the side of the state, we need support that law and enactment of this law, should come into real effect.
You highlighted at the very beginning the contrast that everyone's been speaking about in Kerala, about the state being so progressive with such a high literacy rate. And despite that, you see these kind of incidents and so much of strong beliefs. Where does this come from? What is the origin of this kind of belief, Mr. Edamaruku? And if you could share some of your personal experiences of what kind of faith these people really have in these practices.
There are three different patterns of occult belief, and many people think that this is only for thinking that they get welfare or they get money, that they do black magic. In fact, there are three varieties of black magic. One is Vashikaran, which is trying to attract the other people. The other is destruction of your enemy. Third is looking for welfare. All the three patterns are popular, and these are getting more and more indoctrinated into children because there are a lot of stories around, there are a lot of legends around, but we speak about scientific temperament. There is no way that this kind of indoctrination can be stopped at this moment. So therefore, an anti-superstition law at one side and strict enactment of stopping all these superstitions and religious education in the schools, that's what is important. This has a long root of tradition of Tantra tradition in Kerala. Whole of South India has a big tradition of Tantra. 5 months back, there was another sacrifice. A mother has been sacrificing a girl. And and in Andhra Pradesh, you know that, some months back, a mother has killed another 2 children. All these kind of practices are very prevalent in southern part of India.
Okay, and let's hope that, there is some sort of awareness that's spread from the administration from all means, using social media, as you pointed out, as well as a tool. Thank you so much, Mr. Edamarco, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. As we, in fact, focus on what's happening in Kerala, let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Now, with this human sacrifice horror that's come to light, there are more incidents of this tantric activities that's become the big talking point now. Here's a story from Gujarat, where a man from a village who believed that his 14-year-old daughter was possessed killed her while performing black magic. Police say that this incident took place recently in the Dhava village in Gir Somnath district, when a man, Bhavesh Akbari, who believed that his daughter was possessed by a ghost, decided to go ahead and perform an exorcism. He came to the village 6 months ago from Surat along with his brother, performed some occult rituals on his teenage daughter, made her wear old clothes, then took her out to a field. The police say that the accused actually tied a stick to her hair and made her stand between 2 chairs. They kept her hungry and thirsty for a long time. She succumbed to this torture. Horror stories that are really coming in from across the nation that really highlights for you how deep-rooted this problem is, and particularly in rural parts of the country.
He was doubtful कि इसको उसकी जो लड़की है उसको कुछ कोई प्रॉब्लम है और उसको वो क्लियर करना चाह रहा था. उसकी वजह से उसने टॉर्चर किया और उसमें लड़की को मार दिया उसने. अभी 2 आरोपी पकड़ा है और बाकी आगे अभी जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पूरा प्रूफ मिलेंगे उस हिसाब से आरोपी पकड़ेंगे. हथियार हमें नहीं मिला है, लकड़ी वगैरह का यूज हुआ है, वही हमने कब्जे किया. पूजा सामग्री.
All right, let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Journalist Rana Ayub has been charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. She's now released a statement over the ED action. Rana has said that it's noteworthy that the ED had provisionally attached my bank account funds, including my professional income, but they were stayed by the Delhi High Court. The funds raised by me for COVID support were raised and used with the sole aim of helping people in dire need. All right, we're cutting across to more breaking news that's coming in. Gujarat AAP chief Gopal Italia, after being briefly detained, is speaking live.
उसने बड़ी एरोगेंसी से कोई जवाब नहीं दिया और मेरी तौर देखते हुए बोला कि बहुत ही बदतमीज हो तुम, क्या औकात है तुम्हारी और क्या हैसियत है तुम्हारी. मुझे ये कहा गया, मैं शॉक हो गया कि ये क्या भाषा है, ये किस टाइप का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, ये किस चीज के लिए मुझे इस कमरे में, इस ऑफिस में बुलाया गया. मैं शॉक हो गया. मैं कुछ नहीं बोला क्योंकि वो चेयर पे बैठी है. चेयर की रिस्पेक्ट करना सिटीजन होने के नाते मेरा फर्ज बनता था. मैं सुनता रह गया. मुझे पूछा गया कि ये कौन लोग हैं जो बाहर आए हैं, क्यों आए इतने लोग, और मुझे बड़े भद्दे तरीके से, बड़ी घटिया तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया 2 मिनट के लिए. बहुत डांटा गया, बहुत धमकाया गया. ये कर दिया जाएगा, पुलिस के हवाले कर दूंगी, तुम्हारे ऊपर FIR करवा दूंगी, जेल में भर देंगे, क्या समझते हो अपने आप को, औकात क्या है तुम्हारी. इस टाइप की बातें खुद मैडम ने अपने चैम्बर में मुझे बताई. मैं सिर्फ सुनता रहा. मैं सुन था, मैं शॉक था, क्या बोलूं क्या नहीं बोलूं. फिर मैं अपने आप से उस कमरे के बाहर निकल गया और मैं अपने वकील जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे बैठे थे उनसे मैं मिला और उनको कहा कि मैडम ने मेरे साथ इस तरीके का बर्ताव किया है. ना वो मेरा स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं, ना जिस चीज के लिए मुझे समन किया गया था उस चीज को लेकर कोई बात कर रहे हैं. बस मुझे गालियां दे रहे, धमका रहे. इतनी देर में कमीशन की ओर से पुलिस को बुला लिया गया, फिर पुलिस की ओर इनकी क्या बातचीत हुई मुझे तो कोई पता नहीं है, लेकिन फिर मुझे पुलिस की मौजूदगी में बताया गया कि ऊपर आपको बैठना है। कुछ 8-10 लोग सिविल कपड़ों में थे, वो क्या थे, किस ऑफिशियल कैपेसिटी से वहां थे, क्या उनका कोई पद था, क्या वो कोई ऑथोराइज पर्सन थे, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता है। कोई एक लड़की थी जो लगातार मोबाइल से एक वीडियो ले रही थी। जब मैंने पूछा कि ये वीडियो ऑफिशियल है, मुझे बताया गया कि हाँ ये ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्डिंग हो रहा है। मैंने कहा कि इसका मुझे कॉपी चाहिएगा, क्योंकि ऑफिशियल है तो मेरा अधिकार बनता है कि मैं जो कुछ आपके सामने बोल रहा हूं और जो रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है वो सारा मुझे मिलना चाहिए। फिर सारे लोग मिलके मुझे धमकाने लगे, डराने लगे कि क्या हो गया, क्या नहीं हो गया, क्या चीज है, क्या नहीं है। कुल मिला के अगर आप देखेंगे तो इस पूरे वाकया में कहीं पर भी नोटिस को लेकर के एनसीडब्ल्यू का कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था। उनका इंटरेस्ट था मुझे धमकाने में, मुझे डराने में, मुझे बद्दी तरीके से गालियां देने में उनका इंटरेस्ट था। और अंत में जब उनका ये इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो गया, फिर पुलिस को बोल दिया कि अब उसको उठा के ले जाओ, थाने में रख दो। ये क्यों हो रहा है? ये सारा जो आज पूरा दिन जो घटनाक्रम हुआ है, ये इसलिए हुआ है कि गुजरात में चुनाव आ रहे हैं। इस चुनाव में पाटीदार समाज बीजेपी के खिलाफ खड़ा हो चुका है। पाटीदार समाज आम आदमी पार्टी के समर्थन में खुल के बाहर आ रहा है। चूंकि बीजेपी पार्टी गुजरात में पाटीदारों से नफरत करती है, पाटीदारों से बहुत चिढ़ती है। पिछले कुछ साल पहले पाटीदारों के 14 युवाओं पर बीजेपी की सरकार ने गोलियां चलवाई थी और 14 युवाओं को उसने एक तरीके से मर्डर कर दिया था। बाकी जो बच गए उनके ऊपर हजारों फर्जी मुकदमे लगा के हजारों युवाओं को जेल में बंद कर दिया था, उनका करियर खराब कर दिया था। फिर बीजेपी को लगा कि कितनों को गोलियां मार दी, कितनों को जेल में भर दिया, तब भी ये पाटीदारों में से आने वाला गोपाल इटालिया कैसे बच गया, कैसे बच के आगे निकल गया। ये साधारण सा पाटीदार युवान कैसे किसी पार्टी का प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बन गया, कैसे ये युवान बीजेपी को चैलेंज कर रहा है। इसको हैरान करो, इसको परेशान करो, इसको सताओ, किसी भी मुकदमे में डालो, इधर उधर कहीं से उसको बदनाम करो। पूरी बीजेपी पार्टी इस वक्त गोपाल इटालिया के पीछे पड़ी हुई है। मैं क्या हूं? मैं कुछ नहीं हूं, एक साधारण सा युवान हूं। मेरी कोई शख्सियत ही नहीं है एक तरीके से अगर आप देखेंगे। लेकिन जब आप ट्विटर पे, सोशल मीडिया पे देखते हैं, बीजेपी के सारे विधायक, सेंटर के मिनिस्टर, पूरा आईटी सेल एक ही छोटे से आदमी के पीछे लगा के रखा है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो लोग पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करते हैं और नफरत में इस हद तक गिर चुके हैं कि गुजरात से मुझे उठाकर ओखला के थाने में बिठा दिया। यहां तक कि मेरे वकील को भी नहीं बताया कि मुझे कहां ले जाया जा रहा है। वकील को किसी और थाने का एड्रेस बताया कि यहां बिठाया है, ले जाया गया कहीं और जगह। कुल मिला के ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसमें साफ साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। वो नहीं चाहते हैं कि गुजरात से पाटीदारों के युवा आगे बढ़े, आगे आए, राजनीति में हिस्सा ले, लीडरशिप रोल में आए। वो नहीं चाहते, इसलिए किसी ना किसी तरीके से गुजरात में भी मेरे ऊपर पिछले दिनों में काफी एफआईआर लगाई हुई है। यहां पर भी इन्होंने आज मेरे साथ जो किया वो बताता है कि ये पाटीदारों से चिढ़ते हैं, पाटीदारों को नफरत करते हैं, गोलियां मारते हैं, जेल में भरते हैं, तब भी उनको संतोष नहीं होता है तो अब गुजरात से बाहर बुला के प्रताड़ित करने की कोशिश करते हैं। लेकिन मुझे आज कहना है कि मेरा नाम गोपाल है और मुझे भगवान ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। अब मैं गोपाल हूं और मैं इन कंस की औलाद से डरने वाला नहीं हूं। ये सारे कंस की औलादें अब लगी पड़ी हुई है आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ, गोपाल इटालिया के खिलाफ, अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ। सारे कंस की औलादें एकजुट हो चुकी है। लेकिन हम भी गोपाल है, हम भी ईश्वर की संतान है। इन सारे कंस की औलादों के सामने लड़ेंगे और जीत के दिखाएंगे। थैंक यू।
गोपाल जी, पुलिस ने आपसे क्या कहा?
पुलिस ने थाने पे ले जाके मेरे से सिर्फ यही कहा कि इन सारी चीजों में क्यों पड़ रहे हो, इतने ताकतवर लोगों से क्यों पंगा ले रहे हो, छोड़ दो ना ये सारी चीजें, इतने परेशान क्यों हो रहे हो। मैंने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करा कि सर आपके पास जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई का आदेश हो कार्रवाई करिए, आप मुझे इस तरीके से समझाइए मत। मेरी लड़ाई जो है वो बेईमानों के सामने है, पाटीदार समाज के दुश्मन जो बीजेपी वाले हैं उनके सामने मेरी लड़ाई है। चाहे जो मर्जी मुझे जेल में डाल दे, फांसी पे लगा दे, गोली मार दे या पूरे देश में मेरे खिलाफ मोर्चा निकाले, मैं ये लड़ाई लड़ता रहूंगा।
गोपाल जी, जिस तरह से इस देश में जो हरकतें चल रही है, एक डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है यहाँ पे, जिस तरह से आप जब अपने इलेक्शन की, अपने पॉपुलरिटी की जंग लड़ रहे, जो इलेक्शन की तरफ से संविधान में हक है, फिर भी ये सब चीजें जो आ रही है, रुकावट की, जेल में डालने की, नफरत की, इसको आप कब रोकेंगे और यह कब तक चलता रहेगा? ये जो पूरा जो चल रहा है इस देश में अनडेमोक्रेटिक सारा कामकाज, उसको रोकने की तो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं और लड़ रहे हैं इसलिए बीजेपी को।
So the Gujarat AAP chief, the Italia crime conspiracy, taking on the BJP, taking on the NCW as well. We'll track the latest that comes in on this, slipping into a short break.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Internet download speeds on the 5G test network in the country have reached 600 Mbps in some parts of the country, according to Ookla's latest speed test intelligence report, with the survey adding the national capital enjoys the fastest 5G network.
5G services were launched in select Indian cities by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 1st of October. A survey by Ookla shows the 3 5G operators are still calibrating their networks, ensuring they are stable as they go commercial. There is huge volatility in the network, with 5G download speeds ranging from 16 Mbps to 810 Mbps in tests conducted since June of this year. In Delhi, Airtel reached median speed of 200 Mbps, while Jio shot at nearly 600 Mbps. In Kolkata, Airtel lagged at just 34 Mbps, while Jio had a faster speed at 482 Mbps. In Mumbai, Airtel reached 271 Mbps compared to Jio's 515 Mbps. In Varanasi, Airtel was ahead with 517 Mbps versus Jio's 485. Though the 5G speeds are still well below the 1 Gbps standard set in several countries, it is still much above the current 4G data transfer rates. Consumers, meanwhile, seem ready to embrace 5G. The report shows 51% of the respondents already have handsets which support 5G. The top 5G capable handset brands include Samsung, Xiaomi, Realme, Vivo and Apple. And though Apple handsets aren't compatible with 5G in India yet, according to the Ookla survey, the iPhone 12 is the most popular 5G capable device in the Indian market. Meanwhile, the Department of Telecom today met with various handset makers and network operators to prioritize and release software upgrades for supporting 5G services. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why.
India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of two women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed Tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagwal and asked him to meet the Tantric. The Tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagwal and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagwal and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagwal, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ലെഡ് ടു ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് അക്യൂസ്ഡ് മിസ്റ്റർ ഷാഫി അലിയാസ് റഷീദ്.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagwal and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the Tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagwal and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces. Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagwal Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మేము మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
The Hindi imposition debate is back this time, triggered by a governmental panel report. Sparking outrage in all South states, the Amir Khan-led committee has recommended the use of Hindi as the medium of instruction in Hindi-speaking states and local regional languages in other states. The report recommends that Hindi be the medium of instruction in IIT, IIM and central universities. And as expected, almost all political leaders in the south are up in arms, saying this is an attempt to impose one nation, one language, one religion, one food, and one culture. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK has lashed out at the central government, with even Chief Minister M.K. Stalin leading the charge with a series of tweets. He also shot off a letter to Prime Minister Modi, warning not to trigger another language war.
We are Tamils. We have a language of our own, and our language, the state was carved from the Dravidian land as a Tamil state. Why should you impose Hindi on us? We are not in UP, we are not in MP, we are not in Bihar.
In order to hide their inability to run the government, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has been levelling unnecessary and unwanted allegations against the central government and also this committee.
Meanwhile, in battleground Karnataka, the Congress and JDS have lashed out at the BJP.
You cannot enforce that language on us. We have our own languages, the southern states, which are classical languages. What does the term classical tag mean? It means that they have been in existence for over 2000 years. We have our own script, we have our own history, we have our own culture, and that needs to be preserved too. So what does the Prime Minister, why the duplicity in Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat when he says that you should encourage local language and all that? But when the gazette comes out, when the notifications come out, it's about Hindi imposition. We will not allow this.
The Bombay government, however, has categorically stated that there is no question of changing the medium of instruction in universities as of now.
ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿ ಏರಿಕೆ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ನಾಡಿನ ಮೇಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇಡ.
The outrage isn't limited to just Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi asking him to intervene in the matter. In Telangana, Minister K.T. Rama Rao took to social media to reiterate that India does not have a national language. The language showdown has kicked off a political storm in southern states, with regional parties uniting against the BJP and making it clear that any decision to put in effect the committee's Hindi recommendations will be met with protests. Bureau Report, India Today.
Growth priorities will be kept absolutely on the top. Even as I speak about the concerns that inflation brings before me. So inflation concerns will have to be addressed, but then how would you manage growth would be the natural question. But that's the point of, being sure how you're going to be able to balance the two and be sure that the momentum that Indian economy has got coming out of the pandemic and the momentum with which it will grow even the next year, even as per the very many multilateral institutions which are observing India, cannot be weakened. So it will have to again be a very carefully structured budget in which the growth momentum will have to be sustained. Energy, fertilizer are all becoming expensive. As a result, in some parts of the country, not so much for us, there is severe food insecurity. We are in a position to export. But if our input costs are going up, or if our farmers themselves come under stress, export and the global understanding, multilateral institutional compulsions don't help in exporting food that easily. And this is a bane of some understandings which have been given a play since the Uruguay round. And we've been in every WTO meeting talking about it, saying it shouldn't be so. Those who were working in different heavily industrialized parts of the country, they themselves coming from different parts which are not so industrialized, who generically are being called as migrant laborers, went back to their villages. All of us knew about how they went back. Some of them went back with the trains which were provided, others found their own way. But when the pandemic subsided, and when they had all been given also the vaccinations, many of them didn't go back to their old employees. They went looking for better jobs and found them, and therefore there is this good churn that is happening in the Indian economy, and therefore the government's effort for skilling and upskilling is also being ramped up now. And the nature of employment itself is now also getting very speedily ramped up. And that is why I'm not surprised, and I'm glad to quote, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that India probably can lead the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
HP Spectre in association with SBI Home Loans, Audi e-tron.
Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully.
Good evening, you're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief released hours after detention, alleges misbehavior by NCW chief. Kejriwal calls Gopal Italia's detention an insult to Gujarat's Patel community. Judge bench delivers split verdict in hijab case. Justice Gupta bats for ban, Justice Dhulia bats for freedom of choice. Case referred to a 3-judge bench. ED files charge sheet against Rana Ayub. Rana Ayub accused of money laundering. ED charge sheet says Rana submitted fake bills, received foreign funds without FCRA on. Kerala's holy city occult shame after cannibalism horror. Now a case of black magic on children emerges. Local stage massive protest. Saurav Ganguly makes his exit from BCCI official, says he's ready to move on to bigger things. IMF lauds Modi's government's digital cash transfer scheme, calls it a logistical marvel, helping millions of poor in India. After incessant rain, flood fury wreaks havoc from Andhra to Sikkim, cities and towns inundated, rescue operations in several states. Viewers, 1 month away from election, or rather a month and a half away from election, massive escalation between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party in battleground Gujarat. The latest, Gopal Italia, the BJP party president in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party president in Gujarat, was detained by the Delhi police from outside the National Commission of Women's office. The NCW chief, Rekha Sharma, alleged that Italia stormed into her office and his supporters, which made her feel threatened. But after his release, Italia alleged that it was Rekha Sharma herself who had misbehaved with him and hurled abuses. The Aam Aadmi Party convener and Chief Minister Kejriwal asserted that his detention has angered the entire Patel community. Remember, Italia had been summoned in connection with a video where he used derogatory language for Prime Minister Modi. 2 old videos of Italia had surfaced in recent days, one in which he criticizes Prime Minister Modi's niche politics and uses cuss words for his government, and another which he tells women that temples are breeding grounds of exploitation.
उसने बड़ी एरोगेंसी से कोई जवाब नहीं दिया और मेरी तौर देखते हुए बोला कि बहुत ही बदतमीज हो तुम, क्या औकात है तुम्हारी और क्या हैसियत है तुम्हारी। मुझे ये कहा गया, मैं शॉक हो गया कि ये क्या भाषा है, ये किस टाइप का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, ये किस चीज़ के लिए मुझे इस कमरे में, इस ऑफिस में बुलाया गया। मैं शॉक हो गया, मैं कुछ नहीं बोला क्योंकि वो चेयर पे बैठी है, चेयर की रिस्पेक्ट करना सिटीजन होने के नाते मेरा फर्ज बनता था। मैं सुनता रह गया। मुझे पूछा गया कि ये कौन लोग हैं जो बाहर आए हैं, क्यों आए हैं इतने लोग, और मुझे बड़े भद्दे तरीके से, बड़ी घटिया तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया 2 मिनट के लिए। बहुत डांटा गया, बहुत धमकाया गया, ये कर दिया जाएगा, पुलिस के हवाले कर दूंगी, तुम्हारे ऊपर FIR करवा दूंगी, जेल में भर देंगे, क्या समझते हो अपने आप को, औकात क्या है तुम्हारी। इस टाइप की बातें खुद मैडम ने अपने चैम्बर में मुझे बताई। मैं बीजेपी के सारे विधायक, सेंटर के मिनिस्टर, पूरा IT सेल एक ही छोटे से आदमी के पीछे लगा के रखा है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो लोग पाटीदार समाज से नफरत करते हैं और नफरत में इस हद तक गिर चुके हैं कि गुजरात से मुझे उठाकर ओखला के थाने में बिठा दिया। ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसमें साफ साफ तौर पे बीजेपी की भ्रष्ट मानसिकता, पाटीदार समाज के खिलाफ की मानसिकता का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है।
इन्होंने डिनाई किया कि उस वीडियो में मैं हूं ही नहीं, लेकिन जब ये जवाब दे रहे हैं तो उसमें इन्होंने माना है कि इन्होंने वो ट्वीट किया था, जबकि पहले ये कह रहे थे कि वो जो ट्वीट में जो वीडियो है वो मैं नहीं हूं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ही आपस में, जो भी इनका स्टेटमेंट है और जो रिटन स्टेटमेंट है, दोनों मैच नहीं करते। अभी तक इन्होंने प्रॉपर जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने पुलिस को भी बोला है कि इनके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लिया जाए, क्योंकि ये एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को खराब करने की सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रहे थे। इनके सपोर्टर्स ने जबरदस्ती अंदर आने की कोशिश की और मुझे लगता है, इनफैक्ट मेरी 2 बजे एक मीटिंग थी बहुत जरूरी, जो अब डिले हो गई है सेंटर दिल्ली में, और क्योंकि मैं बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, मुझे अपनी लाइफ पे भी थ्रेटनिंग लग रहा था। यहाँ 100-150 लोग अगर पहुंच के मुझे थ्रेटन करेंगे तो ये किस प्रकार के नेता हैं, ये कैसी इनकी वर्किंग है।
देखिए, जो लोग गोपाल इटालिया को डिटेन कर रहे हैं, उनके पास सिर्फ इतनी राजनीति है, उनको स्कूल ठीक करने नहीं आते, उनको बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं आता। 27 साल हो गए उनको सरकारें चलाते हुए, उनसे एक स्कूल शानदार नहीं बना। गोपाल इटालिया को इसीलिए अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी, गोपाल इटालिया ऐसी पार्टी से आता है जिसको स्कूल बनाने आते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं है, बाकी ड्रामा है।
There are several videos of Gopal Italia, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, in which he is seen denigrating women, making sexist, misogynist comment, referring to them as C. He has also gone on to say that women who go for katha and to temples offer themselves for exploitations because those are dens of exploitation. In such a scenario, NCW summoned the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief. He went there with his supporters, created ruckus, so much so that the NCW chairperson had to tweet asking the police to step in. Otherwise, people would have been harassed and assaulted in the NCW premise. The police did what was appropriate.
All right, viewers, let's quickly move on. It was a split verdict where the Supreme Court came on the hijab verdict. From here, what happens now? It's going to be referred to a larger bench, in all probability a 3-judge bench. Here's more.
After 10 months of tumult and face-off, which ignited passion and legal fight, the hijab stalemate is here to stay. The two-judge Supreme Court bench has delivered a split verdict on if campuses can allow Islamic hijab over prescribed uniform. Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia set aside the Karnataka High Court judgment and quashed the Karnataka government's hijab ban order on February 5. He held that the entire concept of essential religious practice was not apt for the dispute. Justice Dhulia added that only education of girl child matters. Justice Hemant Gupta, on the other hand, upheld the Karnataka High Court verdict, which approved Karnataka government's campus hijab ban. Justice Gupta also raised 11 critical questions on the issues of essential religious practice, rights of students, and the government.
देखिए, आज का जो फैसला है, जो वर्डिक्ट, जो फ्रैक्चर्ड वर्डिक्ट है, इसका मतलब ये है कि इसका प्रभाव हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट पर कुछ भी पड़ने वाला नहीं है। अब जो नई बेंच गठित होगी, नए बेंच का जो फैसला आएगा, उसी से हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट प्रभावित होगा। अगर वो फैसला हाई कोर्ट के अगेंस्ट है तो फैसला नहीं माना जाएगा हाई कोर्ट का, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
Justice Gulli has emphasized that the choice has been left to the lady. Whatever she wants to wear, she can wear. So he has emphasized on the education of the girl. He has emphasized on her choice, and he has depended on the Bijoy Benwell judgment, which has upheld this practice where a lady can put whatever covering.
The CJI, while constituting the larger bench, will have to consider all 11 questions raised by Justice Gupta and then decide upon the composition of the bench. With no stay by the top court on the Karnataka High Court judgment and the Supreme Court being split, the High Court endorsed ban on hijab in campuses with uniform will continue.
हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
As the battle shifts to a larger bench, a longer legal war may be on the cards.
Two judges giving a split verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban case from the Supreme Court, which means that this matter will now go before a three-judge bench and is likely to be delayed further. While Justice Hemant Gupta, in his analysis, has gone into all issues including essential religious practice and the right of the government to formulate rules, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia has said that this is not about essential religious practice, it is about the freedom of expression and freedom of choice of religion. And effectively, it is also about education of girls, particularly in poorer rural areas. With the two judges giving distinctive, different judgments, the matter will now be referred to the Chief Justice to formulate a fresh bench. In the meantime, in Karnataka, the ban on wearing of hijabs in educational institutions which have a uniform will continue, as the government has made it clear that the status quo will continue for now. In New Delhi, with cameraman Raja, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today. I'm going to cut across to my colleague Akshita, speaking with Mr. Owaisi from the AIMIM, who has expressed his views on the Supreme Court verdict.
Joining us here on India Today is AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi on what's played out in the Supreme Court as far as the hijab case is concerned. Mr. Owaisi, good evening. What do you make of the verdict that came in from the Supreme Court, from Justice Gupta and Justice Dhulia?
Well, as everyone knows by now, that they had two differing judgments.
Yeah.
We were expecting a unanimous judgment in favor of hijab, but the honorable judges have given their judgment, which we respect. But we still have one Supreme Court judgment in favor of hijab. Now it is up to the Chief Justice when he constitutes this larger bench or what the CJI will decide, we'll come to know.
Mr. Owaisi, I want to read out one part of the judgment. This is from what Justice Dhulia said. He says it may be the only way her conservative family will permit her to go to school, and in those cases, her hijab is her ticket to education. This particular part of the judgment opens up also a larger debate, Mr. Owaisi, about whether we're talking about choice, at least as far as Justice Dhulia's observations are concerned, or about a lack of societal reform.
Well, you see, it is, you can call anyone conservative and liberal, but I have a right to lead a life. That is my right. How I lead my life should have no bearing on anyone. If as far as I'm not getting a law and order problem, but if I'm a practicing Muslim, you can call me conservative, you can call me fundamentalist, whatever you want. I don't care, because if I'm practicing my religion, following my religion, that is the right which the Constitution of India has given to me.
Absolutely.
And I'm not asking you to be, and I'm not asking anyone to become like me.
But we're talking about
All right, viewers, let's cut across right now with all the politics that is going on in the state of Karnataka. It's Yediyurappa. All right, let's quickly cut.
Siddaramaiah has shifted into top gear on the road to Karnataka's elections, jogging with boss Rahul and sparing no attack. The former Congress CM has now opened his most aggressive offensive, targeting the BJP government and specifically the man who took his chair, B.S. Yediyurappa. In a series of high-voltage tweets, Siddaramaiah has scoffed at the BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra, challenging both Chief Minister Bommai as well as Yediyurappa to get down from their cars and walk for 4 kilometers without falling down, and to do a 5-minute speech without taking the name of Siddaramaiah. More stingingly, Siddaramaiah has accused Chief Minister Bommai of using Yediyurappa as a shield, making it super personal against the BJP veteran, whose profile has seen a big boost in recent weeks. Siddaramaiah has also said that Karnataka's public will not forgive the BJP for rehabilitating Yediyurappa.
This is a campaign by the Congress party against this 40% corruption government.
There is no government. There is no governance at all. All developmental works have come to stand still.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡದೇನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅವರ ಕಾಲ್ಬುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
Siddaramaiah's aggressive outburst comes in the wake of his relatively amplified profile amidst an ongoing feud with party colleague and state Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar, who's embroiled in enforcement directorate cases. The fresh flashpoint between the two mass leaders of Karnataka offers a tantalizing nugget to political observers. Both the Congress and BJP are unclear about the chief ministerial phases just 7 months before the crucial election. While the Congress is harping on so-called collective leadership, the BJP is still trying to repair the flagging image of Chief Minister Bommai. Could this new collision between two enemy war horses be a sign of things to come? Or is it a case of Nataka Abhi Baki Hai? All we can say is Namaskara politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, moving on to the shocking murders in Kerala. The occult murders, viewers, have left everybody stunned, and new information continues to tumble out. Here's more.
Black magic, satanic rituals, occult murders for gaining wealth. Kerala's blood-curdling double human sacrifice has shocked the country. The three accused, Mohammad Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and his wife Leila, have been sent to 12 days police custody after being produced in court. The shocking case sparked massive protest. The Mahila Morcha of the BJP took to the streets. In Pattanamthitta, Congress leader Ramesh Chentithala pitched for a law against such heinous crimes.
I feel that the government of Kerala should come out with a legislation. I request the state government to come out with a very strong legislation so that this kind of activities can be curbed.
Human rights activists have demanded strictest action against the culprits.
ऐसे घिनौनी प्रवृत्ति के लोग भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं जो अभी भी बलि देने में विश्वास रखते हैं और उनका मांस भी सेवन करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे जघन्य तो हमने कभी भी नहीं सुना और हमें लगता है इनके ऊपर तो कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की, इनको तो फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए.
And just when the case is unfolding, another shocking incident has come to light. In Pathanamthitta, where black magic was reportedly being used on children, one of them fell unconscious during the procedure. The residents protested against the incident and complained that the Tantric threatens by hurling curses if anybody opposes her. The Tantric has since been arrested. With Shibimol KG in Kerala, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi was in the state of Himachal Pradesh, the state which is once again just a month and a half away from elections, announcing a number of promises and sops. The PM flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. The train will run 6 days a week with stops at Ambala, Chandigarh, Anandpur Sahib and Una. He also laid the foundation stone of the multi-crore bulk drug park in IIT in Una district. For that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
ที่นี่ผมว่าทำได้ดีตัวน้ำซอสอะไรต่างๆเนี่ยทำแล้วก็ราดมันทำให้ไอ้กลิ่นความรู้สึกว่าเราไม่รู้สึกเลยว่ามันมีไอ้ตัวผงที่เป็นตัวแมลงอยู่
ยอมรับครับถ้าทำให้รูปร่างหน้าตามันไม่ดูน่ากลัวเกินไปก็อย่างเมื่อกี้ฝรั่งเดินผ่านๆเขาก็ไม่ค่อยกล้ากินก็ถ้าแปรรูปให้มันดูน่ากินมากขึ้นก็น่าจะช่วยส่งเสริม
ที่ลองทานจิ้งหรีดแบบเป็นตัวเนี่ยมันจะมีปัญหาตรงที่ว่ามีการติดคอบ้างซึ่งมันคือพวกขาหรือว่าพวกปีกของแมลงนี่แหละครับที่มันจะแข็งๆเป็นไข่ติมนะครับมันก็ติดคอหรือว่ามันฝืดคอเราก็เลยคิดว่าถ้าเราตัดส่วนนี้ออกไปล่ะแล้วเราใช้เฉพาะเนื้ออย่างเดียวคอนเซปต์เหมือนกับเวลาที่เรากินเนื้อวัวเนื้อหมูเนี่ยเราก็ไม่กินกระดูกเขา
Then we produce 40 kilogram a week. So then it's 160 kilograms a month. It's the R&D scale. And then all of them we send to our restaurant Baus Burger to process in many menus.
our world now, we are trying to prepare food not only for the rich country, but for also the poor country that consumer cannot access to food because food price is growing up very high. And INSEC will answer this question in the future.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that a temple in Birmingham was set on fire by Muslims. The fact check on that: accidental fire in a supermarket in Birmingham. With that fact check, time for me to go into a break. Stay with us. To the Point is up next.
भगवान कसम ये फिल्म देखते हुए मुझे चक्कर आ रहे थे.
Yep, this is what people have to say about the film Liger. I'm sure you know that Liger didn't fare quite well at the box office, but did you know that it did so badly that producers had to in fact return money to distributors? It's not just Liger, even Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chaddha had to return money to their distributors. This really scares Bollywood, as even big stars' films are tanking at the box office. A film producer and a business analyst, Girish Johar, has said, and I quote, "It is important to retain goodwill and ensure the next film is bought. In the post-pandemic scenario, everyone across the chain wants to make money." In the case of Liger, Vijay Deverakonda had to return a whopping 6 crore rupees to producers. The film was made on a budget of 100 crore rupees and it has barely made a third at the box office. Same with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chaddha. He reportedly had to return money to distributors after the losses of the film at the box office. Compensating money to distributors is really just one part of the ordeal here. The bigger rising issue is the success quotient of Bollywood. Festival season has just about begun, and with big budget films flopping at the box office, the pressure now is mounting on films that are yet to be released. From now all the way to the new year, cutting through Diwali, are some of the big budget films with prominent stars due for release. And filmmakers now are quite afraid that their films won't do well. Apart from this is a boycott Bollywood trend that's really hampered business for Bollywood. In fact, this trend forces trolls, these troll armies, to actually persuade people to boycott Bollywood cinema entirely. This trend has caught on and has really led to many films flopping, directly, indirectly. Like Akshay Kumar's Prithviraj, Taapsee Pannu's Dobara, and a few others. And now the recent trend on Twitter is boycott Brahmastra. It is a star-studded film with Alia Bhatt, Amitabh Bachchan, Ranbir Kapoor, among many others. What will be the fate of this film? Well, in the past, many Bollywood films have flopped at the box office. The difference from the past is that even the films with top stars are not getting decent box office returns. So basically, compensating distributors is just one part of the story. The real issue here is to ensure that they deliver a good film with a good storyline. How will Bollywood get this right? That's the problem here. They've got to find a solution and a way around this. What are your thoughts on several of these Bollywood films tanking at the box office? Do let us know in the comments below.
the president of the Congress party. It's a Mallikarjun Kharge versus Shashi Tharoor contest.
He is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views.
तो मैं डेलीगेट से ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये सोचिए कि क्या चाहिए आपको भविष्य में, पार्टी कैसे चलने आगे, क्या बदलाव के साथ चलना है, या क्या आप चाहते हैं कि आप संतुष्ट हैं कि सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा तो बात ठीक है, आप मुझे वोट तो दीजिएगा.
With the proverbial Gandhi hand backing Kharge, the contest, as riveting as it could have been, would end up being hardly a contest. Congress insiders and political analysts have labelled this election a simple selection or a fixed match with an unsaid whip of voting for Kharge. The battle lines might be drawn, but the playing field is far from level and Shashi Tharoor knows it.
मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं है?
Addressing a press briefing at Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, Tharoor said that several PCC chairpersons and senior party leaders met and welcomed Kharge, but the same courtesy was not extended to him. How the elections are being held seem to be in complete contrast to the very reason why they were held in the first place. It was to be an election without a de facto Gandhi candidate, to resurrect internal party democracy, to re-energize the party base. But ultimately it seems loyalty to the Nehru-Gandhi family trumps all, and thus, so will Kharge trump over Tharoor. The BJP, who recently elected JP Nadda to the post of party president without election, was quick to mock the fallacy of the Congress contest. Right after Shashi Tharoor called the playing field far from level, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya tweeted out, saying Tharoor should finally realize this election will be a farce. The polls for Congress president are scheduled to take place on October 17th. Results will be announced on October 19th. But it seems the results have already been sealed the day Mallikarjun Kharge became the unofficial, official candidate of the Gandhis. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's cut across to our guests this evening. I have with me Saifuddin Soor, Senior Leader Congress, Sujata Paul, Leader Congress, Shahzad Poonewala, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. In just about a minute, we'll also be joined by Rajdeep Sardesai. Mr. Soor, I'll come to you. The fact is, do you also admit somewhere down the line that what you're actually witnessing is now a complete farce? Because Shashi Tharoor, sir, might be admitting it in public very clearly now. And in his exact words, can't you see it? The level playing